Chapter 1. In that year, I stood as a lackey. In the year 987 of the Great Qian Dynasty, Chu Qing traversed to Shiji County. Spring. The initial examination of the Martial Academy tests one's physique. Children of affluent families and noble scions have been consuming secret tonics and bathing in medicinal baths since childhood, thereby enhancing their physical prowess. You are all mere commoners. Even impoverished, your physical condition naturally pales in comparison to theirs. The senior disciple of the Manted Fist School walked back and forth before a group of barefoot youths clad in coarse garments. Chu Qing, also barefoot and dressed plainly, wore a serious expression. 3 days prior, he had traversed here and absorbed the memories of his predecessor. The Great Qian Empire was founded on martial prowess, where martial artists could slaughter ordinary people with ease, akin to adults crushing chicks. It was said that beyond martial arts, there existed arcane techniques, even more fearsome and bizarre. After the demise of his parents, his predecessor joined the Blood River Gang, becoming a mere lackey who waved flags and shouted slogans. In pursuit of a higher status, the predecessor fervently waved flags and shouted. Regrettably, after more than a year of toil, he gained nothing but beatings. Loan sharks coaxed the predecessor into borrowing money, urging him to apply to the Martial Academy. Once admitted to the academy, he could soar to great heights. The predecessor yearned for advancement and, having just turned 16, met the academy's entry requirements. Thus, he gritted his teeth and borrowed high-interest loans to join the Manted Fist School's intensive class, aiming to hone his physique and gain admission to the academy. However, upon his arrival, Chu Qing took his place. As a transmigrator, he naturally did not wish to remain a barefoot lackey. Whoever obstructs my rise will meet their end. I shall, at all costs, enter the Martial Academy. Having come to this world, if one does not ascend to greatness, what is the point of the journey? Chu Qing vowed silently. Our Manted Martial School does not excel in slaughter or military formations. Yet, we are unrivaled in stretching and honing the physique. With a smug expression, the senior disciple proclaimed, in Shiji County, among the 36 martial schools, none can match us in this regard. So, joining the intensive class of the Manted Martial School is your clearest choice. Chu Qing. This sounded familiar. It was the same old routine from his past life. The senior disciple continued, you pay, and we impart the skills to you. Watch me. With that, the senior disciple aligned his fingers, lowered his body, and began to move, resembling a vivid mantis. Swish, swish, swish. The senior disciple moved gracefully, akin to a grand mantis in motion. 1 minute, 5 minutes. The senior disciple demonstrated the manted fist repeatedly, allowing the youths to observe and learn. All right, now everyone practice with me. At that moment, a profession panel appeared in the air, visible only to Chu Qing. Chu Qing. Realm none. Technique, manted fist, novice level, 30 repetitions daily, 10 days to entry. Discovering the technique of manted fist, consuming 10 mantises will grant entry. An attributes panel emerged, and Chu Qing rejoiced. This attributes panel not only listed his basic information, but also offered methods for rapid advancement in martial arts. Interesting. Stop daydreaming and practice quickly. A disciple of the martial school, wielding a wooden staff, patrolled the area. Noticing someone distracted and faltering in their movements, he approached and delivered a swift strike. Chu Qing, lost in thought while examining the profession panel, naturally received a blow. Though the staff was wrapped in soft cloth, the impact was still quite painful. Chu Qing hastily resumed his practice. Not far away, on the loft, the schoolmaster Zhao Wujie occasionally frowned and then smiled. When he saw Chu Qing dazed and receiving blows, his brow furrowed even more. A barefoot lad from a humble background, to pay such a hefty price to join the martial school and yet be distracted? This life, destined to be that of a barefoot lackey. Beside him stood a radiant young maiden with rosy lips and white teeth, clad in a red dress adorned with tassels, sweetly interjecting, Father, you should let the senior disciple boast a little less, otherwise, when I enter the Martial Academy, others will mock us. Zhao Wujie chuckled. Hong Xiu, what has the senior disciple boasted about? Hong Xiu replied, he claims the Manted Fist is the best for honing the physique. Zhao Wujie lightly laughed. The Manted Fist, with its graceful movements, stretches the muscle fibers an ordinary person can achieve 36 steel tendons. Those with exceptional talent can cultivate 36 copper tendons. And that is already quite remarkable. Zhao Hongxiu pouted, but they only have a month. Tell me, how many of them will manage to cultivate steel tendons in a month? Zhao Wujie smiled. Let me observe. Zhao Hongxiu climbed onto the railing, gazing down at the crowd, selecting potential candidates. Training ground. Chu Qing and 200 to 300 youths diligently exercised. 1 round. 3 rounds. 5 rounds. Chu Qing felt his entire body ache, and when he faltered in his movements, the pain intensified. After persisting through several rounds, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, unable to continue. Chu Qing waved his hand, and a disciple from the school, with a dismissive expression, led him aside to rest. On the loft, Zhao Wujie remarked indifferently, "That barefoot youth will never cultivate steel tendons in this lifetime." Zhao Hongxiu nodded, expressing regret. The manted fist requires at least 30 repetitions daily. He has only practiced 5 times and can no longer bear it. This person is not suited for martial arts. Chu Qing slowly moved his limbs, indifferent to the gazes of others. This frail physique could not endure. Rest was imperative. Otherwise, he might ruin himself before mastering martial arts. Though resting, he focused intently on the senior disciple's postures, continually contemplating the techniques. My foundation is too weak. It seems my talent is lacking. Practicing 30 repetitions daily is utterly impossible. Fortunately, I can achieve entry swiftly. At this moment, other barefoot youths also succumbed to fatigue, retreating to rest sporadically. Seeing the crowd thin, Chu Qing quietly left the martial school, seeking mantises. On the loft, Zhao Wujie and Zhao Hongxiu remained unmoved. Every year, some members of the intensive class abandoned their training midway. Though this year's dropouts came rather early, they were not surprised. Time passed. Half an hour later, only a dozen individuals remained on the training ground. Zhao Wujie remarked calmly, "These 12 will manage to cultivate steel tendons by the end of the month. As for steel bones, it depends on their talent and resources." Zhao Hongxiu nodded. In martial arts, resources are paramount. With good talent but no resources, one cannot progress far. With poor talent but ample resources, diligent effort can lead to greatness. Let's go. You should practice your skills as well. Indeed, as the initial examination of the Martial Academy approached, Shurji County buzzed with activity. There were vendors selling candied hawthorns, artisans molding figurines, and those roasting chestnuts, all manner of stalls. Outside the county town, the gentry from the forts paraded in their splendid attire, leading fine steeds, attracting countless young maidens' hearts. Chu Qing stood by the roadside, gazing at the crowd, suddenly recalling a saying from his past life. A husband should be like this. Crack! A whip lashed beside him with the force of thunder. Chu Qing shuddered. He saw a person beside him clutching their face, rolling on the ground. Soon, blood stained the bluestone path. Chu Qing sighed inwardly. Truly arrogant. Outside the city, fields sprawled lush with verdant foliage, a perfect habitat for mantises. In just a brief moment, he captured 10 mantises. Observing the wriggling mantises, Chu Qing hesitated. Should I just eat them head and tail first? However, he feared that such consumption might not count, rendering his efforts in vain. Forget it for the sake of entry. Enduring a bit of disgust is necessary. He opened his mouth and swallowed. 1, 5, 10. The profession panel flickered. Chapter 2. Proficient level manted fist. Chu Qing. Rel none. Technique. Manted fist. Beginner level. 50 repetitions daily mastery in 100 days. Promotion conditions. 1. Consume 100 mantises. 2. Witness a mantis duel. Chu Qing was speechless. Good heavens, still eating mantises? If this continues, will I need to consume thousands or even tens of thousands of mantises for further advancement? Fortunately, mantises are plentiful this season. If it were winter, I wouldn't even find a carcass. Never mind, for the sake of promotion, I shall endure. 1, 10, 50. Chu Qing traversed through the grass, discovering and consuming mantises in pairs. Crunch! He swallowed another mantis. Having consumed 100 mantises, he sighed in relief. Finally, the mantis eating was over. Now, to fulfill the second promotion condition. Witness a mantis duel. The mantises danced and spun. 1 minute, 2 minutes. One mantis severed the head of another. The battle concluded. You have witnessed a mantis duel promotion condition fulfilled. In the next moment, the profession panel refreshed. Chu Qing. Realm none. Technique. Mantis Fist, proficient level, 100 repetitions daily mastery in 1,000 days. Promotion conditions. 1. Consume 1,000 mantises. 2. Witness 10 mantis duels. Chu Qing. The promotion conditions were becoming increasingly outrageous. Nonetheless, for the sake of mastering the proficient level of the Mantis Fist, Chu Qing resolved to continue eating. 1. 10. 50. His mouth exploded with flavor. Disgusting. Truly nauseating. He could no longer eat. To achieve promotion, he still needed to consume 950 mantises. Terrifying. He grabbed a handful of grass and chewed a few bites, hoping to dissipate the overwhelming taste. Proficient level Mantis Fist should suffice. Chu Qing decided to give it a try. He assumed the stance for the fist technique, twisting and turning. At first, his limbs felt stiff, and his movements were utterly uncoordinated. However, the skilled Mantis Fist comes into play. The first attempt is rigid. The second attempt adjusts the posture. The third attempt flows smoothly. The fourth attempt is as graceful as flowing water. With the proficiency of the Mantis Fist, his movements become more standardized, and his body more coordinated. Twisting and turning, not only does it not hurt, but rather it feels utterly comfortable. As he throws punches, the fascia in his arms is pleasantly stretched. As he kicks, the fascia in his legs feels delightful. The more he practices, the more comfortable he becomes. The more he practices, the smoother his movements flow. With both fists swinging, the wind generated by his punches slices through the grass blades. Streams of warmth coursed through his entire body. He lost track of time, and all Chu Qing felt was a dizzying sensation in his head. Oh no! He hurriedly collected his energy and checked his profession panel, searching for any indicators of what might be wrong. Chu Qing. Realm. Muscle Refinement 010. Cultivation Method. Proficient in Mantis Fist, practicing 100 times daily, mastering in 1,000 days. Promotion conditions. 1. Consume 1,000 mantises. 2. Witness 10 mantis duels. In the Realm column, an additional line appeared indicating muscle refinement. Was the warmth in my body just now related to refining muscles? At this moment, his stomach growled audibly. He was on the verge of fainting from hunger. Indeed, the impoverished cultivate literature, while the wealthy cultivate martial skills. The Mantis Fist hones the muscles and bones, undoubtedly consuming a large amount of nutrition. I didn't eat breakfast and practiced the Mantis Fist numerous times. I must be lacking in nourishment. What should one do when on the verge of fainting from hunger in the wilderness? At this moment, Chu Qing recalled Bear Grylls. When hungry, eat mantises. Tastes like beef and is crunchy. In the next moment, Chu Qing dashed into the grass and devoured 70 or 80 mantises in one go, finally feeling better. I can't practice here. I must go to the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall provides meals 24 hours a day, and they are generous. Chu Qing, forcing himself, returned to the martial arts hall. On the way, he was stopped by a group of ruffians. The leader, a burly man with a face full of flesh, was Lu Hai, a direct subordinate of Chu Qing. Chu Qing, we're going to war with the Iron Feet gang tonight. Remember to go to the dock. Chu Qing frowned inwardly and replied, Lu Gu, am training at the Mantis Fist Hall. Tonight? Lu Hai glared, sneering. In this gang, everyone must participate in the affairs of the organization. Don't think that just because you're at the Mantis Fist Hall, you can avoid it even if you went to the Martial Academy. You must obey. Once you enter the Blood River Gang, you are bound for life. Do you understand? Chu Qing nodded, saying, understood. He recalled that his previous self had signed a contract with the Blood River Gang, binding him for life. If the Blood River Gang were to perish, would I then be free? Chu Qing murmured. A few minutes later, in the cafeteria of the Mantis Fist Hall, pancakes the size of a palm and a fragrant, oily vegetable soup. If this were his past life, he wouldn't have even glanced at them. Now, he devoured them ravenously. After a while, a young boy approached. This boy, dressed in simple clothes and shoes, had well-defined muscles, a square face, and an honest expression. His name was Shi Taizhu, the son of a blacksmith. He looked down at Chu Qing, saying, I practiced the mantis fist 30 times this morning, and you only practiced 5 times before giving up. Chu Qing looked up puzzled. Shi Taizhu gritted his teeth and said, You wear ragged clothes and can't even afford straw sandals. Your family must be extremely poor. Chu Qing nodded. His pockets were cleaner than his face. Shi Taizhu lectured, You should seize this opportunity and work hard on your training. At least practice 30 times a day. After 10 days, you will grasp the mantis fist. Only by grasping it can you stretch your muscles and have a chance at passing the preliminary examination at the Martial Academy. Chu Qing was taken aback. All right, I will strive to improve. Shi Taizhu, pleased, patted his shoulder and said, I plan to practice 50 times in the afternoon. In no more than 3 days, I will certainly grasp it. At that time, if you have any questions, you can ask me. With that, he turned to find another barefoot boy in ragged clothes and shared similar advice. Chu Qing was astonished. This guy is actually gathering followers? Winning hearts? He shook his head inwardly. In this world, with the presence of martial arts, true power lies in one's own abilities. Rather than forming cliques, it is far more beneficial to focus on training. In the afternoon, he continued to practice the mantis fist. The senior brother led a group, personally guiding the young trainees. When it was Chu Qing's turn, he found that his movements were remarkably standard and fluid. It's as if he has already grasped it. If he recalled correctly, this young man had only practiced 5 times in the morning. How could one grasp it after just 5 attempts? He must be particularly suited for the mantis fist. Once, 3 times, 10 times. The efficiency of the proficiency level in the mantis fist is far superior to that of a beginner, refining muscles at a rate several times faster. Likewise, it consumes nutrients at a much greater rate. Soon, Chu Qing felt hunger pangs. In the cafeteria, Chu Qing devoured his food voraciously. Just the proficient mantis fist requires this much food. What will it be when I reach mastery, great accomplishment, or perfection? Food. I need higher quality nourishment. From his previous memories, warriors consume secret medicines and medicinal meals. He could not afford such luxuries, but he should at least be able to eat some meat. Yet he was out of money. Where could he find meat to eat? At that moment, a group of young boys approached. They handed silver coins to the chef, saying, 1 portion of braised pork, please. Coming right up. The fragrant braised pork was placed on the table. The group of boys devoured it greedily. Chu Qing's mouth watered. One boy glanced at him, sizing him up, and sneered, In ragged clothes and bare feet, you will never afford meat in this lifetime. Chu Qing. Chapter 3. Mastery of the Mantis Fist. Afternoon. Chu Qing did not practice martial arts. Instead, he set out to catch mantises. 100 of them you witnessed a mantis battle. 500 of them you observed yet another mantis skirmish. 1,000 of them as dusk descended. The status bar flickered. Chu Qing Realm. Muscle Refinement 015 Technique. Mastery of the Mantis Fist. Practiced 100 times daily. Consumed secret elixirs. Perfected over 1,000 days. Promotion requirements. 1. Witness 100 mantis battles. 2. Consume 1 portion of the Mantis Fist secret elixir. Chu Qing sighed in relief. He no longer needed to eat mantises. However, the promotion requirements this time were somewhat challenging. The first condition was manageable, but the second, as the sky dimmed and the time until the guild battle was still ample, Chu Qing contemplated and decided to head to the martial arts hall and the vast training ground. Only 7 or 8 young boys and girls were practicing. Chu Qing immediately spotted Shi Taizhu, a robust youth whose movements were quite fluid. He was on the verge of mastering it.at that moment. Shi Taizhu also noticed Chu Qing and thought, I had assumed he had given up. To my surprise, he is secretly training harder. However, he is still no match for me. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Qing executed his maneuvers, his mastery of the mantis fist allowing him to mobilize more sinew and progress at an accelerated pace. His arms, hands, and legs felt hot and tingling, a palpable sensation. Under ordinary circumstances, practitioners advance gradually, and such distinct sensations do not occur. Yet, Chu Qing began at the mastery level, rendering his training effects nearly 100 times faster than a beginner. Thus, he could accurately perceive the areas being reinforced. Once thrice 5 times gurgle, he was hungry. Chu Qing dashed straight to the cafeteria. Shi Taizhu was taken aback. He practiced only 5 times before leaving. This person is not up to par. Shi Taiju completely gave up on Chu Qing and continued his earnest training. In the cafeteria, Chu Qing devoured his food voraciously while observing his surroundings. He noticed that the boys in coarse clothing consumed only the cafeteria's free meals, while those in simple garments would spend money on braised meat. The impoverished scholars could barely fill their stomachs. How could they compete with the affluent? After consuming a dozen corn cakes and 5 or 6 bowls of oily vegetable soup, Chu Qing felt satiated. He moved his limbs, filled with vigor. His arms and legs displayed noticeable muscle definition. Clenching his fists, the knuckles cracked loudly, signifying an increase in strength. Chu Qing Realm, Muscle Refinement 020 Technique, Mastery of the Mantis Fist. Practiced 100 times daily, consumed secret elixirs, perfected over 1,000 days. Promotion requirements: 1. Witness 100 Mantis battles. 2. Consume 1 portion of the Mantis Fist secret elixir. The status bar indicated a 5-point increase in muscle refinement. Just moments ago, he executed the Mantis Fist 5 times. At the mastery level, each repetition could enhance his skill by 1. What if he achieved perfection? Others took 3 to 5 days, or even 10 days, to reach the beginner level before participating in the initial examination. If I were to utilize perfected, or even consummate techniques for training, my chances would be considerably heightened. At this moment, Chu Qing was fervently eager to advance in the Mantis Fist. The senior brother and several close companions dined in a small cafeteria, enjoying medicinal beef stew, specially crafted chicken soup, fish, shrimp, lamb, and various nourishing ingredients. Everything one could desire. Senior brother, do you think any of these fools will pass the initial examination? One companion gnawed on a roasted leg of lamb, oil dripping from his mouth. The senior brother frowned and lightly chided, "Do not refer to them as fools." Another companion retorted, "They are indeed fools. I trained for half a year and still failed the initial examination. They think a month of cramming will suffice. What else can it be but foolishness?" Others chimed in, with only 100 to 180 spots available each year. The children of the nobility, wealthy merchants, and powerful families occupy 70 to 80 of them. Thousands compete for the remaining 20 or 30 spots. How many can actually pass? The senior brother rapped the table, admonishing, "Choose your words wisely." One companion sighed, "Once you enter the martial academy, you soar to great heights. Had I been willing to purchase a few secret elixirs back then, I could have strengthened my sinews and surely gained entry." Another companion, sipping medicinal soup, lamented, "Do you remember Zhao Hu, who trained alongside me? 3 years ago, he entered the martial academy. Now his grave grass is taller than mine." The senior brother frowned. "Zhao Hu? He had decent talent. How did he die?" "Refused to become a dog, it seems. The children of the nobility shattered all his bones, then forbade merchants from selling a single grain of food to his family, leaving him to starve to death." A hush fell over the group, the room steeped in silence. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted the quiet. "Who is it?" "Senior brother. It is I, Chu Qing." The door swung open, and Chu Qing clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "Senior brother, I wish to inquire about the secret elixirs." The senior brother scrutinized him, feeling a sense of familiarity but shaking his head inwardly. One companion scoffed coldly, "You, in ragged clothes and barefoot, can't even afford straw sandals. How do you expect to buy a secret elixir? Leave. Do not disturb us while we eat." Chu Qing clasped his fists, remaining silent. The senior brother sighed. "1 portion of the Mantis secret elixir costs 50 taels of silver. You bring the money, and I will give you the elixir." "Thank you, senior brother." Chu Qing retreated and closed the door. Within, voices could be faintly heard, ragged and barefoot. Can he really afford a secret elixir? Even if he consumes the elixir, it does not guarantee entry into the martial academy. Once inside, would he not simply become a dog for others? I would like to be a dog, but there's no avenue for that. Choose your words wisely. As night fell, the Blood River Gang and Iron Foot Gang clashed with hundreds of ruffians, exchanging blows. As a lowly henchman, Chu Qing was supposed to participate. However, he did not. Instead, he stood at the gang's headquarters. Demonstrating his punches before the hall master, Jin Pongzi, he executed his maneuvers fluidly and forcefully, completing a set of the Mantis Fist. Chu Qing clasped his fists and declared, "Hall master, I have practiced all day without rest. In 3 days, at most, I will master the Mantis Fist. With over 20 days remaining, I will surely develop iron sinews and pass the Martial Academy's initial examination. If I join the Martial Academy, I will undoubtedly repay the gang's debts. Jian Pengzi pondered. Previously, underlings had deceived Chu Qing into borrowing high-interest loans, which he later berated them for. Chu Qing, ragged and barefoot. Can you even afford to enter the Martial Academy? How will you repay the debts? It's a losing proposition. Yet now, it appeared there might be a glimmer of hope. In just one day, he had practiced the Mantis Fist so vigorously, nearing mastery. Not be at that point. Even if he did not gain entry into the Martial Academy, he could still serve as a low-level enforcer for the gang, gradually repaying his debts. You have potential. Go on, keep working hard. Chu Qing clasped his fists and said, Hall Master, if I could obtain a portion of the secret elixir, I would not only master the basics sooner, but also develop even more iron sinews by the end of the month. At that time, my chances of passing the examination would increase significantly. Jian Pengzi's lips twitched. The Mantis Fist secret elixir costs 50 taels, and he had consumed 3 portions in the past, developing 3 iron sinews. Yet he still did not gain entry into the Martial Academy. No. Chu Qing earnestly stated, You have already invested several taels in my entry fees. Investing a few more would yield tremendous benefits if I miraculously gain entry into the Martial Academy. Even if I do not, with the Mantis Fist, I could still accomplish many tasks for you. Jian Pengzi scoffed. Many in the gang know the Mantis Fist. There are more who can do tasks for me. Chu Qing lowered his voice, but Hall Master, the money belongs to the gang. I belong to you. Jian Pengzi pondered, weighing the costs and benefits. Chu Qing decided to stoke the flames further. Having drifted through life, I only lament never encountering a wise lord. If you do not abandon me, I would be honored to call you my adoptive father. A famous quote by Elbu, known to all. Jian Pengzi's body trembled with fat. Sighing, What I seek is not an adopted son, never mind. You need not call me adoptive father. This money is a loan from the gang. Chu Qing was elated. But this would be the last loan. Next time you wish to borrow money, pay off your debts first. Chu Qing clasped his fists. Indeed. Next time, repay your debts first? What a joke. Why should I repay money borrowed based on merit? Next time, I shall show you what is known as sunk cost. Chapter 4. Disorderly Fists Slay Enemies. Mastery of the Mantis Fist. 50 taels of snowflake silver is a sum that an average good family's child might not accumulate even after a year of toil. Thus, when the ragged and barefoot Chu Qing knocked on the door to purchase the secret elixir late at night, the senior brother's head buzzed. 50 taels? A full 50 taels. Yours? Mine. The senior brother looked at him quizzically. Where did you get the money? A barefoot youth could not possibly acquire 50 taels, even through murder and arson. Even if he borrowed at high interest, it would be unattainable. Chu Qing sighed. I borrowed this money. The senior brother did not believe him but did not press further. You provide the money, and I will give you the secret elixir. Having said that, he closed the door a short while later. The door opened again, and the senior brother tossed a red date-sized wax pill to Chu Qing. 1 portion of the secret elixir can support you in practicing the entry-level Mantis Fist 1,000 times. After consuming the elixir, seize the time to train. By the way, the Mantis secret elixir can only be taken once every 10 days. Chu Qing grasped the secret medicine tightly, nodding vigorously. The senior brother, with a sheepish smile, remarked, Why am I even telling you this? In 10 days, you won't have the money to buy it. Although he was unaware of where Chu Qing had procured his silver, he understood well that acquiring another 50 taels in 10 days was an endeavor as challenging as scaling the heavens. Instead of resting at the martial arts school, Chu Qing made his way straight to the outskirts of the city. As he hurried along, he heard the distant sounds of battle emanating from the dock. Where 2 gangs clashed fiercely, the air filled with cries and screams. Among the cacophony, he could faintly hear curses directed at him. Chu Qing, you bastard, don't block my blade. I will kill you. Chu Qing sighed. Is Lu Hai thinking of me? Once I master my techniques, I shall pay him a visit. Lu Hai's threat of blocking blades was a matter that needed resolution. The city walls of Shiji County were in disrepair, riddled with dog holes and gaps. Chu Qing casually found an opening to slip through. Under the moonlight, he captured a pair of mantises and placed them in a jar to observe their combat. As for the secret medicine, he refrained from consuming it. 1 minute. He watched a mantis battle. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. He had completed the first condition 6 times, with over 90 more to go. Could he perhaps observe two pairs of mantises battling simultaneously? A minute later, you are watching two mantis battles. Chu Qing smiled. If that is the case, can I not view even more? A few minutes later, you are simultaneously watching 10 mantis battles. You have completed the first condition for advancement. Chu Qing beamed, and in the next moment, he crushed the wax pill and swallowed the secret medicine. The second condition for advancement was fulfilled. The mantis fist had reached mastery. Chu Qing felt a stirring within. Examining his profession panel, Chu Qing Realm, Iron Muscle 020 Technique, Mastery of Mantis Fist Daily Training, 1,000 repetitions, 1 secret medicine every 3 days, completion in 1,000 days. Advancement conditions, 1. Consume 3 doses of Mantis Fist Secret Medicine, 2. Use Mantis Fist to kill a person. Chu Qing laughed heartily. At this moment, the effects of the secret medicine began to manifest, and he seized the opportunity to train. Once, muscle training 10. The mastery of the Mantis Fist was indeed extraordinary. 7 times. Iron muscle 10. Suddenly, Chu Qing felt the sinew in his right arm surge, transforming from ordinary muscle to the iron muscle of a warrior. Though it was the most basic form of iron muscle, the strength in his right arm had significantly increased. At that moment, he knew he had finally qualified for the initial examination of the martial academy. He continued training, determined to make the most of the medicine's efficacy, not pausing for a moment. 15 times, 20 times. With a crack, his left arm's sinew tightened, an immense power welling up from within. The secret medicine, sufficient to support 1,000 entry-level Mantis Fist repetitions, was nearly depleted after just over 30 repetitions of the mastered form. However, the rewards were gratifying. Chu Qing Realm, Iron Muscle 40 Technique, Mastery of Mantis Fist Daily Training, 1,000 repetitions, 1 secret medicine every 3 days, completion in 1,000 days. Advancement conditions, 1. Consume 3 doses of Mantis Fist Secret Medicine. 2. Use Mantis Fist to kill a person. From a single dose of secret medicine, he had cultivated 4 strands of iron muscle. This was all thanks to the mastery of the Mantis Fist. He pondered, if this was merely the mastered form of the Mantis Fist, what would happen with the perfected version? Would I perhaps cultivate 5 strands, or even more, of iron muscle? Chu Qing grew increasingly excited. The conditions for perfection were 3 doses of secret medicine and the killing of 1 person. Secret medicine requires funds. It was time to show Jin Pongzi what sunk costs truly meant. As for killing someone, was there not a ready-made target? At this moment, before dawn, Chu Qing returned to the county town, concealing his face with a cloth, and headed straight for Lu Hai's residence. Lu Hai, the petty leader, often forced others to block blades for him, resorting to threats and violence at the slightest inconvenience. Just yesterday, he had threatened Chu Qing to block blades for him. Today, however, it was Chu Qing's turn to wield the blade. With murderous intent ignited, Chu Qing, having trained through the night to cultivate 4 strands of iron muscle, approached Lu Hai's home. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Chu Qing stood at Lu Hai's doorstep. Inside, a light flickered, and he could faintly hear Lu Hai cursing. That bastard Chu Qing didn't come to the dock to block blades for me. Has he gone mad? He thinks he can pass the martial academy? With his character, he can't even afford a meal, let alone cultivate a strand of iron muscle. He is destined to block blades for me his entire life. Within, Lu Hai raged, drinking and cursing. Without Chu Qing to block blades at the dock, he had been hampered in his efforts and reprimanded by the gang leader, leading to his resentful thoughts towards Chu Qing. That evening, he dragged a minion along to drink away his frustrations. The minion comforted him, saying, Lu Gu, tomorrow morning, we'll deal with him. We'll break his arms and take his spot in the assault team, making him repay his debts. Lu Hai laughed heartily. You're a clever one. Come, let us drink to that. As the cups clinked, moments later, the minion said, Lu Gu, I need to step out for a moment. Get lost, creak. The doors swung open, and the minion stood frozen in shock, unable to move, for Chu Qing was blocking the way in the dead of night. A masked figure stood at the door. The minion felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Hai shouted angrily, Bastard, shut the door. The minion swallowed hard, about to close the door when, in the next instant, bang! A massive fist struck him squarely in the throat. Crack! His throat shattered, and he collapsed to the ground. Convulsing. Who? Lu Hai exclaimed in panic, reaching for a knife. Outside, Chu Qing advanced swiftly, closing the distance in mere moments. Me? Lu Hai's eyes widened in shock. Who are you behind that mask? Yet, the voice sounded somewhat familiar, in the next moment. Chu Qing struck again with his fist, the mantis fist. The iron muscle extended, and the force of his punch cut through the air like a blade. Bang! His fist struck Lu Hai's face, the sheer power tearing flesh apart and exposing bone. Lu Hai screamed in agony, attempting to fight back, but in the next instant, a flurry of punches rained down upon him, striking his face in rapid succession. Bang! Flesh splattered. Bang! Bones cracked. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground. You have used the mantis fist to kill an enemy. You have killed an enemy again. The second condition for advancement is complete. Congratulations! Chu Qing shut the door, washed his hands, bathed, and cleaned the bloodstains from his cloth mask. He then proceeded to loot the place, discovering a small booklet with illustrations and text beneath the bed, and unearthing a box in the corner containing 50 taels of broken silver. Quite satisfactory. He erased his footprints, retreated, and closed the door. Chu Qing climbed over the wall from the training ground and stealthily made his way to a visible spot, demonstrating the mantis fist several times before turning to leave. Shi Taizhu watched his retreating figure, shaking his head repeatedly. No ambition. He will always be a lowlife. After saying this, he turned to the other youths and said, "Brothers, let us continue training, and we'll form a group to go to the martial academy." All right. The youths, filled with confidence, practiced diligently, hoping to master the mantis fist quickly, to strengthen their sinews and cultivate a strand of iron muscle. Chapter 5. The illiterate predecessor, Chu Qing fumbles through books before dawn. The sound of rustling stirred Chu Qing from his slumber. Shi Taizhu had risen. He tiptoed to the training ground, and soon, several other youths quietly followed suit. They were intent on climbing the ranks. Chu Qing sighed inwardly. I must catch up as well, however. Instead of heading to the training ground, he decided to study the scroll he had found. His predecessor was illiterate, so Chu Qing fumbled through the pages. Fortunately, the profession panel proved useful. After flipping through casually, he discovered, "You have discovered the Toad technique. Toad technique not yet mastered. 50 repetitions daily. Mastery in 10 days. Advancement conditions. 1. Consume 10 toads." Chu Qing was left speechless. Having just consumed mantises, now they wanted him to eat toads. If the technique began with dragons and elephants, would he then need to consume those as well? Toads were truly difficult to swallow. After much contemplation, Chu Qing resolved to prepare himself mentally before pursuing advancement. In the cafeteria, he ate to his heart's content. At the training ground, in a corner, Chu Qing executed the mastered mantis fist, which appeared scarcely different from the entry-level version. Yet, through his agile movements, the refined sinews were far superior to those of a novice. In the loft above, Zhao Hongxiu casually surveyed the crowd, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Shi Taizhu. Among the 200 to 300 individuals, he was the only one who might pass the initial examination of the martial academy. The rest were merely supporting characters. After observing for a short while, she turned to the backyard. Today, she would consume another dose of secret medicine and cultivate a strand of iron muscle. Thus, her iron muscles would reach a total of 108 strands. At that point, she would be qualified to learn the secret techniques and refine her copper muscles. If she could cultivate copper muscles, she would keep pace with the offspring of the powerful and wealthy at the dock. Zhao Hongxiu, with average talent, could not directly cultivate copper muscles. However, she could consume vast amounts of secret medicine to cultivate more iron muscles, and then use secret techniques to refine copper muscles. This was also the approach taken by most offspring of the powerful and wealthy. Iron muscle 0.5 1 repetition, 3 repetitions, 5 repetitions. Iron muscle 0.5 Chu Qing sighed inwardly. Last night, after consuming secret medicine and practicing the mastered mantis fist once, he had gained a progress of 10. Now, though still at mastery level, his progress was merely 0.5 at this rate. By the end of the month, he would only cultivate 3 or 4 more strands of iron muscle. Such a meager amount would not guarantee his success in the initial examination. Money, money, money. I need money. After practicing for a while, Chu Qing quietly departed, heading straight for the Blood River Gang. He wished to demonstrate the concept of sunk cost to Jin Pongzi. Jin Pongzi was in a good mood. Last night, after Chu Qing referred to him as his adoptive father, he felt a surge of emotion and hurried home to engage in a vigorous bout with his concubines, hoping to conceive a child. However, upon arriving at the gang today, the leader summoned them for a meeting, repeatedly advising caution during this period. Jin Pongzi was perplexed and, after the leader left, inquired, "Gentlemen, have we provoked a formidable enemy?" Most of the hall masters shook their heads in confusion, save for Lu Hall, master of the slaughter hall, who sighed. After the battle with the Iron Foot gang last night, a minor leader was found murdered in his home. Jin Pongzi and the others' expressions shifted noticeably. The Iron Foot gang, unable to confront us directly, resorted to underhanded tactics. Lu Hall master shook his head. It should not have been the Iron Foot gang. What? Questioned the many hall masters, puzzled. I just surveyed the scene and discovered the murderer was quite extraordinary. From my deductions, the assailant stood outside. When the victim opened the door, he was struck in the throat. The murderer then rushed inside and dispatched another with a flurry of punches. Jin Pongzi was baffled. This method was purely indicative of gang retaliation. The assailant, after the act, showed no haste to flee but instead took a bath and looted the place, meticulously cleaning up all traces before leaving. Such composure implies that the murderer must be at least a deputy hall master-level warrior. Yet, why would such a warrior seek vengeance on mere small fry? Jin Pongzi and the others were further perplexed. If it wasn't the Iron Foot gang, then who was the murderer? They all fixed their gaze on Lu Hall master. The annual Martial Arts Academy preliminary examination was about to commence, and disciples from the fort outside the city had arrived. Some of these disciples were of twisted character. Some delighted in stealing from the poor, while others reveled in abducting the wives and daughters of others. Thus, it was not unusual for one to engage in home invasion and murder. Jin Pongzi and the hall masters wore expressions of lament, knowing they could not provoke the fort disciples and had to endure. Each hall master returned to instruct their respective lieutenants to restrain their subordinates and remain vigilant against the fort disciples. Lu Hall master specifically called over his lieutenant, Lu Jun, saying, "The death of Lu Hai was the work of the fort disciples. You must not entertain thoughts of revenge." Lu Jun responded with wide eyes, "Uncle, I feel certain it was not the fort disciples who killed him, but rather Lu Hai's enemies." Lu Hall master, growing impatient, retorted, "Regardless of who did it, you must exercise caution and refrain from acting alone. Especially at night, do not venture out. Go, relay the message." Lu Jun, begrudgingly, replied, "Understood." Watching his nephew depart, Lu Hall master sighed inwardly, hoping the murderer truly was a fort disciple and not an enemy. Meanwhile, Jin Pongzi sat in his rocking chair, humming a tune while enjoying grapes peeled by a maid. A subordinate reported, "Hall master, a disciple named Chu Qing wishes to see you." Jin Pongzi's interest was piqued as he replied, "Let him in." Yes, Chu Qing, neglecting his training, had come here for what purpose? It wasn't long before Chu Qing, dressed in plain robes and barefoot, approached. "Adoptive father, do not call me that. Refer to me as Hall master." Chu Qing complied, "I pay my respects to Hall master." Jin Pongzi frowned, cleared his throat, and prepared to admonish Chu Qing, intending to impart the lesson of youthful diligence versus regret in old age. "Hall master, I have ingested the secret medicine and have made my entry into the Mantis Fist." "What?" Jin Pongzi sprang to his feet, resembling a fierce tiger, fixated on Chu Qing. "What did you say?" Chu Qing clasped his fists and smiled broadly. "I have made my entry into the Mantis Fist." Jin Pongzi's expression turned incredulous. As far as he knew, a few years back, the prodigy Zhao who had entered the Mantis Fist in a single day after consuming the secret medicine, stirring quite a commotion at the Martial Arts Academy. Could it be that Chu Qing was also a prodigy? His suspicions arose. With a swift motion, Chu Qing executed a series of fluid movements, the wind from his punches whistling through the air. Upon finishing a set, Jin Pongzi's eyes sparkled. "Indeed, you have entered. Excellent, excellent, excellent," Jin Pongzi exclaimed. "Now that you have entered the Mantis Fist through the secret medicine, if you diligently practice over the next few days, you will surely forge a formidable foundation. A single step forward leads to further strides. Be wise that time. Perhaps you will indeed qualify for the Martial Arts Academy?" Chu Qing smiled. "Hall master, I wish to borrow money to purchase more secret medicine." "Stop." Jin Pongzi rolled his eyes. "You may borrow money, but first, repay the previous loan." Chu Qing clasped his fists and chuckled wryly. "If I had the money, why would I need to borrow?" His reasoning was sound, leaving Jin Pongzi speechless. "Hall master, if I consume a bit more secret medicine, I will surely be able to forge one or two strong foundations. Be why that time. Even if I cannot enter the academy, I will still have the means to repay you, Jian Pongzi sighed. I will give you 50 taels more, Hall Master. Make it 200 taels. The more secret medicine I have, the greater my progress, making repayment easier in the future. Jian Pongzi was left speechless. A few minutes later, Chu Qing signed the contract and pocketed 100 taels of silver. Jian Pongzi carefully stored the IOU, feeling elated. Only Zhao, who had previously managed to enter the Mantis Fist with a single secret medicine. Now, there was another, Chu Qing. Even if he didn't qualify for the Martial Arts Academy, he would still have the means to repay. Chapter 6. Mind your steps in the next life. With a loan of 100 taels, Lu Hai contributed 50 taels, enough to purchase 3 doses of secret medicine and advance in the Mantis Fist. Chu Qing, feeling elated, quickened his pace to find his senior brother. However, just as he stepped outside, a hoodlum blocked his path. Chu Qing, the lieutenant is calling for you. Chu Qing's heart stirred, and he replied with a smile. I just came from Hall Master Jean. I am unaware of what the lieutenant desires from me, the hoodlum said. I don't know either. Chu Qing's smile faded. A few minutes later, Chu Qing found himself in front of the imposing figure of Lu Jun. The lieutenant, who was robust and intimidating a year ago, Lu Jun had become lieutenant through sheer strength, charging into battles with ferocity. Why was Lu Hai killed? Lu Jun bellowed. He had been quite close to Lu Hai, and his death haunted him. Chu Qing, confused, asked, What? Lu Jun stared at him intensely, a menacing expression on his face. Lu Hai instructed you to join him in the fight, yet you did not go. Lu Hai cursed you, saying he would deal with you. Thus, you harbored resentment and, lacking martial ethics, ambushed Lu Hai, striking him down. Do you acknowledge your crime in Lu Hai's murder? Chu Qing, panicked, replied, Lieutenant, I am destitute. I cannot even afford straw sandals, let alone a knife. I only know how to cheer from the sidelines. I have never harmed anyone. Look at me, I am so thin, while Lu Gu is so robust. He could lift me with one hand. Even with 1,000 blades, I would not dare to strike Lu Gu. Lu Jun pressed further. Why didn't you go to the pier last night? Chu Qing clasped his fists and explained. Hall Master Jean summoned me. Lu Jun frowned. He continued to ask several questions, all of which Chu Qing deftly evaded. Finally, Lu Jun waved his hand and commanded, Scram. He hadn't anticipated Lu Jun would hold Lu Hai in such high regard. Hopefully, he wouldn't dig deeper into the matter. Half an hour later, Chu Qing, with silver in hand, knocked once again on his senior brother's door. Senior brother, I need 3 more doses of secret medicine. His senior brother glanced at the silver, then at Chu Qing, puzzled, a mere disciple in plain robes. Where did he acquire such a sum? This money? Chu Qing clasped his fists. Senior brother, I am a lackey of the Blood River Gang. Someone in the gang asked me to buy secret medicine. The senior brother understood it was common for various gangs to have members practicing the Mantis Fist, requesting others to purchase secret medicine for them. A moment later, the senior brother produced 3 doses of secret medicine and asked, How do you feel after consuming the secret medicine? Chu Qing replied excitedly, In no more than 2 days, I will be able to enter the next level. The senior brother sighed inwardly, realizing that Shi Taizhu, who was not consuming secret medicine, was also nearing entry. Chu Qing's secret medicine was wasted. What a pity! If Shi Taizhu were willing to buy the secret medicine, with his talent and diligence, he might have entered in a day, reliving Zhao Hu's past glory. In his former home, Chu Qing consumed 3 doses of secret medicine. You have fulfilled the conditions. Mantis Fist has advanced. Chu Qing level, Iron Muscle 45 technique. Mantis Fist perfected, Genius aptitude. With 1,800 doses of secret medicine and 10 years of arduous training, limits may be broken. Advancement conditions. 1. Defeat 10 enemies. 2. Obtain a Shizhu Mingzhu. Entering yesterday, achieving perfection today is no small feat. However, after achieving perfection, why is there still a level? He knew only that techniques could be classified into entry, proficiency, mastery, great accomplishment, and perfection. But he had never heard of breaking limits. It seems that only by entering the Martial Arts Academy can he learn more about martial arts knowledge. After a while, he examined the advancement methods. Defeating 10 enemies is manageable, but obtaining a Shizhu Mingzhu left him furrowing his brow. Shiji County is mountainous and rich in bamboo. When quarry workers excavate in the bamboo forests, they occasionally unearth smooth, jade-like, translucent pearls, thus named Shizhu Mingzhu. These pearls hold immense value, coveted by the fort and the powerful, making them off-limits to outsiders. The final layer of breaking limits is unattainable in the short term. He would have to address that when the opportunity arose. A slight moment, as the secret elixir took effect, Chu Qing commenced his training. Snap, snap, snap. The perfected mantis fist allowed him to twist and turn, with the wind of his punches whistling past, his fingers curling like hooks. 5 digits converging into a blade. Anyone witnessing his training at that moment would perceive him as a humanoid mantis. Iron rods 20. The perfected mantis fist greatly enhanced his efficiency. Chu Qing was ecstatic, seizing the opportunity provided by the elixir to continue his training. Iron rods 20. Once, 5 times. His arms grew warm. A single iron rod was forged. He pressed on. Another iron rod was born. 5 rods, 10 rods. Upon mastering the mantis fist, a single secret elixir yielded 4 iron rods. Now, with the mantis fist perfected, a single elixir astonishingly produced 6 iron rods. 18. As the final iron rod materialized, Chu Qing let out a roar, his 5 fingers converging as though wielding a long knife. Crack! His hand blade fell, cleaving the lone table in half. The cut, smooth and even, resembled the work of a mighty warrior. Chu Qing smiled, with 18 iron rods augmenting his physique. His muscles bulged, and his strength surged. He felt that if he encountered Lu Hai now, a single punch could split his skull. Alas, Lu Hai had long since perished. I now possess 22 iron rods. My chances of passing the preliminary examination have significantly increased. Chu Qing was filled with satisfaction. Suddenly, he frowned and glanced toward the door. Through the crack, he spotted a panicked face. Lu Xiaogo? Outside, Lu Xiaogo took off running. Chu Qing frowned. Lu Xiaogo hailed from the same village as Lu Hai and had a good relationship with Lu Jun. Did Lu Jun send him to investigate me? Given my ability to cleave a table, would he harbor suspicions about me? Would he seek to eliminate me? In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Chu Qing's mind. The final thought crystallized in his mind. This boy cannot be allowed to live. Chu Qing took off in pursuit. The mantis fist, with its agile movements, also honed his legs. 22 iron rods, 10 of which were concentrated in his legs, while the remaining 12 were distributed across his arms. As his feet pounded the ground, Chu Qing resembled a great mantis, chasing after Lu Xiaogo. 30 meters. Lu Xiaogo glanced back, saw Chu Qing hot on his heels, and ran even faster. Passers-by on the street cursed. 20 meters. Lu Xiaogo gasped for breath, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. He swore he had never run this fast before. 10 meters. Lu Xiaogo turned to see Chu Qing's impassive expression and felt tears welling up. Why on earth did I sneak a peek at him practicing? He looks so fierce. Will he strike me? His mind raced in a frenzy as he unwittingly darted into a secluded alley. Chu Qing swiftly followed him inside. His feet struck the ground with the grace of a mantis, closing in on Lu Xiaogo. At that moment, Lu Xiaogo turned again, seeing Chu Qing mere inches away. Brother Chu, I did not mean to peek. I promise to be more cautious next time. Chu Qing smiled and replied, I understand. Lu Xiaogo let out a sigh of relief. He vowed that once Chu Qing departed, he would inform Lu Jun that Chu Qing could cleave a table with a single punch. He would implicate Chu Qing in Lu Hai's death, for had not Chu Qing frightened him? Yet, in the next moment, Lu Hai was filled with dread because Chu Qing raised one hand, fingers converging like a knife, aimed directly at his forehead. Is he going to cleave me like he did the table? Will my head be split open? Crack! As that punch descended, Lu Xiaogo let out a wail, his face splitting open, bones fracturing, and it seemed he would not survive in his next life. Do not sneak a peek again. Chu Qing wiped his hands. Chapter 7. Literacy and the Enhancement of the Toad Technique. With a single punch, Lu Xiaogo lay dead, and Chu Qing did not bother to clean up the scene. After all, in broad daylight, dragging a corpse outside would draw too much attention. It was better to leave it in this secluded alley. Even if it were discovered, he cared not that in this world. A person is worth no more than a blade of grass. Another ruffian dead, and no one would bat an eye, unless Lu Jun were to investigate. But so what? I am no longer a mere lackey. Chu Qing swaggered back to the martial arts hall he ate, practiced his punches, and attended lectures. What delighted him was that with the perfected mantis fist, he could increase his iron rod progress by 1 with each session. Though it was not as rapid as the effects of the elixir, It was at least 10 times more efficient than learning basic martial arts. However, increased efficiency also meant increased hunger. I must borrow some money tomorrow. This time, however, I must concoct a different excuse. After all, the secret elixir can only be consumed once every 10 days. This time, I shall say I need to eat meat to replenish my strength. As noon approached, the senior brother gathered all the students from the intensive class to begin his lecture. Initially, Chu Qing thought they would discuss martial arts secrets or key points for the examination. To his surprise, the senior brother was teaching them to read and write. To gain admission to the martial arts academy, one must be literate. The entrance requirement for the academy is the ability to recognize 300 characters. Chu Qing, the young men and women, were bewildered. The senior brother smiled, saying, "If you cannot read, how will you understand the martial arts manuals once you enter the academy? Moreover, if one day you gain admission, it becomes even more essential to be literate. There are additional benefits to being literate for martial artists." The youth asked, "What benefits?" The senior brother frowned, reluctant to answer. Chu Qing was also curious about the connection between the two. He clasped his fists and inquired, "Senior brother, could you shed some light on this for us?" Considering the substantial commissions he had earned from Chu Qing, the senior brother briefly explained, "Many martial arts manuals are profound and intricate. Without literacy, you will struggle to comprehend them." Chu Qing understood. However, this did not affect him. In his previous life, he had learned the Toad technique despite being illiterate. Moreover, it was said that reading more could sharpen one's martial will. Yet, the martial will was far beyond your reach. For now, all you need is to learn 300 characters. Is there a connection between literacy and martial will? Chu Qing aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. Therefore, it was imperative to become literate. He wondered if learning to read and write could develop into a skill. In the end, after the senior brother taught 20 characters, there was no sign of a reading skill forming in his profession panel. Chu Qing speculated that the profession panel might only display martial arts techniques. Since the profession panel was unhelpful, he would have to rely on his own efforts. The written language in this world resembled traditional characters from his past life. Chu Qing made rapid progress in his studies. While the others struggled to learn 20 characters, he had already mastered them. "Senior brother, could you teach me a few more characters?" The senior brother was taken aback and asked, "You have remembered them all?" "Indeed." The senior brother wrote several characters in the dirt with his finger, and Chu Qing recognized each one. The senior brother sighed. "Your martial talent is average, yet you possess a gift for reading. You should not pursue martial arts. You ought to study." Chu Qing smiled but remained silent. Qian, a nation built on martial prowess, martial arts reign supreme, and strength is revered. When martial artists encounter grievances, they either take vengeance themselves or are slain by their foes. Yet when scholars face grievances, do they reason with others? Absurd. The senior brother then taught Chu Qing 10 more characters, which he quickly learned. The senior brother, surprised yet eager to test him, taught him several characters with more strokes. Remarkably, Chu Qing learned them effortlessly. "Impossible. I took ages to learn those characters. How did you master them so swiftly?" The senior brother was incredulous and, in a single breath, taught him the 30 most challenging characters he knew. "You start learning. I will guide the others in their training. I will check your progress this evening." Chu Qing nodded. An hour later, Chu Qing approached the senior brother and said, "Senior brother, I have learned them." The senior brother. As evening approached, the senior brother, appearing dazed, checked Chu Qing's literacy progress point. 300 characters. Chu Qing wrote them in the dirt by hand, without a single mistake. The senior brother, in a daze, remarked, "Well, your reading and writing assignments are complete. From now on, practice your punches more." Chu Qing blinked and replied, "Senior brother, I wish to learn more characters." The senior brother's lips twitched as he said, "For characters beyond your assignments, it will be 10 characters for 1 or 2 silver coins. How many silver coins do you possess?" Chu Qing's pockets were emptier than his face. The senior brother secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Focus on practicing your punches." After saying this, he hurried away. Fortunately, Chu Qing had no money. Otherwise, even if he had money, he would not recognize any additional characters. He was functionally illiterate. Chu Qing was speechless. Who would have thought that learning to read and write could be so costly? The poor study literature while the rich master martial arts? Absurd. According to the senior brother's logic, without money, one could forget about reading. Just then, as Chu Qing was clearing the characters from the ground, with only a few dozen left, Shi Taizhu passed by. He saw the scattered characters on the ground, looked at Chu Qing, and hesitated before asking, "Did you write this?" Chu Qing nodded. Shi Taizhu was astonished. There were so many characters that it dazzled his eyes. "Oh no, I barely managed to learn 20 or so, and he can write so many? Has he surpassed me?" Shi Taizhu felt uneasy and feigned nonchalance, saying, "Your fist skills are lacking. You should practice more punches and read less. Otherwise, you won't pass the preliminary examination for the martial academy." After saying this, he hurried to the cafeteria. Chu Qing paid him no mind and, after clearing the characters from the ground, also headed to the cafeteria. There, he witnessed Shi Taizhu seriously using soup as ink to write characters while eating, and the other youths, inspired by him, also began writing while eating, engaging in lively discussions. His earnest demeanor was truly commendable. Engaging in martial arts, dining, and cultivating mental fortitude, Chongqing found himself unable to advance in the praying mantis fist. He resolved to delve into the art of the toad style. As the evening lights began to glow, he fixated on 10 toads, lost in contemplation. Despite having fortified his mental resolve, the thought of consuming a toad still left him hesitant. This creature appeared utterly repulsive. To eat or not to eat? For the sake of martial arts and the pursuit of strength, he must partake. Chongqing pinched one of the toads, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth. Gulp! Someone swallowed audibly. Chongqing was momentarily stunned. He slowly turned his head to the side, gazing at the blacksmith's son. "Shi Taizhu, boiled spicy toads are truly delectable. Eating them this way, doesn't it disgust you?" "Disgusting." Half an hour later, Chongqing borrowed chili peppers in an iron pot from the cafeteria, requesting Shi Taizhu to prepare a large portion of boiled spicy toads. For this, he caught several more. "You consume the toads, progress 1. In that moment, Chongqing looked at Shi Taizhu with gratitude. What a good person. Shi Taizhu, devouring meat heartily, mumbled, "Next time you catch toads, let me know, and I'll help you stew them. But I want half of the meat." Chongqing nodded vigorously. A truly good person, without a doubt. You consume the toads. 1. Conditions for advancing in toad style. Accomplished. Technique. Toad style initiation requires 100 daily practices, mastery in 100 days. Secret transmission. Advancement conditions. 1. Consume 1,000 toads. 2. Leap 1,000 times. Chongqing, goodness, starting with 10, and I must consume 1,000. Does mastery require 10,000? Thankfully, I have Shi Taizhu. Chongqing glanced at Shi Taizhu, who appeared quite content, for he was enjoying meat without spending a dime. He looked at Chongqing and murmured to himself, "This person, although not suited for martial arts, is fit to be a friend. If he can procure more toads in the future, I shall certainly look after him when I enter the martial academy." Chapter 8. The evening's chorus of frogs was exceedingly boisterous in the backyard of the martial arts school. Zhao Wujing wore a grave expression, whispering to Zhao Hongxiu about the news he had just learned. A change in leadership at the martial academy was underway, and reforms were to be instituted. Zhao Hongxiu appeared bewildered. "What does this have to do with me?" This year, the martial academy expanded its enrollment to over 200 students. Zhao Hongxiu exclaimed, "That's wonderful. This increases the chances of ordinary people entering the martial academy. If our school can admit a few more, our business will thrive." Zhao Wujing nodded, then shook his head. 18 noon. All the influential figures in the county, along with the masters of the strongholds, summoned the 36 martial arts schools for a meeting to discuss this matter. Each of the 36 schools is allotted 2 fixed spots. They occupy 100, thus, there are still only 20 or so spots for ordinary people. Zhao Hongxiu, elated. The influential and stronghold youths actually invited the martial school to participate in this? It seems our school has finally stepped into the same echelon as them. Zhao Wujing's expression grew solemn. If we want those 2 spots, we must select a primary family from among the stronghold and influential households. Zhao Hongxiu widened her eyes, sneering, "Ha, do they expect us to be their lapdogs?" Zhao Wujing nodded. Zhao Hongxiu scoffed, "I refuse to be their dog. I will strive for the martial academy spots myself." Zhao Wujing felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet maintained a serious demeanor. The initial examination method for the martial academy has also undergone reform. This time, the previous year's external disciples will fight against the newcomers. Zhao Hongxiu frowned. The external disciples? Those scarce in resources have trained for a year and can at least develop 100 to 180 iron muscles, or even bronze muscles. If one possesses extraordinary talent, they may even begin to forge iron and bronze bones. How can we possibly compete? Zhao Hongxiu fell silent. Seeing this, Zhao Wujing extinguished some of his earlier thoughts and resigned himself. The martial school has secured 2 spots. You should select someone to bestow favor upon, and once they enter the academy, they can assist you. Zhao Hongxiu pondered for a moment and replied, if that is the case, will ordinary people still have the chance to enter the martial academy? Zhao Wujing expressed his disappointment. 3,000 taels of silver buys a spot. Alternatively, one could sign a servant contract. Zhao Hongxiu chuckled bitterly. Is there truly no other way? None whatsoever. This reform is truly dreadful. In the training arena, Shi Taizhu led a group of young men and women in their practice, exuding an air of vigor. Everyone was striving hard for their initiation. In a corner, Gugua, Gugua, the sounds of frogs echoed. Chongqing, on all fours, resembled a large toad. The croaking emanated from his abdomen, and with each sound, peculiar waves reverberated through his entire body. His chest and abdomen swelled, and the muscles of his back writhed. The toad style refines the major tendons in these areas. Thus, I can train all my major tendons. Meanwhile, others can only cultivate their limbs' major tendons. I wonder how many major tendons the toad style can help me develop. Chongqing was particularly invested in the toad style, for it bore a suffix of secret transmission. Although he was unaware of the true meaning of secret transmission, it was undoubtedly superior to the praying mantis fist. Gugua, Gugua. Chongqing meticulously sensed the changes in his body. The major tendons in his chest and back undulated, blood and flesh quivered, and his organs trembled. The praying mantis fist only trains the major tendons of the limbs. Yet the toad style seems to refine the blood, flesh, bones, and organs as well. Is this the essence of the secret transmission? Chongqing was skeptical. Martial arts first cultivate the major tendons, then the bones, followed by the organs and flesh, and finally the skin and fur. He had never heard of a technique that simultaneously cultivates multiple areas, yet the toad style appeared to accomplish this. But why does it not display in the profession column? Is it because my realm is too low, and my progress too scant, hence it does not show? At that moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly dashed to the backyard to attend to personal hygiene. After a brief return, he continued his practice. Gugua, Gugua. Half an hour later, his abdomen rumbled again. After addressing his personal hygiene once more, Chongqing felt elated. The toad style had enabled him to expel a great deal of filth. Could it be that the secret transmission of the toad style signifies purging impurities and enhancing one's talent? Alas, this technique was pilfered. He dared not inquire of his senior brother and could only speculate in solitude. Gugua, Gugua. After practicing for a while longer, Chongqing's complexion shifted. Gugua. He opened his mouth and expelled a mouthful of black phlegm. In the next instant, he felt his breathing become significantly smoother. What a remarkable technique! Chongqing was overjoyed. Late at night, regardless of whether this technique can truly enhance talent, the mere fact that it allows him to expel impurities from his body suffices. Gugua, Gugua. Chongqing became even more engrossed in his practice. Chest and back iron muscles 0.1. The number of people in the training arena dwindled until only Shi Taizhu and a few others remained. At that moment, Zhao Hongxiu, clad in a red garment, appeared. Her presence seemed to cast a glimmer of light upon the dark training arena. Shi Taizhu, come with me. Shi Taizhu was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing. Could it be that the world has recognized my efforts and is smitten with me? How thrilling! It is only natural for a youth to admire a maiden, especially one as beautiful as Zhao Hongxiu. After a while, the two halted. Beneath the night sky, a gentle breeze rustled, carrying a faint fragrance that wafted into Shi Taizhu's nostrils. He secretly inhaled deeply. It was delightful. Gugua, Gugua. The two fell silent. Silence was the language of the youth tonight. After a long pause, Shi Taizhu racked his brain and remarked, Senior sister, the frog chorus tonight is quite raucous. The croaking abruptly ceased. Zhao Hongxiu, momentarily taken aback, replied nonchalantly, Shi Taizhu, I wish to sign a contract with you. Shi Taizhu, bewildered. Must even romantic matters be formalized with a contract? Seeing the confusion on Shi Taizhu's face, Zhao Hongxiu sighed internally and reiterated the news of the martial academy reforms. Based on your talent and effort, had it been last year, you would have had a significant chance to pass the initial examination. However, this year, it is absolutely impossible for you to enter. Shi Taizhu clenched his fist, his voice hoarse. Senior sister, is there truly no other way? None whatsoever. Shi Taizhu gritted his teeth, his bones creaking, and said hoarsely, "Why?" In the past, although spots were scarce, ordinary people still had the opportunity to soar to great heights. Yet now, to enter the martial academy, one must either pay 3,000 taels of silver or become a servant. 3,000 taels of silver is something even Zhao Hongxiu cannot produce, let alone me. Shi Taizhu felt a heavy heart, on the verge of tears. "Please consider it." Zhao Hongxiu began to turn away. Suddenly, Shi Taizhu spoke, "Senior sister, I will heed your words." Zhao Hongxiu nodded, "Very well. Once we enter the martial academy, let us join forces to work for them. It will be easier that way." Zhao Hongxiu departed. Shi Taizhu stood there for a long time, his once proud posture now slumped, resembling a dog with a broken backbone. In the corner, Chongqing's expression darkened. "Ha! They have fundamentally eradicated the possibility of ordinary people rising. It appears I must continue to strive. 22 iron muscles are insufficient to gain entry into the martial academy. 180 iron muscles, or even bronze muscles and iron bones, are the standards for examination? I fear no one. Whoever obstructs my path to the martial academy shall meet their demise." Chapter 9. As dawn broke, Chu Qing made his way to the training grounds to practice his martial arts. To his dismay, Shi Taizhu, who should have been sweating profusely from his exertions, was absent, leaving only a handful of students. After casually practicing for a few rounds, Chu Qing decided to head to the dining hall for a meal. Having filled his stomach, he followed his plan to seek a loan from the corpulent Jan. "Adoptive father, please call me master," Chu Qing said with a respectful gesture. "Master, if you wish to eat meat while training, you have my secret elixir to support your consumption. The martial academy provides free meals, so there's no need for meat," Jin replied. Chu Qing could not help but smirk inwardly. After much persistence, Jan eventually lent him a couple of silver coins, sufficient for several days of braised meat. However, Chu Qing was not content. 50 taels of silver would allow me to cultivate 6 iron tendons. What can a single tael accomplish? The reforms at the martial academy had increased his pressure manifold. Since he could not manage the main subject, he decided to pursue the path of the lady. A few minutes later, Chu Qing appeared at Jin's residence, holding a single tael of silver to purchase rouge. He had intended to address her as Madam Master, but upon seeing Madame Jin, who was dignified, elegant, and radiantly beautiful, he thought she would not let her child go hungry. Thus, he greeted her as Madam Mother. As he presented the rouge, Madame Jin was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushed. "You, me? But I have never borne children. How could I have such a son?" Moments later, after learning of Chu Qing's identity and intentions, Madame Jin's emotions became complex. Over the years, witnessing her husband's inability to father a child, she had contemplated adopting a son, but Jin had resisted, wishing to try for a biological child one more time. Now, with Chu Qing's appearance, she felt both surprised and delighted. "Since you are my adopted son, I shall assist you. That stubborn man refuses to spend money on you, but I will," she declared. "Xiao Taohong, go fetch 50 taels of silver for my son." Chu Qing was elated but interjected, "Madam Mother, if you use the gang's funds to nurture me, I shall owe you a debt. It would be far better for me to work for you in the future." Madame Jan, with a straightforward mind and no understanding of the complexities involved, simply replied, "Very well, I shall write him a letter now." Chu Qing suggested, "We can discuss this in detail later tonight." Madame Jean nodded in agreement. Chu Qing felt a surge of satisfaction and engaged her in conversation for a while longer, sharing that he was an orphan who had never experienced maternal love. This revelation caused Madame Jin's eyes to redden, as she longed to embrace him and impart the warmth of a mother's affection. Fortunately, Xiao Taohong's cough reminded her of propriety. Half an hour later, leaning against the doorframe, Madame Jean said with reluctance, "Qing, do come visit me often." Chu Qing smiled, "Madam Mother, I shall certainly come by frequently." The lady's route had been successfully navigated. Although he had gained an unexpected adoptive mother, it was of little consequence. Moreover, it wasn't a bad thing. Madame Jean's intent to write a letter indicated that she was literate. Literacy and education were inherently linked to the pursuit of martial prowess. If he wished to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, he needed to read and write extensively. Therefore, frequent visits to Madame Jean were essential. With ample time left in the morning, Chu Qing went to catch frogs, aspiring to advance his frog technique. 1. 10. The task of catching frogs was monotonous. So he took breaks to practice frog jumps, progressing towards his second requirement point: 50 frogs, 50 jumps. As noon approached, Chu Qing had caught over 300 frogs and was about to return when he spotted a group of children playing while catching frogs. A thought crossed his mind. If you catch frogs for me, I shall bring you snacks at dusk in exchange for frogs. The children chattered excitedly. How many do you want? What will you give us in return? Chu Qing replied with a smile, malt sugar, broad beans, candied hawthorn. All will do. As for frogs, the more, the better. Point one child, eyes gleaming, said, as long as you have malt sugar, deal. Let us shake on it. 100 years without changing our word. After making an agreement with the children, Chu Qing returned to the martial academy in the training ground. Shi Taizhu was practicing his punches with little energy. Above, Zhao Hongxiu frowned as she remarked to her father, I chose Shi Taizhu, but he seems utterly devoid of yesterday's vigor. Zhao Wuji replied calmly, he is merely an ordinary person. His mindset has yet to shift. In 3 to 5 days, he will be fine. Zhao Hongxiu nodded, Father, I have reached 108 iron tendons. I wish to advance to copper tendons. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. The human body has a total of 365 tendons, corresponding to the 365 constellations. Should you advance to copper tendons, it will be tenfold more difficult to complete the remaining iron tendons in the future. After spending a year at the martial academy, you must strive to develop all the iron tendons. Only then can you journey further. Zhao Hongxiu sighed, during my time at the academy, how much opportunity do I truly have for training? Zhao Wuji fell silent. Chu Qing dragged Shi Taizhu to the dining hall for boiled spicy frog. Half an hour later, the aroma of meat wafted through the air as Chu Qing devoured it heartily. You eat a frog. You eat 10 frogs. You eat 50 frogs. He feasted with grease dripping from his mouth, his heart filled with joy. In no time, he had eaten to his heart's content, practicing the perfected mantis style. His muscles and bones resonated as he moved fluidly. Just a few rounds depleted his food intake. He continued to eat. 1, 10, 30. Shi Taizhu looked at him, hesitating to speak. Chu Qing pretended not to notice and repeated the cycle. When only a dozen frogs remained, Chu Qing feigned suspicion and asked, Why aren't you eating? Shi Taizhu rolled his eyes. Why do you only ask now? After a moment of contemplation, he said, Do you think working as a servant for a wealthy family, as a lackey, could be a way out? Chu Qing chuckled inwardly. If you willingly sell yourself into servitude, you must do your job earnestly. Shi Taizhu pondered. If a wealthy family forces you to be a dog and you cannot resist, then you must first act the part. One day, when you grow strong, you can slay that family and become your own master. Shi Taizhu's expression turned pale. Slay the children of the fortified stronghold? Slay the progeny of the powerful? Are you mad? Is that not rebellion? Chu Qing, non-human, must be kept at a distance. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave in the future. Please do not call me the frog cook again. Shi Taizhu bolted away. Chu Qing laughed heartily, unconcerned, and polished off the spicy frogs, continuing his training. With over 300 spicy frogs, propelled by the perfected mantis style, he successfully cultivated 10 iron tendons. No wonder the children of commoners sought to eat meat. It truly benefited training. However, their mantis style, once initiated, did not match his efficiency. In the afternoon, Chu Qing went to find Madame Jean. Upon entering, he greeted her cheerfully as Madame Mother, which brought a smile to her face. You arrived at the perfect time. I went to the tailor this morning and bought you a set of clothes. Please change into them. Chu Qing declined. Madame Mother, it would be better to wait until I am admitted to the martial academy. Madame Jean beamed with joy. After some casual conversation, Chu Qing expressed, Madame Mother, I wish to read and write. You happen to know a teacher? Madame Jin's eyes sparkled. I am literate and can teach you. Chu Qing was delighted and expressed his gratitude profusely. Xiao Taohong, fetch me some writing materials. Though reluctant, Xiao Taohong complied and brought the items. Chu Qing declined, saying, Madame Mother, I can write on the ground. Madame Jin frowned. My son deserves proper materials. I cannot hold a brush. Not to worry. I will guide your hand. Soon, their small hands intertwined, leaving Xiao Taohong beside them gaping in astonishment. Chapter 10. You are truly suited for learning. Chu Qing hummed a tune as he went to the general store to barter for some malt sugar. Initially, the shopkeeper refused to extend credit, but upon revealing his identity as a member of the Mantis Martial Academy's elite class, he successfully secured the credit. Outside the city, a pile of malt sugar exchanged for 300 to 400 frogs. After arranging a time for the following day with the children, he returned to the Martial Academy, instructing the servants to handle 20 frogs in payment. While the servants processed the frogs, Chu Qing took a leisurely stroll around the training grounds. To his surprise, Shi Taiju was practicing his punches with renewed vigor. Moving with agility and fluidity, clearly having grasped the fundamentals. Having mastered the perfected mantis style, Chu Qing's perspective expanded. Normally, he would not have expected Shi Taiju to enter the fundamentals until tomorrow or even the day after. What had prompted this sudden breakthrough? At that moment, Shi Taiju spotted Chu Qing and his expression shifted. Recalling their conversation at noon, he felt a wave of anxiety to INA flash. Shi Taiju rushed towards Chu Qing. Growling, "I will no longer help you cook frogs." Feigning ignorance, Chu Qing asked, "Why not?" "Because you suggested I slay the powerful and the children of the fortified stronghold. That is a most heinous act." Yet Shi Taiju dared not voice this concern aloud. "Have entered the basics, I will surely be admitted to the Martial Academy, and we shall no longer be on the same level in the future. Do not seek me out." Chu Qing chuckled inwardly. The youth was still a youth, his face painted with panic, devoid of any pride. Was he afraid that I would lead him astray into treachery? He feigned sorrow, saying, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." Taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, "Shi Taiju, I have learned to prepare spicy boiled frog as well. I merely wished for you to consume more meat to expedite your cultivation progress. From now on, take care." With that, he turned and departed. Shi Taiju gazed at Chu Qing's retreating figure, feeling a sense of desolation surrounding the boy clad in ragged garments. His heart softened, and he hurried after him, whispering, "The quotas for the Martial Academy are limited. Do not squander your time practicing martial arts. Learning to read and write is your true path." As Chu Qing moved further away, Shi Taiju sighed inwardly. The slots are already filled. Without becoming a dog, one cannot enter the Martial Academy. Yet, I truly do not wish to be a dog. Gugwa, gugwa. The frog seemed to croak even louder this night. After parting ways with Chu Qing at noon, Shi Taiju pondered for a long while, ultimately agreeing with Chu Qing's reasoning. Then, he signed a contract with Zhao Hongxiu. After Zhao Hongxiu provided him with a secret medicine to consume, he effortlessly entered the threshold of cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. Shi Taiju practiced fervently until the depths of the night, feeling a tingling warmth in his right arm. Within 3 to 5 days, I shall surely cultivate a formidable sinew. However, the senior sister mentioned that mastering the mantis fist would allow for better utilization of the secret medicine. Twisting and turning, the wind from his punches howled. Such efficacy from a single dose of secret medicine. A few more doses, and I shall become even stronger. If a dog grows strong, can it bite its master? Chu Qing, inhuman. I am on the verge of cultivating my first iron sinew. He has yet to even enter the threshold. From now on, there will be no future. Gugwa, gugwa. In a corner, Chu Qing was on all fours, occasionally spitting out black phlegm and at times rushing to the lavatory. The frog technique not only did not deplete his stamina but instead restored it, enhancing his underlying strength. This frog technique must be perfected at all costs. At the Jin family's mansion, Jin Pengzi wore an expression of helplessness. Madame Jin, with her hands on her hips, fumed, "Chu Qing is not your adopted son. He is my adopted son. You may not care, but I do." Jin Pengzi sighed in resignation. Who takes in such a hefty adopted son? Such a son cannot be nurtured. Madame Jin, unconvinced, scoffed. "If I treat him well, he will surely be grateful." She recounted her request for money, clothing, and writing materials. Jin Pengzi hesitated. "In that case, I shall lend him some silver tomorrow." Only then did Madame Jin appear satisfied. "You remind him to visit often?" Jin Pengzi nodded. "You should give him more silver." Jin Pengzi nodded again. "You will sleep in my room." Jin Pengzi quickly shook his head and weakly said, "Those few concubines may yet bear children." Madame Jin paid no mind, waving her hand. "Then go." Jin Pengzi breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, madam." The chief, Lu Jun, was in a foul mood. He was enjoying a drink and listening to music when a subordinate reported a matter to him. "Lu Xiaogo is dead? How did he die?" Lu Xiaogo was from the same village as him. After becoming the chief, he had recruited many young men from his village into the Blood River Gang. Lu Hai, a fellow villager, died inexplicably. He Xiaogo, another villager, also met an untimely fate. When I returned to the village at the end of the year, how shall I explain this? He was cleaved in the face by another. His facial bones shattered. Lu Jun recalled the incident of Lu Hai being hacked at with a flurry of knives. Have the brothers investigate who last saw him. Where did he go before his death? Understood. A new day dawned. Chu Qing eagerly awaited at the entrance of Jin Pengzi's office. Upon seeing Jin Pengzi approach, he quickly clasped his fists in greeting. Before he could speak, Jin Pengzi hastily said, "Address me as Master Tang." Chu Qing, readily compliant, replied, "Come, sign here. This is 50 taels." Chu Qing blinked and said, "I wish to borrow 55 taels." Jin Pengzi frowned. Chu Qing quickly added, "I want to buy something for my adoptive mother." Jin Pengzi rewrote the loan note, 60 taels. Chu Qing, 3 taels for rouge, 4 taels for a golden hairpin, and half a tael to settle debts at the provision shop while ordering some malt candy. When he presented these gifts to Madame Jan, her eyes sparkled with delight. "You finally have silver, yet you do not buy clothes or shoes but instead purchase these. Is it not a bit wasteful?" Chu Qing smiled. "Not wasteful. Consider it my filial piety towards my adoptive mother." Madame Jean chuckled. "Just call me adoptive mother. Come, I shall teach you to write." "All right, adoptive mother." As noon approached, Jin Pengzi suddenly returned. Upon seeing Madame Jean and Chu Qing sharing a table, engrossed in writing, he felt a twinge of discomfort. However, upon noticing the cosmetics and golden hairpin nearby, he felt a surge of happiness. "Chu Qing, you must focus on your training. Gaining admission to the martial academy is the right path." "Master Tang, I have already grasped the mantis fist. Now, I only need to refine my sinews through diligent practice. Moreover, the martial academy's senior brother said that reading and writing would aid my martial training." Jin Pengzi remarked, "Reading and writing consumes more energy than practicing martial arts." "How many characters have you learned?" Beside them, Madame Jean chimed in. "He has learned 500 characters. Jin Pengzi, skeptical, replied, "Chu Qing, dressed in rags and barefoot, didn't know a single character just days ago. How can he learn so many in such a short time?" Madame Jean was taken aback. She had assumed he had a prior foundation, only to discover he had been illiterate before. Chu Qing explained, "The senior brother said my talent for reading and writing surpasses my talent for martial arts." Madame Jean sighed. "I learned to read at a young age and could only recognize 1,000 characters in a year. You are far superior to me, Dai. In the future, come often and learn all the characters as quickly as possible. Then, read more books. Only through learning can one find their path. Martial artists are coarse." Jin Pengzi's mind raced as he contemplated. Chu Qing's exceptional aptitude for learning and his mastery of the mantis fist means that even if he does not enter the martial academy, he can still be both scholarly and martial. At that time, having him as my dog would still be a good dog. Chapter 11. The Power of the Secret Frog Technique. At noon, the children exchanged hundreds of frogs for ample malt candy for Chu Qing. The children were delighted, and so was Chu Qing. "Once you consume 1,000 frogs, you will satisfy the first condition." Chu Qing smiled. "Now, only a few hundred more frog jumps remain. This is simple. Let us get started." In the afternoon, Shi Taiju heard that a barefoot boy in ragged clothes had suffered immense pressure, leading him to leap about like a frog. Shi Taiju took a glance from a distance and, upon recognizing Chu Qing, immediately turned to leave. Poor Chu Qing, perhaps my words have disheartened him. I hope he regains his normalcy soon. In the loft, Zhao Wujian observed Chu Qing and nodded to himself. With no money for meat, he resorts to frogs to replenish his strength. The leg techniques of the mantis fist are also crucial, and this method of training the legs is quite unique. Alas, no matter how hard he tries, he cannot enter the martial academy. 980, 990. 1,000. Chu Qing, disregarding the peculiar gazes of others, jumped frantically. "You have met the second condition. The frog technique has leveled up." Technique. Frog technique mastery. Practice 100 times daily. Consume 1 dose of secret medicine every 10 days, and achieve proficiency in 1,000 days. Secret transmission. Promotion conditions. 1. Perform 100,000 frog jumps. 2. 1 dose of frog secret medicine. The frog technique has leveled up, but the promotion conditions caused Chu Qing to frown. Performing 100,000 frog jumps is manageable. At worst, I can continue as a mentally unstable youth for a few more days. However, where would I procure the frog's secret medicine? That is not urgent. I shall take my time. Chu Qing found a corner to practice the frog technique. Gugwa, gugwa. His internal organs vibrated, and his muscles and bones trembled. He spat out black phlegm and rushed to the lavatory repeatedly as this continued. He felt his body growing lighter and his vitality surging. After some time, he was struck by inspiration and switched to practicing the perfected mantis fist. Once, iron sinew 0.2 Chu Qing was taken aback. Previously, mastering the mantis fist yielded only 0.1. Now it was 0.2. The progress has doubled. Could this be the effect of the frog technique? He continued his training. Once, 10 times, fatigue began to set in, and he felt weary. Iron sinew 0.15 Iron sinew 0.1 Chu Qing felt a surge of determination and resumed practicing the frog technique. His waning vitality was revitalized once more. Concentrating solely on the mantis fist, as his vitality depleted, Iron sinew 0.2 What an excellent technique. The secret frog technique possesses such miraculous effects. Is this the power of secret transmission? Chu Qing rejoiced. If the mastery level of this secret transmission yields such results, then how much more potent would the perfected transmission be? The frog technique secret medicine perfected mantis fist. Would the effects be even greater? I must procure a dose of secret medicine to test it out. Several minutes later, in a corner of the martial arts training ground, Chu Qing first practiced the frog technique to enhance his vitality, then consumed the secret medicine, and finally executed the perfected mantis fist. Iron sinew 25 Iron sinew 25 One dose of secret medicine yielded 7 iron sinews. This 50 taels was truly worth it. This moment, his iron sinew reached 29, just 7 short of the 36 required for perfection. In a couple of days, I shall borrow some more money from Jin Pongzi. The days flitted by, and before long, 3 or 4 had passed. With a buoyant spirit, Chu Qing set off to visit Jin Pongzi. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met by a chief, his countenance marred by distress. Master Tang, Chu Qing inquired, you once called me foster father, yet now refer to me as Master Tang. Have you grown so dismissive since entwining yourself with my lady? Jin Pongzi, displeased, retorted. What is it you seek? Chu Qing clasped his hands in respect, stating, I wish to purchase a phoenix hairpin and a pair of phoenix tail tassel earrings for my foster mother. Jin Pongzi appeared to comprehend this situation. He recalled that not long ago, his wife had expressed a desire for such items. But due to the myriad affairs demanding his attention, he had neglected to procure them. Thus, he decided to permit Chu Qing to undertake the purchase on his behalf. Jin Pongzi readily granted a loan of 70 taels. As Chu Qing pocketed the silver and stepped outside, he was confronted by a burly man. Lu Jun, his face bore the marks of a recent altercation, and his expression was grim. Brat, Lu Jun growled. You'd best wait here for me. Chu Qing, maintaining his composure, replied with a smile, Chief, I am unaware of your business. Lu Jun sneered, You'll explain to me shortly the matter of He Xiaogou and Lu Hai. With that, he hurried into the main hall. Chu Qing's smile faded. He Xiaogou? Lu Hai? Has my involvement in the killing been exposed? No. If that were the case, the authorities would have come, not Lu Jun. Lu Jun lacks evidence, but he suspects me. Sighing inwardly, Chu Qing lamented, I merely wish to be a good person. Why must I be coerced? Forgoing any further interaction with Lu Jun, he made his way directly to the martial arts hall. At the Hall of Money, he approached Jin Tangzhu. I seek to borrow 1,000 taels of silver. Lu Jun, now subdued, lowered his gaze. Jin Pongzi, languidly sipping tea, responded, How much silver does our gang possess? You all borrow incessantly. I shall not lend you a single coin. With a thud, Lu Jun fell to his knees, pleading, Master. The 7th young master of Hijiapu demands tribute from me. I have managed to gather 2,000 taels. But I am still short of 1,000. I beseech you to help me, or the 7th young master will flay my skin and strip my tendons. Jin Pongzi sighed silently. The youths from the walled village were increasingly brazen. They dared not demand money from the gang leaders, yet they had their sights set on the heads of the organization. One chief required a tribute of 3,000 taels. These days were filled with requests for loans. By the heavens, how far has our gang fallen? This is truly disgraceful. Thankfully, they still possess a modicum of decency and refrain from pressing the gang leaders for money. Otherwise, I too would suffer greatly. Irritated, Jin Pongzi queried, What did you just say outside? Lu Jun paused before recounting his threats against Chu Qing. Jin Pongzi scoffed, Chu Qing is my wife's foster son. How could he possibly have killed those 2 ruffians? And even if he had, what would it matter to you? Lu Jun muttered. I dare not pursue the matter further. I absolutely do not dare. Jian Tangzhu, satisfied, pinned 2 loan agreements, one in the name of the gang for 1,000 taels, and another in his own name for 50 taels. Lu Jun complied, signing without protest. As he exited, he encountered another formidable figure, Li Hao, whose brow was furrowed with worry. They exchanged glances, sharing a silent grimace. Once outside, Lu Jun noted the absence of Chu Qing and scowled. The scoundrel, even with Jin Pengzi's wife backing him, he dares to disregard me so. Just wait. Once I endure this trying period, I will make you pay. In a corner of the training ground, Iron Muscles 25. You have cultivated an iron muscle. Crack, crack, the iron muscle writhed, as Chu Qing felt his strength surge, his body becoming more agile. He moved with a grace surpassing even that of a genuine mantis, his punches transforming, sometimes as sharp as a blade, at other times as cunning as a hook, fierce and insidious, significantly more potent than when he wielded 22 iron muscles. The iron muscle training for the mantis fist was complete. The progress for the frog technique was sluggish due to the absence of secret elixirs. I must either seek another common martial art or elevate my mantis fist to its peak, hoping to uncover new iron muscles. And then there's Lu Jun. He has begun to suspect me, intent on bringing about my demise, a gang member, aspiring to behave like a constable. Since you choose to meddle in affairs beyond your station, then cease your endeavors. Beneath the tattered garments, 36 iron muscles emerged, subtly outlining the form of a mantis, vividly alive and exuding an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 12. A fist splitting flesh and blood as the farmers eagerly awaited. The night finally brought forth a downpour, precious as oil. Cloaked and barefoot, Chu Qing traversed the cobbled path, resembling a colossal mantis as he nimbly approached Lu Jun's abode. With wealth and a spacious courtyard, Lu Jun had much to protect. Utilizing the sound of the rain, Chu Qing stealthily entered the courtyard, securing the door behind him. Inside, the house was ablaze with light, the coarse voices of men faintly audible. Chu Qing leapt nimbly to the rooftop, cautiously lifting a tile to listen in, the voices crystal clear below. Curse that 7th young master of Hijayapu, extorting 3,000 taels from our elder brother. Is there no law left, brother? You've trained over 10 iron muscles, your strength is formidable. Why not eliminate that 7th young master? Lu Jun growled. That 7th young master has trained at least 100 iron muscles and possesses 5 or 6 martial arts. He is more formidable than the vice master. You think we could simply kill him? He could crush us with a single finger. Silence fell among the men, until Lu Jun exhaled deeply. Money is not the issue. I have that sorted. Now, I present you with a task. What is it, brother? They asked. Lu Jun took a hearty swig of liquor, his expression turning sinister. You will take turns surveilling Chu Qing. The younger men pondered this. In recent days, Lu Jun had dispatched them to investigate the circumstances surrounding He Xiaogo's demise, discovering that he had fled in panic from Chu Qing's residence, ultimately meeting a tragic end in a secluded alley. They suspected that Lu Xiaogo had uncovered some secret about Chu Qing, leading to his unfortunate fate. Rest assured, brother, we will keep a close watch on him and unveil his secrets, they promised. Lu Jun was satisfied. Chu Qing possesses secrets. Otherwise, he would not have pursued He Xiaogo. Furthermore, I suspect Lu Hai was also killed by him. The younger men seethed. Brother, suspicion is one thing, but we should eliminate him directly. Lu Jun sighed dramatically. That's not feasible. He is currently under the protection of Jin's wife. Suddenly, he noticed an eye peering from the rooftop. What's going on with the tiles? Those were fine-quality green tiles, very expensive. Drip, drip, the rainwater fell, fortuitously landing in his wine cup. Lu Jun glanced at the rippling liquid and then up at the roof. His eyes widened in horror. The tiles were gone. Drip, drip. The younger men also looked up. Brother, it's leaking. Lu Jun's face turned ashen. Be cautious. We have intruders. Boom. The door shattered, wind and rain swirling in, the candlelight flickering. The figure resembling a colossal mantis burst in, twisting and turning with agility. Crack, crack. The intruder's fingers, resembling blades, slashed towards 2 of Lu Jun's men. In an instant, blood and flesh erupted, bones shattered, and brain matter spilled forth. You slay one enemy. You slay one enemy. Lu Jun was paralyzed with dread. Roaring as he seized a chair to strike back, crack. His hand transformed from a knife to a fist, shattering the chair, splinters flying as the figure closed in on him. With a roar, the figure raised both hands in a cross, resembling twin long blades, ferociously cleaving downwards. Lu Jun, stout and burly, felt as if he were facing a monstrous mantis in that fleeting moment. The complete mantis fist who seeks to take my life? I do not wish to perish. Kill! Lu Jun bellowed, his legs sweeping upwards like a serpent, aiming for the intruder. Crack! The hands clashed, his thigh torn open, tendons snapping, bones fracturing. Lu Jun howled, collapsing to the ground in the next moment. A fist descended, striking his forehead. Boom! The force of the punch cleaved through his skull, shattering his brain. Lu Jun was dead. The remaining followers wailed in terror, some collapsing to the ground, others fleeing in panic. The figure darted out, pursuing the fleeing men. 13 The final one, weeping, pried open the wooden bolt and flung the door wide. He smiled, having escaped. Yet in the next heartbeat, a fist descended from above. Crack! His skull split open, brain matter splattering. Thud! The corpse collapsed to the ground. The figure yanked the body back inside, secured the door, and re-bolted it, then returned to the interior, resuming the slaughter in the side room. A woman peered through the door crack, witnessing the flickering candlelight of the main room and the mantis-like figure twisting and turning. Screams echoed, soon silenced. The woman clutched her mouth, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to step outside until dawn broke. 3,000 taels of silver, a portion of the Scarlet Snake leg technique, a portion of Scarlet Snake's secret elixirs, scattered silver and copper coins. These were the spoils of Chu Qing's victory. With Lu Jun dispatched, Chu Qing felt invigorated. However, Lu Jun was the nephew of Lu Tangzhu of the slaughter hall. Lu Tangzhu would inevitably investigate. This Lu Tangzhu could prove troublesome. I wonder how many iron muscles he has trained and what methods he employs. After pondering for a moment, Chu Qing concealed the silver and perused the secret techniques. 1 minute later. Techniques: Scarlet Snake leg, entry level not yet achieved. Daily practice of 10 times. Entry after 10 days. Promotion requirements: perform 100 leg stretches on both sides. The conditions were straightforward, and Chu Qing eagerly commenced his training. He had forged 9 iron muscles in each leg. With this leg technique, he acquired an additional method of attack, which he felt compelled to practice 10 times, 100 times. Switching to the other leg, he continued. After a few minutes, technique: introductory red serpent leg, 50 repetitions daily. Mastery in 100 days. Promotion condition 1, 1,000 repetitions of leg stretching on both sides. Simple. Continue. Morning. At the neighbor's residence of Lu Jun, disdain for Lu Jun's affiliation with the gang prompted a direct report to the authorities. The officials arrived to find the ground strewn with corpses, their expressions shifting. They dragged a woman from the side room, who wailed, "I won't report to the officials. I will handle it myself." Slap, slap, slap. Several officers landed resounding slaps on her face, knocking out her large front teeth. "With so many dead, how do you intend to handle this?" commanded one. "Move everything to the authorities as evidence." The officers surged forward like a swarm of locusts, carrying away tables, rice, and flour, and even stripping the woman of her silken garments and gold and silver adornments. The woman wept bitterly, only to be shackled and forced to kneel aside. After a while, a captain named Su Zhuo arrived. Su Zhuo examined the corpses, and the captain reprimanded the woman. "Confess honestly, why did you kill so many?" The woman, in terror, replied, "I did not kill them. It was a masked figure in a hemp robe who did." She stammered as she recounted what she had witnessed. Ultimately, the constable sneered, continuing to regard her as the murderer and having her imprisoned. Not long after, the constable accompanied Su Zhuo to meet the chief constable. The chief's surname was Shi, hailing from a prominent family in Shiji County, a graduate of a martial arts academy, and rumored to have become an outer disciple of the largest sect within 1,000 miles, the armament sect. Possessing formidable strength, by a stroke of fortune, he had married into the family of a prominent figure within the sect, securing a strong backing. My lord. The killer first eavesdropped from the rooftop and then stormed in through the front door. The deceased, Lu Jun, practiced the red serpent leg, developing over 10 iron muscles. However, with just one strike, his leg was cleaved, and then his skull was split. The captain meticulously reconstructed the scene of Chu Qing's combat. In the end, he clasped his fists in silence. The chief constable turned to Su Zhuo, who responded, "My lord, All wounds were inflicted by fists and hand blades. The constable nearby was taken aback. He had examined the wounds, which were clearly the result of a long blade slash. How could mere fists and hand blades sever flesh and bone? Chief Constable Schur furrowed his brow. In Shurji County, only 3 martial arts could inflict such blade-like marks with fists and hand blades: Praying Mantis Fist, Iron Hand, and Iron Wire Fist. Moreover, one must reach a high level of mastery to achieve this. Investigate individuals who practice these 3 martial arts, he commanded. The captain clasped his fists in acknowledgement. Chief Constable Schur continued. Lu Jun, is he not from the Blood River Gang? Your insight is sharp, my lord. Have the Blood River Gang provide 100 taels of silver as investigation funds. Thank you, my lord. Inform them that to uncover the true killer, at least 1,000 taels will be required. Understood. Chapter 13. Mastery of the Red Serpent Leg Morning Technique. Mastery of the Red Serpent Leg, 100 repetitions daily, 10 days of consuming secret medicine, and perfection in 1,000 days. Promotion conditions. 1. 3 portions of Red Serpent secret medicine. 2. 1 instance of being coiled by a great serpent, with the prerequisite of the frog technique. After swallowing a portion of the secret medicine, Chu Qing astonishingly increased his iron muscles by 6. He was fortunate. The iron muscles from the Red Serpent Leg did not overlap with those of the Praying Mantis Fist. Chu Qing's current status: Iron Muscles 425. Technique. Praying Mantis Fist. Mastery. Promotion conditions. 1. Defeat 10 enemies with fists. 2. 1 Stone Bamboo Pearl. Technique. Frog Technique. Proficiency. Secret Transmission. Promotion conditions. 1. Jump 100,000 times. 2. 1 portion of Frog Secret Medicine. Technique. Mastery of the Red Serpent Leg. Promotion conditions. 1. 3 portions of Red Serpent Secret Medicine. 2. 1 instance of being coiled by a great serpent. He now possessed 42 iron muscles. Zhao Hongxiu mentioned that there were about 180 iron muscles among the disciples of the Outer Academy of the Martial Arts School. Soon, he would have half of their number. Yet, it was still insufficient. Shi Taizhu and Zhao Hongxiu were willing to serve as lackeys to enter the Martial Arts Academy, but he had no intention of doing so. The academy was divided into inner and outer layers. The inner academy taught more refined martial arts and offered greater resources. Those relegated to serving as lackeys could only learn crude martial arts in the outer academy. With resources being scarce, Jean Fatsi and others had remarked that in the pursuit of martial arts, a single swift step leads to a cascade of rapid advancements. Chu Qing aspired to enter the martial arts academy, and even more so, the inner academy. He wished to continue accelerating his growth. Yet, competition for spots in the inner academy was fierce. Neither silver nor connections would suffice. One must possess true skill to gain entry. Therefore, he needed to exert more effort to swiftly enhance his abilities. He could rely solely on the Red Serpent Leg. However, advancing the Red Serpent Leg required secret medicine. He could purchase the secret medicine from the Red Serpent Martial Arts Hall. Yet, with Lu Jun freshly deceased, if he sought to buy medicine, he would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He needed to devise another plan to procure the medicine. Chu Qing's mind raced, contemplating the black market for purchases. However, his previous incarnation had never heard of it, and moreover, his current identity made inquiries difficult. What to do? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Since I managed to obtain secret medicine and manuals from Lu Jun, might there be other prominent figures from whom to acquire them? Chu Qing paced back and forth, deep in thought. There were 13 prominent figures under the command of Hall Master Lu. Having already eliminated one, why not dispatch the rest? Sooner or later, he would confront Hall Master Lu. Eliminating those prominent figures would effectively cut off his support. It was not that he wished to directly confront Hall Master Lu. Rather, he was uncertain of the latter's strength. Thus, direct confrontation was not feasible for the time being. Several minutes later, Chu Qing took some silver and stepped out. He traversed the streets, ostensibly visiting shops for cosmetics, hairpins, and ornaments, while in reality, he was surveying the Red Serpent Martial Arts Hall and the residences of the other 12 prominent figures. An hour later, a simple map formed in Chu Qing's mind. He then purchased a phoenix-headed hairpin and a pair of phoenix tail tassel earrings before visiting Madame Jean. Hall Master Lu of the Slaughter Hall was in a foul mood. Recently, a constable had informed him that his nephew, Lu Jun, had been killed. The constable had plundered Lu Jun's estate entirely. Furthermore, He demanded silver as an investigation fee, insisting that Liu provide 1,000 taels to locate the true killer. Hall Master Liu, suppressing his fury, ultimately handed over the silver note, stating, "I demand the true killer, not a scapegoat." The constable swiftly pocketed the silver note and grinned, with Chief Constable sure on the case, even if the killer is a scion of a powerful family. They will be brought to justice. Hall Master Liu nodded. This promise from Chief Constable Sure was as good as gold in the vast Shurji County. Only a few dared to challenge Chief Constable Sure. After all, he was a disciple of the armament sect in these times of turmoil for the Empire, with internal strife brewing. The sect and the Empire governed together in Shurji County. One could resist the Empire to a degree. But opposing the armament sect, which wielded immense power, was out of the question. At the Jin family mansion, in a bright study, Chu Qing, barefoot and clad in a hemp robe, sat writing. A voluptuous lady in silks rolled up her sleeves, revealing a portion of her alabaster arm as she diligently ground ink'd. At the door, Xiao Taohong observed this scene with an odd feeling. The man was handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor. The woman was mature and alluring. "Madam, your hair has fallen onto Chu Qing's face. Madam, he has brushed against your waist." Xiao Taohong longed to shout at the two but dared not, for she was a concubine and a confidant of Madame Jane. "Madam, I implore you to create some distance. It's too close." After a while, Madame Jane forsook her ink grinding, sat in a chair, and murmured, "Xiao Taohong, come here and massage my shoulders." Chu Qing suddenly rose, saying, "Aunt, allow me to do it for you." Xiao Taohong hastened her steps, exclaiming, "Absolutely not." Yet, in the next moment, Chu Qing's large hand rested upon Madame Jin's fragrant shoulder. Xiao Taohong halted her steps. "Aunt, I have great strength. The effect will be superb." Madame Jan stiffened, flustered. "This is inappropriate." Chu Qing replied with a smile, "I am relieving your fatigue. How could it be inappropriate?" With that, he began to massage. Madame Jan felt a warm sensation on her shoulder, his large hand occasionally brushing against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. It was comfortable. Alas, Qinger, having come from a humble background, knows not the etiquette or decorum. I shall teach him gradually. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Xiao Taohong felt like crying. "Madam, why do you not refuse? Why do you not scold him, madam? Why is your head leaning against his chest, madam? How can he adorn you with a hairpin? He is touching your ear and putting earrings on you, madam. Your face is flushed, and your ears are red." Half an hour later, Chu Qing bid farewell to Madame Jean and returned to the martial arts hall. Had it been before, Madame Jean would have insisted he stay for a meal. However, today she made no such request. Only before he left did she say, "Qinger, remember to come back in the afternoon to study." "Yes, study the great rites, at the Praying Mantis Martial Arts Hall." Chu Qing, having eaten his fill, proceeded to the training ground to practice frog jumps. 1, 10, 100. The students from the assault class watched, shaking their heads in disbelief. This Chu Qing is truly insane. He jumps around like a frog every day. Will he start croaking in a few days? His resolve is weak, and he is squandering 50 taels of silver. Shi Taiju sighed inwardly, reminiscing about the barefoot boy in the coarse cloth who once caught frogs for him. A gesture of kindness in its own right. He intercepted Chu Qing and said, "I understand the weight of your burdens, yet I urge you to momentarily set aside that pressure in this vast martial arts hall. Only my senior sister and I possessed the privilege to enter the martial academy. You, from the very beginning, had no chance. However, even if you cannot enter the martial academy, there are still alternative paths available to you. For instance, how about becoming a blacksmith? Once I am admitted into the martial academy, my family's blacksmith shop will undoubtedly expand, and I can persuade my father to look after you a bit." Chu Qing smiled faintly and continued his frog jumps. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Under the blazing sun, he was drenched in sweat yet showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji arrived with a throng of constables and disciples from the martial hall, who all congregated at the training ground. Observing Chu Qing's leaps, he nodded to himself and then called out loudly, "Everyone, gather in line." The crowd assembled, with Chu Qing mingling among them. He noticed a group of constables and frowned inwardly. What are they doing here? The numerous students began to murmur among themselves. 1 constable barked, "Silence." The expansive training ground, filled with hundreds, fell into an eerie hush. Zhao Wuji, Zhao Hongxiu, the eldest senior brother, and others stood with their hands at their sides, displaying utmost reverence. Everyone was puzzled. What could the constables be after? Chapter 14. Madam, he harbors ulterior motives. Zhao Wuji himself was uncertain about the constable's intentions. If these were ordinary constables acting so arrogantly to summon his disciples, he would merely offer them a cold smile and send them on their way with a cup of tea. However, this constable was acting on the orders of Chief Constable Shi, thus he dared not question, only comply. The constable's voice was frigid as he commanded, "Those who have perfected the mantis fist, step forward." Zhao Wuji was momentarily taken aback before hastily stepping forward, while the others remained motionless. The constable frowned and coldly remarked, "Zhao Hall Master, in this grand martial hall, are you the only one to have achieved perfection?" Zhao Wuji felt a surge of displeasure and muttered, "Indeed." The constable sneered, "Those who have reached mastery, step forward." Zhao Hongxiu, the eldest senior brother, and several others promptly stepped up. The constable surveyed them with an increasingly frigid gaze, disdainfully declaring, "In such a large martial hall, only a handful have achieved mastery in the mantis fist. How shameful." Zhao Wuji dared not voice his anger, while Zhao Hongxiu and the others trembled with indignation. "Those who departed the martial hall yesterday, step forward. Those without fellow disciples to vouch for them, step forward as well." The constable continued to lay down conditions, and a handful of individuals stepped forward, forming a sparse line. Chu Qing was among them. Half an hour later, the constable documented the names of all present and demanded 50 taels of silver from Zhao Wuji before departing. The training ground was filled with bewilderment as everyone turned to Zhao Wuji, who was equally perplexed. Only Chu Qing in the crowd sensed a hint of something amiss. "I used the mantis fist to kill Lu Xiaogo. Lu Hai and Lu Jun are these constables investigating this matter. Can they trace the martial arts lineage through wounds? It seems I should find something for him to do in the afternoon." Chu Qing wandered through the rouge and powder shop, then used a few pieces of malt candy to entice two children, giving them instructions. The children took 300 silver notes and hurried to the Red Snake Martial Hall. A child wanting to buy a secret medicine? Upon receiving the news, the hall master pondered for a moment and said, "Someone wishes to conceal their identity, thus sending children to make the purchase. Take the money and give them the medicine. Do not follow them, and certainly do not deceive them." The disciples replied, "Understood." Chu Qing watched as the children exited the martial hall, following discreetly behind them, without noticing any martial hall personnel tracking them, nor any constables. Once the children placed the secret medicine at the designated spot, he swiftly retrieved it. However, not long after he took the medicine, a constable arrived at the Red Snake Martial Hall. "What? Two children just bought secret medicine?" Half an hour later, the group of constables met with Chief Constable Shi. "Chief Constable, two children were coaxed by a mud-streaked man with malt candy to purchase the Red Snake secret medicine and left it in front of a dilapidated temple." Chief Constable Shi raised an eyebrow. He had instructed his subordinates to inspect the situation at the Red Snake Martial Hall just as a casual check, not paying much mind to it, since a murderer would certainly avoid purchasing secret medicine at this time. Yet, the murderer had the audacity to send two children to make the purchase. Was it a ruse to mislead? To complicate the investigation? Or was it simply arrogance? How intriguing! 3 portions of secret medicine. Enough for him to last a month. This fellow intends to hide for a month? Unfortunately for him, he has crossed paths with me. Chief Constable Shi commanded, "Have the men keep a close watch at the city gates, inspect abandoned yards, temples, and even visit grocery stores and rural areas." The constables dispersed, patrolling the streets. At this moment, Chu Qing had already cleansed his face, tucked a box of rouge and powder away, and headed to meet Madame Jean. Upon seeing Madame Jean from a distance, he paid her no mind, directly presenting the rouge and powder, then shaking his head as he recited the Great Rites, which discusses the relationships between rulers and subjects, mothers and sons, and nobles and commoners. Chu Qing felt it was futile, preferring to stretch his legs and practice frog jumps instead. Fortunately, Madame Jean understood his dedication to training, and after an hour of his recitation, she dismissed him. Madame Jean opened the rouge and smiled warmly. "My dear Qinger, so thoughtful of you to bring me such fine rouge. Little Peach Red, madam. He harbors ulterior motives." At the entrance of the martial hall, officials were conducting inspections. Chu Qing strode confidently past, cupping his fists in greeting. "Where have you been?" "To the home of Hall Master Jean. And yesterday?" "Same. Why did you go?" Chu Qing did not hide anything, recounting the events. The officials allowed him entry. Upon reaching the training ground, he noticed an air of unease. Even Shi Taizhu, who usually practiced diligently, appeared unsettled, his movements erratic. After inquiring, he learned that Zhao Wuji, Zhao Hongxiu, and others had all been shackled and taken to the magistrate, with no certainty of their return. The Marshall Hall's survival hung in the balance. If I intervene again, they will no longer be suspects. Yet, if I refrain, it is only a matter of time before they trace the investigation back to me. With thoughts racing, Chu Qing turned and exited the Marshall Hall, heading straight for the outskirts of the county. Upon reaching the city gate, he encountered soldiers and constables on patrol. I wished to go out and catch some wild game to eat. After some back and forth, Chu Qing arrived at a rice paddy, where children were gleefully catching frogs, snails, and mud eels. One child recognized Chu Qing and said, "Big brother, someone was looking for you this morning." Chu Qing's interest piqued. "Who?" the child replied. An old man asked if any adults had been catching frogs these past few days. He said to let you know if we saw you again. Chu Qing laughed. "Will you tell him?" The child licked his lips, hesitating to respond. Chu Qing offered him a piece of malt candy, saying, "Do not follow me." The child nodded, and a short while later, Chu Qing caught 2 water snakes and wrapped them around his legs. You have met the second condition of the red snake leg. As night fell, Chu Qing returned to his sparsely furnished home. This time, he repaired the gaps in the door to prevent incidents like the one with Lu Xiaogo from happening again. Simultaneously, he pondered. Who was the old man the child mentioned? Why is he looking for someone who catches frogs? Chu Qing inexplicably thought of the frog technique, but then shook his head. They lack a professional category? So how could they consume frogs to advance? What business do they have with someone who catches frogs? Moreover, if the frog technique were of significance, why was there no previous search for it? The old man has nothing to do with me. For now, the priority is to cultivate the red snake leg. After practicing the frog technique for a while, achieving a peak in essence, spirit, and vitality, I will consume the 3 portions of secret medicine technique. The red snake leg, perfected by the extraordinarily gifted, requires daily practice for 100 days, and 10 days of consuming secret medicine to break through limits. Advancement conditions: 1.1 stone bamboo pearl, 2.3 days of the red snake leg entwining. Another stone bamboo pearl? It seems the red snake leg cannot be advanced for now. This moment, the medicine's effects began to take hold. He commenced his training in the red snake leg, his legs bouncing, either gliding across the ground or launching into the air, or striking from midair. His 2 long, powerful legs moved like great serpents, swaying left and right, soaring high and lowed. As his legs moved, they resembled the tail of a snake, elusive and unpredictable. Iron Muscle 25. Iron Muscle 25. The professional column flickered. You have cultivated an iron muscle. This iron muscle can stack, returning part of the medicinal effect. The mantis fist has yielded 9 iron muscles in his legs, though it remains uncertain how many can overlap. 1 minute, 10 minutes. The secret medicine's effect waned. Chu Qing consumed another portion of the secret medicine and continued training. Half an hour. 1 hour. The professional column flickered wildly. After the last portion of secret medicine was consumed, all 30 iron muscles of the red snake leg had been cultivated. Regrettably, 10 of those iron muscles overlapped with the mantis fist. This moment, he possessed a total of 56 iron muscles, 18 in his arms and 38 in his legs. The strength of his legs was several times greater than that of his arms. As he exerted force with his legs, 30 iron muscles emerged, vaguely forming the shape of a great serpent. Additionally, on each leg, there were 4 extra iron muscles, resembling 4 long whips, encircling the great serpent. So, if I employ the red snake leg in combat, what will become of those in the magistrate's office? Chapter 15. The serpent-like legs of evil men in the stillness of the night. A sense of unease enveloped Li Hao, the chief of the gang, upon learning of Lu Jun's demise. Although the hallmaster claimed that Lu Jun had offended the disciples of the stronghold, Li Hao remained unconvinced. Earlier that day, when he delivered silver to Master He Qi, the latter inquired about Lu Jun's absence. Upon discovering that Lu Jun was dead and his assets seized by the authorities, He Qi erupted in a furious tirade. Lu Jun, who had served as chief for a year, had committed countless misdeeds and undoubtedly made numerous enemies. His death could either be a revenge killing or an act of a wandering hero dispensing justice. As Li Hao, robust and muscular, pondered his fate. Fear began to gnaw at him. I have been the chief for 3 years, worse than Lu Jun. Is there a chance someone will come for me? Stealthily, he rose from his bed, careful not to disturb his wife, and began to gather his valuables. I will sleep in a different place tonight. He readied his belongings and, with utmost caution, opened the door. To his shock, he found a figure clad in a tattered robe and masked, standing in the courtyard. Panic surged within him. This person meant to kill him. Li Hao opened his mouth to scream. But in the blink of an eye, the figure moved with the speed of a serpent, twisting and coiling, closing the distance with alarming swiftness. Under the moonlight, the masked assailant raised a leg and struck down with force. The wind howled, reminiscent of a serpent's hiss. Li Hao, stunned, exclaimed, "Who was that?" The blow came too swiftly and ferociously. Caught off guard, he barely had time to react, mustering all his strength to activate his iron cloth technique. With a powerful ha, his muscles bulged, the skin beneath his fine garments turning a deep shade of blue. The long leg struck fiercely against his chest. Thud. The impact shattered his shirt, sending Li Hao crashing through the door and into the room beyond. Chu Qing, feeling the pain in his leg as if struck by a boulder, growled and pursued relentlessly, his feet gliding like a great serpent. Thud. Another kick sent Li Hao's body soaring, terrified and enraged. He shouted, "I haven't done anything wrong these past few days. Why are you trying to kill me?" Chu Qing leaped into the air, surpassing Li Hao, his legs whipping down like the tail of a serpent. Thud. The long leg struck him once more in the chest. Boom. The third blow sent Li Hao's massive frame crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why was this person so powerful without iron bones? Had he cultivated several iron muscles? Thud. The fourth strike followed immediately, again targeting his chest. His internal organs quaked, and a coppery taste surged in his mouth. Enraged, Li Hao's eyes bulged in fury as he flailed his arms. Thinking, if I can just block the next strike, if I can just withstand one more. But alas, he could not fend off even a single blow. Thud. 2 long legs struck mercilessly, akin to the tail of a monstrous serpent. The 5th, 6th, and 7th blows rained down. Finally, Chu Qing paused, exhaling heavily, the air tinged with blood. His trousers, once intact, lay shredded, and beads of blood wept from his pores. Such a resilient body. A golden bell shield, an iron cloth technique. 13 bodyguards training. On the ground, Li Hao's muscular form lay lifeless, reduced to a mere mass. He was dead, finally slain. Chu Qing gasped for breath, having not anticipated that Li Hao had cultivated formidable defensive techniques. Fortunately, Chu Qing's legs, reinforced with iron, had proven more powerful, allowing him to execute the red serpent leg with greater conviction. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded. Within the room, muffled sobs echoed, but Chu Qing paid them no heed. Swiftly examining the corpse, a package. The earlier commotion had been too loud. He dared not linger and grabbed the package, turning to leave. Soon, anguished cries erupted from within. "Murder! Murder!" in the dim glow of an oil lamp. Chu Qing opened the package to find several taels of silver, yet not a single banknote. Instead, he discovered some gold and silver jewelry. Unfortunately, these items were difficult to liquidate. However, there was also a manual, iron cloth. Indeed, the man had practiced a hard-style martial art. Flipping through the pages, Chu Qing noticed the manual was well thumbed, indicating its owner had frequently perused it. Being literate, he studied the text intently. A minute later, he discovered, technique, iron cloth, practice daily for 100 days to enter the threshold. Advancement conditions. 1. Wear a tattered robe for 5 days. The conditions for advancing this technique seemed excessively simplistic. A tattered robe. Although the one he wore was damaged, he had another set at home. After changing into the tattered robe, he set fire to the old garment. However, he pondered how the authorities would respond. Meanwhile, Captain Shi, expressionless, felt his mood sour upon hearing from his subordinates that another gang chief had been slain by the Blood River Gang. A provocation. "The murderer is taunting me," Sues were reported. The deceased, Li Hao, had cultivated 40 iron muscles. He was at least proficient in iron cloth, possibly even a master. The corpse bore snake-like patterns, suggesting he was killed by the perfected red serpent Leg.in the Great Hall. Captain Shi remained impassive, while the other captains bowed their heads in silence. After a long pause, he remarked, I recently arrested members of the Mantis Martial Academy, including Tai Shou and others. Then, a murderer from the Red Serpent Martial Academy appears? Is he saving someone from a martial academy or attempting to frame another? Perfected Red Serpent Leg? How many could achieve this in Shiji County? The crowd fell silent. Captain Shi murmured, the previous victim was slain by Mantis Fist. And the Red Serpent Leg manual disappeared from his home. This victim was killed by the Red Serpent Leg, and the Iron Cloth manual is gone. Yo, you think there will be another victim? Will the next victim be murdered by a muscular man proficient in Iron Cloth? Meanwhile, Hallmaster Lu found himself unable to sleep, having been dragged from his bed by 11 gang chiefs in the dead of night. Lu Jun is dead, Li Hao is dead. All our people are falling. What shall we do, Hallmaster? Lu sighed inwardly. What can we do? Nothing. The chiefs were filled with trepidation, fearful of becoming the next target. Hallmaster, why don't we all stay at your place? With so many of us, the murderer would surely think twice before striking. Lu shook his head vigorously. That is absurd. These ruffians are no saints. If they move in, I have no idea how many of my concubines would remain virtuous. Li Hao practiced Iron Cloth. To kill him would require significant effort. But the murderer dispatched him in mere moments. How do you all compare to Li Hao? The gang chiefs paled. Calmly, Lu suggested, tomorrow, you shall visit Master He Chi and serve as his guards for a few days. It will please him and offer you safety from the murderer. Why not? The chiefs nodded in agreement, hastily departing Shiji County. Home to hundreds of thousands, the atmosphere should have been bustling due to the Martial Academy's preliminary examinations. However, following the deaths of Lu Jun and Li Hao, a pall of fear descended upon the gang leaders, while the common folk rejoiced. Those two deceased had terrorized the weak and committed countless atrocities, leaving many families devastated in their wake. With their demise, the people secretly applauded, some even setting up altars to worship Chu Qing as a deity. Upon learning of this, Chu Qing could not help but shake his head and smile wryly. I am not that great, I merely wish to clip Hallmaster Lu's wings and eradicate the root of the problem. And perhaps gather more martial techniques to cultivate additional iron muscles in preparation for the preliminary examinations. That is all. Chapter 16. Capturing oneself. 1 day, 2 days, dressed in a tattered robe, Chu Qing awaited his initiation into Iron Cloth while spending most of his time at Madame Jin's, where he engaged in study. Madame Jin ground ink for him, and he massaged her shoulders, resembling a pair of talented scholars in a romantic tableau. This scene left Xiao Taohong's heart racing in trepidation. One day, as Chu Qing emerged from Madame Jin's abode, he returned home to cleanse his hands of her fragrance, only to find his profession updated. Iron Cloth Advancement Successful Technique. Iron Cloth. Practice daily for 100 days to reach the threshold. 1,000 days to become proficient. Advancement conditions. 1.3 doses of secret medicine. 2. Wrapped in iron wire for 3 days. 3 doses of secret medicine. Chu Qing's mind raced. The Mantis Fist and Red Serpent Leg required no such potions for proficiency. Yet Iron Cloth demanded 3. How many would be needed for mastery, great perfection, or completion? Should I seek the secret medicine now? Surely, there are eyes watching the Iron Cloth Martial Academy. Obtaining the medicine would be perilous. The safest course would be to wait. Yet, in the realm of martial arts, a moment's delay could mean losing everything. After much deliberation, Chu Qing resolved to take a risk. I have some silver I found. Even if I cannot procure the secret medicine, it will not matter. He sought out children to purchase the medicine. The owner of the Iron Cloth Martial Academy turned pale upon hearing the news, nearly brought to tears. The murderer is targeting me. One disciple suggested, Master, why don't we just accept the silver and refuse him the medicine? Then we can inform Captain Shi. The master chuckled wryly. If the murderer dares to seek the secret medicine, he is not afraid of my refusal. If I deny him, he will undoubtedly kill me. I fear not the murderer. But are you not afraid? The disciples were horrified. How could we be any better than Li Hao? Captain Shi, after all, had not informed us to report anything. We can feign ignorance and give him the secret medicine. A few minutes later, the children stealthily took out the secret medicine. Following Chu Qing's instructions, they traversed streets and alleys, delivering it to other children. This group then dispersed, with one of them passing it on to yet another wave of children. This cycle repeated 3 or 4 times. As Chu Qing followed from a distance, finally ensuring that no one was tailing him before he retrieved the secret medicine. This time, he had procured a full 20 portions of it in the short term. He would not be lacking in secret medicine, but he was in need of iron wire. Fortunately, acquiring iron wire was straightforward. He could simply head to the blacksmith's and procure over 10 pounds to wrap around himself. The second condition was underway. Please endure for 3 days. With his body wrapped in iron wire, Chu Qing made an appearance at the martial arts school, casually practicing a few rounds of praying mantis fist in the training arena, and then performing frog jumps to fulfill the first requirement of the frog technique. When hunger struck at noon, he went to the large dining hall only to discover a scarcity of food. Puzzled, he happened to spot a despondent Shi Taizhu and approached him, asking Taizhu, "What on earth is going on? Where is all the food gone?" Shi Taizhu hesitated, finally sighing, "The hall master, senior brother, and senior sister are still locked up. Everyone is on edge, fearing the collapse of the martial arts school. I have no idea what to do." A thought struck Chu Qing, and he comforted him, saying, "With senior brother and the others absent, it falls to you to take responsibility." Shi Taizhu looked bewildered. The praying mantis martial arts school had been established for over a century. Surely the hall master and the others would be safe. "Only you have entered the assault squad. You must take charge. When senior sister and the others return, they will undoubtedly commend you." Shi Taizhu appeared contemplative, "But I don't know what to do." Chu Qing smiled. "Man is iron, food is steel. Start by reorganizing the dining hall, then address the assault squad members. As for the formal disciples, you need not concern yourself with them." Following his directive, within half a day, the martial arts school regained much of its order. The dining hall was well stocked, and most of the assault squad trainees were engaged in practice in the training arena. Shi Taizhu, witnessing this scene, sighed, "You truly are a scholar. With just a few words, you've resolved such a chaotic situation." Chu Qing merely smiled in response, continuing his frog jumps, wrapped in iron wire. Meanwhile, the mood of Lu, the hall master of the assassination hall, was grim. Today, Captain Shi had sent someone to reprimand him for his lack of diligence. In the afternoon, he was ordered to bring the major and minor heads to meet him. "You've taken my money and expect me to work? Is there no order left?" Lu, dissatisfied, dared not resist, for his subordinates had all become lapdogs to Master He Qi. He could only summon a group of minor heads. The minor heads, with dark circles under their eyes and evident fatigue, only caused Lu to frown. "I need a major head." Lu scanned the crowd and pointed to a somewhat spirited young man. "What is your name? From now on, you shall be the major head." The spirited young man knelt down. "Hall master, I cannot fight. I cannot be a major head." "Are you joking? Whoever becomes the major head now risks their life. I do not wish to die." Lu pointed to a few others, but no one wanted the position. Frustrated, he cursed vehemently. One minor head, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, suggested, "Hall master, why not let Chu Qing be the major head?" Lu paused. Chu Qing? Who is that?" "Chu Qing has joined the assault squad of the Praying Mantis Martial Arts School. He is aiming for the Martial Arts Academy. He possesses martial skills superior to ours and has even taken the wife of the hall master as his adoptive mother. Being literate, if he takes the position of major head, it would be well deserved." The minor heads nodded in agreement. "Then it shall be him." Thus, Chu Qing unexpectedly found himself appointed as the major head. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lu led him, surrounded by a throng of minor heads, straight to the yamen. Upon seeing the yamen, Chu Qing felt an urge to flee, fearing Lu had discovered his identity. But then he realized, if they truly knew he was the culprit, they would have sent someone to capture him long ago. He forced himself to remain calm. Half an hour later, Chu Qing arrived with the others at a courtyard where Lu entered the main hall alone. In the center sat a young man in his 30s, with bright eyebrows and piercing eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Kneeling at his feet was a burly, bald man. This was the master of the Iron Cloth Hall. Captain Shi, sipping tea, coldly remarked, 3 days, and your Blood River gang has found not a single clue. Tell me, what use do I have for you now?" Thud. Lu knelt down, frantically kowtowing. "Lord Shi, we have searched day and night." Not daring to slack off, Captain Shi did not even glance at him, coldly stating, "This morning, a child went to the Iron Cloth Hall and purchased 20 portions of secret medicine. Are you aware of this?" Drip, drip, sweat poured down Lu's face. The captain had previously stated that the culprit must be uncovered within 3 days. Yet, 3 days had passed without a trace of the murderer. However, The culprit had actively revealed themselves by purchasing secret medicine, directly slapping the captain's face. "Why, Lord?" Lu wanted to weep. Captain Shur, unfazed, asked, "Can you find any clues or not?" Lu, drenched in sweat, turned his eyes and said, "My lord, I have just promoted a major head who is both literate and martial. He will surely find clues." Captain Shur's interest was piqued. "Bring him in." "Yes." Shortly after, Chu Qing entered. He clasped his fists and announced loudly, "I pay my respects to the captain." Captain Shur was inwardly pleased. This young man, though clad in rags and barefoot, radiated vigor and possessed commendable demeanor. "Very well. You will lead the search for the murderer. Report immediately upon any findings." Chu Qing felt it was strange. "Good heavens, you want me to investigate myself?" "Yes, my lord." Captain Shur said indifferently, "Do your job well, and you shall reap the rewards." With uncontainable joy, Chu Qing responded, "As you command, my lord." With a thud, a teacup was thrown in front of Lu. "Eat up and get lost." "Yes." Chapter 17. The murderer has escaped. Chu Qing, the assassination hall, and even the Blood River Gang. All personnel are at your disposal. You must find those clues. Lu, bloodied, patted Chu Qing's shoulder. "If you fail to find the clues, I will treat you to a meal of iron pots." Chu Qing chuckled inwardly. "Hall master, rest assured, I will certainly find the clues." Lu's expression turned grim as he addressed the minor heads. "From now on, you will all follow closely and search for clues." He was afraid that Chu Qing would flee. Chu Qing smirked inwardly. Investigating himself? Why would he run? With a mind swirling with thoughts, he suddenly realized much and said, "Hall master, I need absolute control over all the minor heads." Lu nodded. "No problem. Now, the primary responsibility is to search for clues about the murderer. Whatever Chu Qing desired, he would provide, eager to find the murderer quickly." The thought of the murderer made Lu grit his teeth. Lu Jun's death had led to the Yaman's involvement. Just before Lu Jun's demise, he had been investigating Lu Xiaogo's death. You could start from this angle. Chu Qing smiled. Indeed. However, investigating? Those who knew the ins and outs of Lu Xiaogo's death were all dead. How could he investigate? Moments later, Lu left. Chu Qing gathered all the minor heads of the assassination hall, totaling over 50. Each minor head had around 10 subordinates. Chu Qing selected 50 from among them. This group was not particularly bright but obedient. He further divided Shurji County into 10 districts, instructing the minor heads to repeatedly comb through and search. Meanwhile, he withdrew 50 taels of silver from the assassination hall and returned to the Yamen to find the captain who had visited the martial arts school. The captain's surname was Li, a loyal lackey of Captain Shur. Captain Li's eyes gleamed as he stared at the silver. "A few days ago, you were learning martial arts at the school, and now you have become the major head. Congratulations." Chu Qing smiled. "Captain Li, this is all thanks to you." Captain Li laughed heartily. "This matter has nothing to do with me. It is your own merit." After exchanging flattery, Chu Qing asked, "My lord, Captain Shur has tasked me with investigating the murderer's clues, but I do not know where to start." Captain Li pocketed the silver and replied with a grin, "The captain has mentioned that the murderer may be hiding in the old haunted house or abandoned temples. You can check these places, and you won't go wrong." Chu Qing expressed his gratitude. "Captain Li, you are most righteous. Once I settle into my position as major head, I will surely trouble you again." Captain Li's heart stirred as he thought, the youth is on the right path. He reminded, "Remember, what Lord Shur wants is your attitude. As for the murderer, as long as he hasn't broken his legs, he may have already fled." Chu Qing felt a jolt of inspiration and thanked him profusely. A few minutes later, he led a group of ruffians, marching resolutely to investigate the haunted houses and abandoned temples. By evening, he borrowed some writing materials from Madame Jean and composed a report. The content generally conveyed, under the wise guidance of the leadership headed by Captain Shur in Shurji County, new avenues of thought have been opened. The investigation into the murderer has begun in Shurji County. There are a total of 280 haunted houses. Today, 20 were investigated with no traces found. 3 abandoned temples were explored, and signs of habitation were discovered in one land deity temple, which is currently under night pursuit. Chu Qing wrote feverishly, filling about 700 to 800 words, largely extolling Captain Shur's brilliance and the correctness of the overarching direction. Captain Shur, upon reading the report, was momentarily taken aback. A mere ruffian head could compose such formal documents. He was quite curious and, after a cursory glance, felt immensely satisfied. Upon a more meticulous examination, he chuckled. "Bring me a pen." The maid promptly delivered the writing instruments. Chief Inspector Scher, with a flourish, annotated. "Read. Continue to strive." The following day, boom! In an abandoned murder house, dozens of ruffians wielded shovels and picks, either digging or smashing walls. "Chingu," one called out, discovering a hidden compartment containing 50 taels of silver and several books. Chu Ching replied with a smile, "Toss the silver into a basket and bring me the books." "Yes, Chingu." The ruffians busied themselves while Chu Ching perused the books. Although the house had been long deserted, the volumes were wrapped in oil paper and preserved with camphor and other insect-repelling materials, leaving them entirely intact. Upon examination, one of the books turned out to be a biography of a literati from a previous dynasty, a rarity that Lady Jean possessed few of, making it exceedingly precious. Chu Ching immersed himself in the reading, savoring each word. A few other books contained fantastical tales of ghosts and spirits, absurd and unrestrained. Yet he read them all by the time he finished the volumes. The vast murder house had been razed to the ground by the ruffians. They had gathered a plethora of scrap silver, shattered porcelain shards, and coins. Chu Ching divided the silver into 3 parts, one for the ruffians, one for Captain Li, and the largest portion was wrapped up with a report to be sent to Chief Inspector Sechai. In the report, he subtly indicated his desire for advancement. Chief Inspector Scher, after taking a sip of wine, reviewed Chu Ching's report and remarked to Captain Li, "See, this is what we call professionalism. Tracing the criminal's path without disturbing the populace, clearing the murder house, and uncovering some stolen goods, a true talent." Captain Li chuckled. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord." Chief Inspector Scher smiled. "This is what we refer to as opening new avenues of thought, right?" Captain Li nodded and bowed. "You speak truly, my lord." Chief Inspector Scher sighed inwardly, acknowledging that while Captain Li was loyal, he lacked the cultural acumen of Chu Ching. Perhaps once this matter settled, he would promote him. Just then, a servant arrived with an invitation, stating, "My lord, the 7th son of the He family in the Wuwu district invites you to a banquet." Days flew by. On this day, as Chu Ching and his younger brothers energetically dismantled the final dilapidated Taoist temple, one of the younger brothers discovered a copper pipe, as thick as a finger, hidden within a broken idol. "Ching Yi, this item must be valuable, concealed within the idol," he said, twisting it open. Crack! As the ruffian opened it, a scroll of yellow paper fell out. Chu Ching seized it, glancing at it casually, only for his heart to race and his pupils to constrict. Hastily, he tossed the yellow paper into the wastebasket, nonchalantly declaring, "Just a scrap of worthless paper." They resumed their work. Disheartened, the ruffians pondered that if the item held no value, they could not demand much money. Frustrated, the ruffian continued to smash the idol and pry up the floor tiles, hoping to unearth some gold or silver. Chu Ching's gaze bore into him. Fortunately, this ruffian was illiterate. Otherwise, I would have killed him on the spot. For the scroll contained information of immeasurable worth, a secret medicinal formula. The secret medicine was invaluable, but the formula was even more so. More critically, it detailed the recipe for a toad-derived elixir, which could enhance one's foundation and accelerate cultivation progress. Yet, without the secret medicine, advancement was unattainable. Now that the formula was in hand, how far could the secret medicine be? In that moment, Chu Ching yearned for nightfall to study the formula and procure the secret medicine. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, immediately retrieving the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone borrowed from Lady Jean to compose a report. Under the leadership of Chief Inspector Scher, a number of stolen goods were discovered. Traces of the fleeing criminal were detected, suspected to have fled far away. At the end, as per custom, he subtly expressed his desire for advancement. Finally, Chu Ching meticulously packaged the silver and gold, fabricated evidence of the criminal's departure from the city, and attached it to the report for Chief Inspector Scher, hoping that the Chief Inspector would take the hint and abandon the pursuit. Asked the perpetrator, "I truly ought not to be seeking out the criminal." Chapter 18. Lady Jean, Zhou Qingyu Chief Inspector Scher, upon reviewing Chu Ching's report, felt quite pleased. A mere ruffian gang leader could think with such thoroughness. Excellent. He instructed Captain Li to safeguard the fabricated evidence, saying, "Tonight, I am invited by the He family and several other influential families for a banquet. Bring the evidence along and inform them that the criminal has already escaped. Captain Li nodded. In truth, ever since failing to capture the criminal within 3 days, this outcome had been inevitable. It was unfortunate that Master Lu lacked the foresight to provide Chief Inspector Shi with an avenue for retreat. Other influential figures also sought to take advantage of the situation to undermine and diminish the Chief Inspector's reputation. Now, thanks to Chu Qing, a graceful exit had been provided. If not now, when? Chief Inspector Shi smiled. That, Chu Qing has made a significant contribution. Arrange a time. I, the Chief Inspector, intend to reward him. Captain Li replied with a grin. Chu Qing knows how to navigate these matters. By the way, how shall we handle that 1,000 taels of silver from Master Lu? Chief Inspector Shi exclaimed in surprise. The brothers have toiled for him for several days to capture the criminal, growing gaunt in the process. Let him send an additional 500 taels to reward the brothers. At your command. The hunt for the criminal reached a pause. Chu Qing was in high spirits. That evening, he immersed himself in the study of the toad's secret medicine. This formula consisted of over 300 ingredients. Most were commonplace, but a few were rare. Fortunately, with the funds provided by Lu Jun, he was likely to afford the necessary materials. However, his vocational column did not seem to include the skill of alchemy. What a pity! Chu Qing speculated that his vocational column could only accommodate one profession, that of a martial artist, while the profession suited for concocting secret medicines must be an alchemist or pillmaker. Thus, the vocational column was rendered ineffective. Not being able to concoct medicine was no great loss. After all, alchemy consumed time. With that time, it would be far better to read, learn, and hone one's physique. The materials for the secret medicine were rare, and with Chu Qing's dwindling funds, he dared not waste them. Deciding to seek assistance in the refinement process in the morning, he traversed the streets, inspecting dozens of pharmacies in Shiji County, among which 3 caught his fancy. Yet, he was uncertain which to choose. Forget it. I will gather enough materials first. He proceeded to purchase the necessary ingredients from various pharmacies. By the end, he was only lacking a single herb, the Nirvana grass. Despite visiting numerous pharmacies, none had it in stock, nor had they ever heard of it. Chu Qing, unwilling to concede, thought to himself that he had gathered hundreds of ingredients, including a century-old ginseng worth over 1,000 taels. Now, he was merely missing a single herb. Was there an error in the recipe? Or had the name of the herb changed? He continued his search and eventually arrived at the last pharmacy, run by a bearded old man in his 60s. This pharmacy had been the sole lineage of its kind in Shiji County for hundreds of years and was thriving. Nirvana grass? Apothecary Li frowned. We don't have that herb in Shiji County. Only the capital city does. Chu Qing's heart leaped. That's wonderful. Which pharmacy in the capital has it? I will go buy it. Apothecary Li shook his head. Nirvana grass is a controlled substance. Though it exists in the capital, purchasing it requires approval from the authorities and the military. Chu Qing, a mere herb has become a controlled substance? Is it addictive? Apothecary Li shook his head. It isn't addictive. I have heard it is essential for concocting certain special secret medicines. Thus, Chu Qing suddenly grasped the significance. Nirvana grass was fundamentally a crucial strategic resource. So critical that most apothecaries were unaware of it. Thankfully, Apothecary Li was knowledgeable. Chu Qing clasped his hands in gratitude. Apothecary, is there anywhere else besides the capital where I might procure it? Apothecary Li fell silent. With a snap, Chu Qing pushed 10 taels of silver toward him. Apothecary Li pushed it back. With a rustle, Chu Qing increased the amount to 50 taels. After much hesitation, Apothecary Li accepted the silver, saying, outside of Qingshui County, there is a black market. Various controlled substances and illegal items can be found there. Chu Qing beamed. He had a lead on the secret medicine. A mere 10 minutes later, he learned about the black market from Apothecary Li and requested him to sketch a depiction of the Nirvana grass. Apothecary Li accepted the 50 taels, knowing full well that this man was determined to obtain the Nirvana grass, potentially to concoct secret medicines. Thus, he provided a detailed drawing and listed many identification methods, fearful that he might purchase a counterfeit. After expressing his gratitude to Apothecary Li multiple times, Chu Qing rushed to Lady Jin's residence. He had not seen Lady Jin for several days, having been preoccupied with his own affairs, and he wished to reconnect at the Jin family estate. Upon seeing Chu Qing, Lady Jin joyfully complained, Qinger, you haven't visited in ages. Next to her, Xiao Taoheng rolled her eyes. It has only been 3 days. Chu Qing presented her with cosmetics and the ancient books he had salvaged from the dilapidated temple. Lady Jin's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Qing'er, how thoughtful of you." Abandoning the cosmetics, she carefully examined the ancient texts, discovering many that were absent from her study, even some she had never encountered before. The lady was overjoyed. "Qing'er, these books are worth their weight in gold. Are you truly giving them to me?" Chu Qing replied with a smile, "These ancient texts are beyond the understanding of others. Only you can appreciate them. Besides, you are my only relative, and all good things should be bestowed upon you." Lady Jin, moved, felt her eyes welling with tears. "Qing'er, you are truly wonderful. Come, assist me in organizing the ancient texts." "Very well." In the serene study, 2 individuals are diligently engaged, with Madame Jean guiding him meticulously on how to handle the ancient books and prevent them from being infested by pests. Their fingers occasionally collide, and their ears brush against one another, causing the timid Xiao Taohong nearby to feel a surge of apprehension. She quietly stands at the door, glancing intermittently at the main entrance and the study. "Oh, madam, you must be mindful of your status." After more than 2 hours, the ancient texts are finally sorted. Madame Jean refreshes herself and lazily reclines in a rocking chair, her long legs extended straight as she says, "Qing'er, please massage my shoulders." "Certainly." With his large hands pressing into her sore muscles, Madame Jean feels utterly relaxed and reluctant to move. 1 minute. 5 minutes. Chu Qing assumes that Madame Jane has fallen asleep. However, she suddenly speaks. "Qing'er, I heard from Madame Shi that there have been changes in this year's Martial Academy assessment." Chu Qing's heart stirs. "What changes?" Madame Jean shakes her head, unconcerned as her face rests against his hand, and continues languidly, "I'm not aware of the specifics, but I heard Madame Shi say that ordinary individuals wishing to enter the Martial Academy must sign a servant contract. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Chu Qing falls silent. Madame Jean tilts her head back, her slender neck resembling that of a white swan, her gaze complex as she confides, "I have requested a spot from Madame Shi. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to meet her. She enjoys listening to operas, and at that time." Chu Qing places a finger on her lips and quietly says, "I wish to try it on my own." Madame Jin's heart races, feeling her lips flush and her head buzz, completely oblivious to what Qing said. After a while, she regains her senses, only to find that Chu Qing has vanished. Flustered, Madame Jean asks, "Xiao Taohong, what did Qing'er say as he left?" Xiao Taohong sighs inwardly. "Madam, he wants to try it on his own. No. You must tell him later that he should accompany me to meet Madame Shi tomorrow." "Understood. Also, arrange a time at the tailor's shop. Tomorrow I will take Qing'er to change into splendid attire." "Yes." Xiao Taohong rushes out to catch up with Chu Qing. Madame Jean hesitates for a moment before picking up her pen to write a letter. "To my esteemed father. I hope this letter finds you well. Recently, I have taken in a foster son, who is quite clever, fond of literature and martial arts, yet comes from a humble background. I hope my esteemed father can provide him with 10 or so martial arts manuals. Your daughter, Zhou Qingyu, pays her respects." Chapter 19. The Vitality Herb, flying above the grass upon leaving Madame Jin's residence, Chu Qing prepares to tidy himself up for a visit to the black market. However, halfway there, he is intercepted by a small leader. "Young Master Qing, the Hall Master wishes to see you." Chu Qing smiles. "What does the Hall Master want?" The small leader looks perplexed. "I don't know." Chu Qing's smile fades. After about 10 minutes, Chu Qing finds himself before Hall Master Lu. "Kid, I see the good deeds you've done." Chu Qing looks bewildered. Hall Master Lu's expression darkens as he reprimands. "I asked you to investigate the clues of the murderer, yet you went and demolished the courtyard. You even fabricated evidence claiming the murderer fled. This is deceit, deceiving me and deceiving Captain Shi. You read truly outrageous." A surge of murderous intent wells up within Chu Qing. "You dare to insult me? Do you truly believe I'm merely a flag-waving lackey?" He clasps his fists and replies, "Hall Master Lu, it has been many days without capturing the murderer, which has caused dissatisfaction among Captain Shi, the disciples of the fort, the nobility, and even the gang in the absence of a scapegoat. I could only state that the murderer escaped." Hall Master Lu sneers, "So, I offer 1,000 taels of silver just for you to deceive me? Ha! The murderer remains uncaught, and I must further offer 500 taels to placate those in the government? Tell me, should I spend this money?" Chu Qing remains silent. Hall Master Lu's sneer deepens. By the end of the month, I expect 3,000 taels of silver from you. Otherwise, even if the government supports you, I have ample ways to make your life worse than death. Now leave. Chu Qing clasps his fists and turns to leave. Once outside, he glances back at Lu's courtyard, his heart ablaze with murderous intent. 3,000 taels of silver by the month's end. I fear even if I have the money. You won't have the life to spend in recent days. He has mingled with the small leaders. Gathering more information from Hall Master Lu, he silently contemplates his progress and strategizes when to act. Upon returning home, he sees Xiao Taohong standing there. Chu Qing, Madam plans to take you to the tailor's shop to buy clothes tomorrow morning, and in the afternoon, to meet Madam Sure. Remember to prepare. Chu Qing feels touched, knowing that Madam Jian has his best interests at heart. Since she has arranged a path for me, I cannot refuse her kindness. As night falls, Chu Qing heads straight for the black market outside Qingshui County. Shiji County is situated over 100 kilometers from Qingshui County. In this era, it takes an ordinary person a full day to walk there. Chu Qing practices the red snake leg technique. His long legs strong and powerful, reinforced with iron muscles, he dashes along, akin to a great serpent gliding through the terrain. 1 hour. 2 hours. The pace is too slow. I require a form of lightness skill. Whether for travel or combat, it is essential. Master Li mentioned that the black market has everything. I hope to procure a lightness skill manual. 4 hours later. Under the night sky, city walls can be faintly seen. Not far from the city, a swift river flows. By the riverbank, an open space is adorned with flickering lights. Densely packed with numerous tents and stalls, the black market has arrived. Chu Qing masks his face and steps into the midst of it. To his surprise, the black market is bustling with activity, resembling a grand fair. There is no fear of being discovered. It seems the black market is well protected. The black market is vast, with stalls neatly arranged to form temporary streets. Chu Qing surveys each street, finding vendors selling weapons, bows and crossbows, and even leather armor, iron armor, and shields. As for martial arts manuals, many stalls have them. Some stalls display nothing, merely a white cloth with numbers and signs indicating the purchase of secret medicines and manuals. Throughout, men in black robes carrying red lanterns walk about, calling out. Number 78 is purchasing Mantis Fist secret medicines. Number 69 is purchasing manuals from the brothel. Chu Qing approaches a man in a black robe and asks, "Are you here to purchase items? Can you relay my request?" The man in black chuckles, "Indeed. 1 tael of silver for each street you wish to announce your request. You must be new here." Chu Qing remains silent. The man in black continues, "We merely act as intermediaries for purchases. Whether you receive genuine items or not is not our concern. Even if you acquire counterfeit goods, do not cause trouble in the black market. If you wish to cause trouble, go outside. Additionally, avoid announcing overly precious items, or they will attract unwanted attention. Of course, if you possess sufficient strength, feel free to announce whatever you like." Chu Qing understands and bows in thanks. Vitality herbs are precious and not suitable for public announcements, so he must inspect each stall individually. 1, 10, 100. As he finishes checking all the stalls, he still finds nothing. However, he does discover a stall with numerous lightness skill manuals. Flying above the grass. 8 steps to catch the cicada. Floating on water. 7 flashes in the wind. A crowd gathers around this stall, haggling, and occasionally someone walks away with a manual. Chu Qing observes for some time and learns from the crowd that this stall owner is reputable. As the crowd thins out, he approaches and asks, "Friend, could you introduce the characteristics of these lightness skills?" The stall owner, wearing a monkey mask, rasps, "Flying above the grass is suitable for long-distance pursuits. 8 steps to catch the cicada is for short-distance bursts. Floating on water is for showing off in front of the ladies. Dragonfly touching water is for..." The stall owner enthusiastically explains 7 or 8 types before concluding, "Which one do you desire?" Chu Qing ponders. "I have the red snake leg and mantis fist for short-distance bursts, which are temporarily sufficient. I require a lightness skill for long-distance pursuits, as well. If the identity of the murderer is revealed, it would be advantageous to escape. Lastly, I must consider the issue of promotion. Which lightness skill's secret medicine is the best to acquire?" The stall owner taps on flying above the grass and states, "This lightness skill does not require a corresponding secret medicine. With diligent practice, one can achieve great mastery in a year and perfection in 3. Chu Qing smiles. "Then I will take it. He possesses a decent amount of silver. But he also needs to buy vitality herbs, so he refrains from indiscriminate spending. Moreover, since the other lightness skills each have corresponding secret medicines, he will also need to purchase those when rapidly advancing, which would be another considerable expense. Thus, he must temporarily forego the other lightness skills. Once he secures the frog's secret medicine, he can borrow some silver and return to purchase them later. Several minutes later. Skill: Flying above the grass. Entry level: 10 practices daily. Entry achieved in 10 days. Promotion conditions: 1. Walk 1,000 steps on grass. Such a simple lightness skill. This black market is located on a patch of grass. Merely walking about can fulfill the promotion conditions. How wonderful! You walk a step on the grass. You walk a step on the grass. The profession column continuously refreshes. After a few more minutes. Skill: Flying above the grass. Entry level achieved. 2 practices daily. Mastery in 30 days. Promotion conditions: 1. Walk 10,000 steps on grass. The advancement of martial arts brought forth a plethora of leg power techniques into Chu Qing's mind. As he walked, he adjusted his posture, feeling an increase in speed and a lightness in his body, with diminished exertion. Mastering the lightness skill felt akin to the arrival of fortuitous fortune. After traversing merely a few stalls, his pupils contracted in surprise, for at one particular stall lay a rare herb, the nirvana grass. However, a group of masked individuals were haggling with the vendor over its price. Chapter 20. Is this herb genuine? The vendor quoted a price of 1,500 taels for a single nirvana grass. The masked figures, adorned with animal motifs, persistently pressed for a lower price. We have over a dozen brothers who wish to procure the nirvana grass. Offer us a discount, and we shall return for more in the future. The vendor, filled with indignation, retorted, "You think your numbers intimidate me? I have my own backing." The masked individuals exchanged glances, visibly conflicted. Meanwhile, Chu Qing scrutinized the herb, carefully following the diagram drawn by Apothecary Li to identify its key characteristics. The vendor smirked inwardly, confident in his craft. Unless a qualified apothecary who recognized the nirvana grass came forth, no one would discern its authenticity. However, should a customer discover it to be counterfeit within the black market, he had a genuine specimen to present. If they could not ascertain its falseness, then he had nothing to fear. Minutes passed, and Chu Qing inquired, "Is this herb genuine? I am willing to pay more." The vendor, still smirking, replied, "Absolutely genuine." Chu Qing handed over a stack of silver notes, and the vendor, grinning, completed the transaction. The masked individuals nearby scowled. "Kid, we had our eyes on this first. How dare you intervene? Believe it or not, once you're out of the black market, we could easily take you down." Chu Qing chuckled, carefully tucking the nirvana grass into his attire. "I'll wait for you outside. Either you kill me, or I kill you." With that proclamation, he strode confidently toward the black market's exit, halting just outside. Inside the black market, the masked figures wore grim expressions. They had only wished to engage in a risk-free transaction, yet encountering someone like Chu Qing, who not only knew they were watching but chose to wait outside, was a first in this vast black market. One of the masked individuals, donning an eagle mask, whispered, "This guy is quite self-assured. Shall we switch our target?" The others nodded in agreement, leaving one person to keep an eye on the vendor while they continued their search for a more suitable target. The vendor smirked, recalling his training in several iron muscles and a formidable palm technique. With a powerful backing, he felt invincible if, by the end of the black market, they dared to trouble him. He would reveal his identity and demonstrate his prowess. They would undoubtedly retreat in defeat. 1 minute, 3 minutes. Individuals within the black market began to take note of Chu Qing. Curiosity led them to inquire about him, and upon learning the specifics, they marveled. When was the last time we had such a fierce individual in the black market? In less than 5 minutes, when Chu Qing noticed the masked individuals failing to emerge, he let out a cold chuckle and turned to leave. 1 for grass walking. The profession bar shimmered. 1 minute, 5 minutes. His grass walking proficiency advanced to a skilled level. Adjusting his stance, he exerted power through his legs, the numerous iron muscles in his body rippling, dramatically increasing his speed while further reducing physical exertion. 1 hour, 2 hours. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, Chu Qing returned to Shiji County. Just before stepping into the county, the profession bar refreshed. Martial art, grass walking is perfected and cannot be further enhanced. No advancement conditions remain. The next moment, his speed surged once more. his toes barely touching the ground as he soared forth, the grass beneath him bending under the weight of his lightness, and before it could settle, he whooshed away. Truly, he had mastered the grass walking technique. His speed dramatically increased again, and he soon arrived at Apothecary Lee's shop. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of his rapping echoed, startling Apothecary Lee from his slumber. Minutes later, after a thorough examination of the Nirvana grass, Apothecary Lee hesitantly stated, "Esteemed hero, this Nirvana grass is counterfeit." Chu Qing responded, "What?" Apothecary Lee affirmed, "Indeed." Chu Qing fell silent. 1 minute, 3 minutes. Lee was drenched in sweat, terrified that this man might unleash his wrath. Ultimately, Chu Qing exhaled deeply and sneered, "The black market is indeed treacherous." He boldly claimed it was 100% genuine, and I even offered him an extra 300 taels, only to be deceived. "You should rest. I shall procure another with that." He turned and departed. Apothecary Lee gazed at his retreating figure, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Those who dare to sell counterfeit goods in the black market invariably possess some influence or backing. My venture into the black market was merely an invitation to be wronged. In the end, I fear all the resentment will be directed toward me. Unable to sleep, Apothecary Lee was restless. Whoosh, 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 fully unleashing his perfected grass walking. Chu Qing sped toward the black market in Qinghe County. The vendor had deceived him, and there was no doubt he had substantial backing. Perhaps he had already fled, or perhaps he remained, emboldened by his connections within the black market. Regardless of the situation, he was determined to seek justice. The over 1,000 taels he had painstakingly earned could not simply vanish into thin air. He quickened his pace, channeling all his energy into grass walking, activating all his iron muscles as he sprinted madly. After sprinting for a third of the journey, the profession bar flickered. "You have completed the second condition of iron cloth." Chu Qing's heart leapt with joy. This is fortuitous. He promptly took out 3 doses of the iron cloth secret medicine and swallowed them. The iron cloth technique is refined through daily practice. Consuming secret medicine leads to 1,000 days of proficiency. Advancement Condition 1. 10 doses of secret medicine. The quantity of secret medicine had increased, and the conditions had decreased. Just right, as I have an abundance of secret medicine. Let the advancement continue. Once again, he ingested the secret medicine. The iron cloth technique, now skilled, required daily practice. Consuming secret medicine leads to 1,000 days of great completion. Advancement Condition 1. 30 doses of secret medicine. With no more secret medicine left, I am unable to advance further. However, it suffices. For every dose of secret medicine allows for the cultivation of 2 iron muscles. With 20 doses on hand, swallowing them all at once would be enough to cultivate all the iron muscles of the iron cloth technique. Activating the iron cloth, he commenced his training. Iron muscle 10, iron muscle 10. The profession bar shimmered. Chu Qing felt warmth radiating from his chest and back. His limbs heated. One by one, iron muscles rapidly formed. 10 minutes, 30 minutes. All 40 iron muscles of the iron cloth had been successfully cultivated. In addition to the overlapping iron muscles in his limbs, he had added 10 more to both his chest and back, raising his total to 76 iron muscles. The increase in iron muscles resulted in a significant surge in strength. Simultaneously, his skin grew taut, more resilient than several layers of old cowhide. He sensed that even an ordinary person wielding a long knife or iron sword would struggle to penetrate his flesh. Through diligent effort, he had once again grown stronger. He had claimed authenticity, yet delivered counterfeit goods. I even offered an additional 300 taels. I see this simply taking advantage of the honest? As dawn approached, the black market began to dissolve. A group of masked individuals encircled the herb vendor while the remaining patrons dispersed, uninterested in the unfolding drama. The vendor sneered, gesturing toward his own mask. "What, do you intend to rob me? Do you even know who my brother-in-law is? You should inquire about how many people I have deceived in this black market. Who dares to trouble me? Don't think that if you kill me, no one will know your identities. As long as you remain within the jurisdiction of the armored sect, my brother-in-law will find you, even if you burrow through a mouse hole." The armored sect? The masked individual's eyes widened in alarm. Was it worth it for just over 1,000 taels? Just then, a loud roar echoed from afar. "Where is the vendor of counterfeit medicine?" The thunderous shout reverberated through the area. The counterfeit medicine vendor chuckled derisively, calling out, "I'm right here. Come if you dare." Whoosh! One figure dashed through the masked individuals, reaching the counterfeit medicine vendor. The vendor, still scoffing, boasted, "My brother-in-law is," before he could finish. He saw the figure barreling toward him with unyielding speed. The vendor sneered, "Want to fight? I have so many iron muscles and a fierce palm technique. Why should I fear you?" he bellowed, extending his hands. His skin turning an iron hue. Iron sand palm. His palm struck Chu Qing's chest in the next instant. The vendor's expression morphed in horror as his hands made contact, feeling as if he had struck an old cowhide. "This is horizontal training, Mantis Fist." Chu Qing's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he crossed his arms and delivered a fierce cleave. Bang! The vendor's flesh shattered, his sternum collapsing as he nearly folded in half. Hurtling backwards in a heartbeat, Chu Qing pursued, raising his long leg to deliver a ferocious strike. Red serpent leg, crash. The vendor's body crumpled, and before he could hit the ground, Chu Qing seized his lifeless form and dashed away. The masked individual stood frozen in place, speechless. Chapter 21. Last year, Brother Qing. Today, Master Qing in Shiji County. Someone knocked on the door. Apothecary Li took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm as he opened the door. A wave of blood-reeked met him. He beheld a figure clad in a tattered robe, drenched in blood, stepping inside. Thud! A bundle was tossed to the ground. "Check if there's nirvana grass in there. By the way, where is your water tank? I need a bath." Apothecary Li. Half an hour later. Apothecary Li held a blood-stained nirvana grass, his excitement palpable. It's over 60 years old. He could only recall having seen the nirvana grass once in his youth. Years had passed and now, once again, he beheld it. This time, I must compile a more detailed herbal compendium. Chu Qing, veiled and clad in damp linen, inquired, "How long will it take to refine that secret medicine?" He had provided the formula for the toad medicine to Master Li. Master Li swallowed hard, panic evident in his demeanor, and replied, 2 days, at most 2 days. Chu Qing cast a deep glance at him and calmly said, "Very well, focus on your alchemy. Once completed, I shall hand over the secret formula to you." Master Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon seeing the toad medicine formula, he felt as though the completion of the potion heralded his own demise. Yet, this individual not only refrained from silencing him but also intended to grant him the formula. This was truly inconceivable. Chu Qing, sensing the turmoil, remarked, "You haven't seen my face. You need not fear for your life." With that, he took the 2,000 taels of silver notes, compensation from the counterfeit drug dealer, and turned to leave. The dawn was approaching. In the morning, Chu Qing made his way to the martial arts academy. Zhao Wuji and the others had not yet returned. Under his guidance, Shi Taiju was barely managing to maintain basic operations. With the toad medicine nearing completion, Chu Qing began frog leaps around the training ground, striving to fulfill the initial requirement before the potion was ready. 1 lap. 10 laps? 20 laps. "Chu Qing, someone is looking for you." A few minutes later, at the entrance, a small leader from the Blood River gang clasped his fists in greeting and said, "Master Qing, Master Lu requests your presence at the Yamen." "The Yamen?" Chu Qing pondered. "I haven't killed anyone in Shiji County these past 2 days. Why do they seek me?" His mind raced as he followed the small leader to the Yamen. Upon entering, a constable escorted him to a large courtyard. This was the office of Chief Constable Shi. The main hall. Chief Constable Shi, Constable Li, Master Lu, and others were engaged in discussion. Chu Qing clasped his fists in greeting and silently stood to the side, listening as they deliberated on how to handle Zhao Wuji and the others. 1 Constable scoffed, "They have committed a grave error. Teaching martial arts to a murderer makes them accomplices. According to the law, they deserve execution." Another constable countered, "The praying mantis fist, iron hand, and iron thread fist are not unique to them. Many places practice these. They cannot be convicted." Master Lu murmured, "They are not murderers, but they are accomplices. They killed members of my gang. They ought to pay with their lives." He understood that this incident was entirely the fault of his own subordinates. Having already offended Zhao Wuji and the others, he now aimed to drive them further into despair, wishing to ensure they would never recover. The group engaged in heated debate while Chief Constable Shi watched with interest, as if observing a performance. After a while, he languidly inquired, "What was your name again?" "My lord, I am the junior Chu Qing," he replied, clasping his fists in salute. Chief Constable Shi chuckled, You were personally involved in this matter. What do you propose we do? Chu Qing replied earnestly, my lord. The initial search led by Master Lu was ineffective, allowing the murderer to escape. Fortunately, under your wise leadership, many stolen items were recovered, and evidence of the murderer's flight was found. The fact that the murderer fled without dealing with Zhao Wuji and his companions is sufficient proof that their connection is not deep. Chief Constable Shi nodded in silence, finding this individual intriguing for immediately shifting blame onto Master Lu while exonerating himself and even claiming credit. My lord, while Zhao Wuji and the others are at fault, it is merely a minor offense in your quest for evidence. You also inadvertently cleared out some ownerless residences. Now, they can be repaired and returned to your custody. When the original owners return, they can be handed back. Chief Constable Shi laughed heartily. Zhao Wuji and the others would pay to repair the residences, ultimately falling into his hands. Quite advantageous indeed. As for the original owners returning? Unlikely, as many of these houses had been abandoned for decades. Who could prove ownership? At this moment, the others appeared contemplative, subsequently sharing a laugh, while Master Lu's face darkened. He growled, my lord. A friendly constable quickly covered his mouth and whispered. Silence. Master Lu looked bewildered. Chief Constable Shi smiled. Chu, you have rendered a service. I once promised to reward you once this matter was settled. Today, I am pleased to grant you a set of knife techniques. Chu Qing's heart raced, and the expressions of the constables shifted. The Dacian Empire strictly prohibited armed martial arts, yet, despite the current turmoil, those skilled in weapon techniques remained exceedingly rare. Many might wield a sword or carry a gun, but they merely did so for show and true combat. Without knowledge of techniques, they could only slaughter the ordinary. Even constables who had never attended a martial arts academy could not learn weapon techniques. Even if they attempted to learn surreptitiously, they would not dare to display them openly. Now, Chief Constable Shi was offering to teach Chu Qing knife techniques, which would allow him to practice openly with the backing of authority. How could this not incite jealousy? Master Lu was especially consumed with envy. Here I am, taking the blame, yet being reprimanded to remain silent by my friends. How humiliating! And yet, Chu Qing gets to learn knife techniques? My lord, knives are deadly weapons. Chu Qing comes from a rough background. His temperament is already questionable. With a deadly weapon, should he take a life, it would surely bring trouble to you. The other constables echoed their concerns. The knife techniques were too valuable. They did not want Chu Qing to acquire them either. Chief Constable Shi frowned. Chu Qing contemplated. Should I truly receive the knife techniques? Who knows whether this group will pressure me to hand them over? Death would undoubtedly ensue. Losing one or two would be inconsequential, but if many fell, Chief Constable Shi would certainly suspect me, and that would lead to trouble. Furthermore, I intend to enter the martial arts academy. Within the academy, there are weapons of all kinds. What martial arts techniques could possibly be lacking? With just over 20 days until the academy's preliminary exam, I can endure for now. Nevertheless, he remained incensed at Master Lu and the others. Yet, he clasped his fists and said, my lord, I am still young and unfit to wield weapons. Chief Constable Shi breathed a sigh of relief. His intention to grant Chu Qing knife techniques had merely been a whim, and he immediately regretted it after speaking. Those troublesome constables only obstructed matters and failed to offer an escape route. Chu Qing was far superior to them. A true talent. Chief Constable Shi chuckled. In that case, I shall first grant you a set of claw techniques. After 7 or 8 years, once you have mastered the claw techniques, I will reward you with knife techniques. The constables and Master Lu exhaled deeply. However, they failed to notice the glint of ferocity that flashed in Chu Qing's eyes. Chapter 22. Eating chicken feet, practicing eagle claw technique. Eagle claw technique entry requirement. 10 daily practices, entrance within 10 days. Advancement criteria. 1. Eat 10 chicken feet. The eagle claw technique appeared to be on par with the praying mantis fist. He had seen the manual for the eagle claw technique at the black market, where the vendor had demanded 50 taels. However, authenticity was not guaranteed. Chief Constable Shi was also quite miserly. I excavated haunted houses and dilapidated temples, providing him with several hundred taels. Yet he only offered me the eagle claw technique for 50 taels in return. This man cannot be deeply trusted. Nevertheless, he is still useful for now. Once I enter the martial arts academy, he shall pay me back double for all he has taken. Lost in thought, he headed straight to the Jin family mansion. In the prison, Zhao Wuji, Zhao Hongxiu, and others were released. Although they had been detained for a few days, due to their status, they had fared relatively well in confinement, albeit with a lingering sense of trepidation. Zhao Hongxiu and the senior brothers looked dispirited, while Constable Li reassured them with news of Chief Constable Shi's disciplinary measures. Zhao Wuji and the other leaders sighed in relief. Each family would rebuild a residence. Though it was a significant loss, at least their lives were spared, which was fortunate. They repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Constable Li, who, having received many tales from Chu Qing, did not wish to take credit, especially with other constables present. Therefore, he did not conceal Chu Qing's contributions. You ought to thank Chu Qing. Had it not been for him, you would have been in dire straits, if not dead. Chu Qing? The group looked bewildered. Only Zhao Hongxiu, seemingly piecing things together, remarked, "Are you referring to our Chu Qing from the assault team?" Constable Li nodded. "The one in linen and barefoot, from a rough background?" Constable Li affirmed once more. Zhao Wuji and the others appeared utterly astonished. How could a mere rogue in linen and bare feet determine their fate? It was inconceivable. Iron Hand, Iron Thread Fist, and the masters of the Red Snake Martial Arts Academy exchanged glances and promptly bowed to Zhao Wuji, saying, "Brother Zhao, this evening at Xianyuan Tower, we invite Brother Chu to join us for a feast." Zhao Wuji remained in a state of confusion. When Chu Qing arrived at the Jin family mansion, Xiao Taohong was chattering away in Madame Jin's ear. "His home is bare. The door panels are merely smeared with yellow mud. When I entered, I found only a bed and a broken water jar. There isn't even an extra piece of linen in the house." Madame Jin, deep in thought, replied, "Although Qinger is impoverished, he always arrives clean and without any foul odor. He loves to read and is intelligent, even if he cannot soar to great heights in the future. He is certainly more promising than those martial artists. I must take him to buy a set of fine clothes." Just as she spoke, Chu Qing arrived. "Aunt Qinger," Xiao Taohong, after a brief exchange of pleasantries. Madame Jin smiled and said, "Come, I shall take you to buy a set of fine clothes. After lunch, I will take you to meet Madame Shi." Chu Qing once again declined, saying, "Mother, I hail from humble beginnings. If I were to don fine garments now, I would surely evoke jealousy from the petty. I aspire to take the preliminary examination for the Martial Academy, and if envy arises, it may lead to unforeseen troubles." Madame Jin frowned and scoffed. "Who would dare to envy you? Moreover, even if you were to fail the entrance exam, you could always follow Lady Shi's path." Chu Qing subtly shook his head. To follow Lady Shi's path would entail signing a servant contract. In this era, such a contract would bind one's life and death, stripping away autonomy. He had no desire to sign such an agreement. He endeavored to express his wish to first try his hand at the examination. Madame Jin, pleased, exclaimed, "My dear Qinger is ambitious." The preliminary examination for the Martial Academy was notoriously difficult. Recently, she had heard of many families scrambling to offer themselves as servants to the Shi family, including numerous talented youths. These individuals were born into far better circumstances than Chu Qing, yet none possessed his level of determination. My dear Qinger is indeed fortunate, she thought. Madame Jin, in her delight, instructed Xiao Taohong to have the servants prepare a meal and inquired what dishes Chu Qing favored. He felt a sudden impulse and fabricated. "I recall in my childhood, I longed to gnaw on chicken feet. Alas, my mother passed away too early." Madame Jin's heart ached, wishing she could cradle him and offer comfort. Lamenting, "Alas, Qinger has grown." Xiao Taohong, instruct the kitchen to prepare more chicken feet. "Yes, madam." Moments later, as Chu Qing wrote, Madame Jin ground ink. When she noticed his strokes faltering, she took his hand to guide him, stroke by stroke. During their break, Chu Qing gave Madame Jin a shoulder massage. Xiao Taohong, arriving from the kitchen, gritted her teeth, staring fixedly, fearful of overstepping her bounds. 18 noon. The kitchen delivered an abundance of delicacies. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, greens, fruits, and glistening rice. Chu Qing eagerly gnawed on the chicken feet, and as he swallowed, conditions for his profession began to activate. 1, 5, 10, skill. Eagle claw technique, beginner. Daily practice of 30, mastery in 100 days. Promotion conditions. 1. Consume 100 chicken feet. 2. Imitate eagle claw 1,000 times. Noticing this, Chu Qing hastened his eating. Madame Jin, concerned, quickly served him more chicken feet and instructed Xiao Taohong, "Go, have the kitchen prepare a large bowl." "Yes, Madame Jin," feeling distant from Chu Qing, moved closer to him, her face beaming with joy. Had I known Qinger loved chicken feet so much, I wouldn't have needed fine garments to win his favor. From now on, I shall prepare chicken feet for him daily, allowing him to feel a mother's love. Even if those concubines bore children, with Qinger supporting her, she need not fear their rise. When Xiao Taohong returned from the kitchen, she found Madame Jean sitting close to Chu Qing, rolling up her sleeves to personally peel the boneless chicken feet for him. She dared not enter, only watching from outside, lamenting, "Madam, please be cautious." Xiao Taohong was filled with trepidation as Chu Qing relished his meal, consuming even faster. After finishing the chicken feet, the profession bar refreshed. "You have completed the first condition," Madame Jean, smiling broadly, asked. "Would you like more?" Chu Qing shook his head. "No more, thank you, mother, for allowing me to fulfill a childhood wish." Madame Jin's eyes sparkled with delight. Once she regained her composure, she noticed Chu Qing had taken a handkerchief to wipe her greasy hands. "I can manage this myself," she protested. Chu Qing replied with a grin. "You peeled the chicken feet for me. It is only right that I wipe away the mess." Madame Jean momentarily lost her train of thought. In the afternoon, with the sound of jingling bells, Madame Jean rode in a sedan chair, with Chu Qing and Xiao Taohong flanking her, heading to seek Lady Shi. However, they did not go to Lady Shi's residence, but rather to a theater. Lady Shi adored watching and singing operas. Yet due to her status, she could not take the stage, a significant regret for her. Madame Jean had a set of theatrical costumes at home, which had been entrusted to her by Lady Shi. Soon, Chu Qing and Madame Jean encountered Lady Shi. Lady Shi, though not very old, just over 30, was adorned in fine silks, her jewelry jingling. With an oval face and striking features, she exuded an air of aloofness. Upon seeing Madame Jean, she nodded coolly, but when her gaze fell upon Chu Qing, her brows furrowed slightly, and she remarked frostily, "Ling Yu, your adopted son lacks decorum, which I do not appreciate." Madame Jean chuckled softly, leaning closer to Lady Shi to explain why Chu Qing was dressed in simple garb. Why Qinger is well-rounded in both literature and martial arts. If you were to lend him your guidance, he is sure to achieve greatness. Lady Shi, understanding, regarded Chu Qing with a newfound glimmer of appreciation. "Chu Qing, I have an opening for a horse groom. Should you fail the exam, you may serve as my groom, leading my horse and carrying my saddle, thus still gaining entry to the martial academy." "Let us watch the performance," Lady Shi declared imperiously, not waiting for Chu Qing's response as she turned her attention back to the stage. On stage, the performers sang melodiously, captivating the audience. As the performance reached a thrilling climax, many patrons showered them with rewards. Lady Shi generously tossed a few silver coins. Chu Qing, with his hands subtly forming claws, practiced the eagle claw technique's proficiency in a quiet rhythm. In the hushed box, he faintly heard Lady Shi's voice and caught a glimpse of her lips moving in silent song. "So, Lady Shi enjoys singing opera? How intriguing." Chapter 23. The masters of the academy thanked Chu Qing. Exiting the theater, Chu Qing's eagle claw technique had advanced. Skill: eagle claw technique, proficient, daily practice of 50. Mastery in 1,000 days. Promotion conditions: 1. Consume 1,000 chicken feet. 2. Imitate eagle claw 10,000 times. The profundity of the eagle claw technique lingered in his mind. Chu Qing's fingers curled like claws, reminiscent of a mantis, and he sensed a potential fusion with certain techniques from Mantis Fist. Mantis Fist possesses the ability to transform strikes into claws. Could these two styles indeed merge? He attempted to explore this possibility, but found no clear path. "Never mind, I shall research it further another time." That moment, Lady Shi departed in a grand sedan chair, flanked by numerous servants. Chu Qing accompanied Madame Jean back home. Although Madame Jean intended for him to stay for dinner, Chu Qing felt it necessary to maintain a respectful distance from her. "Mother, I will return for dinner tomorrow." Madame Jean, content, took her leave. As Chu Qing hummed a tune, he made his way to the martial academy, his fingers flexing, working on the second condition. He pondered how many iron muscles he could develop through the eagle claw technique. He had not forgotten Zhao Hongxiu's words about the preliminary examination, where there would be seasoned judges, some of whom had developed over 100 iron muscles or even iron bones. If he did not pay the fees or commit to servitude, those veteran students would undoubtedly be ruthless in their evaluations. Ensuring he did not pass to gain admission to the martial academy, he must cultivate at least 100 iron muscles, or even iron bones. I need more martial arts and wealth, if possible. Securing a precious stone to enhance my mantis fist or red snake leg would be ideal. With that, my striking power would surely escalate. Lost in thought, he spotted a familiar face. Shi Taizhu. The blacksmith's son was running frantically, sweat pouring down his brow, glancing around anxiously. Was he being pursued? Chu Qing instinctively sought refuge in an alley, wishing to avoid trouble, but Shi Taizhu spotted him and exclaimed, "Qing Guer, I've been searching high and low for you." Chu Qing was at a loss for words. Goodness, he used to call me Chu Qing. Now it's Qing Guer. Has he lost his mind? Shi Taizhu's emotions were mixed. Just days prior, he had entered the Mantis Fist and learned that he could also enter the Martial Academy, believing that Chu Qing would be beneath him. Yet, he never imagined that the return of the Academy Master and Senior Sister depended entirely on Chu Qing. "What brings you here?" Chu Qing asked nonchalantly. Shi Taizhu, feeling awkward, replied, "The Master and Senior Sister asked me to invite you to dinner at Xianyuan Tower. This afternoon, all the disciples of the Martial Academy have been searching for you. The Master and Senior Sister have been galloping around, scouring Shiji County for you." Chu Qing understood immediately. Zhao Wujing and the others had learned of the morning's events. He smiled and said, "Tell the Master I will head directly to Xianyuan Tower." Shi Taizhu, conflicted, added, "Senior Sister specifically instructed me to notify her as soon as I found you. She and the Master are coming to fetch you themselves." Chu Qing chuckled, "No need, I will go on my own." Shi Taizhu insisted, "I'll accompany you." Very well. Xianyuan Tower, the largest and most luxurious tavern in Shiji County, was said to be a place where the legendary martial sage Shi Ji dined long ago. As night fell, Xianyuan Tower was ablaze with lights. Zhao Wujing and the others anxiously awaited at the entrance, as disciples continuously reported back with no news of Chu Qing. "Search again, and report back." Understood. At that moment, Lu Tangzhu approached with a dozen subordinates. Upon seeing Zhao Wujing and the others, he smirked, his expression a mask of insincerity. Zhao Wujing and his companions sneered. Everyone was aware of Lu Tangzhu's earlier intentions to eliminate them, and they felt revulsion and anger towards him. Some were even contemplating killing him to eliminate future threats. Lu Tangzhu entered the tavern with a cold grin, commanding, "Arrange for the top floor." The subordinates behind him groaned inwardly. They had received a considerable amount of silver from Chu Qing recently, but upon Lu Tangzhu discovering this, he had vented his frustrations regarding Chu Qing onto them, ordering them to treat him to dinner. They dared not disobey and had no choice but to comply. Now, Lu Tangzhu was demanding the top floor, causing the subordinates to tremble with indignation. "We've only earned a few taels of silver after mixing with the larger heads for an entire year. After mingling with Qing Yi for a few days, I managed to acquire over 10 taels of silver. As the hall master, you not only prevent us from earning money, but also expect us to spend our own funds on entertaining guests, and require us to reserve the most expensive rooftop. Are you even human?" They harbor resentment, but dare not voice it. "Lu Hall Master, I apologize, but the rooftop has been booked by Master Zhao and his entourage." Lu Hall Master, feeling displeased, sneered, "Then let us take the next floor." "Very well." Lu Hall Master ascended the stairs, taking a seat by the window, covertly observing Zhao Wuji and the others. This group, released by Captain Shi, was now gathered here, presumably awaiting him. Captain Shi is a formidable figure in Shiji County, instilling fear in countless gangs and martial arts schools. Many wish for his departure, yet, despite being an outer disciple of the armored sect, it is said that his wife's family holds sway within it. "Why do I not have such a fortunate wife?" Lu Hall Master, consumed by jealousy towards Captain Shi, yearned to take his place. "Our strategy is nearing fruition in no more than 3 to 5 years. Once the gang leader and I succeed, Captain Shi will be nothing to fear." Lu Hall Master's mood improved somewhat. Before long, he noticed a youth clad in a coarse robe and another in simple attire approaching. Zhao Wuji and his companions surged forward, surrounding the youth in the coarse robe as they entered the building, while the youth in simple attire sulked by the roadside. Clatter! Lu Hall Master dropped his chopsticks, and his good mood evaporated. The exquisite dishes before him suddenly lost their appeal. "Chu Qing," he raised his head, hearing footsteps above, as if Chu Qing were trampling over his pride. "Brother Chu, thank you for your timely rescue." Zhao Wuji, accompanied by Zhao Hongxiu and others, bowed in gratitude to Chu Qing. "Please, everyone, rise." Chu Qing smiled warmly. After some pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Soon, sumptuous dishes were served, accompanied by young women, including a delicate companion beside Zhao Hongxiu. Strangely, Chu Qing was attended by two. To his surprise, among the many exquisite dishes, there was a large plate of chicken feet. Zhao Hongxiu, in a charming tone, remarked, "Brother Chu, I went to the Blood River Gang to find you and learned from Madame Jean that you have a fondness for chicken feet." So, Chu Qing silently nodded. This group was thoughtful. Iron Hand, the master of the hall, boisterously laughed, "Brother Chu, these chicken feet, also known as phoenix claws, are said to strengthen the body and enhance vitality. A rare delicacy indeed. I was unaware until today. Thanks to you, Brother Chu. From now on, I shall indulge in them daily." Chu Qing inwardly sighed. This flattery is rather forced. Zhao Wuji grinned, "Brother Chu, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare phoenix claws for you daily." Iron Fist, the hall master, added in his hearty manner, "Brother Chu, I have nothing profound to say. Let me drink in your honor." Laughter erupted around the table, and as cups clinked, Zhao Wuji and the others expressed their heartfelt thanks to Chu Qing, asserting that without him, even if they survived this ordeal, their martial arts school would be ruined and their ancestral heritage plundered. The delicate young women beside them, with their dainty hands, peeled the boneless claws. Playfully feeding him, Chu Qing swallowed heartily, occasionally raising his cup to sip, while Zhao Wuji and the others drained theirs. Even Zhao Hongxiu indulged in a few drinks, her cheeks flushed and eyes slightly glazed. Just days ago, I perceived him as utterly unremarkable. Who would have thought my life and my family's legacy would rely on his salvation? Such is the unpredictability of fate. If only I had chosen him to join me at the Martial Academy back then. Alas, Chapter 24. Awaiting a favorable storm amidst the vibrant lights and clinking glasses, the night banquet drew to a close. Chu Qing, with several tomes and ample secret elixirs in hand, clasped his fists before Zhao Wuji and the others, saying, "Esteemed masters, please do not rise. I shall return home on my own." With that, he turned and departed. At the entrance of the Xianyuan building, under the bright lights, Zhao Hongxiu watched as Chu Qing stepped into the dark alley. Letting out a soft sigh, Shi Taizhu cautiously approached, noticing Zhao Hongxiu's intoxicated state, her cheeks aglow, fixated on Chu Qing's retreating figure. His heart was troubled. How foolish was I to have sent Chu Qing to my family's blacksmith shop to make a living? Now, amidst the turmoil at the martial school, I must rely on him. "Senior sister," Zhao Hongxiu whispered, "I am fine." Merely shared a few drinks with him. Shi Taizhu felt a pang of distress, saying bitterly, "It seems we must rely on Chu Qing in the future." Zhao Hongxiu chuckled lightly, "Not necessarily." Shi Taizhu was perplexed. Chu Qing appears to serve Captain Shi, seemingly in a favorable position. However, Captain Shi is known for his cold-heartedness. I have heard some captains say that Chu Qing has gifted him substantial silver. Yet he still cannot recall Chu Qing's name. Zhao Hongxiu continued, "While we can enter the Martial Academy, he cannot in the future. Our achievements will surpass his." Shi Taizhu's eyes lit up. Indeed, lacking 3,000 taels of silver, he lacks the means to even secure a contract. Without entry to the Martial Academy, he will amount to nothing. Once he falls from grace, I shall surely offer him a position at the blacksmith shop. Zhao Hongxiu nodded, acknowledging Shi Taizhu's intellect. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji and the other masters convened in a secluded spot to plot. Zhao Wuji spoke first. "Lu Hall Master possesses a malicious nature. He intends to bring about our ruin. What shall we do?" Iron Fist Hall Master growled, "I wish to kill him." Red Snake Leg Hall Master sneered, "I have suffered undeserved misfortune. He seeks my demise. What do you suggest I do?" Iron Hand Hall Master inhaled deeply. Speaking softly, "My martial school has significant conflicts with his slaughter hall. He wishes me ill, and I refuse to bow." Zhao Wuji clapped his hands lightly, coldly stating, "Then let us await an opportunity to extinguish Lu Hall Master's malevolent intentions." The other masters nodded in agreement, and after a thorough discussion, they resolved to bide their time. Zhao Wuji remarked thoughtfully, "On a stormy night, when the winds howl and the rain falls, will be the perfect time to erase all traces." They exchanged knowing smiles, all warriors at heart, though of lesser caliber, yet all harbored sharp blades. Before parting, Zhao Wuji suddenly asked, "What do you think of Chu Qing?" Iron Hand Hall Master replied, "A barefoot youth in a coarse robe." remarkably composed for his first visit to Xianyuan Building. Red Snake Hall Master added, "He is in his youth, brimming with vigor and infatuated with the fairer sex. Yet, even with two pristine maidens attending him, he focused solely on the chicken feet, showing restraint. This lad has a commendable character." Zhao Wuji nodded, and after parting with the others, his mind was awhirl. Chu Qing first caught my attention when he leaped like a frog, consuming frogs for sustenance due to his lack of funds. He recognized the significance of leg strength in the praying mantis fist. Having a benefactor in the hall master's wife, who is akin to a foster mother, and sharing a moment with Madame Sure at the theater, he exhibits determination, cleverness, and cunning. The martial academy will surely open its doors to him. Regrettably, Hongxiu did not choose him. Thankfully, I have made amends in the future. The trajectory of the Mantis Martial School will depend on him. Upon returning home, Chu Qing noticed someone at his door and slowed his pace. Approaching, he recognized a small leader, reeking of alcohol, who clasped his fists, saying, "Qing Yi, Lu Hall Master, has spoken ill of you." Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, taken aback, not by Lu Hall Master's slander, but by the small leader's willingness to inform him. The small leader quickly added, "Lu Hall Master bears a grudge against you. He seems intent on making things difficult for you. Be cautious, Qing Yi." Chu Qing thanked him and bestowed a tael of silver, causing the small leader to beam with delight. Lu Hall Master is stingy and only knows how to extort. Qing Yi is generous. A few minutes later, after sending the small leader away, Chu Qing closed the door, lit an oil lamp, and laid several tomes and corresponding boxes on the table. However, he did not peruse them. Instead, frowning in contemplation, after a long while, he murmured, "Lu Hall Master, I hope you refrain from foolish actions. Is it not better to live a few more days?" When Lu Hall Master demanded 3,000 taels of silver from him, he had already contemplated murder. It was only due to his ignorance of Lu Hall Master's background that he had held back. Now, Lu Hall Master had dared to curse him in front of so many small leaders and threatened to make life difficult for him, which only kindled his fury further. Who does he look down upon? Does he truly believe I am merely a flag-waving lackey? Furthermore, Lu Hall Master's interference with Captain Sure regarding the sword techniques only intensified his murderous intent. Now, he must await an opportunity. A rainy day, he wonders how long that will take. After a moment of thought, he began to examine the tomes on the table. There were 4 in total, 3 thick and 1 thin. The 3 thick tomes were titled Iron Hand, Iron Wire Fist, Red Snake Leg. Chu Qing had already mastered Red Snake Leg without hesitation. He flipped through the remaining 2 quickly, soon grasping their contents. The last thin tome, given by Zhao Wuji, lacked a cover, its title unknown. Upon opening the first page, he noticed a crooked line of text. When utilizing this technique, it is imperative to eliminate all witnesses. Chu Qing was perplexed. Why must one kill witnesses after using a technique? What could this mean? Flipping to the second page, his expression changed slightly. The page depicted a praying mantis with a human face. Its arms spread and merging, resembling a great sword. 1 page. 10 pages. You have acquired the technique. Double-handed praying mantis sword. Chu Qing tore off the last page, leaving behind the remnants, burning, soaking, and mixing with the earth. Only after completing everything did he realize that his heart was racing violently. Thump, thump, thump. His heart felt as if it might leap from his chest. Zhao Wujia, could he truly possess weapon techniques, and was he willing to share them with me? Although the Imperial Star wavered and the Great Qian Empire was on the brink of a millennium calamity, the Empire's scrutiny over weapon techniques remained stringent, even among the privileged and the children of the aristocracy. Only a select few of the direct lineage could learn weapon techniques before entering the martial academy. Moreover, even upon admission, one had to pass numerous trials to be taught weapon techniques. The distinction in lethality between those skilled in weapon techniques and those relying solely on unarmed combat was vast. How could Zhao Wujia possess such techniques? Why would he share them with me? Was he not afraid of my betrayal? Was he attempting to win me over? With a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Chu Qing ultimately let out a sigh of relief and smiled. There is no need to overthink. Since he has given me the weapon techniques, I shall find an opportunity to repay him in the future. With the weapon techniques in hand, he was eager to begin his training immediately. However, the unarmed techniques took precedence. After all, the initial examination at the Martial Academy focused on unarmed combat. one could not neglect their footwork and hand techniques. As for weapon techniques, both practice and usage were cumbersome. They could serve as a trump card, to be developed gradually. As he pondered, he glanced at the last piece of paper, which bore the illustrations of two large double-handed swords, designed to accompany the double-handed mantis sword. Chapter 25. Prohibited Weapon Techniques Technique. Double-handed mantis sword entry condition. Daily practice for 100 days to gain entry. Advancement requirements. 1. Hold the double-handed sword for 3 days. 2. 10 portions of mantis secret medicine. Technique. Iron fist entry condition. Daily practice for 10 days to gain entry. Advancement requirements. 1. 1 hour with iron-encased hands. Technique. Iron palm entry condition. Daily practice for 10 days to gain entry. Advancement requirements. 1. 1 hour with iron-encased hands. In one night, he acquired 3 techniques, including a prohibited one, not from the Captain Shi but rather inadvertently from Zhao Wujia. Truly intriguing. Chu Qing felt a surge of joy within. However, for the time being, he could not train in any of the 3 techniques. Whether it was the iron-encased hands or the double-handed sword, he would need to visit the blacksmith shop. Unfortunately, the blacksmith shop was currently closed. Unable to advance his technique swiftly, Chu Qing decided to focus on enhancing the conditions for the eagle claw technique. Within the Xianyuan building, he devoured numerous chicken claws. He was rapidly approaching the first condition for the eagle claw technique. The second condition still required considerable effort. With determination, he practiced extending and curling his fingers, sometimes stretching, sometimes forming claws. You have completed part of the second condition. The occupation bar flickered, the count gradually increasing. 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. You have completed the second condition of the eagle claw technique. As night fell, Chu Qing collapsed into a deep sleep. The next morning, he went to the martial arts hall to scrounge for food. To his surprise, the kitchen staff called out to him, "Young Master Qing, the hall master instructed you to dine in the back kitchen." The members of the assault team dining alongside him were filled with curiosity. Why would the hall master grant this madman special treatment? It was said that yesterday, the official disciples of the martial hall searched the streets for him. I heard it was because of him that the hall master was able to return. Chu Qing ignored the assault team members and headed straight for the back kitchen. A large bowl of chicken claws and a mountain of vegetables awaited him on the table. Zhao Wujia was indeed an extraordinary individual. Taking his words at face value, and considering that he had provided weapon techniques, Chu Qing discerned that Zhao Wujia must have ulterior motives. Yet, since he did not voice them, Chu Qing chose to remain oblivious. Without hesitation, he grabbed the chicken claws and began to feast. 1, 10, 100. An hour later, with his belly round and full, he could eat no more. Perhaps a stroll would aid in digestion. After a while, he wandered to the training grounds where Shi Taizhu and the assault team members were diligently practicing. After observing for a time, he noticed that several had already made progress. Among them, Shi Taizhu's movements were the smoothest. In 10 days to a month, he could likely master the mantis fist. This fellow was truly dedicated. His progress was commendable. At that moment, Shi Taizhu, noticing Chu Qing's presence, felt a sense of triumph. Chu Qing merely relied on the reputation of Captain Shi. Such prestige was but a fade, easily toppled. Whereas I am making steady progress with each step. With secret medicine and ample meat, in no more than 10 days, I shall master the mantis fist. By then, he will merely have scratched the surface. He is beneath me. After strolling a few laps, Chu Qing made his way to the blacksmith shop. Given the abundance of stone mining in Shiji County, there were numerous blacksmiths. He casually selected one and stated his requirements. The blacksmith replied, "Customer, I suggest you forge a pair of steel gloves." A spark of interest ignited within Chu Qing. "Can you forge?" The blacksmith chuckled. "Indeed. Some individuals at the martial academy prefer to wear steel gloves." Intrigued, Chu Qing asked, "Why do they need steel gloves at the martial academy?" The blacksmith scratched his head, grinning. "During the martial academy's competitions, some possess weapon techniques while others do not. Those without use steel gloves as weapons." Understanding dawned upon Chu Qing. "Very well, then forge me a pair." After a mere 10 minutes, the blacksmith measured his hands, instructing him to press his handprints into a soft clay. Finally, he stated, "Customer, you need to pay a deposit of 5 taels. You may collect it by evening." Chu Qing paid the deposit. Initially, he had considered having the blacksmith forge a double-handed sword. But upon reflection, he decided to wait, as a street thug. Wielding a cleaver would raise no eyebrows. However, carrying a double-handed sword would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Such a sword could not be forged in Shurji County. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Jean family estate. Madame Jean, having procured a calligraphy manual from an unknown source, requested that he practice copying it. "You're only lacking in your penmanship now. For scholars, handwriting is a matter of face. Good handwriting earns you respect from all. I shall grind the ink while you copy," Chu Qing replied cheerfully. Beginning with horizontal, vertical, and straight strokes, he proceeded with slanted strokes and dots. Having just learned the eagle claw technique, his hands were steady. When practicing the manual, he displayed remarkable skill. Madame Jean expressed her delight. "Qing'er, your literary talent is truly exceptional. You should consider abandoning the martial academy and dedicate yourself to your studies. Eventually, you could take the imperial examination and become a high official, bringing glory to our family." Chu Qing merely smiled, saying nothing. High-ranking officials may wield power, but when faced with danger, one must rely on external forces. Furthermore, one's official position could be stripped away. Without it, one is left with nothing. The power of martial arts lies within oneself, where life and death are governed by personal strength, not by reliance on others. Noticing his silence, Madame Jean extolled the benefits of holding an official position. Chu Qing inquired curiously, "Aunt, how do you know so much?" Madame Jean's eyes flickered with unease as she fell silent. Chu Qing chose not to press further and focused intently on copying the characters. At noon, Madame Jean prepared a sumptuous lunch, which included numerous chicken claws. With her delicate hands, she deconstructed the bones to offer him boneless chicken claws. As the eagle claw technique approached its next level, Chu Qing devoured them with increasing speed. Eventually, Madame Jean began to feed him directly, but after a couple of bites, she realized the impropriety of her actions and flustered, said, "You eat first. I will check on the kitchen." With that, she hurried away. Chu Qing. As the afternoon wore on, Madame Jean awoke from her slumber, stretching lazily. She observed Chu Qing spinning a white jade ball the size of a bowl in each hand. The balls were pure white, smooth as jade. Most people would struggle to grasp them. Yet, this young man, with his fingers bent and agile, made the jade balls spin slowly at first, gradually increasing in speed. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, Madame Jean watched in awe. Such dexterous hands. Tio think he can make such large spheres spin with ease. If only someone could do the same to, Pa, what am I thinking? Madame Jean discreetly stretched her limbs, yearning for some relief from the constricting fabric of her attire. Alas, her attempts were in vain. The discomfort in her chest remained palpable, with a swift flicker of her fingers. She manipulated the large stone sphere, which began to spin with increasing velocity. "You have fulfilled part of the requirements for the eagle claw technique," echoed in her mind, as the indicators in her professional column flashed incessantly. The progress of the first condition accelerated from a slow crawl to a rapid ascent. In no more than 2 hours, she would achieve the first requirement of the eagle claw technique. Based on precedents from other martial arts, once the eagle claw technique reached a high level of mastery, and with adequate secret elixirs, a swift breakthrough to perfection would be attainable. Upon achieving perfection in the eagle claw technique, she could seamlessly practice the entirety of this martial art's foundational skills. Even with repetitions, she could gain at least a dozen more. Her prowess would surge dramatically. With merely 20 days left until the Martial Academy's preliminary examination, her iron skills had yet to surpass the 100 mark, and the pressure was mounting. Fortunately, several masters had provided her with manuals, ensuring that she had no shortage of methods to enhance her iron skills in the short term. What she lacked was time and elixirs. An hour later, Madame Jean approached, saying, "Qing'er, you have been practicing for too long. It is time to take a break." The proficient eagle claw technique, characterized by resilient and agile fingers, coupled with the support of her iron skills, left her feeling far from fatigued. However, upon hearing Madame Jean's voice, she set down the stone sphere and replied, "All right, I shall go practice my calligraphy, Madame Jean." Observing his hands, remarked, "That stone sphere must be quite heavy. Manipulating it with your fingers, does it not tire you? I shall summon someone to provide you with a tonic to ease your muscles and prevent any discomfort." Chu Qing chuckled, extending his hands, fingers dancing and leaping with such swiftness that it surpassed even the flower-shaking techniques of his previous life. "Look, I am completely unfazed." Yet, Madame Jean, feeling a sense of worry, hastily retorted, "Enough. Do not show off your dexterity, go practice." In the afternoon, Chu Qing alternated between rotating the stone sphere and practicing calligraphy, fully immersed in his endeavors. As dusk fell, a notification chimed. "You have completed the first requirement of the eagle claw technique." With a decisive motion, he tossed the 2 stone spheres into the flower bed, where they sank halfway into the soil, resembling steamed buns. The half-exposed white jade spheres juxtaposed beautifully with the blooming red roses, creating a scene of exquisite charm. "Mother, I am leaving," Chu Qing beamed, bidding farewell to Madame Jean. After his departure, Madame Jean squatted beside the flower bed, her gaze shifting between the red roses and the stone spheres. Her fingers glided gently over them. "This stone sphere weighs at least 7 or 8 pounds. He can manipulate it with such ease. Qinger has developed iron skills, and at least 2 of them." Although she had never practiced martial arts, her extensive reading had taught her much. The cultivation of iron skills, kept humble and low-key, was indeed admirable, and no wonder she wished to test her own abilities to enter the martial academy. However, the recent reforms at the academy made it exceedingly difficult to gain admission based solely on merit. For now, she would have him enter as Madame Shi's servant. When she returned to the capital by year-end, she would beseech her father to assist in transferring his household registration to the capital, allowing him to soar to new heights. Chu Qing felt elated. The eagle claw technique was but a single elixir away from reaching its grand mastery. He began his training in the morning and anticipated achieving mastery by nightfall. Such efficiency was indeed remarkable. With this rate of progress, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. He navigated the streets, heading straight for the government office. This time, no summons awaited him. Despite his previous visits, he was barred from entry. Chu Qing, undeterred, offered a coin to the gatekeeper, stating, "I wish to see Chief Shi." The gatekeeper cast a disdainful glance, retorting, "Without Chief Shi's orders, you are not permitted to enter." Furrowing his brow, Chu Qing found himself at an impasse. At that moment, Captain Li fortuitously emerged. "Chu Qing, what brings you here?" Chu Qing clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "My lord Li, I seek an audience with Chief Shi to purchase some elixirs for the eagle claw technique." He had over 2,000 taels of silver from the counterfeit medicine dealer, sufficient to procure the elixirs. Captain Li, intrigued, inquired, "You have just begun practicing the eagle claw technique, and you wish to use elixirs? Are you not concerned about waste?" A spark ignited within Chu Qing as he replied, "I have borrowed from the guild at exorbitant interest rates, intending to use the elixirs to expedite my cultivation of iron skills for the martial academy." Captain Li's expression fell. He had anticipated that Chu Qing possessed a considerable fortune, only to discover it was a debt. "Very well, please wait a moment. I will consult Chief Shi." After a tense wait of several minutes, Captain Li returned, shaking his head. "Chief Shi says there are no elixirs available. You must find a way on your own." Chu Qing was incredulous. Captain Li lowered his voice, saying, "Chief Shi has long forgotten you. In the future, should you have matters to discuss, come directly to me." Chu Qing felt speechless. Very well, such is the nature of those in PowerPoint. One day, he vowed, he would ensure they remembered him. After bidding farewell to Captain Li, Chu Qing resolved to venture into the black market that night to acquire elixirs. Although killing the counterfeit medicine dealer posed risks, no one would suspect the murderer would return. He merely needed to change his attire and mask his face. No one would recognize him. After Chu Qing left, a gatekeeper discreetly informed Master Lu, who soon learned that Chief Shi had refused to meet Chu Qing. Has young Master Qing fallen from grace? They mused, and no longer shall we call him young master. Perhaps just Brother Qing will suffice. The little leader, who had sent the warning, felt increasingly uneasy, seeking an opportunity to distance himself from Chu Qing to avoid misunderstandings with Master Lu. Upon hearing the news, Master Lu wore a sinister grin. "Without Chief Shi's patronage, I wonder how audacious you will remain. When the time arrives for the Martial Academy's preliminary examination, I shall demand 3,000 taels of silver from you. At that moment, I will publicly expose you, quashing your hopes of entering the academy, and then I shall thoroughly ruin you." His resentment towards Chu Qing simmered as night descended and the lanterns illuminated the streets. Chu Qing donned his newly purchased garments and set forth into the city, heading straight for the black market. With a burst of speed, he dashed, his legs moving with such agility that the grass seemed to bend before him. Before he could touch the ground, he was already taking his next step. This pace was a marked improvement from his previous visit to the Qinghe black market, which had taken him 4 hours. This time, in just over an hour, he found himself at the black market's entrance. However, the current scene was starkly different. Only a few scattered lights illuminated the area, clearly indicating that most had not yet arrived. Chu Qing refrained from entering recklessly, instead pausing at a distance to observe and wait. The surrounding croaking of frogs filled the air. Bored, he began practicing the frog technique. Gu Wa, the secret frog technique activated. Swiftly replenishing his recently depleted energy, his vitality gradually surged as he sensed a warm current coursing through his body, predominantly flowing through his fingers, as if mending something within. Chu Qing pondered, the secret frog technique not only enhances one's foundation but seemingly repairs hidden injuries as well. Such marvelous capabilities in a secret technique. He anticipated that by tomorrow, the frog elixirs could be concocted. He wondered if there would be new traits upon reaching perfection. Chapter 27. Friends, please hear my defense. Gu Wa, the secret frog technique continued to circulate, keeping Chu Qing's vitality at its peak. Time slipped by unnoticed until he felt a slight tremor in his ears. In an instant, his senses sharpened. He could clearly hear footsteps in the distance, some light and agile, others heavy and deliberate. Yet, the sounds of breathing and other subtle movements eluded him. His vision became remarkably acute. Under the night sky, he could discern figures 100 meters away as if it were broad daylight. Was this the unique quality of secret martial arts? Chu Qing was astonished. Minutes turned to hours, and amidst the chorus of frogs, the black market began to flourish once more. What surprised Chu Qing was that this secret frog technique not only heightened his senses but also seemed to conceal his presence. He practiced within the brush, and several individuals passed within mere meters of him, completely oblivious to his presence. Regrettably, activating the frog technique produced a sound. Otherwise, it would have been the perfect stealth technique, as the lights in the black market multiplied. Chu Qing seized an opportunity to slip inside. The market remained lively, undeterred by the recent events. Donning his plain clothes, he wove through the throngs of people with determination, first seeking the elixirs for the eagle claw technique. His luck was fortuitous. He quickly spotted 3 or 4 vendors selling elixirs. Recalling the incident with the Niaoqi herb, he approached a stall and stated, "I would like to sample a bit to verify its authenticity." From beneath the vendor's mask, a peculiar voice replied, "Friend, just a few days ago, a seller of counterfeit elixirs was beaten to death and left naked in the wilderness. I would rather not end up in such a state." Chu Qing. It seemed this was indeed his doing. Nevertheless, he still took a small sample of the elixir and swallowed it to confirm its authenticity. Upon consuming a small portion of the elixir, the second condition was partially fulfilled. 1 more minutes later, Chu Qing pocketed the elixir and dashed to a secluded grove outside the black market. The grove was serene, devoid of even the croaking of frogs. Chu Qing swallowed the elixir in one gulp, and his attribute column flickered. Technique, eagle claw technique, mastery, daily practice, 1,000 times. Elixir requirement, 3 portions of eagle claw elixir. So this time, perfection requires only the elixirs. Chu Qing felt a stir in his heart and unleashed the technique of grass on the fly, making his way directly to the black market. He aimed to procure 3 more doses of secret medicine in one go to achieve perfection, and then practice the iron muscle technique. After he departed, a series of exhalations echoed through the small grove. How could someone have ventured into the grove so soon after the black market opened? Have they discovered us? I don't know. Brother, should we change locations? No, the superior has designated this spot. A few minutes later, Chu Qing returned to the small grove and consumed the secret medicine. Technique, eagle claw technique, perfection achieved through daily practice, transcending the ordinary, breaking limits in 1,000 days. Promotion requirements. 1.10 doses of eagle claw secret medicine, 2.100,000 rotations of the stone ball with both hands. Huff. Chu Qing exhaled a breath. Even if the chief of the stone captains refused to sell him the secret medicine, his eagle claw technique would still attain perfection. He felt a surge of joy. Even more so upon realizing that breaking the limits of the eagle claw technique did not require a pearl, only the secret medicine and the stone ball. Compared to the mantis fist and the red serpent leg, these 2 requirements were indeed simple. At this moment, the secret medicine took effect and he began to practice. His 10 fingers curled into claws, resembling the talons of an eagle. His arms swung like the wings of a majestic bird. Huff, huff, huff. His fingers tore through the air, waves of heat flowing through his fingers and arms. Iron Muscle 25. Iron Muscle 25. You have cultivated a strand of iron muscle. His fingers felt hot and swollen. Chu Qing sensed that the first strand of iron muscle had been born, and it had manifested in his fingers. In an instant, his fingers became as hard as forged iron, yet their flexibility remained intact. On the contrary, his finger joints became more agile, flipping and twirling with greater ease. Crack, crack, the second strand, the third strand. One by one, strands of iron muscle emerged, all from his fingers. Soon, all 10 fingers bore a strand of iron muscle. Following that, strands also appeared on his palms and the backs of his hands. Huff, huff, huff. His claws flitted about, tearing through the air with a whistling sound. In the distance, the air twisted, resembling a mighty eagle. Crack! His fingers grasped a large tree, splintering wood and leaving deep grooves. Crack! His claws penetrated into the trunk of a tree as thick as a thigh. Such a formidable claw technique. It feels even more powerful than the mantis fist. Crack! Crack! As he practiced the technique, refining the iron muscle, holes appeared on each tree he encountered. Bang! His claws pierced the trunk, crushing the wood as easily as one would crush tofu. The eagle claw technique encompasses 32 strands of iron muscle. I have only cultivated 28, leaving 4 more to go. With that thought, he turned to procure more secret medicine. Huff! A rustling sound arose in the small grove. Brother, let us leave. This person's claw technique is terrifying. If he were to strike our heads, we might end up with a few more holes in our skulls. After a moment of silence, another replied, Do you think it's possible he is the murderer of the Lord's little uncle? That's unlikely. The Lord said the murderer practices the mantis fist, iron hand techniques, and the iron cloth shirt. This person seems to be proficient in the eagle claw technique and is quite young. Without any guards or servants, he is undoubtedly of humble origins, not a noble or a fortified heir. Thus, he lacks the resources and capability to simultaneously cultivate several major techniques. After a brief silence, the elder brother said, Let us go. If we don't leave, it might lead to trouble. They prepared to depart, but just as they were about to exit the grove, a figure shot towards them. With no time to retreat, they took cover. The 2 brothers concealed themselves behind a tree. Whoosh! Chu Qing, stepping lightly with grass on the fly, arrived with haste and swallowed a dose of secret medicine. Having completed the first condition for breaking the limits of the eagle claw technique, please continue your efforts. Ribbit, ribbit. Chu Qing activated the frog technique, adjusting his energy and spirit. Behind the tree, the 2 burly men exchanged puzzled glances. Why is there suddenly a croaking sound? At that moment, the secret medicine took effect, and Chu Qing resumed his training. Huff, huff, huff. His 10 fingers became claws, akin to an eagle, tearing through the air. Crack, crack, one by one. The large trees were reduced to splinters under his grip. 1, 2, strands of iron muscle continued to emerge, and the sound of an eagle's cry resonated. The 32nd strand of iron muscle was successfully cultivated. The eagle claw technique totals 32 strands of iron muscle, with no overlap with other techniques. How wonderful! Chu Qing felt a surge of power once more. He yearned to let out a triumphant roar. The iron muscle has surpassed 100. I am now qualified to confront seasoned students from the Martial Academy head-on. His spirits soared. Let me see what power lies within these 32 strands of iron muscle in the eagle claw technique. Chu Qing growled, extending his left hand into a claw, and forcefully struck a nearby tree as thick as a person. The eagle's cry rang out. Whoosh! The left claw penetrated the trunk. Crack! His fingers seemed to have pierced into something solid. Chu Qing's expression changed slightly as he pulled back his hand, blood flowing from his fingers. However, it was not his blood. It was the blood of an outsider. Whoosh! Chu Qing darted behind the tree to find a large man sprawled on the ground, 5 holes in the back of his head, oozing red and white. Is there someone in the small grove? Chu Qing scanned his surroundings, finally resting his gaze on a tree as thick as a person. Behind the tree, a large man held his breath, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest. Step, step, step. The footsteps faded away. Huff! He exhaled a sigh of relief. They have finally left. What a fright! In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. The large man's pupils dilated, his body stiffening. Oh no! I've been discovered, he quickly spoke. Friend, please listen to me. No more excuses. Whoosh! The eagle claw pierced his chest, tearing through bone and puncturing the heart. Apologies, but you may have discovered my secret. Therefore, I shall not listen. The large man's eyes widened in confusion. What secret could a lowly figure from the rivers and lakes possibly have? Is it greater than my secret of sleeping with the master's wife? Fortunately, I have kept my own secret. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground. Chapter 28. Let me send a pigeon to summon my brothers. Inspect the body. Wipe the fingers. Chu Qing, carrying a faint scent of blood, re-entered the black market. He still had over 1,000 taels of silver. He intended to buy secret medicine to enhance the iron cloth shirt. Although the iron cloth shirt had already reached great accomplishment and all strands of iron muscle had been cultivated, he wished to further improve his resistance to impact. After all, iron muscle is one thing, and resistance to impact is another. The two are not the same. Perhaps due to the lingering scent of blood? The people on the street instinctively kept their distance from him. Soon, Chu Qing stood once more before the medicine vendor. Upon seeing him, the vendor's eyes narrowed. This person has repeatedly purchased Eagle Claw secret medicine. Is he here again? There's a whiff of blood on him. Has he just killed someone? The vendor spoke in a hurried whisper. You? Why are you here again? Chu Qing smiled and said, I need 30 more doses of iron cloth shirt secret medicine. The vendor was startled, glancing around nervously. In an instant, he realized that the person before him was the murderer of the counterfeit medicine vendor. He never imagined the killer would swagger back into the black market. Having changed clothes, this person is incredibly bold. Furthermore, where does this fresh scent of blood come from? His heart raced. Is there? Chu Qing brandished a banknote. There is. Just a moment. The vendor, flustered, knew he had to earn the money regardless. 1 minute later, Chu Qing left with the iron cloth shirt secret medicine. The vendor, having waited for over an hour, slowly packed up and quietly departed. Although that big figure stated that all sales of iron cloth shirt secret medicine needed to be reported, he simply chose to ignore it. What of that big figure? If I don't say anything, what would you know? At dawn, the black market dispersed. A group of muscular men gathered and noticed 2 of their companions were missing. After a dozen minutes, they found the bodies of their companions in the small grove. What a terrifying claw technique! It actually killed my best brother. The big boss extended his hand. Bring me my pigeon. One of the younger brothers presented a white dove. Watch me send a message via pigeon to report to the Lord, summon the brothers. Then pursue the traces, hunt down the murderer, and avenge my best brother. Yes, flap. The white dove soared into the sky. Outside of Shiji County, Chu Qing swallowed 30 doses of iron cloth shirt secret medicine in one go. Training. Beneath his skin, strands of iron muscle writhed. The secret medicine took effect, and its potency, propelled by the technique, fervently nourished his skin. The iron cloth shirt reached great accomplishment through daily practice, swallowing secret medicine and achieving perfection in 3,000 days. Promotion Condition 1. 50 doses of secret medicine for iron cloth shirt, a skill that has reached a significant level, although the iron tendons of the iron cloth shirt have already been cultivated. As he channels his technique, his skin is continually reinforced. The iron tendons on his chest, back, and limbs emerge, forming a peculiar pattern. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times. His skin transforms from coarse to delicate, and then from delicate to pure white, before eventually turning a shade of iron blue. 1 dose, 10 doses. As each dose of secret medicine is consumed, the color of his skin shifts repeatedly. Each transition from pure white to iron blue is akin to donning a layer of aged cowhide. 3 hours later, 30 doses of secret medicine have lost their efficacy. At this moment, Chu Qing appears as though he is cloaked in 30 layers of aged cowhide. While his iron cloth shirt has not reached perfection, the progress made through the consumption of secret medicine is exponentially greater than that of an ordinary practitioner who progresses step by step. Praying Mantis Fist. Chu Qing delivers a punch to his arm. Bang! A muffled sound reverberates. The Praying Mantis Fist, which can effortlessly cleave through tables, flesh, and bone, is surprisingly deflected. My iron cloth shirt's defense superior to Li Hao's perfected version. If I continue training like this, will I be able to withstand the onslaught of weapons and techniques? He promptly elevates the priority of his iron cloth shirt. Currently, his priority for techniques is as follows. 1. Toad Technique 2. Iron Cloth Shirt 3. Eagle Claw Technique 4. Praying Mantis Fist, Red Snake Leg 5. Iron Hand, Iron Line Fist, Double-Handed Praying Mantis Sword. As for the lightness technique, Grass on the Flying, it has already been perfected, yet he cannot break through its limits and thus will not consider it. Speaking of lightness techniques, I may still require a type with strong explosive force. Unfortunately, the seller of lightness techniques is absent today, and I am also out of silver in a few days. Once I have saved enough silver, I shall return to the black market. 18 days until the initial examination of the Martial Academy. Since a few days ago, when Chu Qing returned from slaying foes in the black market, he has not ventured there again. During these days, he has been studying and writing at Madame Jin's during the daytime, donning steel gloves and rotating the stone ball, practicing the eagle claw technique, iron hand, and iron fist techniques in one go. 18 night. He diligently hones the iron cloth shirt. In just a few days, both the iron hand and iron fist have reached a proficient level. Although he has yet to formally cultivate the iron tendons, his hands are becoming steadier and stronger. As for the second condition of the eagle claw technique, he has completed more than 1/3. On a warm spring day, in the courtyard, a barefoot youth clad in a coarse robe, adorned with steel gloves, rotates a white jade stone ball. A lady draped in silks lounges in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book, though most of her attention is on the youth. Swish, swish. The sound of the white jade stone ball rubbing against the steel gloves is initially grating. However, as days pass, the sound becomes refined, akin to a human hand caressing the stone ball. If these hands were to manipulate other balls, I wonder if they would sustain any damage. I have heard that the eagle claw technique requires one to crush walnuts and hardwood. Is this method effective? Madame Jean covers her face with her book, choosing not to look. After a while, footsteps approach. She hears the stone ball drop, followed by the sound of the steel gloves hitting the ground. Then, a pair of strong hands rests upon her shoulders, pressing down, bringing comfort as the fingers press against her neck. She instinctively tilts her head back, resembling a graceful swan. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Suddenly, Madame Jean tightens her grip on the armrest of the rocking chair. After a minute, she exhales a fragrant sigh, adjusting her silken attire beneath her collarbone, flustered as she inquires, "Qinger, shall we still watch the play later?" Chu Qing replies with a smile, "No, I want to be going. My technique is on the verge of a breakthrough. I plan to return early to cultivate and strive for a breakthrough tonight." The Toad's secret medicine has been ready for a few days, yet he has refrained from taking it. Instead, he has been lingering around Li Yaoshi's residence each night, ensuring no one is watching him. Days have passed without incident. Tonight, he intends to retrieve the secret medicine and consume it to facilitate his breakthrough. It is no wonder he is being cautious. Ever since discovering the peculiar characteristics of the secret toad technique, Chu Qing recalls the words of a child. There is an old man seeking those who capture toads. Uncertain of any connection to the toad technique, he resolves to remain vigilant, for the toad technique is far too precious. As Chu Qing becomes lost in thought, Madame Jean rises, plucking a flower and leaning down to inhale its fragrance. The golden sunlight casts its glow, and her silken hair cascades over her face, painting a picture of beauty. In a moment of inspiration, Chu Qing recalls a verse from his past life, and it spills forth. It is the tenderness of that gentle bowing, akin to a flower unable to withstand the chill of the breeze. Madame Jin's heart races, her fingers gripping the flower, frozen in place. After a long pause, upon hearing the voice of Jean Pongzi, she suddenly realizes, Chu Qing has left. Madam, where is Chu Qing? Madame Jean lightly stirs the petals, her voice cool. He left early. Jian Pongzi breathes a sigh of relief. In recent days, that barefoot youth in coarse robes has visited too frequently for his comfort. He feels a bit anxious. Moreover, he cannot shake the feeling that the Blood River Gang has been watching him closely. With the Blood River Gang growing stronger, everyone is becoming increasingly arrogant. That is not a good sign. However, this is of little concern to me. I shall continue to act as a clever rodent, gradually depleting the Blood River Gang's resources, and then request Madame to arrange for my household registration to be moved to the capital. If Chu Qing behaves well upon departure, he may take me along to the capital, allowing me to witness the vibrant world beyond. Chapter 29. Wind and Rain. Unable to disappoint the divine will in the evening, Chu Qing diligently practices the iron cloth shirt at home. Unlike the routines of the eagle claw technique and others, once the iron tendons of the iron cloth shirt have been cultivated, further training enhances his ability to withstand blows. the eagle claw technique, and similar arts. Once perfected, yield more fluid movements. With each cycle of the iron cloth shirt, his skin becomes a touch more resilient. Though the improvements are slight, they signify progress. The cultivation of the iron cloth shirt demands substantial nourishment. Fortunately, Chu Qing is industrious, having earned some wealth and occasionally borrowing from Jin Pongzi, ensuring he is not deprived of meat for sustenance. As the lanterns begin to glow, the streets are considerably less crowded. As noble youths gallop through the county town in the evening, meanwhile, thugs engage in brawls, fighting for territory. 1 hour, 2 hours. Chu Qing, masked, makes his way directly to Li Yaoshi's apothecary. Li Yaoshi has been restless these days. A few days prior, after acquiring the Nirvana grass, he began concocting potions. Day 1, Day 2. The secret medicine has been successfully brewed. Yet, he is beset by worries. Will someone come to silence him? Should I add poison to the secret medicine? Should I flee? Initially, he believed Chu Qing would rush over, but in his anxiety, he has waited several days. That evening, with dark circles under his eyes, he finally drifts off to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolts him awake. He opens the door to find a barefoot youth in a coarse robe and a mask. At this moment, Li Yaoshi exhales in relief. The one he was waiting for has finally arrived. And his mood lightens considerably. A total of 15 doses of secret medicine have been brewed. However, if he has another chance to concoct, he believes he could produce 17 or 18 doses. Chu Qing, appearing nonchalant, states, "Once I gather the herbs, I shall have you brew more." Li Yaoshi breathes a sigh of relief. It seems he will not face any threats. Chu Qing scrapes a small amount from each dose of secret medicine and consumes it. You have consumed part of the secret medicine? The secret medicine is sound. Chu Qing smiles, eagerly swallowing an entire dose. In the next moment, his profession panel refreshes. Technique? Toad technique proficient, daily practice for 1,000 times. Consume 1 secret medicine every 10 days for 1,000 days to achieve mastery. Secret transmission. Promotion conditions. 1. 10 doses of Toad secret medicine. There is still enough secret medicine. He consumes another dose. Promotion. Technique. Toad technique mastered, daily practice for 1,000 times. Consume 1 secret medicine daily for 1,000 days to achieve perfection. Secret transmission. Promotion conditions. 1. 100 doses of Toad secret medicine. 2. 1 pound of Toad venom. Chu Qing feels a mix of joy and concern. The joy stems from the fact that he does not require the precious stone bamboo pearl to achieve perfection. The concern arises from the daunting task of procuring 100 doses of Toad's secret medicine. However, the difficulty of obtaining secret medicine pales in comparison to the challenge of acquiring the stone bamboo pearl. As for the Toad venom, Li Yaoshi, do you have any Toad venom in your apothecary? Li Yaoshi quickly replies, yes, I have 1 or 2 pounds in stock. Chu Qing leisurely requests, prepare a pound for me. The formula for the secret medicine can serve as payment. Li Yaoshi exclaims joyfully, thank you. My lord, I will ensure the Toad venom is ready in the shortest time possible. Chu Qing nods to At this moment. The secret medicine takes effect, and he begins his cultivation. Croak, croak. The perfected Toad technique operates, far surpassing its proficiency and strength. In an instant, his vitality surges dramatically. Iron tendons tin. His spine radiates warmth as 1 dose of secret medicine is consumed. The great tendons of his spine are born. Chu Qing ponders. In other techniques, achieving great success typically results in multiple iron tendons being added with 1 dose of secret medicine. Why does the Toad technique only yield 1? Could it be due to the nature of the secret transmission? In the next moment, his expression subtly shifted as a peculiar wave of energy manifested following the emergence of the spinal tendons. This extraordinary iron tendon, akin to that of a toad, surprisingly possessed the ability to connect with numerous iron tendons forged through various martial arts. With no time to ponder, he continued his cultivation. Iron tendon tin. The profession column incessantly flickered, signifying an increase in the number of iron tendons. Having consumed 11 portions of secret elixirs, he had successfully birthed 11 unique iron tendons without repetition. Thus, the total count of iron tendons escalated to a staggering 119. Such a multitude of iron tendons surely rivaled those of the students from the external academy. Moreover, the Toad technique's iron tendons could temporarily link with iron tendons forged through other martial arts. This was indeed the greatest secret of the Toad technique. For instance, when previously engaging an enemy using the praying mantis fist, He could at most summon the full power of 36 iron tendons. The iron tendons from other techniques contributed only a fraction of their might. However, now, when executing the praying mantis fist, with 36 praying mantis iron tendons combined with 11 toed iron tendons, it was equivalent to possessing 47 iron tendons. This enhancement would elevate his power by at least 1/3, if not more. Such a remarkable martial art was truly unparalleled. Chu Qingyang laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Now, slaying enemies is as effortless as flipping a hand." With a thunderous boom, torrential rain began to pour, accompanied by a fierce wind. The timing of this tempest was fortuitous. "Master Lu, I had intended to grant you a few more days of life. But alas, it seems the heavens have other plans. I cannot defy their will. Otherwise, the heavens would not spare me." Beside him, Master Li's expression turned pale with dread. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder echoed incessantly, and the storm was an opportune time for killing. The master of the Iron Hand donned his steel gloves, changed into a night cloak, and equipped himself with iron armor. Finally, he draped a raincoat over himself and stepped into the tempest. The master of the Red Serpent mirrored his attire. Only adding a flask of fine wine to his geared, the Praying Mantis Martial Arts Academy, Zhao Wuji guided Zhao Hongxiu in her training. Zhao Wuji calmly stated, "Hongxiu, I shall step out for a moment." Zhao Hongxiu paused, noticing the storm raging outside, and expressed her concern. "Father, are you going to kill someone? I have also trained in 108 iron tendons and can assist you." Zhao Wuji replied indifferently, "Though your iron tendons meet the standard, your experience in life and death battles is sorely lacking. The enemy is formidable, and in the midst of combat, I cannot afford to protect you." He donned his raincoat, masked his face, and opened the door. A gust of wind swept in, causing the candlelight within to flicker. Zhao Hongxiu hurried to the doorway, asking, "Who is the enemy?" "Master Lu of the Blood River Gang. This man possesses 150 iron tendons and 3 iron bones." Zhao Hongxiu gasped. "Father, take a weapon." "No need." Moments later, Zhao Wuji arrived at a concealed courtyard where the masters of the Iron Hand and others had already gathered, seated around a table. The master of the Red Serpent poured warm wine and inquired, "Once we eliminate Master Lu, do you suppose Captain Shi will pursue the matter?" Zhao Wuji replied coldly, "No one will report to the authorities, and there are no victims. Who would dare investigate?" The masters of the Iron Hand chuckled ominously, plotting the annihilation of Master Lu's entire family. "Will Captain Shi suspect us?" Zhao Wuji sneered, "We shall burn the corpses, reduce them to ashes, and leave no traces of martial arts. Our stronghold will ensure we are never captured again." Silence ensued. After a brief moment, the master of the Red Serpent raised a cup, stating, "Let us drink to this toast, to the storm and the killing." The master of the Iron Fist was moved. Zhao Wuji declared, "Upon our return from the kill, this wine shall be warmed." With that, he was the first to push the door open, followed closely by the 3 masters of the Iron Hand as they stepped into the storm. Treading upon the sound of thunder, headed straight for Master Lu's residence, the apothecary, Chu Qing opened the door, allowing the storm to batter against him. It was indeed a prime time for killing. In the next moment, he activated the grass-flying technique, targeting Master Lu of the Blood River Gang. Chapter 30. The 8 Great Hammers. Your iron cloth is quite sturdy. Sizzle, sizzle. Master Lu sharpened his blade. A rusted weapon known as the Tetanus Blade, renowned for its lethal prowess. Over the past decade, many had perished beneath its edge. Boom. The spring thunder roared, the wind surged, and the rain fell, causing the candlelight to flicker. Master Lu secured the doors and windows, rifled through the books on his table, and then practiced his swordplay. Initially, the gleam of the blade danced like a wheel, yet as he neared the end, he suddenly halted, furrowing his brow in contemplation, mentally rehearsing before resuming his practice. Once, 10 times, 100 times. Each time, Master Lu wielded the blade from different angles, seamlessly connecting with the preceding techniques. Occasionally struck by inspiration, he would hastily jot down notes. After further practice, he would erase and negate his previous conclusions. Soon, he was drenched in sweat. Hesitating, he retrieved a secret elixir from the shadows and swallowed it. This elixir was designed to rapidly restore vitality, valued at a tael of silver. Previously, when fatigued from training, he would consume one without hesitation, but now he hesitated. This was due to Captain Shi having extorted a significant amount of silver from him. His initial intent to eliminate Zhao Wuji and the other masters was to seize their wealth. Unfortunately, he had failed that it was all that killer's fault, all because of Chu Qing. Without silver, his training speed had diminished. The next time he met with the gang leader, he would undoubtedly face reprimand. Thinking this, his resentment grew in 3 to 5 years. Once his swordplay was perfected, he would ensure they regretted it. Master Lu swallowed another secret elixir. Once his vitality had fully recovered, just as he was about to continue his practice, he was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. On this stormy night, who could be knocking at the door? His wife? Unlikely. She was in the back room praying at a concubine? Also improbable. They knew not to disturb him when he was in this chamber. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking persisted. Master Lu felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Gripping his beloved tetanus blade, he stared intently at the door. Who is it? Outside, there was silence. Boom. A bolt of spring thunder cracked, and a shadow was cast upon the window. Kill. Master Lu swung his blade. Employing an incomplete sword technique, the blade flashed like a wheel, crashing against the door. Boom. The door exploded, revealing Chu Qing, clad in a tattered robe and masked. Master Lu, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Is someone trying to kill me?" He growled, his arms straining as he unleashed an even fiercer blade strike, akin to a galloping horse. Even if it were a bull, I could cleave it in two with this strike. Chu Qing had intended to lure Master Lu out. But this man had directly shattered the door. Are you destroying your own property? Why not follow the script? The fierce blade light surged, leaving no time to evade. I was careless. I didn't expect him to wield a long blade. Fortunately, he was clad in iron gloves. He retaliated with the praying mantis fist. His fists, sharp and swift, akin to the forelegs of a mantis, met the blade. The collision sent Chu Qing stumbling back 2 steps. Master Lu's eyes narrowed as he noticed the iron gloves on Chu Qing's hands. An external academy student? Damn it. If the academy discovered he was practicing weaponry in secret, the lightest punishment would be the forfeiture of his hands. The heaviest would be death. There was no chance of escape. Kill. Master Lu, consumed by rage, intensified his murderous intent. His long blade swept forward. Chu Qing advanced rather than retreating, using his hands as shields, drawing upon the iron tendons of the toad technique. Iron hand. Clang, clang, clang. The blade light dissipated as Master Lu retreated into the room, and Chu Qing stepped inside. Praying mantis fist? Iron hand? Chu Qing roared, his legs moving like a serpent as he charged forward. Red serpent leg. Master Lu dodged and swung his blade, but the red serpent leg struck the ground, shattering several bricks. The blade grazed his long legs, ripping the fabric of his robe and leaving a white mark on his skin. Perfect iron cloth? Master Lu's eyes widened. What of your iron cloth? I can still cleave through it. He gripped his blade and charged once more. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the room, the two fought fiercely. Master Lu, seasoned and experienced, occasionally landed blows on Chu Qing. Soon, his robe was tattered and in shambles. Chu Qing's fury ignited. Sizzle. He tore off his ragged robe, standing bare before Master Lu, hoarsely declaring, "Your blade is far too weak." Master Lu remained silent, wielding his blade to unleash his most potent technique. Kill. The blade light surged like a startled swan as Chu Qing stood resolute, unflinching. As the blade descended, he raised his fingers like claws to meet it. Crack! His hands seized the long blade. Master Lu roared, discarding the blade to strike with his fists. Praying mantis fist, bang, bang, bang. Master Lu's fists, now fully perfected, could slice flesh and shatter bones. Yet, Chu Qing stood firm. His body as unyielding as iron. Crack! With a mighty grip, he crushed the tetanus blade, shattering it into fragments. Your blade is gone. The praying mantis fist is lacking. Is that so? You're weaker than I thought. Master Lu's eyes narrowed as he turned to flee. He was no mere external academy student. He was undoubtedly from the internal academy. With a crash, Chu Qing's feet shattered the bricks beneath him, resembling a colossal mantis as he leapt behind Master Lu. His hands formed into claws, eagle claw technique. The sound of an eagle's cry echoed. As the candlelight illuminated the walls, a shadow resembling a majestic eagle lunged toward Master Lu's back. In a sudden twist, Master Lu turned, his hands resembling iron hammers as he struck forcefully. The 8 great hammers, boom. The steel gloves exploded, causing his fingers to ache painfully, the nails nearly bursting. Master Lu charged forward, his hands like iron hammers, striking again. As long as you haven't mastered iron bones, you are no match for me. He had cultivated 4 iron bones with the 8 great hammers technique. He was confident he could kill Chu Qing. Ha! The secret art of the toad technique activated the iron shirt, causing over 50 iron rods to writhe and forcefully resist. Boom! A punch. Chu Qing attempted to retreat, but Master Lu immediately followed with a second punch. Then a third, the 5th, the 8th punch. The 8 hammers concluded, and Chu Qing retreated from the room to the center of the courtyard. Panting heavily, Master Lu gasped for breath. Despite the support of iron bones and over 100 iron rods, the ferocious execution of the 8 hammers technique left him utterly exhausted. Impressive strength. Nearly took my life. Chu Qing coughed up blood, feeling as though his ribcage had cracked open. Fortunately, the secret toad technique was formidable. Drawing upon an additional 10 iron rods to reinforce the iron shirt, he managed to withstand it. Master Lu was astounded. The 8 hammers were his ultimate secret weapon. Never before had anyone been able to withstand it. Even Li Hao, who had achieved perfection in the iron shirt technique, would have been overwhelmed after at most 5 punches. How can this fellow's iron shirt be so resilient? Before he could ponder further, Chu Qing charged forth, his feet gliding like a great serpent. The mantis fist. His fists cleaved through Master Lu's arms. The iron hands. Both hands forced him back. The iron fist. Master Lu's chest exploded with gore. The red serpent leg. A kick shattered his ribcage, causing Master Lu to scream and fly backward into the room. Without giving him a moment to land, Chu Qing leaped into the air, his fingers curling like claws. Descending with ferocity. Eagle's cry. The eagle claw technique. Crack. One hand pierced through his chest, crushing his heart. The other hand punctured his face, leaving 5 gaping holes. With a forceful grip, he slammed the corpse down onto the ground. Boom! Thunder resounded. Wind and rain rushed into the room, scattering the half-finished blade manual on the table, which tumbled to the floor. Chapter 31. News of the secret technique. The half-finished blade manual was useless. The professional column did not record it, rendering it a waste. The corpse contained 300 or 200 silver notes, which he pocketed in a corner. He discovered a lightness technique manual, dragonfly skimming the water. At that moment, 4 cloaked figures entered. Chu Qing was taken aback. The 4 cloaked figures were equally stunned. They exchanged glances at Master Lu's corpse, then at Chu Qing, their pupils constricting. The 2 parties locked eyes in silence. With a crack, Chu Qing activated the toad technique, causing over 50 iron rods to appear, his skin turning an iron hue. The 4 masked figures extended their hands, revealing steel gloves. The silence between them was palpable. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Chu Qing suddenly retreated, crashing through the house and vanishing into the wind and rain. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji and the others madly rushed outside. After running several hundred meters, Zhao Wuji rasped, "Stop!" The red serpent, Iron Hands, and the other masters halted. Zhao Wuji whispered, "We must return." The red serpent exclaimed, but Zhao Wuji growled, "The murderer has been startled away, and we failed to handle the corpse. We should deal with this," agreed. Soon, the 4 returned to Master Lu's residence. Then, they were once again taken aback in the main hall. There were bare-faced masked figures hauling wood onto the ground. Atop it lay Master Lu's corpse. Sigh. Chu Qing lamented, not expecting Zhao Wuji and the others to return. Crack! He tossed the half-finished blade manual onto the wood pile and lit a candle. Quickly, a great fire blazed. The 2 parties gazed at each other across the flames. After a moment, Chu Qing retreated once more, stepping into the wind and rain, this time not glancing back. Zhao Wuji and the 4 exchanged glances before scattering. Minutes later, aside from Zhao Wuji, the other masters each took 1 or 2 of Master Lu's concubines and fled swiftly. At this time, flickering flames illuminated Master Lu's residence, yet not a single servant awoke. Zhao Wuji remained, meticulously inspecting the remnants at the scene. Initially, 2 had fought at the entrance, but the murderer had overwhelmed Master Lu with an extraordinarily fierce attack, driving him into the courtyard. However, the killer had then swiftly suppressed Master Lu back into the house. The murderer's iron rods were either more numerous than Master Lu's or possessed some form of defensive technique. After dragging out Master Lu's corpse for inspection, he discerned 4 or 5 types of techniques, his expression grave. The murderer was undeniably formidable. In a secluded courtyard, everyone gathered. The Iron Fist Master inquired, "Who is that murderer?" Silence enveloped the group. The murderer was audacious, returning to the scene after being discovered, even setting the corpse ablaze. Such psychological fortitude commanded their admiration. The Red Serpent Master inhaled deeply, murmuring, "He is not a master from the county. He must be a crossing dragon from another place, or perhaps a martial academy student," Zhao Wuji rasped, "or perhaps the murderer from last time." The Iron Hands expressed alarm. "Whoever the opponent is, Master Lu is dead." Zhao Wuji sighed. "Everyone, I must take my leave. Be cautious, for your safety." The other masters were horrified. Indeed, the one capable of single-handedly slaying Master Lu could just as easily take their lives, at that moment. They shared a singular thought. They hoped the psychologically resilient murderer would not set his sights on them. "Let us go." The remaining few carried away Master Lu's concubines, hurrying far away, as dawn broke. The wind and rain persisted. Approaching noon, a prominent figure sought to drink with Master Lu, which led to the leak of information. Captain Shi, upon hearing the news, merely scoffed. It must have been Zhao Wuji and the others who did it. Captain Li, puzzled, asked, "Do they dare to kill?" Captain Shi sneered. "Why wouldn't they dare? If Master Lu wanted them dead, they would naturally find a way to eliminate him. The stormy weather is perfect for murder. Go, summon people to raid the Lu residence." "Yes, my lord." Zhao Wuji and the others. Captain Shi sighed. "Without a victim, no one will provide silver. Why should I pursue the murderer? I'd rather please my wife. Besides, I've already agreed to a fellow disciple's request to help him track down the black market murderer. Why waste time on a local thug's fate?" Captain Li understood. The leader of the Blood River Gang, Qin Ming, in his 50s, had once been a martial academy student. Unfortunately, he never entered the inner academy and failed to learn any weapon techniques. Unwilling to accept this, he sought to devise a weapon technique using the resources and manpower of the Blood River Gang. Master Lu was one of his chosen candidates, but alas, with Master Lu dead, the progression of his plan slowed. "Fool. I hope you weren't discovered by the Martial Academy's people. I hope you haven't spoken recklessly. Otherwise, many will truly perish." Master Qin gazed coldly out at the wind and rain. Upon receiving the news, he immediately assessed the scene. He discovered that initially, there had been only one murderer. After that individual killed Master Lu, the other 4 arrived. Those 4 must have been Zhao Wuji and his companions. The original murderer was undoubtedly a Martial Academy student. Only they possessed the capability to effortlessly eliminate Master Lu. The murderer, able to withstand Master Lu's 8 hammers, was likely an inner academy student. As the wind and rain lashed out, the leaders of the slaughter hall, upon learning of Master Lu's demise, were gripped by terror, fearing the murderer might come for them next. They abandoned all thoughts and swore loyalty to young Master He Qi. That moment, they knelt in the wind and rain. Utterly respectful, not daring to move. An hour, 2 hours, in the main hall, young Master He Qi and several members of the stronghold were drinking and composing poetry, reveling in joy. A singing girl softly crooned, causing everyone to burst into laughter. These commoners only seemed to abandon their dignity and become dogs or servants when they reached the brink of despair. Young Master He Qi, charming and handsome, teased a nearby maid with his folding fan, causing her to blush and kneel at his feet, which satisfied him. A stronghold girl inquired, "He Qi, do you think the one who killed young Lu was a Martial Academy student? Or a crossing dragon?" "Sister Lan, it should be the murderer from a few days ago," young Master He Qi replied with a serious expression. Sister Lan frowned and thought. Other stronghold members were curious. "Not a Martial Academy student?" Young Master He Qi chuckled. "Not at all. My brother had a day off yesterday, and I met him. He didn't mention Master Lu at all." The other members echoed. "A few days ago, my sister had a day off too. And she didn't mention anything. If the Martial Academy had acted against Master Lu, they would have known." Sister Lan tapped her fingers on the table, coolly stating, "If it's not a Martial Academy student, yet possesses the capability to single-handedly kill young Lu, when did such a formidable person appear in Shiji County?" The group fell into thoughtful silence. After a moment, Sister Lan murmured, Why does the murderer keep targeting the Blood River Gang's slaughter hall? A Stronghold member speculated, could it be related to the rebel army? The rebel army? Sister Lon frowned. The Empire faces a great calamity, with the Imperial Star wavering. Many regions have seen the emergence of rebel armies. Within 1,000 miles, a rebel group is rumored to be active, allegedly entangled with the Martial Armor sect, and also rumored to have connections with other sections. Another Stronghold member hesitated before saying, when we came to the county, a rebel army met with my father. I accidentally overheard them mention something had fallen into Shurji County and asked my father for help in finding it. Will the Zhanren Hall obtain the item? Thus, a flicker of realization crossed Lan Jie's mind, leading her to exclaim, secret transmission. What? He-Chi and the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they fixed their gaze intently upon Lan Jie. She tapped her fingers against the armrest and whispered, a few days ago, the rebels inadvertently lost a secret manual. I never anticipated that it would be misplaced right here among us. The disciples of the fort brightened at the revelation, some trembling with excitement. For, the secret martial arts techniques were worth several times more than conventional weapon techniques. Lan Jie, what kind of secret martial arts technique is it? Lan Jie shook her head. He-Chi abruptly stood up, pacing back and forth, declaring, we must search. Even if we have to turn Shurji County upside down, we must locate the secret martial arts technique. Lan Jie admonished, fool, that is a secret technique. We must conduct our search discreetly. If the Martial Academy discovers this, we will be doomed. Understood. Chapter 32. Lady Shur performs. The rain fell incessantly for 3 days and nights, varying in intensity. The death of Master Lu had unexpectedly improved the mood of the ordinary people during this dreary season. Meanwhile, Chu Qing utilized the frog technique over these 3 days to deplete a significant amount of his vitality and heal his fractured ribs. Simultaneously, he perfected the dragonfly skimming skill, lightness skill, dragonfly skimming perfected, daily practice for 100 times, 10 days of consuming secret medicine, and 1,000 days for completion. Advancement requirements. 1. Water tapping on the toes for 100,000 times. 2.1 portion of universal secret medicine. A perfected dragonfly skimming is far superior to the grass on the fly in both long-distance pursuits and sudden bursts of speed. If cultivated to completion, it would be even more formidable. Unfortunately, this lightness skill requires universal secret medicine, which is applicable to any ordinary martial arts technique but not to secret techniques. Furthermore, this secret medicine is precious, fetching 200 taels in the black market. It is said that all universal secret medicines originate from students of the Martial Academy and the Armored Sect. Ordinary martial arts schools and gangs are completely oblivious to the formula. Last night, he ventured into the black market, only to find that the storm was even fiercer there, with the river waters rising and inundating the area. Consequently, despite having silver, he found himself unable to spend it. Is this not a form of oppression? Fortunately, he had not been idle during these days, practicing the frog technique and iron cloth shirt, enhancing the progress of the eagle claw technique, and reviewing his confrontation with Master Lu. The iron muscles of Master Lu undoubtedly surpassed mine, and he might even possess iron bones. However, his various iron muscles and bones, when dispersed in battle, were not as effective as mine. Relying on the secret frog technique, I can augment the number of my iron muscles at will, surpassing his understanding, which is how I managed to defeat him. Yet, I too have sustained injuries. Overall, the quantity of iron muscles remains crucial. Over the past few days, he consumed the remaining 4 portions of secret medicine and cultivated 4 additional iron muscles, bringing the total to 123. However, he was not satisfied. I need more secret medicine to cultivate more frog iron muscles. Yet, with the black market closed, he found himself unable to procure even the Niaochi grass or the eagle claw secret medicine. Now, he was in urgent need of secret medicine. Without it, his progress would be slow. Time was of the essence. After much contemplation, Chu Qing resolved to continue down the path of a lady's favor, this time targeting Lady Shur. Though Lady Shur was broad-minded, she had relegated him to the status of a servant, making it impossible to emulate Lady Gina's approach. It had been 3 days since they last met. It was time to assert his presence. Behind Lady Shur stood Chief Shur, and he hoped to procure some secret medicine through her. With this thought, Chu Qing opened his oil paper umbrella and stepped outside. Tap, tap, tap. His toes skimmed the surface of the water, sending ripples radiating from his feet. Water tapping 1, water tapping 1. progress increased. Amidst the rain, Chu Qing ventured forth with his umbrella, leaving only a trace of ripples in his wake. The Jean family estate. Lady Jean rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window at the rain-lashed flowers, which appeared disheveled. The gentleness of her lowered head resembled a flower that could not withstand the chilly breeze. Lady Jean languidly remarked, "Xiao Taohong, go, pick a flower." Xiao Taohong sighed inwardly and softly replied, "Madam, only wilted flowers remain. Let us wait until the rain has passed to gather some." Lady Jean shot her a glare. Xiao Taohong had no choice but to obediently comply. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking reverberated through the back courtyard. Catching the attention of Lady Jean, "Xiao Taohong, see if it is Qing. Madam, young Master Qing has arrived." A few minutes later, Lady Jean glanced at the flowers Chu Qing had brought her and chuckled. "You picked flowers from my garden?" Chu Qing naturally placed a hand on her shoulder and replied, "These past few days, when the rain ceased, I ventured outside the city to gather a flower." Lady Jean beamed with delight. Tugging at Chu Qing's sleeve, eager to share her knowledge of flowers, wishing he would immediately find her a beautiful bloom. Meanwhile, Xiao Taohong sighed, dutifully keeping watch. Study. Copy the character model. As dusk approached, Chu Qing once again placed a hand on Lady Jean's shoulder and asked, "Is Lady Shi attending the opera today?" Lady Jean felt inexplicably irritable and pressed her small hand against her collarbone, saying, "What do you seek her for?" Chu Qing did not withhold the truth, directly stating his need for secret medicine. Lady Jean frowned and inquired, "Xiao Taohong, do we have any universal secret medicine at home?" Xiao Taohong replied from outside the door, "Madam, we only have the golden snake secret medicine used by Lord Jane." Lady Jean sighed in resignation. "Qing, go to the theater. Lady Shi is not someone to provoke. It is best to avoid her." Understood. Despite the rain, the theater remained lively. On stage, the performers sang, "Meeting old friends in a foreign land. Every step and word is a longing." Lady Jean and Lady Shi occasionally whispered to one another while listening to the music, their red lips parting and closing in gentle harmonies. Chu Qing could not comprehend the lyrics but patiently awaited the conclusion. After a considerable time, the performance ended and applause filled the air as the audience scattered, showering praise. Lady Shi, however, remained seated, casting a cold glance at Chu Qing, her voice frosty. "I recall the Martial Academy assessment is but a fortnight away. Why have you not been diligent in your training, and what business do you have here?" Chu Qing clasped his fists, intending to explain, but Lady Shi interrupted coldly. "Since you lack ambition, you might as well begin your duties as a stable hand. Go and lead the horses. It's best to acclimatize yourself and learn the ropes." Lady Jean frowned. Chu Qing shook his head. "Lady Shi, I have come to borrow some secret medicine to enhance my cultivation for the Martial Academy's initial assessment. As for being a stable hand, that can wait." Lady Shi sneered. "What? You still wish to enter the Martial Academy with your true abilities? What a joke." Chu Qing feigned ignorance. "How has it become a joke?" Lady Shi replied icily, "You mud-legged fools will toil your entire lives and never gain entry to the Martial Academy. Why waste your time?" Chu Qing retorted, "How can one know without trying?" Lady Shi's expression darkened further. She slowly turned to fix her gaze on Chu Qing. "Ignorant and arrogant. You are merely wasting time. Being a stable hand is your only path." Chu Qing replied calmly, "At the very least, I have the courage to try." Lady Shi's countenance grew colder. Suddenly, Chu Qing stepped past Lady Jean, leaning closer to her ear, whispering, "You wish to take the stage to perform, yet dare not. You can only hide beneath, singing softly for all eternity. You are not my equal." "What?" Lady Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Ignoring the warmth of his breath against her ear and Lady Jean's presence, she glared fiercely at Chu Qing. Her teeth clenched, enunciating each word. "I am not your equal." Chu Qing nodded. "You are not my equal." Lady Shi rose, her icy gaze fixed on Chu Qing, who met her stare unflinchingly. Lady Jean quickly stood to intervene, exclaiming, "Lady Shi!" Lady Shi coldly retorted, "Romance and beauty are not permitted here." "Yes, miss." The four valiant attendants shot Chu Qing a fierce glare before brandishing their long swords and standing guard outside. The expansive theater was left with only the three of them. Lady Shi took a deep breath and approached the stage step by step. "I will perform. Do you dare to listen?" "I dare." Lady Shi gazed deeply at him before parting her crimson lips, her clear and resonant voice filling the air. Lady Jean was left dumbfounded. She glanced between Chu Qing and Lady Shi, covering her mouth, secretly stifling laughter. Outside, the four attendants of Fenghua Shuiyue looked pale, their expressions filled with terror, tightly gripping their swords, fearing that someone might intrude and expose Lady Shi's secret. Miss, 1 minute, 5 minutes, on stage. Lady Shi initially stood still, but gradually began to loosen up. She glided gracefully, her expression shifting, her fingers elegantly forming the gesture of a lotus flower, resembling a true performer. As the song concluded, silence enveloped the room. Outside, the attendants of Fenghua Shuiyue sighed in relief. The next moment, well sung, reward. A man's voice faintly echoed from outside. The four attendants were furious. How dare this mud-legged boy treat their lady as a performer? He was courting death. Chapter 33. Preparing the two-handed greatsword on stage. Lady Shi, in a daze, looked down at the scattered silver, then at Chu Qing. I am more skilled than you? Lady Shi held her head high, exuding pride like a white swan. Chu Qing smiled. My lady, without my encouragement, would you dare to take the stage? Lady Shi was left speechless. Is that encouragement? What you uttered was laced with sarcasm. Beneath her long sleeves, she clenched her delicate hand tightly, wishing she could slap Chu Qing across the face. Yet, in the end, she refrained from acting on that impulse. Lady Jean, watching nearby, struggled to suppress her laughter. Chu Qing remarked, Lady Shi, I have fulfilled your wish and even rewarded you. You ought to repay me with either the universal elixir or the eagle claw elixir. Lady Shi shot him a disdainful glare, snorted derisively, and rose to leave. With a creak, the door swung open, and Chu Qing called out loudly, Lady Shi, should you wish for me to listen to your performances next time, you must procure the elixirs. Otherwise, I shall not oblige. Lady Shi paused for a moment before hastening away. The four maidens, Feng, Hua, Shui, and Yu, stood in shock, having forgotten to escort their young mistress. After a brief interval, they caught up with Lady Shi, gritting their teeth and exclaiming, that Chu Qing has lost his mind. How dare he provoke our young mistress to perform? There are countless admirers who yearn to hear her sing, yet they may never have the chance. He audaciously demands elixirs as payment? Young mistress, does he dare to humiliate you with mere scraps of silver? From whence does he draw such audacity? Who grants him the courage? Young mistress, if you command, we shall immediately exact vengeance upon him. Lady Shi maintained a stoic expression as she boarded her grand sedan chair. Once the curtains were drawn, she allowed herself a smile. Covering her mouth as laughter spilled forth, which unexpectedly turned into tears. Father, you could never have foreseen that, spurred on by Chu Qing. I would defy your decree and take to the stage. I shall one day escape your confines and pursue my own freedom. To perform, and even be rewarded, how delightful! The images of the recent events danced through Lady Shi's mind. Chu Qing, fully aware of my noble lineage, dared to listen to my performance. Such audacity, and he even requested elixirs. Next time, I shall ensure he pays dearly. At the Jean residence, Lady Jean expressed her astonishment, saying, Qing, your boldness is extraordinary. Lady Shi is, after all, the true gem of Shiji County. How could you reward her with mere scraps of silver? Be wary, she might hold a grudge against you. Chu Qing replied with a smirk, if she performs splendidly, it is only natural to reward her. Should I withhold my generosity, it is she who would harbor resentment towards me. Lady Jean pondered this but continued, however, you ought not to demand elixirs from her, nor to declare that you will not listen without them. I fear she will never take to the stage again. Chu Qing chuckled, on the contrary, she shall perform again, and she will certainly invite me. The forbidden door has been opened, and it cannot be closed. Only in my presence can she find spiritual fulfillment. Lady Jin's expression was one of bewilderment. Chu Qing offered no explanation. Lady Shi was a woman with her own peculiar passions, which had been suppressed for far too long now, having been provoked by Chu Qing. She had finally broken free from her constraints. She would come to relish the joy of pursuing her passions without inhibition. At that juncture, no one could hinder her. Regrettably, she had failed to obtain the elixirs this time, and it was unlikely she would perform again in the near future. The path to acquiring elixirs for enhancing martial arts was not one that could be traversed swiftly. He perused the list of professions. examining various techniques until his gaze settled upon the dual-handed mantis sword. The mantis elixir was attainable for me. I merely lacked a dual-handed sword. Finally, gazing out at the rain and wind, he murmured, "It is time for me to forge a dual-handed sword." Within the Shur residence, Lady Shur hummed a soft tune, reclining languidly upon a soft couch when suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Miss, Captain Shur wishes to see you." It was the voice of the four maidens. Feng, Hua, Shui, and Yu. Should outsiders hear this, they would surely be astounded, for they addressed her by title rather than referring to her father. Lady Shur frowned, her good mood evaporating instantly. Captain Shur had pursued her during their time at the Bingjia sect. But alas, her heart belonged to another. Circumstances later forced her into a pretense of marriage with Captain Shur. Over the years, he had worked tirelessly to win her favor, yet she remained resolute in her refusal. "Let him in, soon." The imposing and authoritative Captain Shur entered, bowing deeply. "Senior sister." Lady Shur replied coolly, "Junior brother. What brings you here?" Captain Shur hastily explained, "Senior sister. Inner sect brother Zhang has reported that his brother-in-law has been murdered, and he has been unable to find the culprit. He hopes I might assist in the investigation." Lady Shur gazed out at the tumultuous weather, her brow furrowing. "These years have been tumultuous. You should avoid too much contact with Zhang. He is far too calculating." Captain Shur lowered his head. Seeing his demeanor, Lady Shur grew irritated and waved her hand dismissively. "Go. If you wish to leave, I shall not stop you." Thud. Captain Shur knelt, tearing open his garment as he prostrated himself on the ground. "Please, senior sister, punish me." Lady Shur retrieved a whip from a box and struck him fiercely, as the rain subsided somewhat. Chu Qing bid farewell to Lady Jean early. Having resolved to forge a weapon, he did not wish to delay. His destination was a place called Maple Leaf County, situated over 400 kilometers north of Shurji County, with mountains obstructing the path, making travel arduous under normal circumstances. With the added rain, the journey would be even more treacherous. Therefore, he planned to set off early, procuring a raincoat, provisions, and medicinal ointments, all wrapped in oil paper and placed in a bamboo basket. Finally, he donned a spare set of steel gloves and set off for Maple Leaf County. As he traversed the landscape, he utilized the skilled dragonfly skimming the water, swiftly covering great distances. After running for several dozen miles, the path became increasingly inundated with water, and the crops in the fields were left submerged. This deluge threatened to cause flooding. He quickened his pace, hoping to reach Maple Leaf County before nightfall. Although dragonfly skimming the water granted him speed, the road grew ever more treacherous. Upon entering the mountains, he encountered massive boulders blocking his way. Fortunately, the technique allowed him to leap over these obstacles effortlessly. At that moment, the winds howled and the rain poured down, even with the support of his frog-like abilities. Visibility waned as he sought shelter from the relentless storm. After a while, he spotted a group of figures ahead. Clad in raincoats and wielding long knives, they were evidently bandits. Chu Qing maneuvered past them, but the bandits frowned as they observed his retreating figure. A few leaders whispered among themselves, urging their followers to hasten. Alas, they soon lost sight of Chu Qing. After another hour of running, the rain intensified. Finally, he came upon a mountain shrine. The doors were flung open, buffeted by the wind. Chu Qing slipped inside, shutting the door and securing the latch. The shrine was modest. The side chambers had collapsed, leaving only the main hall intact. As Chu Qing pushed open the door, he found the hall cluttered with debris and a toppled idol. On the ground lay a heap of hay, where a scholar was curled up, his breath faint. Chu Qing approached and inspected him. The scholar was handsome, a true dandy. Unfortunately, he was flushed, his lips cracked, and he was babbling incoherently from fever. In this day and age, a fever could easily prove fatal. Compassionate by nature, Chu Qing could not bear to witness death and decided to offer aid. He kindled a fire, stripped the scholar of his wet garments, provided him with fresh water, and assisted him in sweating out the fever. Before long, the scholar began to perspire and regained consciousness. He glanced at Chu Qing, gingerly touched his backside, and exhaled in relief. "Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life." Chapter 34. My kind heart cannot bear witness to death with the crackling fire. Chu Qing roasted provisions, and a delightful aroma filled the air. The scholar found a battered iron pot, collected some rainwater, and began to boil it for tea soon. Both men enjoyed warm water and dry rations, feeling a sense of warmth enveloping them. During their meal, they exchanged names, and it turned out the scholar was named Tang Wuming, hailing from the impoverished Shui County in the northwest borderlands. He was on his way to the provincial capital for an examination when trouble found him in Shiji County, leading to a deadly pursuit. His attendants and guards had perished, and his horse had succumbed to exhaustion, leaving him bereft of any means of defense. Had I not encountered you, I fear I would have perished in this dilapidated shrine, he confessed. Chu Qing chuckled. I am simply compassionate. I cannot bear to see anyone die. Assisting you was merely a matter of convenience. The scholar, having no conflict with him, felt gratitude for the help, for he still held some moral principles. Tang Wuming expressed his thanks and added, Brother Chu, those individuals from Shiji County will surely continue their pursuit. Although the storm hinders them, they will eventually find their way here. Chu Qing replied with a grin. If they come looking for you, I shall hide away and, once you are gone, I will help gather your remains. Tang Wuming paused, then burst into laughter. Brother Chu, you are truly extraordinary. A moment of silence passed. And then Tang Wuming glanced at Chu Qing's steel gloves and inquired, Brother Chu, did you come from a martial academy? Chu Qing shook his head. No, I intend to take the entrance exam for the martial academy this year. Tang Wuming was taken aback, studying Chu Qing closely with newfound admiration. You appear unassuming, but if it were last year, as long as you could demonstrate a few strands of iron sinew, you would undoubtedly gain admission to the martial academy. However, this year's reform makes it exceedingly difficult to gain entry, even if you showcase 100 strands of iron sinew. Chu Qing raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly, I have heard that the martial academy's reforms will allow those with over 100 strands of iron sinew from the outer academy to assess newcomers. Does that mean even those with 100 strands cannot pass? Tang Wuming was astonished. He had never anticipated that Chu Qing possessed such esoteric knowledge. Furthermore, he vaguely sensed that the barefoot boy in the coarse garment had likely cultivated over 100 iron muscles. How could this be possible? Even with a decade of training, one might not achieve 100 iron muscles. After all, the essence of martial arts lies in the cultivation of resources. Without sufficient resources, even the most exceptional talent would face limitations. This Chu Qing is quite remarkable. Are you from a fortress or a family of nobility? Is this barefoot practice your passion? Chu Qing shook his head. Tang Wuming's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you truly of humble origins? Chu Qing rolled his eyes. Tang Wuming sighed, saying, in my view, those who cannot afford fine silk are all peasants. Chu Qing was left speechless. Tang Wuming lamented. I never expected that someone of your background could achieve such accomplishments. It is truly impressive. However, you still cannot enter the martial academy. Chu Qing inquired with curiosity. Why not? Tang Wuming's expression grew complex. During the initial examination of the martial academy, those who offer silver or sign a servitude contract can easily pass if one lacks silver and does not sign the contract. The examiners will exert their full strength. Although you have over 100 iron muscles, the academy's students master advanced techniques that enable them to mobilize 40 or 50 iron muscles. In contrast, ordinary techniques can only mobilize a maximum of 36. When techniques clash, the disparity of over 10 or even dozens of iron muscles leaves you with little chance of victory. Chu Qing furrowed his brow. He possessed 40 iron muscles from his iron cloth technique, and with the addition of the frog technique, he barely reached over 50, just enough to be on par with the examiners. His chances of winning seemed slim. What should he do? Seek more advanced techniques? He was uncertain whether the mantis fist and red snake leg would increase his iron muscle count after breaking their limits. There seemed to be no other way. Tang Wuming hesitated. Although he was a scholar, he was aware of many martial secrets. However, these secrets were precious. Even a typical fortress or noble family would only grasp a small portion. He pondered whether he should divulge this knowledge to Chu Qing. After all, he had saved his life, and he was always at risk of being slain by that group of assassins. Sharing the so-called secrets with a benefactor seemed harmless. Tang Wuming finally smiled and said, I will share some secrets with you. As a form of gratitude, if I survive, I owe you nothing. You must not hold me to this debt. Chu Qing chuckled. Saving you was my own choice. I do not care for your gratitude. Tang Wuming admired him. This barefoot boy bore a demeanor surpassing that of any noble he had encountered. He then continued. The first secret. Without advanced techniques, if one can cultivate to the limit of 365 iron muscles, They could defeat the external academy students with their eyes closed. Chu Qing shook his head. 365 iron muscles? Unfortunately, time is insufficient, and I lack the techniques. Tang Wuming laughed. This secret? You may pass on to your descendants as a foundation for their rise. Chu Qing nodded. Tang Wuming went on. The second secret. If your descendants enter the martial academy, they must not rush to cultivate iron bone techniques. They should first refine the 365 iron muscles into copper muscles, even further into silver muscles or gold muscles. Chu Qing inquired. Why is that? Tang Wuming sighed. 1 copper muscle equals 2 iron muscles. A silver muscle equals 4 iron muscles, and a gold muscle equals 8 iron muscles. Do you understand? Chu Qing nodded. There were so many layers to the iron muscles that he had never known. How does one cultivate this? Tang Wuming shook his head. Those with extraordinary talent will naturally cultivate advanced muscles. Those with average talent can use secret methods or allow their techniques to break through to perfection to achieve this. By the way, the same applies to iron bones. The higher the muscle rank, the smoother one's martial path will be in the future. Chu Qing realized the importance of this information and committed it to memory. The third secret. The most valuable techniques are the secret transmissions. If you have the opportunity to learn a secret technique, even if you must serve someone, you must seize it. Chu Qing nodded. Asking, what about the fourth secret? Tang Wuming rolled his eyes. There is none. By the way, you should leave. If you don't hurry, that group of assassins will truly catch up. Chu Qing shook his head. It's too late. Tang Wuming paused, glancing towards the door. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was frantically pounding on the door. Chu Qing rose to stretch his limbs. Tang Wuming urged, do not put yourself in danger for me. You should hide or flee. They are numerous. Chu Qing smiled. The secrets you shared surpassed the debt of saving my life. I must repay you. I will reason with them and convince them to spare you. Tang Wuming forced a smile. My troubles are significant. They will not listen. Boom. The temple door crashed down, and the sound of chaotic footsteps rushed in, as a group of cloaked assassins surged forward. Hand over the Shizhu Mingzhu. With a thunderous sound, Chu Qing fixed his gaze on Tang Wuming. Excitement gleaming in his eyes. It is truly fortuitous to stumble upon something so valuable without effort. You must produce the Mingzhu. I will need it shortly. Tang Wuming. Chu Qing stepped outside, shutting the door behind him. Everyone, would you be willing to forfeit the Mingzhu? No. The wind howled and thunder rumbled. Moments later, Tang Wuming heard screams and the sound of metal clashing outside. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The noise ceased. Creak. The door swung open, and the scent of blood swept into the room. With a snap, Chu Qing closed the door, concealing the bodies outside, and then fixed his unwavering gaze on him. Friend, I have aided you in vanquishing your foes. You must repay me with the Shizhu Mingzhu. Tang Wuming fell silent for a moment before patting his stomach. Come, cut me open. Perhaps you will find remnants inside. Chu Qing, Tang Wuming, Chapter 35. Mastery over martial arts determines life and death. The Shizhu Mingzhu is precious. And Chu Qing was eager to obtain one. However, in the end, he did not resort to cutting open Tang Wuming's belly. After all, the latter had mentioned that it had already melted inside him. The odds of acquiring the Mingzhu by opening him up were too slim. If that were the case, why not abandon the idea? Chu Qing washed his hands and bathed, blood pooling around him. His coarse garment had been torn again, but fortunately, the iron cloth technique had held up against the assassin's attacks. Otherwise, even if he survived this ordeal, he would have sustained severe injuries or perhaps even death. Snap! Chu Qing snapped a piece of wood and tossed it into the fire. Tang Wuming went outside to retrieve a few cloaks. Can the Shizhu Mingzhu be consumed? Chu Qing asked curiously. Tang Wuming replied languidly, it can. This substance is highly nourishing. Ordinary people who consume it become strong and resilient, with enhanced recovery. Otherwise, I would have perished from fever long ago. Chu Qing probed. And what about martial artists? Tang Wuming gazed deeply into his eyes and said, if you can cultivate 365 iron muscles and possess a breakthrough technique, then consuming one will allow you to cultivate a gold muscle. If you lack both the 365 iron muscles and the breakthrough technique, consuming one will yield at most a silver muscle. Or even a copper muscle. Chu Qing felt a surge of realization. No wonder so many people vie for it. Even if it only results in a single silver muscle, that is still extraordinary. Tang Wuming nodded. Chu Qing continued to stoke the fire. After some time, Tang Wuming mustered the courage to ask, "Are you perhaps a disciple from a certain sect, traveling the world?" Chu Qing shook his head. Puzzled. "Why do you ask this?" Tang Wuming rolled his eyes and muttered. Those were over 20 elite assassins. A lowly martial artist, even with dozens or hundreds of iron muscles, would still perish under such a chaotic assault. Yet you dispatched them in just a minute or two without sustaining any injuries, so... Chu Qing sighed, realizing that speaking the truth would lead to disbelief. He explained helplessly, "I am merely a lowly martial artist on the verge of taking the initial examination for the Martial Academy." Tang Wuming remained skeptical. Earlier, while picking up cloaks, he had recognized several of the assassins' faces. They all possessed dozens of iron muscles and wielded formidable techniques. His own guards, with over 100 iron muscles and a few iron bones, were students from the External Academy. They had been slain in a single encounter by the chaotic knife strikes. If students from the Martial Academy could be cut down so easily, how could someone yet to enter it turn the tables on their attackers? Who would believe that? Moreover, students from the Martial Academy were not as formidable as disciples from sections. Therefore, Chu Qing must be a disciple from a sect, perhaps from the Bingjia sect, Daqi sect, or Jingangmen. Yet he seemed utterly ignorant of martial secrets. Was he truly an unparalleled genius, rising from humble beginnings? The rain had lightened, and as Chu Qing donned the cloak to set out, Tang Wuming hastily added, "Benefactor, please take me along with you." Chu Qing smiled. "Do you still have the Shizhu Mingzhu?" Tang Wuming paused for a moment before responding. "At that time, I discovered 2 Shizhu Mingzhu in Shiji County. I swallowed one, and the other is in the hands of a stonecutter. That stonecutter has a daughter with a birthmark on half her face. She is easily recognizable. If you find them, simply say I sent you for the Shizhu Mingzhu, and they will give it to you." Chu Qing was taken aback. The Shizhu Mingzhu was so precious that even the appearance of one would incite competition among the nobility. Yet, the emergence of 2 at once had gone unnoticed. "How unexpected," Chu Qing remarked. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Tang Wuming nodded vigorously, thumping his chest. "I am not lying." Chu Qing nodded and said, "Last time someone deceived me, I traveled 200 kilometers, killed him, and discarded his body in the wilderness. If I can traverse 200 kilometers to slay an enemy, I can just as easily cover 1,000 or even 3,000 kilometers to do the same." Tang Wuming laughed heartily, repeatedly assuring him that he would not deceive him. However, a cold sweat had already formed on Tang Wuming's back, having been frightened by Chu Qing, as the wind and rain began to lessen. Chu Qing hoisted Tang Wuming onto his back and continued on their journey, their destination being Maple Leaf County. Thanks to the unique attributes of the frog technique, his vision had significantly improved, allowing him to navigate the night without any hindrance. Yet, this left Tang Wuming in a state of bewilderment, pondering that this individual was extraordinary and had likely practiced techniques like the Eye of Insight. If he truly hailed from the lower echelons of society, then his future was boundless. If I can survive this calamity, I must devote myself wholeheartedly to befriending him. As midnight approached, the 2 braved the wind and rain, entering Maple Leaf County. This county was slightly larger and more prosperous than Stone Cliff County. Although it was deep into the night, several inns were still open for business. The 2 casually selected an inn to rest. After their arduous journey, Chu Qing was already panting heavily. Outside, the croaking of frogs filled the air due to the rain. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Qing practiced the frog technique to swiftly rejuvenate his energy. In just a matter of minutes, the fatigue from their nocturnal travels was entirely replenished. He stretched his limbs, preparing to bathe and sleep. At that moment, Tang Wuming knocked on the door. "Brother Chu, I can't sleep. Shall we chat?" Chu Qing, invigorated, replied, "Sure, what shall we discuss?" Tang Wuming chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to talk about. He merely approached because he felt anxious without any guards beside him. Observing Chu Qing closely, he noticed that he appeared remarkably energetic and not at all fatigued. Upon their arrival at the inn, he had been breathless and exhausted. Now, how could he be so spirited? This man is not ordinary. Tang Wuming's thoughts raced, and seemingly at random, he asked, "Why don't you pursue a scholarly title?" Chu Qing was at a loss for words. Just a few days ago, he had only just learned to read. What scholarly title could he pursue? With martial arts at his disposal, the true power lies within oneself. Titles are but fleeting illusions. Tang Wuming responded with a smile. "I come from a branch of the Tang family, where many martial arts experts serve as our household retainers. If I wish to practice, There are countless advanced martial arts for me to choose from. Yet, I only practice techniques that solidify my foundation and nurture my essence. Can you guess why? Chu Qing replied enviously, you must be making such sacrifices for the sake of your family's lineage. He then added, that technique for nurturing essence, could you lend me a set? Tang Wuming continued, my father is an official, my grandfather was an official, and my great-grandfather was an official. Since the founding of the Dacian Empire, my family has held official positions for generations. I, too, aspire to become an official, a prominent one at that. Students from martial academies, heroes of the rivers and lakes, and skilled individuals from the green woods all seek to serve my family as protectors or retainers, simply because we are officials and they are commoners. This is the case in the Dacian Empire, as well as in other empires. The word official holds the power of life and death. Chu Qing scoffed dismissively. Many say that sects and empires govern the world together. Tang Wuming laughed heartily. Those within the sects often hold official positions in the empire. Being an official is the most promising path. Chu Qing stretched lazily, saying, officials must heed the emperor's commands. If you ask me, why not become the emperor instead? Tang Wuming's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, preposterous. How can you utter such words? Chu Qing merely smiled in silence. As a transmigrator, he held no respect for the officials or emperors of this world. With martial prowess in hand, one could dictate life and death. Being an official is merely a matter of life or death, which should not be too difficult to accomplish. Chu Qing extended his hand, both hands encased in iron gloves. Iron Fist 1, he clenched his fist. Iron Fist Strike 1. Well done. Tang Wuming, aghast, staggered away. Chapter 36. Chu Qing's secret. Early the next morning, Chu Qing sought out a blacksmith shop, paid a deposit, and left behind his modified sword design. The blacksmith, with a hearty demeanor, replied, customer, I can complete the simpler one by tonight. The more complex design will take 3 days. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qing declared, forge the complex one. Use the finest materials. I have money to spare. I am not afraid to spend. The blacksmith beamed. Excellent. A short while later, Chu Qing, clutching the blacksmith's receipt, braved the wind and rain as he headed towards Stone Cliff County, at the inn. Tang Wuming addressed the innkeeper, saying, my friend has stepped out. Can he pay for the room when he returns? The innkeeper sneered, your friend said you would pay for the room. Tang Wuming fell silent, contemplating for a long time before weakly suggesting, how about, I wash some dishes for you? The innkeeper paused for a moment before responding. We don't require dishwashing here. You look rather delicate. How about you help our guests with their baths instead? Tang Wuming remained speechless. As Chu Qing continued his journey, he observed that the fields on both sides were soaked with rainwater. Walking along the rural path, he noticed several houses had collapsed, leaving the farmers staring helplessly at the ruins. Their harvest for the season was ruined. He wondered whether this storm was widespread or localized. If it affected 300 to 500 kilometers, it could be manageable. However, if it were a large-scale disaster, it would inevitably lead to floods and plagues before long. He ventured back into the mountains, where landslides were even more frequent. As Chu Qing traversed the rugged terrain, he spotted a welcoming pine tree at a bend in the path. Beneath the tree lay a pile of fallen rocks and soil, among which a purple flower swayed in the wind. Chu Qing hastily collected the flower along with the soil and placed it in his bamboo basket, pondering whether Lady Jean would like it. An hour passed, then 3 hours. Approaching noon, he entered Stone Cliff County. Upon entering the town, he felt an unusual atmosphere pervading the air. Numerous gang members roamed the streets, searching house after house for something. I haven't killed anyone in the past few days, he thought to himself. As he pondered, he arrived at his doorstep and saw several youths holding umbrellas. Upon noticing Chu Qing, they hurriedly called out, Brother Qing, quickly, come with us to the martial arts hall. Chu Qing smiled and asked, what is the matter? One of the youths replied swiftly, an old man came this morning, claiming he wanted to see you. An old man? Looking for me? Is it for the stone bamboo pearl? Or the secret frog technique? In an instant, Chu Qing contemplated fleeing, but he reassured himself, calm down. I haven't yet obtained the stone bamboo pearl. As for the secret frog technique, I'll deny it to my last breath. They have no evidence. If they attempt to coerce me into a confession, I'll simply eliminate them all. Perhaps the old man has other intentions. Steadying himself, he remembered that he still had Lady Shi backing him. As he thought this over, He followed the youths into the Mantis Martial Arts Hall. The youths reported his arrival, and he was quickly ushered into the main hall. Chu Qing left his rain-soaked cloak and bamboo basket at the entrance, entering barefoot and clad in coarse linen. Inside the hall, only 3 individuals awaited him: Zhao Wuji, Zhao Hongxiu, and a hunchbacked old man. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. "Elder, this is Chu Qing, who consumes frog meat. He comes from a humble background and cannot afford meat, so he resorts to frogs for nourishment. Quite clever indeed." Chu Qing's heart stirred as he instantly grasped Zhao Wuji's implication. Was it for the frog technique? He clasped his fists and addressed the old man. "Esteemed elder." The old man's murky gaze fixed upon him as he rasped, "Do you still catch frogs to eat?" "I do not," Chu Qing replied. The old man's eyes turned icy as he rasped. "Why not?" Chu Qing replied nonchalantly. "I have taken Lady Jean as my adoptive mother and borrowed some money from the gang, so I am not lacking in food. Moreover, the hallmaster prepares chicken feet, braised pork, and other delicacies for me daily, so I am quite well fed." The old man fell silent, while Zhao Hongxiu secretly grew anxious, her small hands clenched tightly, palms slick with sweat. This old man was formidable. With just a single finger, he could bring her to her knees. However, her father was powerful, managing to withstand 3 fingers before he knelt. In the presence of such a master, one must tread carefully. Zhao Hongxiu feared that Chu Qing might utter a single wrong word and provoke the old man, resulting in repercussions for the martial arts hall. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Zhao Hongxiu felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Zhao Wuji's back was drenched with sweat, while Chu Qing wore an expression of confusion and tension. The old man suddenly spoke. "Where were you last night? Why have you only returned now?" Zhao Wuji and Zhao Hongxiu were left in a daze. They were unaware that Chu Qing had not returned home all night. Why would a powerful master concern himself with a barefoot youth? Zhao Wuji's mind spun in chaos. Chu Qing clasped his fists and replied, "Esteemed elder, my adoptive mother has a fondness for flowers. Regrettably, the flowers in the garden have been battered by the wind and rain. I promised my adoptive mother that I would find her a beautiful bloom. Yesterday, I ventured out of the city in search of flowers, inadvertently wandering far and encountering a scholar in the mountains." Chu Qing recounted his encounter with Tang Wuming, omitting details about crafting the dual swords and the stone bamboo pearl. The old man glanced at the bamboo basket, wrinkling his nose as he calmly stated, "Meeting me is fortunate for you. From now on, do not eat frogs, lest you fall victim to an unexplainable demise." With that, the old man departed. As he stepped outside, the wind and rain swirled, yet not a drop fell upon him. Where he landed, the water splashed up like blooming lotus flowers. Zhao Wuji exhaled deeply, while Zhao Hongxiu collapsed onto the ground. Chu Qing also sighed in relief. Moments ago, it had been perilous. Fortunately, his mental fortitude proved resilient, and he managed to endure. The room fell into a lengthy silence until Zhao Hongxiu rose and rushed to the door to check the bamboo basket. Before her appeared a vividly radiant purple flower. Upon seeing the flower, her emotions became complex as she glanced at Chu Qing. For the sake of his adoptive mother, he had braved the rain to gather fresh blooms. Truly, commendable filial piety. Yet, she wondered if anyone would ever treat her with such kindness in the future. Chu Qing clasped his fists in salute to Zhao Wuji, who nodded in acknowledgement. The two exchanged no words, but their unspoken understanding was palpable. Chu Qing ventured out into the storm to deliver flowers to Madame Jean. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongxiu took a bath to wash away the foul sweat, while Zhao Wuji stared blankly out the door. He had a nagging feeling that Chu Qing was concealing something. Perhaps the old man was indeed searching for him. After all, in the vast Shiji County, many hunted frogs for meat. Why not seek someone else? Was it worth the time of a formidable master to sit idly for hours on account of him? What was that old man truly after? What connection could there be between him and frogs? What secrets did Chu Qing harbor? The mysteries surrounding him were numerous. The news of the Shizhu Mingzhu, the secret of his iron muscles, the assassination of Master Lu and Lu Jun, his dealings in the black market, his martial arts techniques, and the clandestine secrets of the frog technique. Although he had narrowly escaped this crisis, Chu Qing remained discontented. He felt too weak. If only he were powerful enough, that old man would dare not speak to him in such a manner. He would simply eliminate him. Just wait a little longer. Once he entered the martial academy, he would seek advanced techniques to cultivate the 365 iron muscles. or even upgrade to golden muscles. Why then? He could openly claim to possess the secret frog technique. Would that old man dare to hold him accountable? A surge of murderous intent churned within him, only to be quelled upon arriving at the Jin family estate. Xiao Taohong, where is the hall master? The hall master has left? And what of Qingyu? Xiao Taohong fell silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "You should address Madame as mother." Chapter 37. Madame Shi in costume when Madame Jin beheld the purple flower. Her bright eyes widened in astonishment. Although she had not ventured out much, her extensive reading had imparted knowledge of many things. This flower, she surmised, must originate from the Fengshan Mountains, hundreds of miles away. She delicately cradled the flower and marveled. "Where did you find this?" Chu Qing chuckled. "I picked it up outside the county." Madame Jin cast him a sidelong glance and replied sweetly, "I have roamed outside the city many times and never encountered such a flower. This is called a violet. It is quite rare, as most grow wild, and few can be successfully transplanted." "Thank you, Qing'er." Chu Qing smiled but said nothing. Madame Jin personally planted the violet in the flower bed, removing several surrounding plants in the process. She explained the violet's characteristics to Chu Qing, emphasizing its rarity. Meanwhile, he turned the stone ball with both hands, listening intently, balancing cultivation and rest. In high spirits, Madame Jin ordered the kitchen to prepare a feast for lunch, urging, "Eat more. You are still young and need to grow." After lunch, Madame Jin climbed onto the windowsill to observe the violet swaying in the wind and rain, her bright eyes filled with anticipation. Over time, she dozed off, while Chu Qing, invigorated, remained alert. At that moment, clad in iron gloves, he diligently rotated the stone ball, fervently advancing his martial arts progress. Stone ball 1. The attribute bar flickered. "You have completed the second condition of the eagle claw technique." In that instant, Chu Qing smiled. He had already perfected the eagle claw technique and was merely waiting to break through the limits. He needed only 9 secret medicines. With the black market closed, it all depended on whether Madame Shi would prove reliable. As dusk fell, Chu Qing set aside his practice sheet and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Taohong exclaimed, "Madame Shi has arrived." Chu Qing was taken aback. Wasn't Madame Shi supposed to be at the theater? Why was she here? Madame Jin had a set of costumes she had stored. Madame Shi intended to wear a costume? A bold thought crossed his mind. At that moment, servants entered, clearing the accumulated water from the stone path, while the 4 maidens of wind, flower, snow, and moon held umbrellas. Madame Shi, her hair elegantly styled, adorned with various golden and jeweled accessories, donned a resplendent red robe trimmed with gold. Resembling a blazing fire, akin to a noble phoenix, she walked with grace, her hands gathered within her sleeves, each step measured and precise, pausing just as her toes threatened to emerge from the hem of her dress. This poise and aura truly embodied the essence of a noblewoman. Madame Jan welcomed her, and the two retreated to Madame Jin's private quarters. Shortly thereafter, they moved to the study. Meanwhile, numerous servants inspected the Jin family estate before dispersing to patrol the surroundings. The 4 maidens remained stationed at the study door. With a click, a window opened, revealing Madame Shi, her face adorned with theatrical makeup, gazing intently at Chu Qing. He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this paragon of nobility would appear so enchanting in costume. Madame Shi continued to fix her gaze upon him. He recognized that she wished for him to join her in enjoying the performance, yet he resolutely refused. "Madame Shi, may I inquire if you have brought the secret medicine?" Her expression remained impassive, her eyes cold. The 4 maidens glared at him, demanding, "Chu Qing, what do you mean by that?" Chu Qing merely smiled, remaining silent. A minute passed. With a click, Madame Shi closed the window. Moments later, the low murmur of a play drifted from the study. Chu Qing clasped his fists and turned to leave. Without the eagle claw secret medicine or any general secret medicine, he could not afford to indulge in the performance. This was a battle between him and Madame Shi. The maidens of wind, flower, snow, and moon scoffed. "You should have left sooner. You ungrateful man. The young lady invited you to enjoy a performance. It is a fortune you could only dream of. Now that you squander it, you may never have such an opportunity again." Inside the study, the performance soon ceased. The window opened and Madame Shi peered out, momentarily stunned. Why did he leave? Within the flowing sleeves, Madame Shi's small hand clenched tightly. Outside the city, on the muddy road, Chu Qing swiftly trod, his steps causing ripples to spread across the waterlogged ground. He executed the near-perfect technique of dragonfly touches, moving faster than a warhorse. He traversed village after village, soon arriving at the foot of Shurji Mountain. The mountain was immense, said to stretch for 800 miles, densely populated with bamboo. Following Tang Wuming's guidance, he found himself at a gathering of stonemasons. Despite the rain, the stonemasons toiled relentlessly to earn a living, most engaged in quarrying stone. He inquired of the old stonemason and the girl with a birthmark. One stonemason lamented. Su the stonemason was crushed by a rock yesterday. His daughter left early this morning. Chu Qing was taken aback. Do you know where his daughter went? I do not know. Chu Qing asked numerous people, but they had no knowledge of the Su family's daughter. Frustrated, he interrogated those closely associated with Su the stonemason, yet no concrete information emerged. Su the stonemason was dead, and the Shizhu Mingzhu must surely be with his daughter. However, she was nowhere to be found. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of misfortunes. The Rotunjin had been right. Chu Qing sighed, yet he refused to give up. After all, it was a precious Shizhu Mingzhu. He visited 7 or 8 stonemason gatherings in succession, but still found no trace of the Su family girl. As night fell, he reluctantly returned, resolving to continue his search the next day. That evening, he ventured to the black market once more, only to discover a vast expanse of water outside Qinghe County. The black market had long since vanished. Along the way, he saw families wading through the water, fleeing from Qinghe County. What has happened in Qinghe County? The water inside can drown a child, they replied. The river is rising. There may be a flood, and we must move to another location. Chu Qing inquired, isn't the Yamen doing anything? The refugees looked at him in astonishment. The officials left on boats long ago. Why would they care? The following day, after a brief period of cultivation, he resumed his search for the Su family girl. He had to find her quickly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she perished. Regrettably, by noon, he still had no news of her. In the afternoon, upon returning to the county, he resolved to enlist the help of the Blood River gang to aid in the search. Although this might provoke unnecessary trouble, he was willing to face it for the sake of the Shizhu Mingzhu. With Master Lu deceased, Chu Qing sought out the Rotunjin. Upon seeing him, Jin's face lit up with joy. You arrived just in time. The leader has ordered you to recruit personnel among the disaster victims tomorrow. Disaster victims? Recruit? Chu Qing exclaimed. But there are no disaster victims outside the city, Jin replied. The disaster victims from Qinghe County will arrive tonight. Go recruit tomorrow. Remember to prioritize families with children. Understood. Jin went on to explain the precautions for recruiting personnel, repeatedly emphasizing, tomorrow, the children of wealthy families will seize the opportunity to recruit as well. Remember not to provoke them or engage in conflict. Let them choose first. Whatever remains is ours. Chu Qing could only respond in silence. The illustrious Blood River gang has become scavengers. Jin chuckled. Better to salvage something than nothing at all. Chu Qing nodded, seemingly lost in thought. Where shall I dine tonight? I won't be going, he replied. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I need to put in some effort this evening to forge a few iron tendons. Jin Pongzi remained silent, wishing to convey to Chu Qing that no amount of effort would allow him entry into the martial academy. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that even if Chu Qing couldn't gain admission, having an additional iron tendon would make his tasks considerably easier. Go ahead. As night fell, in a room that began to leak rain, Chu Qing's hands opened and closed sporadically. Iron Hands 1. Iron Fist 1. You have fulfilled the first condition for Iron Hands. You have fulfilled the first condition for Iron Fist. Chapter 38. Perfecting the Iron Fist and Iron Hands. After completing the first conditions for both, Chu Qing immediately consumed 2 types of secret elixirs. Subsequently, both techniques advanced to great success. The promotion conditions indicated, to achieve perfection, only 10 portions of secret elixirs are required. When those masters provided the techniques, they had also supplied more than 20 portions of elixirs, sufficient to support advancement to ultimate perfection. Continue taking the elixirs. First, consume the Iron Hands elixir. Technique. Iron Hands perfected through daily practice, 10 days of elixir consumption, and 1,000 days to break limits. Promotion conditions. 1. Forge Iron Hands with fierce fire for 10 days. 2. 1 portion of limit-breaking elixir. The method of promotion underwent a change. No need for the Shizhu Mingzhu. The advancement could proceed. This was indeed good news. However, the limit-breaking elixir was something Chu Qing had never heard of before. He hoped it wouldn't be too precious. At this moment, the elixirs took effect, and he began his training. Who, with fingers aligned, his hands danced about, resembling a doorboard or a hand blade. Iron Tendons 20. Alas, he forgot to utilize the frog skill to enhance his progress. He contemplated using the secret transmission of the frog skill, but the thought of that old man deterred him. Never mind, there are plenty of elixirs. Losing 5 in progress is inconsequential, as I can fully compensate with the elixirs. 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. All iron tendons were successfully developed. Ultimately, there were 16 distinct iron tendons. At this moment, he had a total of 139 iron tendons. After resting for a moment to sense the transformation in his hands, he observed that the skin on his hands had shed, akin to a great snake shedding its skin. The newly formed skin was white and delicate, reminiscent of a baby's skin. Yet, its toughness and strength had significantly increased. Chu Qing picked up a stone sphere, rubbing it between his hands. Crack, crack, the stone sphere shattered. Merely relying on the strength of his hands, he effortlessly destroyed it. He felt intuitively that he could mold iron as if it were clay. A feat made possible by the activation of an abundance of iron tendons in his hands. The Eagle Claw skill, Iron Hands, and Mantis Fist, 3 techniques activated far too many iron tendons. Were he to practice Iron Hands alone, he would be incapable of crushing even a stone sphere, let alone turning iron into mud. Next, it was time for the Iron Fist. He consumed the elixir technique. Iron Fist perfected through daily practice, daily consumption of elixirs, and 1,000 days to break limits. Promotion conditions: 1. Strike the iron with the Iron Fist 100,000 times. 2. 1 portion of limit-breaking elixir. The elixir took effect, and he began training. Hoo. His fists swung as if wielding iron hammers, the wind from his punches howling and moaning. 1 hour. 2 hours. With the support of the elixirs, Chu Qing practiced all the Iron Fist iron tendons in one go. Among them, only 10 were distinct. Nevertheless, he was still delighted because the total number of his iron tendons had reached a staggering 149 in just half a month. He transformed from an ordinary individual into a martial artist with 149 iron tendons. Such progress was indeed rapid, unless someone consumed several Shizhu Mingzhu in a single day. Otherwise, they could not compare to him. With 149 iron tendons, he felt an immense surge of confidence. The various perfected techniques, along with the secret frog skill, further bolstered his assurance. Now, if I were to encounter Master Lu, even if he unleashed the 8 hammers, I might just be able to exchange blows with him. Unfortunately, Master Lu's remains are no more. There isn't even a sparring partner to test my skills against. Tang Wuming stated that the ultimate iron tendons number 365, corresponding to the cyclical nature of the heavens. I am nearing half. With further effort, I shall reach the limit. However, I have nearly exhausted the iron tendons in my upper body. I still lack techniques for my legs and torso. Yet, I currently lack techniques. I have only cultivated a little over 10 iron tendons from the frog skill. Without elixirs, the progress of the frog skill is excruciatingly slow. Moreover, I must keep a low profile these next few days and refrain from training. Flipping through his techniques, Chu Qing discovered that the only one he could still enhance was the iron cloth shirt, which would improve his defense, along with the mantis sword for his hands. Other techniques were either perfected or required secret elixirs for advancement, rendering further honing unnecessary. Calculating the time, my dual-handed sword will be completed the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, I will head to Maple Leaf County. And the day after, I shall return to BY. Then, I will swiftly enhance the dual-handed mantis sword. I just wonder if this sword technique can cultivate iron tendons. Some say weapon techniques are solely for slaughter and cannot cultivate iron tendons. Others argue that it is possible to cultivate iron tendons. Yet, practitioners of weapon techniques remain silent, never responding directly. Should I have the opportunity to meet Tang Wuming in the future, I must inquire about it. In the early morning, Chu Qing freshened up and sought out Jin Pongzi. Jin Pongzi had long been prepared with personnel, and upon his arrival, promptly arranged matters, stating, "Our position is at the East Gate." Without further ado, Chu Qing led the group there. Upon reaching the East Gate, he discovered soldiers stationed atop the city walls, and outside, numerous high platforms had been erected. Each stronghold and prominent household had their own platform for recruitment, while outside the platforms stood a throng of disaster victims. Many of the victims bore an unnatural flush on their faces, clearly symptomatic of fever. After all, the recent days of rain and wind had persisted, making it quite normal for those with slightly weaker constitutions to fall ill. Additionally, with pharmacies brewing herbal remedies primarily aimed at expelling wind and cold, consuming a bowl might not provide an immediate cure, but it could alleviate their suffering. Chu Qing led the group to the high platform belonging to the Blood River Gang. A local ruffian inquired, "Young Master Qing, shall we commence?" This ruffian was the very small leader who had once tipped him off. Initially, the small leader sought to distance himself from Chu Qing, but before he could act, Master Lu had died. Subsequently, he continued to pursue Chu Qing, calling him Young Master Qing. Now that Chu Qing had taken on a task, the title of Young Master Qing rolled off the small leader's tongue even more frequently. Chu Qing replied indifferently, "Begin recruiting." The small leader struck a gong and bellowed, "The Blood River Gang is recruiting. Families with dependents will be prioritized. Those with families tend to have more concerns, so they are less likely to flee after joining the gang." However, very few came forward to register. Most people prioritized trying their luck at the strongholds and prominent households. It was only when they found no success there that they would consider the Blood River Gang. Observing a group of emaciated individuals, coughing and feverish, Chu Qing felt a headache coming on. The gang's requirements were that men should be able to carry 100 pounds, while women and children should not be severely ill. Yet, the number of individuals who met these criteria was alarmingly few. In a few days, when the disaster victims had consumed all their rations, those who qualified would dwindle even further. This task was rather lackluster. Gazing at the densely packed disaster victims, he reflected on his past life. In his previous existence, during disasters, nationwide rescue efforts were mobilized. Yet in this world, sighing deeply, he closed his eyes and practiced the iron cloth shirt, circulating the technique to slightly enhance his defense. Though the numbers were few, little by little, they would contribute to his growing strength. As noon approached, the number of disaster victims continued to swell. The gang managed to recruit a few suitable individuals. After self-training for the entire morning, Chu Qing felt mentally fatigued. He paced atop the high platform, surveying his surroundings to relax his spirit. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a woman with a birthmark on her face atop the high platform of the neighboring He stronghold. Being examined by a matron who pried open her mouth to inspect her teeth, in an instant, Chu Qing's spirit soared. The woman with the birthmark? A Shizhu Mingzhu. "I have finally found you." Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced. This girl from the Su family represents a Shizhu Mingzhu. I hope the He family does not want her. Only then can I openly obtain her. Chapter 39. Not quarreling with the dead. Ultimately, the Su family girl entered the He family. Although she bore a birthmark, she could still qualify as a rough servant girl. Ever since discovering the Su family girl, Chu Qing had been fixated on her. A steward from the He family noticed and scoffed derisively. The steward's son whispered, "Father, why is that fellow staring at us?" The steward chuckled. "He is merely envious and jealous. The gang may appear glamorous. However, in reality, they are merely the lapdogs of the powerful. They will forever feast on the remnants." The steward's son cast a disdainful glance at Chu Qing and contemptuously remarked, "A mere local ruffian at such a young age. How shameful. You all keep watching. I'll return shortly." As Chu Qing observed the Su family girl leaving with a group of women, he quietly followed. Half an hour later, the Su family girl, along with many others, entered a grand courtyard, the estate of the He family's young master He Qi. The Su family girl might possess a Shizhu Mingzhu. He had to obtain it quickly. Otherwise, unforeseen complications might arise. Thus, tonight, I must secure the Shizhu Mingzhu. However, the He family holds significant power. With my current identity, I cannot possibly achieve this through conventional means. Perhaps I can enlist the help of Madame Jean. Half an hour later, Chu Qing and Madame Jean sat at the dining table, engaged in quiet conversation while dining. "Mother-in-law, I have encountered the daughter of an old acquaintance, yet she has fallen into the He family as a servant. I wish to ask you to intervene and help her escape." Madame Jean furrowed her delicate brows, pondering for a moment, then replied, "It is not easy." Chu Qing, perplexed, asked, as the wife of the hall master, "Is it truly so difficult to request a servant from the He family?" Madame Jean sighed softly and said, "If the He family were a prominent household in the county, the hall master's wife would still have some clout. However, their foundation lies in the outer fort. The children of the fort are the most arrogant and domineering. They fear only Captain Shi and a handful of others, dismissing everyone else. Chu Qing frowned, sensing the predicament. Seeing his distress, Madame Jean felt a pang of sorrow and comforted him. Let us finish our meal first. We shall try our luck shortly. Very well. An hour later, Madame Jean arrived in a sedan chair, with Chu Qing and the maid Zaidahong accompanying her on either side. Heading straight for the He family mansion, at the entrance, a steward stood guard. Chu Qing cupped his hands in greeting and announced their presence, only for the steward to coldly reply, "Wait. 1 minute, 10 minutes. Chu Qing grew increasingly anxious. It was not until half an hour later that a butler emerged. Madame Jean stepped down from the sedan and, in a delicate voice, addressed the butler. "Butler He, my child has an acquaintance whose daughter has fallen into your esteemed household as a servant. I implore you to exercise your kindness and allow us to redeem her." Madame Jean adopted a very humble demeanor. However, Butler He sneered and retorted, "In the He family, there is no such thing as redeeming a servant. Even in death, they remain our ghosts, destined to serve the masters of the He family in the afterlife." Chu Qing took a handful of silver and offered it to Butler He, saying, "Sir, might you grant us a small favor?" Butler He scoffed, casually tossing the silver coins to the ground and scolding, "What are you? Do you think you can test me? Do you believe I won't have you beaten to death?" Surrounding He family servants chuckled derisively, saying, "With such a paltry sum, you think you can take someone from the He family? Even 10 times that amount wouldn't suffice." Chu Qing smiled and replied, "The servants you recruit are taken in for free. My 20 or 30 taels of silver should be more than adequate. Let us each show some courtesy, shall we?" Butler He continued to mock him, sizing him up with disdain. "What do you think you are? Courtesy? Do you have any?" Madame Jean, trembling with anger, pointed at Butler He and exclaimed, "You little steward, so brazen. Do you not fear being cut down by a mob in the streets?" Butler He glared at her, pointing back and sneering, "I know you, the wife of Hall Master Jean of the Blood River Gang. Even your leader speaks to me with deference. Do you dare to threaten me?" Madame Jean's face turned pale with rage, her lips quivering. Chu Qing sighed inwardly, gently ushering her back to the sedan. "Let us return for now." The bearers hurried away, their pace faster than their arrival. "Butler," he shouted, "who told you to leave?" Chu Qing remained silent, turning to depart as well. "Butler," he laughed coldly, "just you wait. Tonight, I will have you and that baron wench kneeling here all night." Chu Qing halted, his expression impassive as he turned to face him. In that instant, Butler He felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed he was like a pig before a butcher, realizing he was marked for death. The next moment, Chu Qing smiled and turned away. He wished to kill, but not just yet, for he believed that a stormy night would be the perfect cover for a bloodbath, if he were to slay his enemies by day and scavenge their belongings. With so many witnesses around, it would be beneath him. At the Jean residence, Madame Jean wept. In her days at the prefectural city, no one had ever humiliated her so. Today, she was publicly scorned by a steward from the outer fort, a profound disgrace. She clenched her silver teeth and instructed Zaidahong, "Go, summon the dead." Zaidahong immediately rushed out. Chu Qing, feeling guilty, said, "Mother-in-law, it is all my fault." Madame Jean took a deep breath and softly replied, "It is not your concern. I know the people of the outer fort are arrogant, but I did not expect them to be this brazen. That Butler He has gone too far. How could he speak of me in such a manner?" Chu Qing chuckled, "Mother-in-law, there is no need to stoop to the level of the dead." Madame Jean, in a flurry, grasped his hand and asked, "Qinger, what do you mean?" Chu Qing smiled deceitfully and said, "Once I enter the martial academy and establish my status as a student, I shall gradually take care of him." Only then did Madame Jean breathe a sigh of relief, as she had sensed that Chu Qing harbored intentions to kill Butler He. Thankfully, her son still retained his reason. After exchanging a few more words, Chu Qing took his leave. Madame Jean, in a state of turmoil, did not retain him for dinner. Shortly after Chu Qing departed, Jan Iren returned, grinning, "Madam, do not be upset. I have made arrangements with Butler He. Tomorrow, let Chu Qing bring that servant out." Madame Jean replied coolly, "How much silver did you give them?" Jan Iren sheepishly raised one finger. 100 taels. Jan Iren nodded. Madame Jean, disheartened, said, "Jan Iren, you should not have offered them money." Jan Iren's expression turned serious, for his wife seldom called him by name. When she did, it signified that matters had grown grave. "Madam, Madame Jean retorted icily. How many years has it been since you took a life? Jean Erin fell silent. Madame Jean continued, Tonight, kill Butler he. Jan Erin murmured, The martial world is not merely about killing. It is about relationships and the ways of the world. It is not worth it for a mere servant. Madame Jean, incensed, replied, Is it merely about a servant? He referred to me, Zhou Qingyu, as a baron whence, if you do not slay him, I shall write to my father and have him send someone to do so. Jan Erin sighed, Madam. Must it come to this? Your father is also facing difficulties in the capital. Do not disturb him. Jan Erin wished only to wait for the year to end and return to the capital peacefully. Madame Jean lamented, Jan Erin, you have changed. You are no longer the spirited young genius you once were. Jan Erin stood in silence. As night fell, Chu Qing, having dined well, awaited quietly. He was biding his time, waiting for the night to deepen. After all, the stillness of a late night is the best time for murder. Initially, he had no intention of killing. After all, the He family was from the outer fort. If they suffered a death, it would certainly cause trouble. Yet, he could not swallow his anger. He had endured since the afternoon. Now reaching his limit, I have changed in the past. He would wait several days for an opportunity to eliminate his enemies. But now, he could not endure even a single day. Previously weak, he could tolerate. Yet, having trained over 100 iron muscles, why should he still endure? With a heart full of blades, the desire to kill surged forth. This night, I shall stain the winds and rain with the blood of the He family. Chapter 40. The heavens do not favor. Do not blame me, young master. He was exceedingly busy. As the initial examination for the Martial Academy approached, they learned more about the ongoing reforms. They analyzed the intelligence gathered, discussing how to maximize their benefits. Simultaneously, due to the matter of the secret manual, the children of the outer fort were in a frenzy. They had just received news. A stonemason had unearthed 2 stone bamboo pearls in one go. However, due to the steward's meddling, the stonemason fled with the pearls. And to this day, they did not even know his name or if he was alive or dead. There were far too many matters. Young Master He and his companions deliberated until deep into the night before dispersing. Upon returning to the estate, a servant confidentially reported the earlier events concerning Chu Qing and Madame Jean. Young Master He chuckled coldly, Tomorrow, let the Blood River Gang deliver Chu Qing's head to me. As for Madame Jean, I have heard she is quite beautiful and has yet to bear children. Tomorrow, bring her to me. I shall toil for a while and leave her a descendant. Understood, the servant withdrew. And young Master He broke into a sinister grin. Although today had been hectic, he had achieved something. He had unexpectedly uncovered secret information. Rogue named Lu Hai had had contact with the fleeing rebel before his death. He might have been privy to the manual. Although Lu Hai was dead, by following the trail, he would undoubtedly find some clues. I have eliminated the only person in the know. This secret information now belongs solely to me. In the early hours of the morning, around 2 or 3 o'clock, the guards had succumbed to drowsiness. The vast He residence lay shrouded in silence. Occasionally, a servant would rise in the night, tiptoeing cautiously, fearful of disturbing young Master He. Swish, Chu Qing, masked and clad in iron gloves, executed a technique akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, leaping across rooftops. His nearly perfected lightness skill manifested, and amidst the wind and rain, he appeared like a specter behind the guards. Crack, crack, the iron hand twisted necks, head spinning a full 360 degrees. 1, 5, 10. All the guards dispatched. Chu Qing swaggered forth, commencing his formal operation. First, he sought the quarters of the servants to locate the daughter of the Su family. Moments later, he bound the unconscious Su girl and concealed her within a false mountain. Now, the hunting hour had arrived. He did not know where Butler He was, nor did he know if he had any kin. Thus, eliminating everyone would leave no loose ends. Chu Qing chose the outermost room and began to clear away over 100 iron rods. With the aid of his exceptional lightness of foot, his cleaning efforts were swift and efficient. As he reached the most central area, he finally laid eyes on Steward He. With a swift motion, he executed a complete 360-degree turn, and Steward He fell lifeless. A fraction of the frustration that had weighed upon Chu Qing's heart dissipated, yet it was still insufficient. He pressed on with his task. 1 minute. 10 minutes, at last. He found himself standing outside a brightly lit chamber. The maid at the entrance was dozing off. Chu Qing deduced that young master he was inside. To eliminate him would throw the entire Shiji County into turmoil, potentially affecting the Martial Academy's assessments. However, to spare him would leave a lingering unease in his heart. Steward He's arrogance stemmed from his association with young master He. Having already taken so many lives, dispatching a few more would not consume much time. Amidst the gentle drizzle, he lightly touched the ground with his toes, moving like a gust of wind. Click, click. The bodies of 4 maids collapsed to the floor. Inside, 3 breaths could be heard. One of them suddenly halted before returning to its previous rhythm. He pushed the door open and shut it behind him. The room was lit by numerous thick candles, and sandalwood incense wafted through the air. On the bed lay 2 women and a handsome young man. Young master He, all in slumber. Chu Qing did not approach but instead stood quietly 5 meters away from the bed. 1 second, 30 seconds, 1 minute. With a sigh, young master He sat up, gazing intently at Chu Qing, and clasped his fists, saying, "Friend, can we have a word?" Chu Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that young master He would remain so composed, without shouting or panicking. Though the noble scions were often arrogant, their mental fortitude was commendable. After a moment of contemplation, he rasped, "Truth be told, I did not wish to come here." Young master He smiled kindly, responding, "I understand. We are all bound by circumstances, and you too must have your own reasons. Perhaps you are in need of money. I can offer you 10,000 taels of silver. Or perhaps you seek rare herbs. I can assist in gathering them. If you desire martial arts manuals, I can transcribe them for you. Women, gold, treasures, medicinal herbs, speak, and I shall provide." With a deep breath, Chu Qing softly declared, "I seek your life." Young master He's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he struck the bed, his fingers curling like talons, resembling a mighty eagle as he lunged at Chu Qing. The flickering candlelight cast shadows as the sound of an eagle's cry echoed through the room. The perfected eagle claw technique? Chu Qing's eyes sparkled. He met the attack with his own clawed hands. The clash resounded. Click. Young master He's fingers clashed against Chu Qing's iron gauntlets, producing a grating sound. Chu Qing's fingers engaged, channeling the power of the frog technique, causing dozens of iron rods to erupt forth. With a sickening squelch, his fingers pierced through flesh and blood. Young master He let out a chilling scream. With clenched fists, he felt the bones in his hands shatter, collapsing like mud. He shrieked and recoiled. With a swift motion akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, Chu Qing pursued, his fingers converging fiercely as he struck young master He's chest. The impact crumpled young master He's torso, bending him backward like a C-shape, before he was flung away with tremendous force. Crash! Young master He slammed onto the bed, and the 2 women did not even utter a sound before meeting their demise. Gurgling, young master He lay disheveled, blood frothing from his mouth. He stared fearfully at Chu Qing, unable to utter a single word. His chest and lungs shattered, exposing broken ribs. He sensed that death was imminent. Step by step, Chu Qing approached the bed, shaking off the blood on his hands, and asked, "Why are you so weak? Did you not practice since childhood in medicinal baths?" Young master He opened his mouth to protest. Blood spilling forth, he wanted to argue that it was not his weakness, but rather Chu Qing's overwhelming strength. Yet, as he opened his mouth, more blood spewed forth, prompting him to quickly shut it again. With a sigh, Chu Qing remarked, "Though villains often perish due to their verbosity, I must state, the reason I kill you is that Steward He humiliated me and insulted Lady Jean, who aided me. You are his support. To slay you will bring peace to my heart." Young master He's eyes widened in disbelief as he let out a hoarse cry, "Damn! Steward He betrayed me," with silks and satins. He scoured through the room, gathering spoils. A box of silver notes, unknown rare herbs, jewels, and various intimate items. Yet, he found no known rare herbs or martial arts manuals. Chu Qing felt a twinge of disappointment. He searched other rooms and, in the study, discovered a small box. Upon opening it, he burst into laughter, for within were several Nianqi herbs. Holding the box, Chu Qing looked up to the heavens, laughing heartily, "Thank you, nature, for this gift. With these Nianqi herbs, my secret frog technique can reach perfection." After his excitement subsided, he began to pack his hard-won treasures. Finally, he hoisted young master He's corpse and made his way to the kitchen. 1 minute, 5 minutes, the sound of butchering ceased. Soon after, Chu Qing stepped through the rain, carrying the unconscious daughter of the Su family. Striding away confidently, before departing, he made sure to close the door behind him. Casting a final glance at the silent He family estate, murmuring, "You should have been given a chance to be reborn from the ashes. But alas, the heavens have not favored you. Do not blame me." Chapter 41. Extreme Mantis Fist, 180 Iron Rods. Dr. Li awoke to find a barefoot, masked figure in tattered clothing standing before him, carrying a person. Swallowing hard, Dr. Li thought, "This is worth 1,000 taels of silver. This is Nianqi grass. Produce the medicine." Chu Qing tossed the silver notes and Nianqi grass onto the bed and carried away the Su family girl. Dr. Li was astonished. Nianqi grass? How precious! This individual had killed for a single stalk before. Now, he had brought back 7 or 8. A ruthless person indeed. How many had he slain this time? Gazing at the pile of valuable Nianqi grass, Dr. Li found it hard to regain his composure. Whoosh, 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 Chu Qing ran, wrapping the Su family girl in oil paper and carrying her straight to Maple Leaf County. Though the mountain path was treacherous and he was burdened with a person, his experience enabled him to move swiftly. At dawn, he once again beheld the abandoned mountain god temple, where scattered bones lay, a remnant of the elite assassins from days prior. With a thud, Chu Qing tossed the Su family girl onto a pile of grass. She awoke, gazing timidly at him, too frightened to move. "Does Tang Wuming know?" The Su family girl's eyes brightened as she nodded vigorously. Chu Qing smiled, saying, "A few days ago, I saved Tang Wuming from peril here. He mentioned you possess a Shizhu Mingzhu, and that if I utter his name, you would give it to me. Yet, I searched you thoroughly and found no such pearl. Tell me, where have you hidden it?" The Su family girl flushed. Although she came from humble beginnings, she understood the boundaries between men and women. Having her body searched by a man was quite scandalous. "Do you truly know Mr. Tang?" she asked. Her voice wavering, Chu Qing nodded, affirming, "Indeed." He described Tang Wuming's characteristics. The Su family girl lowered her head, mumbling, "Turn around, and I will retrieve the pearl." Chu Qing was puzzled but complied, turning away. After a rustle, the Su family girl said, "Here, this is the pearl." The Shizhu Mingzhu, the size of a red date, resembled a small white jade ball, yet possessed the qualities of a pearl, exquisitely beautiful. Chu Qing instantly fell in love with it. Holding it in his hand, it felt warm and smooth, akin to a baby's skin, though it bore a few water stains. He eyed the Su family girl suspiciously. Such a sizable pearl. Where had she hidden it? With a flushed face, the Su family girl looked down and pleaded, "Hero, I beg you to take me to Maple Leaf County as well." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qing replied, "Very well." Having obtained a pearl worth thousands, he was naturally pleased. Maple Leaf County was not far, and escorting her would not consume much time. Moreover, he intended to retrieve a double-handed sword from there. However, before departing, he wanted to use the Shizhu Mingzhu first. Such a precious item must be utilized promptly. Otherwise, it could be lost or stolen, which would be rather amusing. He lit a campfire, provided the Su family girl with some provisions, and allowed her to rest for a moment before commencing his cultivation. Mantis Fist, Red Snake Leg, both techniques required the Shizhu Mingzhu to break through their limits. However, which one to choose? The Mantis Fist was learned openly at the martial arts school and could be used at any time. The Red Snake Leg was a gift from nature, yet could not be employed openly. Thus, he chose to advance the Mantis Fist. The first condition for advancement was met. You have used the secret Shizhu Mingzhu to complete the second condition. Chu Qing pondered, secret Shizhu Mingzhu? Before he could fully comprehend, the pearl in his hand shattered, turning to ash and scattering across the ground. Simultaneously, his profession panel flickered. Martial art. Extreme Mantis Fist 1. Refined 72 major tendons. 2. Upgrade tendon quality. Advancement condition. No further upgrades possible. Chu Qing stood momentarily stunned before being overtaken by euphoric joy. After so long of striving, he had finally achieved an extreme martial art. He sighed, "What a journey it has been." Beside him, the Su family girl quietly muttered to herself, "It hasn't been easy for me either." At this moment, the effects of the secret pearl took hold. Chu Qing felt a vague sensation. He could potentially forge 2 golden tendons or 32 iron tendons using the pearl's power. No, that can't be right. Tang Wuming mentioned that a single pearl could only forge one golden tendon at most. Why could he produce two? Could it be due to the secret pearl? He cast a doubtful glance at the young woman from the Su family. Theoretically, golden tendons required significantly more resources and time to cultivate, making them the optimal choice. However, considering the preliminary examination at the Martial Academy, he ultimately opted for iron tendons. Increasing his mantis fist by over 30 iron tendons in one go would yield astonishing power. He activated the toad skill, channeling his energy to its peak. Commence forging. Iron tendon 30, iron tendon 30. You have forged 1 iron tendon, 10 tendons, 20 tendons, 32 tendons, 36 tendons. The pearl's effect, which should only allow for 32 iron tendons, astonishingly enabled him to forge 36 under the enhancement of the toad skill. Out of these 36 iron tendons, only 5 overlapped, resulting in a net gain of 31 new iron tendons. At that moment, his total number of iron tendons reached 180. By utilizing the mantis fist alone, he could mobilize over 60 tendons, and when combined with the toad skill, it soared to a terrifying 80+. Mantis fist, with a whoosh, the wind from his punch sliced through the air, severing a wooden beam as thick as an arm from a distance of merely 3 inches. Chu Qing was astounded. In the past, he had to strike the wood directly to split it. Now, even the mere wind from his punch wielded such might. I have grown stronger. Even without advanced techniques, my rudimentary mantis fist is no less formidable than those of the Martial Academy students. In that moment, the mantis fist became his most powerful attack. Crack, crack. Chu Qing, filled with excitement, swung his fists wildly. The punch wind cut through the wood as effortlessly as slicing grass. It took him a good 3 to 5 minutes to calm his exhilaration. In 2 days, with the toad's secret medicine, my strength will be even greater. The Martial Academy has already opened its doors to me. With his newfound power, his spirit soared, and confidence surged within him. When I encounter He Chi again, I could easily kill him with a single punch. The young woman from the Su family looked on in shock. Although she had no understanding of martial arts, witnessing the punch wind cleave through a beam as thick as an arm left her in awe. If such force were to strike her, surely it could sever her arm. After a moment, Chu Qing gathered his belongings and said, "Let us head to Maple Leaf County. By the way, how did you manage to modify the pearl?" The Su family girl covered her face and softly murmured an explanation. Understanding dawned on Chu Qing, and he shouldered his belongings, making haste towards Maple Leaf County. An hour passed, 2 hours. Chu Qing escorted the Su family girl to an inn, giving her some silver and 100 silver notes. "When I parted ways with Tang Wuming here, you should rest and then head to the state capital to find him." After speaking, he made his way to the blacksmith's shop. The Su family girl, gazing at Chu Qing's departing figure, expressed her gratitude fervently. "Benefactor, if I survive, I will repay you with all my might." After a moment, she turned and entered the inn. "Excuse me. Do you have any rooms available?" A delicate attendant approached, draped in a burlap sack. "Guest? Oh, Su Qinger." Su Qinger was astonished and joyfully exclaimed, "Young Master Tang, how did you end up working as an attendant? Are you perhaps experiencing life?" Tang Wuming. Half an hour later, Su Qinger redeemed Tang Wuming's freedom and recounted the events that transpired after their separation, omitting any mention of the modified stone bamboo pearl. In the end, she curiously inquired, "How does that benefactor, who can cleave through a wooden beam with his punch wind, compare to your guards?" Tang Wuming was taken aback. "Are you certain his punch wind can split wood?" Su Qinger nodded vigorously, her conviction evident. Tang Wuming's expression turned grave. "My 2 guards from the Martial Academy might not even withstand a single punch from him," Su Qinger suggested. "You should keep in touch with him more often." Tang Wuming nodded earnestly. The punch wind, sharp as a blade, capable of splitting a beam as thick as an arm, could either mean he had mastered advanced techniques or, perhaps some form of punch technique had transcended its limits. Chu Qing, who exactly is he? Chapter 42. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. When Chu Qing beheld the double-handed sword, a look of satisfaction washed over his face. The sword measured a total length of 1.5 meters, 1 foot for the hilt and 4 feet for the blade. The blade was 3 fingers wide and adorned with cloud patterns. Chu Qing modified the blade's shape, inspired by the 8-faced Han sword from his past life. With ample funds and exquisite materials at his disposal, the quality of the sword was exceptional. When struck repeatedly with a heavy iron hammer, the blade resonated with a vibrant hum, and upon releasing the hammer, it remained perfectly straight. The hilt was hollow, capable of holding a liter of blazing oil. Twisting the hilt would allow the oil to flow through the reserved channel within the blade. During powerful impacts or rapid swings, the blazing oil would ignite, transforming the sword into a flaming weapon. At that moment, not only would it inflict physical damage, but also fiery harm, making it truly formidable. What was even more intriguing was that due to the special materials used, each time the blazing oil burned, it would stimulate the special materials to shift, effectively retempering the blade and mending any hidden flaws. What a marvelous treasure! Chu Qing rejoiced. After generously compensating the blacksmith and purchasing several portions of blazing oil, sword oil, and other maintenance supplies, he left in high spirits. On the muddy path, Chu Qing held the sword in both hands, resembling a dragonfly as he dashed forward. Sword handling one. Generally speaking, mastering the double-handed sword required daily practice for 300 days to reach the threshold. However, now, he only needed to wield the sword for 3 days and consume 10 portions of Mantis' secret medicine to achieve the same. Chu Qing discovered through repeated experimentation that the requirement for holding the sword for 3 days was broken down to every minute as long as he held the sword for 1 minute. Progress would increase by 1 point. The total time spent holding the sword needed to reach 4,320 minutes to fulfill the first requirement. This condition was easily met. The second condition was even simpler. The only dilemma now was, how could I openly carry this sword? The blade is wide and lengthy. It's difficult to disguise. Should I hide it during the day and practice at night? However, doing so would double the time required to reach mastery. Chu Qing pondered continuously, devising various plans, but each was discarded due to the delay in mastering the sword technique. Upon arriving at the spot where he had previously discovered the purple flower, Chu Qing searched around and found another purple flower. He carefully preserved the flower and quickened his pace. Before he knew it, he returned to the outskirts of Shiqi County, observing the densely packed disaster victims outside the city walls. Treated like livestock and selected by various fortresses, nobles, and gangs, he smiled with resignation. Mastering the sword technique will make me even stronger, as long as I am strong enough. Who would dare to challenge me? Even if I wield a sword, I am no longer the petty thug I once was. Anyone who dares to provoke me or question my authority shall face dire consequences. With 180 iron tendons and knowledge of various martial secrets, Chu Qing's mindset shifted. Thud, thud, thud. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, weaving through the refugees as he approached the city gate. The guards were about to stop him when Chu Qing shot a fierce glare at them. In an instant, the guard felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. His body stiffened, and a chill ran down his spine. After a long moment, he regained his composure. Realizing he was drenched in cold sweat, the man from earlier was terrifying. Thud, thud, thud. Strolling through the nearly deserted streets, the only bustling place was the grain shop. The price of grain had risen threefold in a single day. If more refugees gathered, Shiqi County would descend into chaos. I hope this doesn't affect the Martial Academy's preliminary examination. Furthermore, with the He family gone, why has the county shown no response? Has no one discovered He Qi's death? Unbeknownst to him, Chu Qing arrived at the Jin family estate. 1 minute later, Madame Jin and Xiao Taohong were left utterly stunned upon seeing him. Xiao Taohong discreetly gestured, realizing that the sword in Chu Qing's arms was even taller than she was. Madame Jin, however, noticed not the sword but the aura surrounding him. Previously, despite Chu Qing being of age, he had appeared youthful and naive. Yet, after a single night, this young man had matured. He exuded confidence, his eyes sparkling with intensity. As he walked, his posture was erect, exuding an air of disdain for everything around him. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if she had returned to the capital city, witnessing the proud young men she had encountered in her youth. While she had merely been a girl trailing behind them, suddenly, a purple violet swaying in the wind captured Madame Jin's attention. She excitedly accepted it, handing it to Xiao Taohong, before tightly embracing Chu Qing and saying, "Qing has grown up, but the dangers outside the city are immense. Do not venture out to gather flowers for me again." She mistakenly believed that Chu Qing had traveled hundreds of miles into the mountains to gather flowers for her. Beside them, Xiao Taohong glanced at the violet in her embrace, then at Madame Jin, silently sighing, "Madam, please be more discerning." A few minutes later, Madame Jean informed Chu Qing. This morning, the Blood River Gang came looking for you, saying you must visit their headquarters. Chu Qing nodded, yet felt unconcerned. Killing Lu Tangzhu and annihilating He Qi's entire family had shifted his mindset significantly. The Blood River Gang, once a layer of identity and protection for him, had now become a shackle. I will handle it. Madame Jean ceased her inquiries and instead chattered away, inquiring about the picturesque scenery of the mountains and the circumstances beyond. Chu Qing recounted the unfolding events with eloquence. Initially, upon hearing of the misty, enchanting landscapes of the mountains, Madame Jean felt her spirits lifted. However, as she learned of the widespread suffering among the refugees, the collapsed roads, and the submerged farmlands, her mood darkened considerably. She rose and paced, declaring, "This is a natural disaster, but also a man-made calamity. Shurji County, and perhaps even the surrounding areas, are bound to descend into chaos." Chu Qing, puzzled, replied, "They are merely refugees. Once they are settled, how could there be any chaos?" Madame Jean shook her head. "Who will settle the refugees? The officials will not intervene. The strongholds, the wealthy, and the gangs can only absorb so many. Shurji County is situated at a higher elevation. If the rain persists, more refugees will inevitably gather at that time. If there are rebels inciting unrest, it will surely lead to great disorder." Chu Qing privately shook his head. "Such matters do not concern us greatly. If chaos truly erupts, I shall protect you." With that, he patted the sword nestled within his robes. Madame Jean felt a warmth in her heart, deeply moved. Qinger was far superior to Jean Erin. The entire afternoon passed with Chu Qing in Madame Jean's company, indulging in bathing, dining, reading, and copying calligraphy. What struck Madame Jean as peculiar was that, regardless of the activity, be it administering a shoulder massage, Chu Qing always held onto the sword with one hand. She mumbled. "This sword," Chu Qing responded with a smile. "Previously, I wielded a knife for combat, but it felt rather lowly. Thus, I sought to acquire a sword." The mention of combat, Madame Jean's expression darkened. She had urged Jean Erin to eliminate He de Guanjia, yet ultimately, she had not succeeded. Did Qinger wish to slay He de Guanjia with this sword? At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted within the city. The sounds of galloping hooves, anguished cries, and desperate screams filled the air. Madame Jean's complexion turned ashen as she exclaimed, "Could it be that the rebels have breached the city?" Chu Qing swiftly grasped her arm, his tone grave. "Do not worry. You should take refuge inside. I will remain here to guard." Just then, a servant rushed in, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "The sky is falling. The sky is falling." Chapter 43. The Killer. Heart of Iron, viewing lives as mere weeds. He Qi is dead. The He family, with over 300 souls residing in their manor within the county, has perished entirely. Except for He Qi and 2 personal maids, all others met their demise by having their necks twisted. Initially, no one noticed most. There was curiosity about why the He family had not opened their doors that day. It was only in the evening that Lan Jia and the youths from the stronghold sought He Qi for drinks, only to discover the vast estate devoid of a single living soul. What followed was a city-wide manhunt. Flames crackled as torches blazed. Lan Jia and the youths from the stronghold gathered at the He family manor. Their expressions grave. Among them were those of weaker constitution, their faces pale and trembling. "Today they killed brother He Qi. Tomorrow they may come for me. I wish to return to the stronghold." With a sharp slap, Lan Jia turned and struck the face of one of the stronghold youths, admonishing, "Silence. If you leave now, you may be struck down before you even exit the city." The youth covered his face. Stifling his sobs, Lan Jia conferred with several outstanding members of the stronghold, deciding to send word to the various gangs to scour the city and issue an edict, regardless of whether the murderer was found. Some blood must be shed to accompany He Qi in death. They also jointly sent a missive to the military camp, commanding them to seal off the county. No one was permitted to leave. A thorough search was to commence, and blood must flow to honor He Qi. Finally, they dispatched several waves of servants and guards to convey their orders outside the city. By the time all arrangements were concluded, it was already past 8 in the evening. All members of the stronghold gathered in the hall, their hearts heavy with worry. Lan Jia privately summoned a few stronghold members to a small room for a confidential discussion. Could it be that He Qi discovered traces of a secret transmission and was silenced? One member speculated, The rebels have a cordial relationship with us. They would not resort to such measures unless an outsider obtained the secret transmission. Lan Jie frowned. If an outsider obtained the secret transmission, they would never remain in Shiji County. Another stronghold member conjectured. The two Zhizhu Ming pearls that should have been produced are missing. The rebels' secret transmission has also been known to appear in Shiji County. Recently, the Blood River Gang suffered significant losses, including a hall master. Brother Zhang from the Bingjia sect suspects his enemies are also in Shiji County. Now, with the preliminary examinations for the Martial Academy approaching, why are all these events coinciding? And why are they all converging in Shiji County? Lan Jie felt a stirring in her heart and exclaimed, could it be that all these events are connected to a single individual? And that this person is in Shiji County? A stronghold member chuckled ruefully. Lan Jie, how could one person possess the ability to orchestrate so many events? These occurrences are orchestrated by an organization. Lan Jie pondered deeply. The other youth suddenly realized, indeed, a solitary individual lacks the capacity to execute such deeds. Those capable of doing so would not dare in the vast Shiji County. Only a handful possessed the strength to kill He Qi. Yet, even if He Qi had wronged their wives and daughters, they would not dare harm him in the slightest, for he was one of their own. Yet, the evidence at the scene suggested a solitary assailant. Indeed, despite all the analysis, the killer is but one. What is this killer's background? How could they slay members of the stronghold with such ease, as if they were merely slaughtering chickens or dogs? Are they not afraid? Lan Jie and the others fell into contemplation. Upon receiving the news, the prominent families of Shiji County hurriedly convened. Though they did not venture to the He family manor, their servants and guards had ventured there. After thorough investigation, they all frowned. He Qi, the seventh son of the He family, possessed average talent but had trained over 100 iron muscles. Aside from us, only a handful could kill him. But did they have the audacity to do so? In a single night, over 300 members of the stronghold were slain. This killer was indeed lawless and cold-hearted. Terrifying. Their expressions were grim. At this moment, one family head spoke, everyone, a great calamity is upon us. The rebels and the stronghold are in collusion. The assembly gazed at him in disbelief. The family head continued. Historically, Shiji County has always been a battleground for military forces. The death of a member of the stronghold could provide a pretext for entering Shiji County openly. The assembly was taken aback. After a long silence, one family head gritted his teeth and declared, Shiji County is ours. If the rebels desire it, they must negotiate with us. Everyone, return and fortify your strongholds. At the He family stronghold, the family head, in his 50s, was vigorous, robust, and highly skilled in martial arts. While playing with his newly acquired 50th concubine, he received the dreadful news. Well, it is not entirely dreadful. After all, it is merely the death of one son. He has over 20 sons and more than 50 daughters. He is so indifferent that he can hardly be bothered to name his sons. The death of one does not matter. Yet, He Qi is still his son. To die suddenly in the county and to be dismembered into a paste, leaving only the head behind, is alarming. Is this a warning from the rebels? A warning from the city's elites? Or is it infighting among my sons? He pondered many possibilities, yet failed to consider that someone's actions concerning a mere steward could lead to this massacre. He never imagined that the audacious Chu Qing, barefoot and clad in a coarse garment, would dare to brazenly slay members of the stronghold. Send He Qi Go and 20 iron riders to investigate. If the murderer is one of my sons, bring him back. If not, then execute the killer. The servant bowed respectfully. Yes, He Qi Go was originally a rogue hero, but after aligning himself with the He family, he became known as He Qi Go after being assigned to He Qi. He was adept at tracking and had previously served as a constable, training over 100 iron muscles and 30 iron bones. His most formidable technique involved the Great Hand Seal of bone training. With the Great Hand Seal, he managed to cultivate over 30 iron bones. 1 iron bone equated to 5 iron muscles. When the Great Hand Seal was unleashed, its power rivaled that of over 150 iron muscles working in unison, an overwhelming force. Indeed, moreover, he was meticulous and ruthless, and most importantly, obedient. The family head could trust him with tasks. As for the Iron Riders, they were equally formidable, composed of collateral relatives. Each had cultivated at least 100 iron muscles and possessed weapon techniques. Even 7 or 8 Iron Riders working together could overwhelm He Qi Go. Clop, clop, clop. The Iron Riders galloped toward Shirji County, their arrival imminent. They reached the scene swiftly. He Chi-go, in his 40s, was robust and had an honest demeanor. Upon his arrival, Lan Jie and the others breathed a sigh of relief. With He Chi-go and 20 Iron Riders present, they believed the killer would not dare to create further chaos. If he were wise, he would have fled long ago. He Chi-go examined the scene. 10 minutes, half an hour. Many traces were washed away by the wind and rain, rendering them nearly invisible. Yet, he still sought to reconstruct the general scenario of how Chu Qing had executed his foes. The killer first eliminated the guards and then advanced inward from the periphery. The murderer, with a heart of iron, regards human life as mere fodder. Go take the lives of so many in a single breath. His hands show no sign of weakness whatsoever. While Lan Jie and the others remain indifferent, someone mutters, "I would not hesitate to kill either." He Chi-go solemnly inquires, "How many have you personally slain?" The young man from the fort ponders for a moment and replies, "At most, I have killed 12. The rest were taken care of by the guards." He Chi-go asks, "Why not kill them yourself? Was it uninteresting? Were your hands too soft?" The young man's face pales as he recalls his own moment of hesitation. Lan Jie and the others seem to contemplate this. He Chi-go continues as he inspects the room, stating, "The murderer must have conversed with young Master Qi before he suddenly turned on him. Young Master Qi likely employed the perfect eagle claw technique to strike from the air. However, his hands were crushed by the assailant." He Chi-go recounts the scene of Chu Qing battling enemies, and the resemblance is striking. Finally, upon entering the kitchen and encountering the severed head on the cutting board, He Chi-go's expression grows unusually grave. To kill is akin to mowing grass. The heart must be steeled. To kill, plunder wealth, and erase all traces. Each act flows seamlessly into the next, a heart unyielding, hands unceasing. What manner of person can accomplish such deeds? Chapter 44. The Ascension of the Double-Handed Praying Mantis Sword in the Midst of a Tempest. In the study, Madame Jean clutches Chu Qing's hand tightly. Xiao Taohong dozes at the door. While Jean Fatty remains busy with the gang, likely unable to return for days. Upon learning of He Chi's demise and the annihilation of the He family, Madame Jin's first thought is, Chu Qing did it. For she had already sensed something amiss with him. Gripping his hand, Chu Qing softly reassures her, "I will be fine. Look, I am merely a youth, barefoot and dressed in rags, who has never left Shirji County. Certainly not a figure of great significance. Would I dare to kill so many? Would I dare to slay the young men from the fort? Do I possess the capability?" Madame Jean gazes intently into his eyes and firmly states, "You do dare, and you can." Chu Qing falls silent. Madame Jean continues, "Many in Shirji County know I wish to adopt a child. Yet, not a single one has approached me. You, however, are the first and the only. You possess not only audacity but a boundless audacity. As for killing, be cautious. It is, in truth, quite simple." Chu Qing remains speechless. That night, Madame Jean hardly sleeps, nor does Chu Qing. He allows her to hold his hand while he secretly cultivates the iron cloth shirt to enhance his defenses. At the same time, his other hand grips the double-handed sword tightly, diligently working on the first condition of progress. Throughout the night, many are restless. Some ruffians and unfortunate souls are slain, serving as tools for the He family's wrath. The vast Shirji County is engulfed in chaos. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Chu Qing resides in the Jean family mansion during this time. Madame Jean forbids him from leaving, and due to her rigorous scrutiny, he does not seek out Li Yaoshi for the secret toad medicine. During this period, armored knights arrive to inquire about the events at the He family, asking what he was doing there and why a quarrel ensued. Chu Qing, with a smile, explains that he seemed to have seen the daughter of an ancient figure enter the He residence and wished to confirm her return. In the end, the steward of the He family did not grant his request. After receiving 10 taels of silver, the armored knight indifferently states, "I doubt you would dare, nor have the ability to kill." Once he departs from the Jean mansion, the knight reports back, surrendering the silver and explaining the situation. Someone under He Chi-go's command meticulously records this. If the identity and status of the silver sender do not align, an immediate investigation will be launched. The 10 taels of silver that Chu Qing received initially fell under suspicion. But upon learning of his stay at the Jean mansion, they were no longer doubted. In the Jean mansion, Madame Jean, fatigued in spirit, drifts into a light slumber with the accompaniment of Xiao Taohong. Chu Qing, cradling the double-handed sword, quietly awaits in a pavilion. 1 minute, 10 minutes. You have fulfilled the first condition for the praying mantis sword. Finally, after enduring 3 long days, he opens a box and eagerly consumes 10 portions of the praying mantis secret medicine. You have completed the second condition. The ascension of the double-handed praying mantis sword is successful technique. The double-handed praying mantis sword, beginner level, requires daily practice for 1,000 days, mastery in 300 days. Ascension conditions. 1. Flick the sword 100,000 times. 2. Cover the sword body with praying mantises once. Clang. The long sword is drawn. Upon beginning the sword technique, there is a familiar sensation when he grips the long sword. Chu Qing wields the sword with both hands, twisting and turning, sensing the changes within his body. 1 minute, 10 minutes. The double-handed praying mantis sword is practiced repeatedly. Chu Qing continuously perceives the transformations within himself. Executing the sword technique depletes his physical strength significantly. There is no flow of warmth within, no sensation of tempered muscles. Yet, he can vaguely sense that many iron muscles within him are being activated in accordance with his sword movements. He has a faint realization. This double-handed praying mantis sword may not cultivate new iron muscles or bones. Rather, it can mobilize those that already exist. Furthermore, unlike other techniques such as the iron hand or the red snake leg, the iron muscles activated by the praying mantis sword are indifferent to the method through which they were cultivated. They are solely related to the technique employed. Some moves activate the iron muscles of the arms and waist, while others can mobilize the iron muscles throughout the entire body. If all weapon techniques function this way, then the more iron muscles one possesses, the greater the power of the same weapon technique. No wonder Tang Wuming advised to strive to cultivate 365 iron muscles. Although he has nearly 200 iron muscles, vibrant energy, and immense strength, after practicing for just over 10 minutes, he is drenched in sweat. The praying mantis sword is excessively taxing. Those with even slightly weaker physiques would find it impossible to confront an opponent, even if they learned it. Wiping the sweat, he takes a moment to rest. Chu Qing flicks the long sword with his fingers. Flicking the sword once initially, he uses one finger to flick lightly, but then he recalls the techniques from his past life and attempts to flick with all 5 fingers simultaneously. Once, 10 times, relying on the foundation of the eagle claw technique, he succeeds in an instant. His progress accelerates 5-fold. Yet, he remains unsatisfied. I have 10 fingers. Flicking with them all at once is the true path. Half a minute later, Chu Qing sits cross-legged, the long sword resting on his knees, akin to a woman playing the guzheng, his hands dancing swiftly in flicks. Efficiency surges once more. Flicking the sword 100,000 times could be completed by afternoon. Once he achieves the requisite number, he can practice the praying mantis fist to see if he can cultivate a copper muscle. During these days, he comforts Madame Jean while also wielding the sword. He has hardly any time for cultivating copper muscles. Perhaps by afternoon, he can attempt it. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of fingers flicking the sword resonates like the clash of gold and iron. Initially, Chu Qing finds it tedious and uninteresting. However, after flicking it 2,000 to 3,000 times, he begins to sense a connection with the long sword. As his fingers flick the sword, the blade resonates, and he can faintly perceive the condition of the sword. Moreover, he feels that the blade undergoes peculiar changes during the flicks. Clang. Increasing the force behind his flicks amplifies that sensation. Although he cannot ascertain whether this change is beneficial or detrimental, he decides to exert more strength. If the long sword were to break, he could always forge another. At present, he has plenty of money, and he possesses the ability to earn even more. At midday, Madame Jean emerges, her spirit rejuvenated. She gracefully holds an oil paper umbrella, her petite feet treading over the stone path as she approaches the pavilion. This lady, adorned with exquisite grooming, no longer bears an expression of panic. Appearing akin to a noble maiden, she quietly observes Chu Qing as he flicks the sword, his fingers dancing with speed that dazzles the eyes and distracts the heart. After a moment, she softly asks, "Are you tired? Does it hurt?" Chu Qing replies with a smile, "Not tired. Not hurt." Madame Jean extends her delicate hand, flicking a pillar, only to find her fingertip aching, the translucent nails turning a rosy hue. How painful! Chu Qing feels a stirring in his heart. He inspects her finger and gently blows on it, saying, "Your delicate skin, when it collides with something hard, naturally feels pain." Madame Jean lowers her head, feeling a warm breath wash over her. Cool and soothing, I've heard from the servants that the inspections outside have eased a bit. Perhaps we can go out tomorrow. Chu Qing nods. If the scrutiny has lessened, he will seek out Li Yaoshi to retrieve the secret medicine. After all, that toad's secret medicine was something he had painstakingly obtained. Swallowing it early and advancing his toad technique would be the best course of action. Chapter 45. Where has the toad's secret medicine gone? As dusk falls, the clanging sounds cease. You have completed the first condition for the double-handed praying mantis sword. Chu Qing exhales deeply. He has finally fulfilled one condition. The remaining task is simply to catch some praying mantises, and he can complete the rest. As time draws near, he plans to take his leave, only to find a commotion outside. Before long, Xiao Taohong joyfully announces, "The Lady of Stone has arrived." The Lady of Stone is the true sovereign of Shiji County. Her arrival brings relief to Madame Jean. Seeing the Lady of Stone, Chu Qing feels a stir in his heart. He pretends to depart. However, the Lady of Stone glances at her maid, Feng Nu, who, with a stern expression, hands him a small box, saying, "Here." With a stoic expression, Chu Qing opened the box. Quite good. It's a secret elixir. Or perhaps 2 portions, not a small amount. Let us watch the performance. It is a must-see. Moments later, in the study, Lady Shi, clad in theatrical attire and adorned with makeup, elegantly swirled her water sleeves. Her voice sweetly lilting as she began to sing. Although Chu Qing held little interest in opera, he found himself compelled by the extravagant offerings of Lady Shi. Thus he had to engage earnestly. As the final note resonated, he applauded enthusiastically and rewarded her with a handful of silver coins. Lady Shi, delightfully surprised, expressed her gratitude in a melodious tone before bending down to gather the coins, performing a graceful salute before drifting away. Lady Jean, puzzled, remarked, even if 1,000 taels of silver were to fall to the ground, Lady Shi would never stoop to pick them up. Yet, why must she pick up what you cast aside? Chu Qing smiled. She has fully immersed herself in the role of a performer. Therefore, even if I were to toss her a mere copper coin, she would feel compelled to express her thanks and retrieve it. Lady Jean appeared confused, unable to grasp the sentiment. After a short while, having seen off Lady Shi, Lady Jean returned to Chu Qing, her expression peculiar. Lady Shi mentioned that at this same time tomorrow, she wishes to perform again. Furthermore, she expressed a desire for you to truly appreciate the performance, rather than merely feigning interest. Chu Qing was at a loss for words. I attentively listened and even offered her a reward. How is that feigning interest? Lady Jean continued. She also said that if you fail to satisfy her next time, you shall never have the opportunity to enjoy her performances again. Chu Qing was left bewildered. While Lady Jean remained equally perplexed, as night descended upon the room, bare of adornment, Chu Qing tossed and turned, practicing the praying mantis fist. Copper tendons 0.01, copper tendons 0.01. The progress of enhancing the praying mantis fist without the aid of the secret elixir was disheartening. Accustomed to rapid advancements, he found it intolerable. Swallowing the secret elixir yielded copper tendons 0.1. Chu Qing was left speechless, utilizing the toad technique to accumulate energy. Yet, the effect of the elixir diminished sharply. This was merely for copper tendons. How many elixirs would it take to elevate to silver tendons, or even golden tendons? How long would it require? No wonder Master Lu and even He Qi had only trained to iron tendons. Never venturing into copper tendons, the imbalance between investment and reward was glaring. In an instant, Chu Qing contemplated relinquishing the pursuit of iron tendons altogether. However, he recalled what Tang Wuming had said. The higher the enhancement of tendons and bones, the greater the future potential. To rapidly cultivate golden tendons, the optimal method was to consume mangosteen pearls. He learned from Tang Wuming that a single mangosteen pearl was worth 10,000 taels of silver. To cultivate 365 golden tendons, he would need at least 180 pearls. Just contemplating it made his head spin. Forget it. I'll take my time. Within a month, I managed to cultivate 180 iron tendons. Even with arduous training, it shouldn't take too long. In the stillness of the night, Chu Qing washed up, masked, and headed straight for the apothecary of Li Yaoshi. Upon arriving, he was taken aback to find the place deserted. Where is everyone? Did Li Yaoshi flee with my secret elixirs? Or has he met with misfortune amidst the recent chaos? Uneasy, he surveyed the room. Clean, with many garments present, yet the medicinal herbs were all gone. Chu Qing felt a headache coming on, unable to discern whether it was a case of fleeing or foul play. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured next door. The adjacent dwelling housed a young couple. Chu Qing, with good intentions, roused them and inquired directly, "Is Li Yaoshi dead?" The couple trembled in fear, hastily explaining, "A group came and took him away the night before last." "Do you know who they were?" They shook their heads vigorously. "We had tightly shut our doors and windows, knowing nothing." Chu Qing nodded and turned to leave, relieved to learn that Li Yaoshi was not dead but had merely been taken away. He felt a sense of hope. "That was my hard-earned bounty from nature. No matter where you are, I shall find you." With a swift motion, Chu Qing employed the dragonfly skimming technique, darting through streets and alleys toward the outskirts of the county. At that moment, numerous disaster victims congregated outside the county, many having exhausted their provisions, resorting to eating insects, wild vegetables, and even tree leaves. The mantises had been entirely consumed. Chu Qing pressed on, journeying farther until he reached Shurji Mountain, where he finally captured enough mantises. "You have fulfilled the second condition for the praying mantis sword." The dual-handed praying mantis sword has successfully advanced. In the next instant, hundreds of mantises turned to ash. Enveloping the blade. Technique. Mastery of the dual-handed praying mantis sword requires daily refinement, consuming secret elixirs, and 1,000 days of practice. Advancement conditions. 1. 1,000,000 sword strikes. 2. Slay 3,000 mantises. Chu Qing was left speechless. The enhancement of this sword technique is intimately tied to mantises. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the surrounding mantises were entirely consumed. He needed to hasten the completion of the second condition. With a swift motion, he drew his long sword, prepared to strike the mantises. As he did, ash fell from the blade. Chu Qing was taken aback, for he noticed a transformation in the sword. The previous cloud patterns vanished, replaced by marks resembling mantises. Wiping the blade, he found it smooth, the mantis markings appearing as if they had grown there naturally. He swung the sword, flicking the blade, and aside from its enhanced aesthetic. No substantial change was apparent. If it did not hinder usage, it was of little concern. With sword in hand, he navigated the underbrush in search of mantises. Although it was night, his toad technique endowed him with remarkable vision and hearing. Soon, he spotted a mantis concealed among the leaves. With a swift strike, the cold light flashed, cleaving the mantis in two. Sword slay mantis 1. Excellent. Onward. Chu Qing wielded his 1.5-meter-long sword with fervor, hacking away. Sword slay mantis 1. Sword slay mantis 1. By dawn, he had dispatched over 1,000 mantises, nearing the halfway mark. With a bit more effort, he aimed to complete the task before nightfall. Though he had gone without sleep, his spirit remained buoyant. Additionally, even when fatigued, a simple application of the toad technique would rejuvenate his energy. The only concern was a slight hunger. 1 hour, 5 hours, 10 hours. As dusk approached, a notification flashed in his profession tab. "You have slain 3,000 mantises. The second condition is fulfilled." With a sigh of relief, Chu Qing felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had completed the condition just before the disaster victims consumed the last of the mantises. He polished his sword, sheathed it, and headed toward Shurji County. The number of disaster victims had swelled, with some succumbing to illness amidst the storm. The soldiers and officials of the county turned a blind eye, allowing the victims to gather. Underneath the recruitment platforms of the strongholds, wealthy households, and gangs, throngs of people gathered, desperate to sell themselves into servitude. Yet, few met the requirements. The air was thick with resentment as some disaster victims vocally expressed their anger. Chu Qing frowned inwardly. If this continues, trouble is inevitable. Chapter 46. Testing the sword against humanity, a bloodbath of despair. Though sensing the brewing discontent, Chu Qing found himself powerless to effect change. He remained merely a barefoot youth, not a county magistrate or a person of high standing like Lady Shur. The victims' bitterness stemmed from their lack of work and inadequate food. If only they were offered employment, would they still harbor such resentment and stir up trouble? Why did the bureaucrats not understand the benefits of labor relief? A little grain could facilitate road repairs, achieving multiple objectives at once. Lost in thought, he returned to Shurji County. The streets were busier, yet most faces were clouded with worry. Outside, a multitude of disaster victims clamored, while grain prices surged within the city. The recent storms had curtailed work, leaving everyone financially constrained. Furthermore, The death of He Qi had incited several days of unrest, unsettling the populace. As he walked, Chu Qing sought news of Li Yaoshi's whereabouts. Approaching the Jin family estate, he stumbled upon a troubling sight. Several small apothecaries in the city had shuttered their doors. Had the apothecaries been taken? What could require so many? Was there an epidemic? Or perhaps someone intended to mass-produce secret elixirs? Moments later, Chu Qing encountered Lady Jane, her face etched with concern. "What's the matter?" he inquired, intrigued. Lady Jane hesitated, then finally stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Lady Shi is coming. Have you thought about how to deal with her?" Chu Qing shook his head, uncertain of how to respond. Just then, a loud knocking echoed from outside. "Knock, knock, knock." Lady Jane furrowed her brow, and before she could ask Xiao Taohong to investigate, a loud crash resounded from the courtyard accompanied by a servant's scream. Lady Jin's frown deepened. Chu Qing unsheathed his long sword, positioning it defensively before him. "Madam, please step back." Lady Jan was taken aback, glancing at Chu Qing before softly muttering, "You should call me foster mother." "Chu Qing, foster mother, please retreat." Madame Jean smiled and took a step back. Before long, 3 or 5 burly men barged in, wielding long knives, their faces brutish and their expressions unwelcoming. One of the men, spotting Chu Qing, brightened and said, "Kid, Miss Lan wishes to see you. Come with us." Chu Qing shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid I don't know Miss Lan. If she wants to see me, let her come personally." The burly man's eyes narrowed, and he scolded, "Nonsense! It is an honor for you to meet Miss Lan. How dare you show such ingratitude?" Chu Qing sighed inwardly and softly retorted, "Why can't you understand human words?" He was no longer a mere lackey, someone who could be easily commanded or scolded. Though the other party were children of the stronghold, what of it? He had slain He Qi. Would he still be concerned with a Miss Lan? The burly man was enraged. In all his life, no one in Shiji County had dared to refuse a meeting with the stronghold's progeny. Even those in the government had to respectfully pay their respects to the lady. What audacity did this barefoot boy possess to refuse? A disrespectful wretch. "Come with us." They were used to being domineering and reached out to grab Chu Qing. He stepped back. The burly man, furious, was about to strike again when suddenly, more people arrived from outside, servants of Fenghua Shuiyue, accompanied by a group of guards and attendants who were escorting Madame Shi. Madame Shi glanced at Chu Qing and then at the burly men, and calmly commanded, "Leave." The burly men, upon seeing Madame Shi, immediately behaved like mice encountering a cat. They promptly cupped their fists in respect, not daring to utter a word, and withdrew hastily. However, before leaving, one of the burly men shot Chu Qing a fierce glare. The guards and attendants spread out, assuming a defensive stance. Madame Shi cast a sidelong glance at Chu Qing and said to Madame Jean, "Let us go to the study." With that, she eagerly pulled Madame Jean to change into different attire. Once the 2 beautiful women entered the room, Chu Qing, holding his long sword, walked outside. Fenghua Shuiyue intercepted him, exclaiming, "Where are you going?" Chu Qing replied with a smile, "I have a small matter to attend to." Fenghua Shuiyue's eyes darted, and they chorused, "Hurry back. If you delay Mrs. Time, you will surely regret it." Chu Qing chuckled but said nothing, clutching his long sword as he stepped out. The maids of Fenghua Shuiyue whispered excitedly. "Yesterday," the lady scolded him, "he must be frightened, which is why he is fleeing now. Ha ha, it's best he runs far away, making the lady angry and ignoring him forever." The burly men who had just exited the Jean family were filled with worry and rage. "Damn it, that kid actually rejected Miss Lana's summons. How are we supposed to report back?" One of the burly men muttered, "Shall we wait until Madame Shi leaves and then go back in to drag him out?" The others nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Otherwise, if we return like this, Miss Lan will surely punish us. Damn it, it's all that kid's fault. Once we catch him, we will make him pay at a tea that moment." They suddenly noticed a figure on the roof, a boy in coarse clothing, leaping swiftly like a dragonfly. Whoosh! The boy surpassed them, jumping down from the rooftop. The burly men were momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with wild joy, "Kid, come with us to meet Miss Lan." Chu Qing smiled and said, "There's no rush. Let me show you a great treasure first. It won't be too late afterward." The burly men looked on with suspicion. Clang! The long sword was drawn from its sheath. Chu Qing discarded the scabbard and brandished the double-handed sword, grinning. "This double-handed sword has yet to taste blood or break its seal. You just scolded me." which has left me feeling down therefore. I shall use your blood to both unseal my sword and cleanse my heart of its gloom." The burly men were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "How many years have I trained? How many days have you practiced? Do you really think you're a master with a broken sword?" Chu Qing smiled without a word and suddenly lunged forward, executing a mantis sword strike. One burly man roared and raised his blade to block. Crack! The double-handed sword severed the long knife and cleaved through his abdomen. The man screamed in agony as Chu Qing passed by him. Swinging the sword in a sweeping arc, crack, crack, the sword swept through, leaving bodies in its wake. Chu Qing raised his sword, its blade stained with blood, yet the weapon remained unscathed, a fine sword. "Thank you all for the opportunity to test it." With that, he picked up the scabbard and turned to leave. Behind him, the wounded burly men were still writhing in pain, lamenting. "We merely scolded you a few times, and you kill us? How cruel! Miss Lan will not let you off." Chu Qing smiled, not casting a glance back as he walked away. The burly men initially wailed and cursed, but soon dread and regret took hold, and they ultimately succumbed. The four maids of Fenghua Shueyue were astonished to see Chu Qing return so swiftly. As he brushed past them, the wind maid wrinkled her nose and muttered, "He smells of blood." The other maids looked on in surprise, their eyes wide as they regarded Chu Qing's retreating figure, secretly pondering. How could a boy in coarse clothing, a mere lowly peasant, carry the scent of blood? Had he been beaten? Or perhaps, Chapter 47. Evil breeds courage in the study. Madame Sher, graceful and enchanting, danced with long sleeves, singing passionately, each step and each word is longing. Madame Jean, filled with concern, gently tugged at Chu Qing's sleeve, fearing he might falter. Chu Qing's gaze was fixed intently on Madame Sher. This woman, with every frown and smile, every gesture, resembled an actress. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Was this not akin to the cause of his past life? Only, Madame Sher was more engrossed. Actors, spectators, in that instant, he comprehended what Madame Sher truly desired. As the song concluded, Madame Sher performed a bow. Chu Qing tossed a handful of silver coins and exclaimed, "Another song?" "Please." Madame Sher beamed and continued her enchanting performance. Outside, the maids of Fenghua Shueyue were dumbfounded. How dare that peasant ask the lady for another song? What audacity! Madame Jean secretly sighed in relief. 1 minute. 5 minutes, another song concluded, and Chu Qing rewarded her once more. Yet, Madame Sher's brows furrowed, her expression displeased. Madame Jean sighed inwardly. Clearly, Madame Sher was still dissatisfied. She looked at Chu Qing with concern. Chu Qing laughed heartily, taking several quick steps toward Madame Sher, wrapping an arm around her slender waist. "Your singing is delightful," Madame Sher frowned, pushing against his chest with her small hand. "Icy cold. Release me." Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. Chu Qing felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. The small hand on his chest sent chills down his spine, making him feel as if his heart could be crushed at any moment. Was Madame Sher actually a martial arts master? Had she grown angry? No. If she were truly enraged, he could not approach her in that fleeting moment. Chu Qing pondered many things. She was lost in her role. Desiring yet fearful in his contemplation, he sneered and seized her neck with one hand. Pressing her down onto the table, he pressed, but nothing happened. Madame Sher remained utterly still, her expression impassive. Chu Qing fixated on her eyes, which were as frigid as ice, piercing him like 1,000 steel needles, rendering him rigid. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his strength, attempting to push down again. He continued pressing. Still, she did not budge. This was quite awkward. Madame Sher's eyes grew colder. "You worthless groom." Chu Qing was speechless. He released his grip, sighing inwardly. It seemed he had miscalculated. Just as he loosened his hold, Madame Sher surprisingly leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. Chu Qing was perplexed. Madame Sher's expression was frosty, filled with disdain. Suddenly, Chu Qing recalled that Madame Sher had called him a groom. Anger surged within him, and courage welled up. Smack! A resounding slap echoed in the silent room. The only sound that reverberated was that of the slap. 1 second. 10 seconds. Madame Sher rose, her expression icy. "Get out!" Crack! The door slammed shut. Outside, Chu Qing's head buzzed, his mind dazed. The maids of Fenghua Shueyue, having heard the sound of the slap, glanced at him in a daze and laughed. The peasant must have been slapped by Our Lady. Serves him right? Huh, why is there a mark on his face? I've heard that peasants have tough skin. Could it be the lady's strength is too feeble to leave a mark? Inside, Madame Sure, with a frosty expression, changed her clothes. Beside her, Madame Jean looked utterly bewildered. Even now, she felt as though she were dreaming. As the costume fell away, Madame Sure, gazing into a bronze mirror, noticed the red imprint on her back from the slap. Her expression remained unchanged as she donned a silk gown. Minutes later, she pushed open the window and coldly instructed Fenghua Shueyue. Go, bring the gilded box to Chu Qing in the front courtyard. Chu Qing received the box from the astonished wind maid. Opening it, he found 10 portions of the secret medicine for the eagle claw technique inside, in the Lan family estate. Sister Lan frowned as she listened to her servant report. Mistress, the ones sent to find Chu Qing were slain in the street. The murderer used a heavy blade. At the time, there were no witnesses. Sister Lan is burdened with a headache. He Chi has been slain. The pearl has gone missing. The secret transmission has vanished without a trace. The rebel forces are stirring restlessly. Disasters of wind and flood have emerged, and Zhang's brother-in-law has been murdered. The Blood River Gang is in turmoil. Why have all these calamities converged? After a long contemplation, Sister Lan calmly declared, Let us bury them. As for the perpetrator, there is no need for further investigation. The servant complied, then inquired, Mistress, should we send someone to search for Chu Qing? Miss Lan fell silent. Her initial decision to seek out Chu Qing stemmed from hearing that this rustic fellow possessed some skills, having performed admirably when assisting Captain Sure in tracking down the murderer. Thus, she was tempted to engage Chu Qing to uncover the identity of He Chi's killer. However, after the recent events, she suddenly felt a sense of relief and no need. She concluded it seemed to her that someone was intent on preventing her from pursuing the culprit. He Chi's eyes were bloodshot. After days of investigation, he had pinpointed several leads. From Lu Hai to Lu Xiaogo, Lu Jun, and ultimately to the death of Master Lu, all were connected to the murder of He Chi. The black market's casualties were also intertwined with this matter, and even the emergence of the secret transmission technique was related to the killer. Based on his deductions, the root cause was Lu Hai's acquisition of the secret technique. And the only person privy to this knowledge was slain by young Master He Chi. Now, the trail had gone cold. What to do? He Chi felt a turmoil within. At last, he roared. Go, investigate whom Lu Hai contacted before his demise. Yes, in the front yard of the Jin family, Chu Qing consumed the secret medicine, breaking through the limits of the eagle claw technique. His fingers morphed into claws, darting and soaring, the cries of eagles echoing incessantly. One by one, iron tendons multiplied. His fingers grew longer, stronger, and more agile. As his claws danced, the air distorted, revealing the faint silhouette of a majestic eagle. An hour passed. Then finally, the last iron tendon was forged. Chu Qing roared, the eagle cries. His fingers pierced into a white jade sphere. With a sharp sound, 5 deep holes appeared on the surface of the stone. As he flicked his fingers, the sphere shattered. The power of the extreme eagle claw technique was threefold that of its perfected form. Technique. Extreme Eagle Claw 1. Forge 64 iron tendons. 2. Enhance the quality of the tendons. Promotion condition. No further advancement possible. The Extreme Eagle Claw granted Chu Qing 20 new iron tendons, all distributed along his arms. Now, his hands and arms experienced a substantial increase in strength. Correspondingly, the iron tendons activated by his mantis sword also increased by 20. Their might magnified at this moment. His iron tendons reached a total of 200, with 10 days remaining until the Martial Academy's preliminary examination. In just 20 days, he had transformed from a mere flag-waving lackey to a warrior boasting 200 iron tendons. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. I require more iron tendons. However, most of his techniques were perfected or even transcended their limits. To enhance his iron tendons, he needed new martial arts techniques. Regrettably, the commotion he had caused a few days prior had set the county on high alert, fraught with danger. Otherwise, he could have endeavored to eliminate a few more ruffians, harvest various techniques, and earn some gold and secret medicines. Perhaps next time, he could request techniques from Lady Sure. The thought of Lady Sure made him frown. Her actions left him bewildered. At that moment, Lady Jean approached. After bidding farewell to Lady Sure, she observed him practicing Da Qinger. You are remarkably bold to have dared to confront Lady Sure. Yet, why did she not punish you or kill you, but instead provided you with secret medicine? Lady Jean was perplexed and could not fathom the reason. Chu Qing turned to her, placing a hand on her shoulder, and replied, "My boldness has always been considerable." Lady Jean sighed inwardly, adjusting her silk attire. Chapter 48. Embracing the sword at Wuyo Temple. Time swiftly draws near for the Martial Academy's preliminary examination. At this moment, the winds have ceased and the rain has stopped. Yet, floods still ravage many areas, a multitude of disaster victims remain gathered outside the city, and even a few sparse survivors are making their way here. These displaced individuals, having devoured all the wild grasses beyond the county, have no choice but to venture into Shurji Mountain to survive. The mountain is rich in bamboo, providing bamboo rats, bamboo worms, and bamboo shoots to stave off hunger. For the time being, they have not starved. However, they are all gaunt and emaciated, their situation dire. In recent days, Chu Qing has not been idle. He has been tirelessly seeking information on the whereabouts of the apothecary, even establishing contact with the families of the missing apothecaries. Forming a small search team. As the preliminary examination approaches, his anxiety deepens. His progress has stagnated over the past few days. Neither the mantis fist nor the eagle claw technique has yielded a single copper tendon. Paradoxically, he has racked up over 70,000 repetitions on the mantis sword, a requirement that bears little relevance to the preliminary examination. If only I had the toad's secret medicine, I could forge dozens of iron tendons from the toad technique. However, one afternoon, while he was practicing calligraphy, a servant brought news. "Young Master Qing, a person named Sun Yao is looking for you." Sun Yao is the name of the small team. Chu Qing's heart stirred. Bidding farewell to Lady Jean, he hurried outside. There, a youth in plain garments paced anxiously. Upon seeing Chu Qing emerge, his face lit up with joy. "Brother Qing, I have news." Chu Qing raised an eyebrow. "What news?" "They are at Wuyo Temple. All the missing apothecaries are at Wuyo Temple." Wuyo Temple, situated outside the city, is a place of decent incense offerings, home to many burly, robust monks. When disaster struck, the victims had also sought alms there, only to be met with violence. The monks had beaten dozens of them to death, leading to a cessation of requests for alms. No wonder the county city is deserted. They have been driven away. But why would a group of monks capture so many apothecaries? Chu Qing pondered, yet he felt no inclination to dwell on it. All he desired was the toad's secret medicine in Apothecary Li's possession. Minutes later, the youth led Chu Qing to a courtyard at the foot of the city wall, where a dozen individuals had gathered, all family members of the apothecaries. As Chu Qing approached, the group was engaged in a heated discussion about what to do. One youth suggested, "Why don't we ask the authorities for help?" A woman sobbed, "The authorities only care about money. Even if they take our money, they may not rescue anyone." Youth dressed as a scholar chimed in, "Let us demand them directly. With so many of us, we should be able to get them back." Others nodded in agreement, finding this a viable approach. Only Chu Qing shook his head. What a jest, with over 10,000 disaster victims outside. The monks at Wuyo Temple are willing to kill the needy. They act with impunity, emboldened by their strength. How could a mere handful of ordinary people hope to reclaim anyone? Minutes passed, and the group reluctantly returned. Reconvening to deliberate their next steps, Chu Qing suddenly declared, "The monks are ruthless. We must be even more ferocious than they are if we wish to rescue our kin. Let us pool some money and hire mercenaries to reclaim them." The crowd was struck with realization. Indeed, we may be powerless, but mercenaries are not. They are certainly more fearsome than the monks. They began to discuss hiring mercenaries, some suggesting those from gang affiliations, while others proposed seeking mercenaries from refugee camps. Chu Qing listened for a while, bemused. This group could not even decide on hiring a mercenary without dragging their feet. He stood up quietly and departed. Now that he knew where Apothecary Li might be, there was no reason to waste time here. As he left, a few individuals noticed but made no attempt to stop him. Once he was gone, someone remarked, "After we hire mercenaries to rescue our family, we should simply abandon that apothecary from earlier." The others nodded in agreement. Back at home, Chu Qing drew his long sword, his fingers flicking and dancing, producing a symphony of clinks and clatters like a tempestuous storm. Sword flick 1, sword flick 1. In a second, he refreshed his progress by 20 or 30. His sword flicking progress approached 80,000. With only 3 days remaining until the preliminary examination, he lamented, "These days spent searching for apothecary li have cost me much time. Otherwise, my sword-flicking progress would have already reached its peak. Cursed false monks, causing me to waste so much time. What will you offer as compensation?" The sound of fingers drumming, a resonant clang of metal, stirred within him a rising intent to kill. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, my frog skill might have reached perfection 10 days ago. Attaining perfection in the frog skill could potentially accelerate the enhancement of my copper muscles. How much progress have they impeded me? As night fell, the murderous intent of Chu Qing intensified with the darkness. With his sword cradled in both hands and his face obscured, he strode toward the worry-free temple. Upon arriving outside the temple, he leaped onto a tall tree, gazing at the temple. The temple was ablaze with lights, and the scent of meat wafted through the air, accompanied by the faint sounds of women. Indeed, a group of false monks. Chu Qing waited silently, eager to observe whether these individuals would hire assassins. Should they do so, it would provide an opportunity for the assassins to test the capabilities of the false monks. Otherwise, he would have to take the risk of acting himself. 1 hour, 2 hours. As the clock approached 10 at night, the false monks retired to sleep, many lights extinguished. Yet, in key positions, the lights remained bright. And false monks patrolled. Chu Qing observed closely, noting that 2 or 3 false monks formed a team, wielding gongs and whistles. Their patrol patterns were methodical, reminiscent of military tactics. Rebels? Or regular troops? 1 hour. Chu Qing realized that without alerting the patrollers, it was impossible to infiltrate silently. It seemed that the group had not hired assassins. This time, he would have to force his way in. After hours of observation, he discerned that the false monks placed particular importance on a certain room. Outside the room, lanterns and torches flickered, and anyone emerging would be seen by the patrolling monks. Perhaps Li Yaoshi and the others were confined within. He stretched his limbs, preparing to launch a fierce attack. Chapter 49. Slaughter through the military formation. For your rebirth. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Being night, the sound carried far. Chu Qing peered into the dim moonlight, spotting dozens of masked figures approaching with long knives. Assassins! Though unaware if they were low-ranking or high-ranking, as long as they were assassins, that sufficed. The patrolling false monks heard the footsteps, climbing onto the wall for a better view, but could only faintly discern the figures. One false monk gestured, and soon over 40 monks emerged, not wielding clubs but rather shields and long spears. Chu Qing's keen gaze registered that this group of false monks undoubtedly hailed from a military background. Otherwise, such an arrangement would be improbable. The assassins were doomed. Within a minute, the assassins reached the temple's exterior. Creak. The temple doors swung open abruptly, revealing over 40 false monks lined up, their long spears standing like a forest. Shields flanking them. The assassins grew restless, but in the next moment, one of them roared, "Kill, for the money." Over 30 assassins, resembling starving wolves, charged forward. The shield-bearers blocked their path while the spear-wielders thrust their weapons. In an instant, 6 or 7 assassins were pierced. Blood was spilled, lives were lost, yet the assassins did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward with even greater ferocity. The false monks blew their whistles, forming a crescent-shaped formation to encircle the assassins. The crescent formation, Chu Qing had seen this military tactic in Lady Li's study. The assassins stood no chance. Should he allow them to be slaughtered while he stealthily sought out Li Yaoshi? Absolutely not. There were still false monks guarding the room. Any approach would lead to a fierce battle, potentially alerting others and complicating matters further. Hence, it was best to eliminate this group first. Drawing his long sword, he placed the scabbard on a tree. Whoosh, like a dragonfly skimming the water, Chu Qing leaped, covering 5 or 6 meters in an instant. With just a few strides, he charged behind the false monks. Kill! With both hands, he swung his sword, akin to a mantis striking down a small insect. Crack! In one swift motion, 2 false monks cried out in agony, severed at the waist, before the others could react. Chu Qing unleashed the full force of his frog skill, powering his mantis sword with all his might. His arm swung, and hundreds of iron muscles propelled the mantis sword forward with ferocity. Crack, crack, the long sword danced, more fierce than the long knives. With each strike, death or injury followed. The numerous false monks panicked, the crescent formation disbanding. The assassins cheered, fighting back with renewed vigor. Chu Qing cleaved through 7 or 8 more foes in quick succession. During the fray, a long spear grazed him, but he deftly deflected it. Crack! With a swift reverse strike, he cleaved the assailant diagonally. Just as he was about to strike a 9th foe, a furious false monk, wielding a shield, bellowed, seeking death, boom, boom. The footsteps were heavy and overwhelming. This false monk, shield in hand, charged like a raging bull. Kill. Chu Qing scoffed. Mantis absolute kill. Power slash. This move summoned no less than 150 iron muscles. As his two-handed sword fell, slash, the massive shield splintered. The bull-like figure behind it let out no cries, crashing to the ground, split in two. The remaining false monks were struck with terror. The captain is dead. In the next moment, they scattered in panic. The captain? Indeed, they were military personnel. Witnessing the false monks flee, Chu Qing roared and pursued, his long sword swinging. Crack! Heads rolled. The headless corpses stumbled a few steps before collapsing. The remaining assassins were equally horrified. Chu Qing chuckled. Friends, you may either charge in and slay that person with wild strikes, or attempt to slay me. The assassins shook their heads frantically, as if in disbelief. One assassin grit his teeth and growled. Kill! He was the first to charge into the room. In the next instant, he beheld a middle-aged monk. Thud! The assassin knelt, bowing. Master, we are one of your own. I lay down my weapon and take refuge in the Buddha. Bang! The monk scoffed, delivering a disdainful slap to the assassin's head. Crack! The assassin's skull caved in, blood gushing from all orifices, meeting his Buddha. The other assassins, in a frenzy, rushed in, brandishing their blades. Kill! Slay him with wild strikes. I wager he hasn't undergone horizontal training. Bang, bang. The monk moved like a butterfly, weaving through the assassins. He countered with either hand or fist, effortlessly dispatching foes. Bang, bang. Corpses flew, landing at Chu Qing's feet. He glanced at the wounds. Some assassins had their chests punctured. Others had their ribs shattered, organs ruptured. His palm technique surpassed even that of his fists. A true master. At that moment, silence enveloped the room. The pitch-black chamber and shattered doors resembled an abyss, capable of devouring all living beings. Swish, swish. The long sword dragged along the ground as Chu Qing approached the room step by step. Friends? We have crossed paths by chance. Must we resort to life and death struggles? How about we transform our hostility into harmony? As he spoke, he stepped through the doorway and bellowed. Kill! The great monk roared. His left hand clenched into a fist while his right hand formed a seal. Unleashing 2 grand perfection techniques with abandon, he brimmed with confidence. Even faced with a bull, he believed he could shatter its skull. With a flurry of punches, the air whistled, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. You wretched being, who among you is my friend? Chu Qing did not flinch. Instead, he swung his double-handed mantis sword in a sweeping arc. A piercing whistle echoed as the air warped, reminiscent of a mantis striking its prey. The monk's pupils constricted as he retreated in frenzy. Weapon techniques? At that moment, he deeply regretted not having donned his iron gloves. Yet, Chu Qing pressed on, his sword dancing like a true mantis pursuing its quarry. Relentless in his assault, with a single stroke, the monk's chest was rent open, exposing his ghastly white bones. With 3 strikes, the monk lost an arm. With 5 strikes, his ribcage was cleaved apart, revealing his quivering lungs. The great monk howled, Friend, let us resolve this peacefully. With a swift slash, the long sword descended. The monk fell silent, split in 2, collapsing to the ground. Pardon me, what did you just say? Chu Qing flicked the sword, shaking off the blood, his expression one of confusion. He had been so focused on executing his sword technique that he had not heard clearly. Regrettably, the monk's gaze remained fixed on the dripping sword. Lingering in silence for what felt like an eternity. Chapter 50. The Gift of the Deceased. 5 minutes later, Chu Qing found Li Yaoshi. As a dozen lesser-known pharmacists beheld him, drenched in blood. They trembled in fear. Esteemed ones, I have rescued you. How shall you repay me? The pharmacists fell into silence, and after a moment, some suggested gold and silver, while others offered medicinal herbs. Chu Qing smiled, committing their responses to memory. Ultimately, He instructed the pharmacist to scour the temple for gold and silver, leaving only Li Yaoshi behind. After more than 10 days apart, Li Yaoshi looked significantly gaunter and appeared unwell. Upon seeing Chu Qing, he instantly recognized his identity. My lord, the secret medicine is unharmed. I have hidden it at home. Chu Qing remained silent for a moment before saying, had I known, I would have razed your house and not risked saving you. Half an hour later, the pharmacist carried various bundles out. Chu Qing collected them all, then urged the pharmacist to leave. Once they were at a sufficient distance, he climbed a tree to retrieve the sword sheath and subsequently set the temple ablaze. The inferno blazed brightly, illuminating the path ahead. Li Yaoshi lamented, what a shame to burn such a fine temple. Chu Qing chuckled, in my homeland, there is a legend that those reborn from flames may have the chance to resurrect after walking through fire. Li Yaoshi, come, carry my belongings. Let us return home. Li Yaoshi gazed at the heavy bundles, once again falling silent. The fire at Wangyu Temple stirred many. Several miles away, a group of burly men raced towards the temple. Upon arrival, they beheld the ferocity of the flames. Outside the temple, scattered corpses sent chills down their spines. One of the men exclaimed in panic, Boss, what do we do? Everything's been burned, and people are dead. Will the master punish us? The leader's expression grew grave. Bring me the white dove. A subordinate handed him a white dove. The leader sneered, let me send a message to our master, requesting reinforcements. Once they arrive, we will track the traces and avenge our fallen brothers. The subordinates nodded in agreement. That moment, one of the younger men spoke up, Boss, we haven't tracked down the killer from the black market yet. If we pursue another one now, won't it be even more exhausting? The leader laughed heartily, Fool. As long as we capture one killer, we can force him to confess, placing all the blame upon him. The younger men, with a flutter, the white dove soared into the sky, flying thousands of miles away, in Shiji County. Some wealthy families, witnessing the inferno at Wangyu Temple, reveled in the misfortune. Serves them right. Those monks were all rebels, we know that, but dared not take action to cleanse them. Who could have done such a feat? Perhaps a student from the martial academy? The family members of the pharmacists, upon seeing the fire at Wangyu Temple, were instantly filled with outrage. How could those cutthroats set the temple ablaze? I was hoping to wait for the master to return and offer incense in gratitude. An hour later, they encountered their long-lost relatives at the city gate, bursting into tears. After a moment, they inquired about the whereabouts of the cutthroats and why they hadn't come to collect the final payment. One pharmacist sighed, I saw a masked youth wielding a sword taller than a person, slay the cutthroats and the great monk. In the end, he rescued us. That masked youth seemed to have known Li Yaoshi. Everyone was taken aback at the martial academy. Some teachers and students furrowed their brows. An uninformed Weistin chuckled. Which student accepted the task at Wangyu Temple? A true master of killing and arson. Quite impressive. Not long after, a teacher reported, Dean, no student has taken on this challenge. We suspect it may be the work of the wealthy families. The vice dean remained silent for a long while before sighing. These recent students, enjoying the empire's benefits yet unwilling to shoulder its burdens, do they think that with the empire in turmoil and a great calamity approaching, they can ally with the rebels to overturn the world? I hope the new students coming in a few days will show some change. The teacher fell silent, with bloodshot eyes. Hichigo stared at the flames consuming Wangyu Temple, lost in thought. He had a sinking feeling that the one who set the temple ablaze was the very killer of Hichizi. He should have rushed to investigate immediately, but he waited over an hour for 20 iron cavalry to gather. The cavalry, exhausted, grumbled about heading to Wangyu Temple, but ultimately followed obediently. A few minutes later, Hichigo surveyed the corpses outside the temple. Frowning deeply, first, the cutthroats had charged the rebel formation but were met with a counterattack. Then, someone had suddenly emerged from behind the formation, cutting down 9 men in one breath, one of whom was a squad leader. This individual was not only a master but also well-versed in military formations. Finally, he glanced towards the burning temple, recalling a rebel captain who had forged over 100 iron tendons and more than 20 iron bones. That captain was formidable, not inferior to him. After a long pause, he murmured, the killer is approximately 178 centimeters tall, barefoot, with a heart of iron, viewing human life as mere grass, wielding a heavy sword, proficient in sword techniques, His characteristics resemble those of the one who killed Hichizi. As he spoke, Ichigo's mood grew somber. He had not anticipated that the killer would possess sword skills. Could it be that the missing secret transmission was, in fact, a secret sword technique? Things were becoming complicated. At the apothecary, Chu Qing, masked, examined several boxes before him. He opened the first one. Inside lay over 100 portions of the frog's secret medicine. As his fingers brushed against the secret medicine, the anxiety in his heart dissipated entirely. For this little bit of secret medicine, how many enemies have I slain? Do you think this is easy for me? Li Yaoshi looked down, silent. It is not easy. Killing is exhausting. Chu Qing tucked the box into his robe, showing no interest in the other boxes, turning instead to Li Yaoshi and asking, "What were you doing at the temple?" Li Yaoshi sighed, "Refining hemostatic powder and marching pills." Chu Qing frowned. Those two items were fundamental supplies for war. The rebels. What were they planning? Li Yaoshi weakly ventured. Is a war about to break out? In Shiji County, can it be prevented? Chu Qing replied coolly, "War has nothing to do with you. Should anyone dare to abduct you again, I will rescue you once more." Li Yaoshi. Go on. Rest well. Li Yaoshi sighed and turned to head towards the rear courtyard. Only then did Chu Qing open the other boxes. The second box contained a pile of silver notes. A quick count revealed over 70,000 taels. Such a sum was sufficient to fund a large-scale war. The third box held 7 luminous pearls of bamboo jade. At this moment, Chu Qing's hands trembled slightly. For a single pearl, I killed Hichizi and over 300 enemies. If only he had mentioned that Wangyu temple housed pearls, I would not have had to slay him. He lamented Hichizi's fate, but alas, all that remained of him was his head. The final box was the largest, filled with an array of jewels, necklaces adorned with gemstones, hairpins, rings, jade pendants, and loose gems. Though precious, liquidating them would prove troublesome. The remainder included some loose silver, silks, and jade artifacts, all worth less than a single pearl. He bundled the silver notes and jewels into a large package, leaving some for Li Yaoshi and preparing to entrust the rest to Madame Jin.as for the pearls and secret medicine. He resolved to use them immediately. First, the secret medicine, a total of 108 portions. Enough to elevate his frog technique. Furthermore, the frog technique would not only allow him to forge several more iron tendons, but also connect with other techniques to temporarily enhance his combat power. As for the pearls, the profession column indicated they were ordinary pearls. Using one would merely add a single golden tendon. I need to find someone to refine them. It seemed that the only one capable of refining the pearls for him was Madame Jean. Chapter 51. The completion of the secret toad technique. Upon ingesting the toad poison and consuming 100 portions of secret medicine, the following moment revealed. You have fulfilled the first and second conditions for the completion of the secret toad technique. The perfected toad technique requires daily practice of 1,000 repetitions, with the consumption of 1 secret medicine each day, culminating in 1,000 days of perfection. Promotion conditions. 1.72 pearls, 2.10 limit-breaking secret medicines. The requirements for this secret technique are indeed daunting. How many foes must I vanquish to amass such wealth? Soon, the secret medicine took effect. He dismissed his thoughts and commenced his training. Croak, croak. The rib-biting noise reverberated suddenly. 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, until dawn. The croaking finally ceased. In the apothecary, Chu Qing's body manifested iron-blue veins on his arms. The sinews intertwined like serrated blades, their edges shimmering with a golden hue. On his legs, sinews coiled together, resembling 2 great serpents. Across his chest and back, sinews twisted together, forming a visage of a ghostly face. As he took steps, the ground beneath him cracked, and his feet sank into the earth. With a mere flick of his wrist, the air wailed, producing a mournful sound. The power exhibited in his every gesture rivaled the explosive force of the perfected red snake leg and iron fist. My strength has surged tremendously in an instant. Hence, it feels somewhat beyond my control. The reason for this extraordinary augmentation in strength lies entirely in the toad technique. After swallowing 100 portions of secret medicine, the perfected toad technique allowed him to develop 72 iron sinews. Truly, the secret tradition lives up to its name. Even without breaking limits, the quantity of iron sinews is comparable to those that have. No wonder individuals seek out such secrets. That old fellow waited for me half a day for the perfected toad technique. This secret tradition is remarkable. What is even more precious is that the iron sinews of the toad technique do not overlap with those of other techniques. Thus, his total number of iron sinews reached a staggering 262, merely a fraction away from the 365 limit. What astonished him further was that the perfected toad technique could simultaneously connect with two other techniques. The toad technique could engage two limit-breaking techniques at once, allowing for over 200 iron sinews with any given move. What could the individuals from the Martial Academy's outer court possibly use to counter this? At this very moment, he yearned to immediately consume a pearl to elevate his red snake leg. However, the pearls had yet to be refined. To avoid waste, I must exercise restraint. Taking a deep breath, he began to practice the mantis fist, adapting to the changes in his body. With agile movements, his feet traversed the ground, shattering the blue bricks, leaving imprints of varying depth as he swung his hands. The wind from his punches whistled, akin to a heavy blade cleaving through the air. When he accidentally drew near the wall, that punch's wind effortlessly sliced through a wooden board 3 fingers thick. In the backyard, Li Yaoshi, awakened by the commotion, was startled. He hesitated to approach, fearing it might be an enemy seeking to engage in combat with Chu Qing. 1 hour. 3 hours, from morning until noon, and then from noon until dusk, the disturbances caused by Chu Qing gradually diminished. By the time dusk fell, he had mastered the variations in weight and strength with ease, and after halting his training, he threw his head back and laughed heartily. At this moment, the data in his professional column appeared exceptionally splendid. Chu Qing Realm, 262 Iron Sinews Technique. Iron Cloth Shirt Perfected Techniques, proficient in dual-hand mantis sword. Techniques, Iron Hands, Iron Fists, Red Snake Leg, Perfected Toad Technique Lightness Skill, Dragonfly Skimming Water Perfected, Grass Flying Completed Techniques, Limitless Mantis Fist, Eagle Claw Technique, with a splash. Chu Qing was bathing at Li Yaoshi's residence, where Li Yaoshi provided him with a new set of hemp clothing. After donning fresh garments and tidying his hair, the scent of blood that would be noticeable to an ordinary person was undetectable to him. Very well, Chu Qing felt elated. Before departing, he contemplated and bestowed upon Li Yaoshi a sum of 10,000 taels of silver. Li Yaoshi's complexion paled instantly, and he shook his head vigorously, refusing to accept it. Expressing his trepidation, Chu Qing replied nonchalantly, "This is not for you. It is for your medicinal preparations." Only then did Li Yaoshi feel slightly reassured. Close the shop, find a spacious residence with a cellar, and then concoct the military medicine to staunch bleeding. It would be best to hire some additional hands. After a moment of hesitation, Li Yaoshi replied, "Sir, hiring those skilled in alchemy will require considerable funds." Chu Qing responded calmly, "Reach out to your peers who have been to Wuyo Temple. Ask them to bring assistance to help with the alchemy. Inform them that my efforts to save lives are not without cost. They should charge less and work diligently. Otherwise, you understand." Li Yaoshi felt a chill run down his spine and promptly agreed. Once Chu Qing departed, he immediately sought to contact his colleagues from Wuyo Temple, gathering them at his apothecary. Upon their arrival, the sight of the disarray in Li Yaoshi's shop, the shattered floor, and the wind-whistling walls caused their expressions to shift. Li Yaoshi outlined his demands. The colleagues hesitated, reluctant to comply. Yet, Li Yaoshi smirked and declared, "If you refuse, how might that masked gentleman respond?" The other apothecaries, recalling the events of the previous night, turned pale and hurriedly acquiesced. "We agree, even without compensation. We agree." Having been pillaged by Wuyo Temple, they received no payment and suffered significant losses in medicinal materials. Chu Qing, however, did not raid them. He even offered them a modest wage. If they were to refuse again, that towering sword would surely fall upon their heads. Li Yaoshi clapped his hands in delight and said, "Since everyone has agreed, our first task is to find a grand residence. The larger, the better. Moreover, we must work discreetly." The apothecaries began to discuss fervently. Suddenly, someone inquired, "Which gentleman provided the operational funds?" Li Yaoshi replied with a smile, "Over 10,000 taels of silver." The apothecaries rejoiced and breathed a sigh of relief. For at least they would not need to incur any expenses themselves. This gentleman was certainly far better than those from Wuyo Temple. In the Jin residence, Madame Jin beamed upon seeing Chu Qing. Chu Qing patted his stomach and said, "I am famished. Please have someone prepare a meal." Madame Jin nodded vigorously, issuing instructions without delay. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, when no one was around, Chu Qing gritted his teeth and produced 2 pearls, stating, "I have 2 pearls, one for you to consume, and the other for you to refine for me." Madame Jin's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She had seen the Shizhu Mingzhu before but had never possessed one herself. "Where did you acquire these?" Chu Qing chuckled. "I earned them through sweat and blood from my labor." Madame Jin rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. Such treasures could not be obtained even if one sold themselves into servitude, becoming a beast of burden for generations. Yet, being wise, she refrained from further questioning. Instead, she curiously asked, "Can pearls be consumed?" Chu Qing nodded and recounted the method as explained by Tang Wuming. Madame Jin cradled the pearl in her delicate hands, her emotions a whirlwind. She wished to consume it, yet she understood the immense value of such a treasure. Madame Jin was torn. Chu Qing pressed one pearl into her mouth. Gulp! Madame Jin swallowed it, then hurriedly said, I? Chu Qing held up the other pearl. "There is still this one," Madame Jin, filled with suspicion, asked. "How is this refined?" Chu Qing cleared his throat and leaned closer to whisper the refining method into her ear. Madame Jin, Chu Qing. Chapter 52. The completion of Dragonfly skimming water before long. Madame Shi arrived. She glanced at Madame Jin, then at Chu Qing, sensing a peculiar atmosphere. "Come, let us change attire," Madame Jin urged as she led Madame Shi to change into their performance costumes. Madame Shi frowned, feeling displeased with Madame Jin's lack of grace in her stride, considering her noble background. How can someone of her status walk without poise? I must address this. Otherwise, I cannot be her friend. After 7 or 8 minutes, Madame Jin emerged first and whispered to Chu Qing. "One more pearl." Chu Qing was taken aback, instinctively handing her another pearl. Madame Jin snatched it and dashed away. Chu Qing was left bewildered. Moments later, Madame Shi took the stage to perform. Her singing was different from yesterday's, with a hint of awkwardness in her movements. Upon finishing the piece, Chu Qing rewarded her handsomely. Madame Shi expressed her gratitude and requested another song. After this performance, Chu Qing cracked his knuckles and made his way to the stage. "Yesterday, I struggled with fewer iron sinews, but today, I shall demonstrate my prowess." With a swift leap, he ascended the stage, sleeves billowing, exuding an aura of menace. However, before he could showcase his 200 iron sinews, Madame Shi leaned on the table, coldly declaring, "Useless brute, even if you strike me 10 times. I shall not yield." Chu Qing. Outside, the maidens of the floral court were elated. "Mrs. slapping that mud-legged fool again. What a resounding sound! That mud-legged fool deserves it. He ought to be punished. Do you think there will be marks left on his face this time?" "Surely." The sound of slaps was thunderous, and the miss must have struck with great force. Once, 10 times, 20 times. Wonderful. The miss has slapped him 20 times. 1 minute later, the doors swung open, and Madame Shi emerged with an icy expression. Devoid of emotion, "Box," the maid whispered. "Miss, he is not likable. Why continue to provide him with secret medicine? This time, it's a universal secret medicine." Madame Shi cast a frigid gaze upon the Wind Maiden, who, feeling flustered, hastily placed the box at the doorstep before gathering her wits to depart alongside Madame Shi. Just before leaving, she glanced back, hoping to catch a glimpse of the handprint on Chu Qing's face. But to her dismay, it was only Madame Jin who emerged, her complexion pale. Regrettably, the country bumpkin did not show himself, and she missed the chance to see his foolish visage. The sumptuous feast prepared by Madame Jin for Chu Qing included braised pork, roasted chicken, duck, vegetables, pastries, and even fine wine. Having fasted for an entire day, he devoured an abundant spread laid before him, much to Madame Jin's delight at his hearty appetite. An hour later, sated and refreshed, Madame Jin summoned Xiao Tao Hong to assist him with his ablutions. Xiao Tao Hong grumbled. "He is not the master." Madame Jin shot her a stern look, and Xiao Tao Hong promptly assumed the role of a diligent servant. Chinger, the preliminary examination is approaching. What are your plans? Chu Qing fell into a moment of silence before responding. "I shall pass the preliminary examination." With over 200 iron tendons, he felt adequately prepared. Madame Jin nodded in agreement, expressing that even should he fail, it would not be a matter of great concern, for he could still enter under the guise of Madame Shi's groom. After all, Madame Shi had even allowed him to strike her without ire. "By the way, this is a gift from Madame Shi. Take a look." Upon opening the box, he discovered a solitary pill within. Chu Qing, puzzled by its unfamiliarity, listened as Madame Jean pondered aloud. This is a universal elixir. One can consume it daily, and it is tenfold more effective than the medicinal pills used for cultivation. It is a rarity found only within martial academies and sections. The sight of the universal elixir instantly reminded Chu Qing of the lightness of the dragonfly skimming water technique, which required such an elixir for its mastery from completion to perfection. Previously unattainable, it was now within his grasp. What a blessing! After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Qing intended to take his leave. But Madame Jean insisted he remain. The preliminary examination is the day after tomorrow. You shall stay home today and tomorrow. During these 2 days, eat well and rest. You are not to wander about. Prepare yourself for the examination, she instructed. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. The rotund Jean had yet to return, and He-Chi was unable to apprehend the culprit, prompting all the gangs to assist in the search. As everyone succumbed to slumber, Chu Qing swallowed the universal elixir. Lightness technique, dragonfly skimming water, perfected. Promotion requirements, none left to achieve. In the next moment, a torrent of insights flooded his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, he leaped atop the roof. Soaring like a dragonfly skimming over water. With a mere bound, he covered a distance of 10 meters, his legs exerting greater force as more tendons were engaged. The perfected technique was undeniably superior to its completed form. He practiced the technique repeatedly, grasping the subtle shifts within it. His toes barely touched the ground as he landed soundlessly upon the tiles, and even when he alighted into a large water tank meant for fire protection, only half of his toes got wet. Traveling long distances felt effortless, and leaping into the air was as graceful as the dragonfly's glide. Now, I only lack a short distance explosive lightness technique. Unfortunately, the black market has yet to open. Though the rain had ceased in recent days, the floods persisted, and the number of refugees continued to swell. An hour later, having thoroughly familiarized himself with the perfected dragonfly skimming water technique, he sat atop the roof in contemplation. It seemed that the only path to increase his tendon count lay within the martial academy. However, he was uncertain about the availability of resources there. The more iron tendons he forged, the greater the resources required. The money earned at the Forgetting Worry Temple appeared substantial, yet it could only procure around 10 pearls. To cultivate all the golden tendons, he would need support from several Forgetting Worry temples. But did Shiji County possess such resources? Moreover, having the silver did not guarantee the procurement of pearls. After a lengthy period of contemplation, he finally succumbed to sleep. That night, he rested soundly, having perfected the toad technique, accumulated numerous pearls, and secured his mastery of dragonfly skimming water. It was quite favorable. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, preliminary examination. I must succeed. Then, I shall cultivate the remaining iron tendons and strive for the golden tendons. In the deep of night at the Shi residence, Madame Shi was restless in her bed, practicing her cultivation techniques. Just before dawn, she finally succumbed to sleep, dreaming of singing opera, reminiscent of her youth. That shameless groom. I only permitted him to strike me 10 times, yet he dared to exceed to 20. The countdown to the Martial Academy's preliminary examination had begun. One day in the morning. On the day of the preliminary examination, all the eligible youths of Shiji County converged outside the Martial Academy, creating a throng of over 10,000. The academy, situated near the western city wall, spanned over 1,000 acres, with an additional several hundred acres of open space outside its gates. Having consumed the specially crafted pearl and cultivated 5 golden tendons of the praying mantis fist, Chu Qing ventured alone into the open area. Originally, Madame Jean intended to accompany him, but Chu Qing politely declined. The preliminary examination is straightforward. There is no need for your concern. Besides, I have the internal recommendation bestowed by Madame Shi. Madame Jean pondered this, realizing she should not impose pressure upon him and thus refrained from accompanying him. Standing in line, Chu Qing felt a twinge of regret for not having located the red snake. Otherwise, its legs would undoubtedly have broken through limits. The red snake required 3 days of entanglement. Obtaining one was no simple task. However, with the multitude of refugees, the chance of encountering snakes, or even worms, was slim. As they had likely been consumed as he reflected, he surveyed his surroundings, noting several members of the praying mantis assault team. Their camaraderie was shallow, and they merely exchanged nods. To his surprise, he spotted Shi Taizhu and Zhao Hongxiu in a neighboring line. They exchanged nods, and Shi Taizhu opened his mouth but ultimately sighed, casting a sympathetic glance toward Chu Qing. From this day forth, Chu Qing and I shall no longer inhabit the same world. Reflecting on the scene where Chu Qing had consumed frogs to supplement his nutrition, Shi Taizhu felt a pang of melancholy. No matter how resilient and clever you are still bound by the constraints of a contract. In the open area, dozens of lines formed, both large and small. Before long, Chu Qing and Shi Taizhu arrived simultaneously at the registration point. Behind the rows of tables, Martial Academy students assisted with the registration, while many others observed the proceedings with curiosity. Before Chu Qing stood a young woman with a ponytail, her features refined. Clad in fitted attire that revealed her sun-kissed arms, she bore an elegant musculature. She smiled and inquired, "Do you have a letter of recommendation?" Chu Qing shook his head. Though he possessed a letter penned by Madame Shi, granting him admission to the academy, it came at the cost of servitude as her groom. The young woman continued to smile, explaining, "The registration fee is tiered, free, 10 taels of silver, or 4,000 taels. Which do you choose?" Chu Qing, perplexed, remarked, "Isn't the highest tier 3,000 taels?" The young woman frowned. Behind her stood an outer academy student named Song Da, one of the examiners for the day. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a powerful frame, having forged over 200 iron tendons and 20 iron bones. Resembling a great black bear, hearing Chu Qing's skepticism, he immediately sneered. "Is there a difference between 3,000 and 4,000 for someone like you, who can't even afford a pair of shoes?" Chu Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. Song Da laughed coldly, feeling disregarded and displeased. How dare a mere peasant look at him like that? After all, he was a student of the Martial Institute. If we were to encounter each other during the assessment, I would surely break both his legs. The woman responded nonchalantly, "For 1,000 taels of silver. Pay if you have it, and it's free if you don't." Chu Qing handed over the 4,000 taels in banknotes. The woman was taken aback, and Song Da stared in disbelief. Shi Taizhu and Zhao Hongxiu, who had already completed their paperwork, were also stunned. 4,000 taels? How did Chu Qing manage that? Bang, bang. Chu Qing rapped on the table. The woman beamed and gently said, "Please wait a moment, sir, while I issue your receipt." Soon, she presented a silver paper and a number tag. "Sir, if you pass the preliminary exam, no refund will be issued. If you fail, only 3,000 will be returned." Chu Qing nodded, took the receipt, and turned to leave. Song Da glared at Chu Qing's retreating figure. Gritting his teeth as he said, "Sister, arrange for him to be dealt with by me." The woman frowned. Those who can produce 4,000 taels of silver typically have connections. "You wish to make things difficult for him?" Song Da sneered. Those with connections would have already submitted their silver. He must have stumbled upon a stroke of luck to acquire such wealth. The woman sighed, casually jotting down notes. "Very well." Song Da thanked her and turned to leave. At this moment, under the guidance of the guards, Chu Qing arrived at an adjacent open area where many successful applicants had gathered. Shi Taizhu and Zhao Hongxiu were also present, their expressions complicated. Chu Qing smiled. Zhao Hongxiu returned the smile. "Junior brother, you are quite impressive." Shi Taizhu eagerly asked, "Chu Qing, where did you get the money?" Chu Qing replied with a grin. It was an unexpected windfall. Shi Taizhu felt a mix of emotions. He had initially thought he and Chu Qing belonged to different worlds, with him being the one above. Yet, unexpectedly, the other party was on the same level as him. No, it was different. Chu Qing had spent silver, while he, upon entering the Martial Institute, would be bound by a contract destined to serve the Mantis Martial Arts School for several decades. In comparison, he felt like a knife twisted in his heart. An hour passed, then two. The sun hung high in the spring sky. Although it was not hot, many felt restless, drenched in sweat. Chu Qing remained calm, his mind tranquil. By noon, many were hungry, but with no vendors around, they could only endure their hunger. Before long, a bell tolled, and a loud voice announced, "The preliminary exam begins. Those whose numbers are called, please enter the Martial Institute." Numbers were called: 36, 1890, 8521. The summons continued. Young men and women clad in coarse, plain, and fine garments anxiously queued to enter the Martial Institute. Chu Qing had assumed they would allow hundreds of candidates in at once, but the calling of numbers seemed endless. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Soon, candidates began to emerge from the Martial Institute, their faces dejected. some even in tears. It was clear they had failed. Shortly after, Shi Taizhu and Zhao Hongxiu also entered the institute. Before leaving, Zhao Hongxiu suddenly said, "Even though you've paid 4,000 taels, you must still give your all during the assessment. Those with connections have already paid in advance. You must perform better than them to have a chance at displacing those ahead of you." Chu Qing nodded with a smile. "Thank you." Zhao Hongxiu wafted away with a fragrant breeze, accompanied by Shi Taizhu, who whispered, "Sister, does paying not guarantee entry into the Martial Institute?" Zhao Hongxiu nodded. Shi Taizhu looked pleased. Chu Qing waited in silence. Half an hour. An hour. Shi Taizhu and Zhao Hongxiu had yet to emerge. It was evident they had been accepted. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Martial Institute. Chu Qing peered over and saw guards carrying a stretcher, atop which lay a blood-soaked candidate. He was dead. Someone gasped in shock. How could there be a death during the preliminary exam? Panic ensued among the crowd. Soon after, many candidates emerged, some sporting bruised faces, appearing far worse than the previous ones. Several were even carried out on stretchers, screaming in agony from broken bones. When the second deceased candidate was brought out, some applicants broke down, crying out, "I'm not taking the exam anymore. I want to go home." Within mere minutes, quite a few left. Chu Qing furrowed his brow and muttered, "Is it really necessary for so many to suffer injuries or even die during a preliminary exam?" Nearby candidates nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's terrifying." A well-dressed youth scoffed. "Those who signed up for free have no regard for injuries. Those who paid 10 taels are guaranteed not to get hurt." Numerous candidates whispered complaints. "Is this an exam or a money-making scheme?" A youth in plain clothes questioned, "What about the 4,000 taels fee? Does that guarantee entry?" The well-dressed youth rolled his eyes. "Of course. If they took 4,000 taels and still didn't let you in, that would defy reason. However, those who pay to enter can only expect to muddle through the outer court. Entering the inner court is as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Someone murmured, "This is utterly unfair." Chu Qing consoled, "Fairness is achieved through strength." After all, he had fought hard and sacrificed sleepless nights for that 4,000 taels of registration fee. Chapter 54. Is a young person still young if they are not arrogant? The assessment continued, and soon, Chu Qing's number was called, 9527. He rose to queue. Before long, that well-dressed youth also lined up behind him. Entering the Martial Institute revealed a vast open space. At this point, the lines divided into several smaller groups, extending toward a large building at the edge of the area. Chu Qing saw many individuals entering the rooms, only to emerge in less than half a minute. Some returned with bruised faces, sobbing, while others had twisted arms, clearly in distress. Chu Qing observed that the severely injured were predominantly the youths in plain clothes, while those in fine garments had only minor injuries and tears. Those who paid nothing were severely hurt, while those who paid 10 taels emerged with bruised faces. As for my 4,000 taels, a slight performance should guarantee my entry into the Martial Institute. As for the inner court, I am still unaware of the entry rules. The queue moved swiftly. Before long, Chu Qing noticed an alarming number of individuals inside the room suffering from fractures. Was the examiner particularly irritable? He frowned inwardly as his turn approached. Another corpse was carried out. A few guards carrying the body murmured as they passed, "Is that examiner insane? He has already killed 3 candidates. Be quiet. He is a student of the Martial Institute, and we cannot provoke him." Suddenly, a candidate in front of him exclaimed, "I don't want to die. Can I withdraw from the exam?" Other candidates echoed his sentiment, shouting that they wished to quit. A nearby student maintaining order scoffed, "If you don't want to take the exam, then leave. The Martial Institute doesn't need cowards." With that, dozens of people walked away in a flurry. Chu Qing found himself at the front of the line, now devoid of any other candidates. The examiner turned to him, "Aren't you afraid to die?" Chu Qing smiled, "Not at all. I've paid 4,000 taels of silver." The examiner? Click. The door swung open. Chu Qing stepped inside. Click. The door closed behind him. He surveyed the room, which was spacious enough to exceed 100 square meters. In the center stood a hulking figure reminiscent of a black bear. Arms crossed. Upon recognizing him, Chu Qing's eyes narrowed. This was the student who had shown him hostility during registration. Song De chuckled, cracking his knuckles as he shook his head, producing a popping sound. Chu Qing bypassed him, glancing toward the back where several individuals in their 30s, one middle-aged man, and an elderly man were seated on either side. a number of young students lounged with their arms crossed. One of the instructors spoke in a deep voice. "Are the examiners ready?" Songda grinned maliciously. "Ready." With a single slap, I could shatter his skull. The few instructors chuckled lightly. One instructor frowned. "Songda, you've already killed 3 candidates. You've exhausted a third of the Institute's death quota. If you continue to be so violent, perhaps you should step aside and calm down." Songda's expression darkened. The middle-aged man chuckled. "It's normal for young people to be hot-headed. It's expected to kill during the assessment. Otherwise, why would the main institute allocate 10 death quotas this year?" The instructor frowned. Li Xuanxia. "While there are death quotas, deaths are ultimately undesirable. Youthful arrogance and volatility are not commendable traits." Li Xuanxia laughed lightly. "If young people are not arrogant or volatile, are they still young? Wouldn't they be old folks instead? Wouldn't you agree, Deputy Dean?" The elderly man chuckled but remained silent. An instructor whispered. "Li Xuanxia, using up too many death quotas could attract reprimands from the main institute." Li Xuanxia secretly smirked, nonchalantly asserting, "As an inspector, I can approve an additional death quota. This quota will be utilized in this assessment." A group of martial scholars bore grim expressions, while the remaining scholars chuckled softly. Songda, in particular, let out a sinister laugh as he approached Chu Qing, his imposing figure looming over him like a wall ready to collapse. "Youngster, how do you wish to meet your demise?" Chu Qing took a few steps back, producing a ticket and proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed scholars, my registration fee amounts to 4,000 taels of silver." The Assembly of Scholars, along with Li Xuanxia, the vice dean, displayed signs of discomfort. Songda burst into laughter. "Fear not, little one. I assure you, I will go easy on you." Chu Qing smiled innocently in response. "Thank you." Some scholars exhaled in relief. One of the martial scholars then asked, "Are the candidates prepared?" Assessing the situation, Chu Qing noticed the division among the group and nodded. "The assessment begins." With heavy footsteps, Songdo advanced towards Chu Qing. Chu Qing smiled and looked up. "You truly will go easy on me, right?" Songda nodded vigorously but with a menacing grin, replied, "Unfortunately, you have produced your money too late." In the next moment, he extended his hands, and with a crack, iron rods emerged from his palms, densely packed and glistening ominously. He then struck fiercely towards Chu Qing's chest, the sound of rushing wind accompanying the blow. A few martial scholars gasped in shock. Li Xuanxia sneered, "Tonight, we shall drink at Xianyuan Tower, my treat. But for now, tea." He lifted his teacup. The vice dean sighed inwardly, as it became evident that Songda had unleashed his full power from the onset. Those 2 hands wielded perfected iron sand, summoning a total of 50 iron rods. Even the most robust of the Wu Bao disciples, caught off guard, would not escape unscathed, let alone this barefoot boy before him. With a resounding thud, Song Da's palms impacted Chu Qing's chest. The fabric of Chu Qing's upper garment exploded, revealing his well-defined physique. Song Da's eyes widened. The perfected iron sand palms could channel the force of 50 iron rods. Such a strike could leave a mark even on iron. Yet, Chu Qing's chest remained unyielding, not caving in. How could this be? With a swift motion, Chu Qing seized Song Da's arms, smiling as his fingers curled like talons. Invoking the extreme eagle claw technique, 64 iron rods surged forth, penetrating flesh and shattering bone. Song Da screamed in agony, in the next heartbeat. Chu Qing lifted his leg, unleashing the red serpent leg technique. With a series of powerful kicks, he shattered Song Da's kneecap. With a crack, one kneecap fractured, bending grotesquely, followed by another thud. Song Da collapsed to the ground, howling, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chu Qing released his grip, grasping Song Da's hair with one hand while the other formed a fierce fist, delivering a devastating blow. The perfected iron palm unleashed its ferocity. With a resounding slap, Song Da's screams faded into silence. The impact obliterated half of his face, sending teeth flying. Then came the second blow. Smack! 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 Chu Qing unleashed a series of slaps, revealing the ghastly white of exposed bone. His face was truly pulverized. Letting go, thud. Song Da lay sprawled on the ground, twitching weakly. Chu Qing turned his gaze towards the martial scholars. Finally fixing his eyes on Li Xuanxia's sneer froze on his face, his expression rigid, the teacup trembling slightly in his hand. Chu Qing smiled and inquired, "Esteemed scholars, have I passed the assessment?" Some scholars turned pale, while others glanced at Li Xuancha with smiles. "Sir Inspector, may I ask, has this candidate passed the assessment?" Li Xuancha's lips twitched as he slowly rotated his teacup. At that moment, Chu Qing recalled, "I nearly forgot. This assessment allows for a death quota. Since no one has died yet, the assessment cannot be deemed finished." With that, he seized Song Da and hurled him upwards. Boom! Song Da crashed through the ceiling, blood cascading from his body like a fine rain. Chu Qing stood beneath the downpour, awaiting the moment. 1 second, 2 seconds. Song Da's massive form plummeted from the breach. Chu Qing sprang into action, retreating several meters before launching himself skyward. Crack! The bricks beneath his feet shattered as he soared like a giant mantis, his right leg striking down like a serpent. Boom! In midair, Song Da's flesh exploded, a mist of blood enveloping him. His broken body crashed through the door, landing heavily on the ground outside. Smack! Chu Qing landed, the blood mist enveloping him as he emerged, drenched in crimson. The death quota was fulfilled. Chu Qing, blood-soaked, stepped out of the mist, which faded behind him. Li Xuancha, gripping his teacup, made it creak ominously, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Young man, you are quite arrogant." Chu Qing smiled. "Inspector, if a young man is not arrogant, then what is he? An old relic?" Bang! Li Xuancha's teacup shattered into dust. Carried away by the wind. Chapter 55. The barefoot boy enters the inner courtyard. The vice dean chuckled. "Now, let us drink tea. And, Li Xuancha, do not forget to treat us at Xianyuan Tower tonight." Li Xuancha laughed as well, casting a deep glance at Chu Qing before preparing to leave. Several martial scholars followed suit, ready to depart. Chu Qing blinked innocently, clasping his fists. "Esteemed scholars, have I passed the assessment?" The vice dean halted Li Xuancha, declaring, "Candidate 9527, Chu Qing, has defeated the examiner through lawful and correct means. He is hereby passed. Li Xuancha, do you have any objections?" Li Xuancha fell silent. The vice dean continued nonchalantly, "Even if you did have objections, it matters little. After all, the examiner is dead, and not allowing him to pass would not sit well with the academy. By the way, this candidate is exceptional, having killed the examiner. Such a feat is extraordinary. Should you not sign off on this?" Li Xuancha remained silent, his gaze fixed on the vice dean, a glimmer of malice evident in his eyes. Unfazed, the vice dean returned the stare, coldly stating, "With the examiner dead, if you do not sign, the academy will not." Li Xuancha turned, picking up a pen, his hand trembling, reluctant to sign. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. A martial scholar interjected coldly, "Sir Inspector, time is of the essence. Please sign." Several other scholars rose, urging, "Please sign, sign." Li Xuancha's heart twisted in agony, filled with shame and rage. In this power struggle, he had fallen behind. Yet, what did it matter? The higher-ups were reforming, and this group of minions could only resist for so long. Ultimately, under the relentless urging, he signed his name. The scholars erupted into laughter, each signing in turn. Finally, Chu Qing smiled and affixed his signature. The vice dean patted his shoulder, saying, "Young man, come, follow this old fellow and witness the decay of the martial academy." Outside, the guards felt disheartened as they placed the half-mangled corpse on a stretcher. Another candidate had perished. One candidate, overwhelmed, cried out, "I refuse to take the exam any longer. The dead are too tragic." A fellow student, upon examining the corpse, turned pale and stepped back, exclaiming, "Song Da is dead? How did he die?" The guards brightened, declaring, "Fear not, candidates. The deceased was the examiner, not a candidate. You may proceed with your examinations." The candidates erupted in cheers, the sound echoing through the examination halls and beyond the Martial Academy's walls. News spread rapidly. Within a minute, everyone was aware. The notorious Song Da, who had killed 3 candidates in succession, had met his end at the hands of another candidate, who left him a mangled mess. That candidate, a barefoot boy from humble beginnings, drew mixed reactions from the martial scholars. Some frowned, others smiled, while many of the external academy examiners felt a chill run down their spines. If they encountered such a ruthless individual, they feared they would not survive with even half their flesh intact. In the following assessments, although they efficiently eliminated candidates, they dared not use excessive force for fear of injuring anyone. Meanwhile, servants hurriedly relayed the news to their masters, in the Jin residence. Madame Jean was restless, anxiously awaiting news. Fat Jean, enjoying a rare day of rest, reassured her, "Do not worry. He will undoubtedly fail." Madame Jean rolled her eyes, her frustration boiling over, yet she hesitated to stomp her foot, fearing to dislodge her pearl eye in the afternoon. A servant burst in, breathless with excitement. "Madam, young Master Qing has passed." Madame Jean froze. Fat Jean was equally astonished. Madame Jean urged, "He passed? How did he manage that?" The servant quickly recounted the news. Upon hearing that Chu Qing had killed 3 candidates, Madame Jin's face turned pale. When informed that Chu Qing had thrown the examiner from the roof and kicked him through the door, resulting in the examiner's gruesome death, Madame Jean finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wonderful. He entered on his own merit. He did not use that contract. Young Qing's future is limitless. Fat Jean gaped in disbelief, eventually murmuring, "Even if he entered on his own, in the end, he will still be a servant to others." Madame Jean shot him a fierce glance, while Fatty Jean chuckled awkwardly. At the Shi residence, Madame Shi received the news that Chu Qing had successfully passed the entrance examination for the Martial Arts Academy, and she even knew the intricate details of what transpired during the examination. She momentarily froze, muttering, "Over 200 iron rods, 20 to 30 iron-boned students. Without the secret traditional techniques of muscular prowess, a single lapse could lead to death. Iron shirt, red snake legs, iron palms. He could even have mastered the techniques of the mantis swarm. How could a mere barefoot fellow from humble beginnings achieve such feats? What organization supports him? Who could it be? Even Inspector Li was coerced into signing documents. Is this the Inner Academy? This could spell trouble. Ha ha, my groom is quite formidable." The incident of Chu Qing slaying the examiner and forcefully gaining admission to the Martial Arts Academy sent shockwaves throughout the community. The offspring of prominent families and the disciples of the 36 martial arts schools all received the news. Some remained silent, others scoffed with disdain, while some were left in astonishment. Yet, none of this had any bearing on Chu Qing. At that moment, he was strolling through the academy alongside the vice president. The academy was expansive, though the number of buildings was limited, featuring a babbling brook, artificial hills of earth, training grounds, and gardens. Chu Qing felt a sense of peculiarity. The vice president pointed out various structures. "This is the scripture pavilion. That is the bathing area. This is the dormitory. And over there is the cafeteria." Finally, they arrived at a dilapidated building, where the vice president remarked, "This is where martial arts knowledge is imparted. Do you see those stone houses? They serve as secluded meditation rooms." Chu Qing gazed towards a chaotic thicket, where rows of massive stone houses stood. However, the surroundings were overgrown with weeds, devoid of pathways. The vice president sighed, "In my youth, I studied here. Back then, the ratio of noble offspring to commoners was equal. Everyone vied for a spot in the meditation rooms. Now, they lie in neglect." Chu Qing remained silent, slowly cleaning the bloodstains from his body. The vice president continued, "This academy is on the brink of collapse. Are you interested in striking against the nobility and the offspring of the prominent families while the academy is still standing?" Wang Quan laughed. "What's in it for me?" The vice president replied. "All the benefits are outlined in the academy's rules. As long as you desire any advantage, it will inevitably conflict with them." Chu Qing smiled. "Can I kill?" The vice president paused for a moment, saying, "Young man, temper your rage." Chu Qing retorted, "If I act, someone might just end up dead." The vice president laughed heartily. "As long as you refrain from killing within the academy, you'll be fine. Remember, inside the academy, aside from the stone tower where injuries are permitted, killing and harming are strictly prohibited." Curious, Chu Qing asked, "The stone tower? Can this rule be enforced?" The vice president replied earnestly, "Everyone will enforce it so. If you sense danger, do not leave the academy." Chu Qing nodded, hesitatingly saying, "What if I can't hold back the urge to kill?" The vice president sternly advised, "Resist, if you truly cannot. Then drag them outside to kill." Chu Qing nodded in understanding. At last, the vice president stated, "Let us go. I'll take you to the inner academy." Chu Qing was taken aback, saying, "I thought there would be another examination for the inner academy after the initial test." The vice president laughed heartily. "Did you think I pressured Inspector Li into signing for no reason? His signature is equivalent to securing a spot in the inner academy. You need not compete with others for a place." Chu Qing was elated. "So, how many spots are available this time in the inner academy?" The vice president's expression grew strange. Last year there were 80. Almost all the offspring of the nobility managed to enter the academy. This year, due to reforms, over 200 spots have been expanded. However, there are only 10 slots in the inner academy. If you cannot handle it, you can pass on your spot. Chu Qing smiled and shook his head. Chapter 56. All benefits are mine. The news that there were only 10 spots in the inner academy left the offspring of the nobility and the prominent families in utter disbelief. Before entering the academy, they had been aware of the reforms and had united to monopolize all resources of the academy. The result? When they truly entered the academy and faced the teachings of the martial masters, they were thoroughly bewildered. With only 10 slots in the inner academy, they realized they had not gained admission, which meant they were merely students of the outer academy. At that moment, they felt a surge of rage and frustration. When Sister Lan learned she would remain in the outer academy, she trembled with anger. This is impossible. Not a single offspring from the nobility can enter the inner academy. A martial master nodded. Sister Lan stammered. Then, who has monopolized the spots in the inner academy? The martial master sighed. Most of them are the offspring of the provincial families. The offspring of the nobility gritted their teeth in fury. The martial master added, and one is a barefoot youth from humble beginnings. Everyone was left dumbfounded. A muddy, barefoot lad could enter the inner academy? The inner and outer academies were separated not by walls, but by a series of intangible rules and a circular stone tower. The 9-story stone structure occupied an area of 5 to 6 acres, with a central courtyard of about an acre. Resembling the earth towers of the past, the vice president led Chu Qing through a narrow passageway within the stone tower. This passage, only a meter wide, was located inside the stone tower. Many inner academy students only ascend to the top of the stone tower twice in their lifetime, the first when they arrive, and the second upon departure. Chu Qing chuckled. So, how does one ascend freely during the usual times? The vice president replied, you fight your way up. Not long after, Chu Qing reached the summit. The top of the stone tower was a staggering 40 to 50 meters high. Upon entering, he found himself in a circular grand corridor, about 7 to 8 meters wide. The inner ring housed the courtyard, with stone railings and pillars, while the outer ring was composed of stone walls. The vice president stated, this level has 10 room entrances. 9 are occupied by students, and 1 is a meeting place. Soon, the vice president brought Chu Qing to a wall, rhythmically tapping it. After a moment, the sound of gears turning echoed as the wall slid aside, revealing a 3-meter-wide doorway. Chu Qing stepped inside, only to find a vast chamber, at least 200 square meters in size. The spacious room was occupied by no more than 20 individuals, including several martial masters, Inspector Li, and a few elegantly dressed young men and women, along with a group of muscular men who were operating the gears to close the stone door. Upon noticing Chu Qing, Inspector Li smiled, as if the previous incident had never occurred. Chu Qing returned the smile. The elegantly dressed young men and women, upon seeing Chu Qing, exchanged glances of surprise. They had not expected a barefoot youth to be present. However, they remained silent. These were the new inner academy students, but there were only 8 of them, and with Chu Qing, they were still 1 short. Where could the last one be? Chu Qing pondered privately. At that moment, the vice president stood shoulder to shoulder with Inspector Li. A female martial master spoke brightly. Welcome, students, to the inner academy. The crowd remained silent. The martial master, unfazed, continued, in the past, there were many inner academy students. However, this year, there are only 10 spots. Those of you who have entered either possess exceptional talent or boast extraordinary backgrounds, as long as you do not voluntarily relinquish your inner academy slots. The academy will provide you with all its resources for the next 3 years. As for how much you can gain, that depends on your own abilities. Chu Qing remained silent, as did the other young men and women. The female martial master further elaborated on the differences between the inner and outer academies, highlighting several key disparities. First, outer academy students receive only 1 basic training resource per day, while inner academy students receive at least 3. In addition, they can acquire more through the inner academy's regulations. Second, this cohort of inner academy students can freely train in any weapon technique, while outer students must still pay exorbitant fees to learn. Third, this cohort of inner academy students can begin learning any secret techniques after 1 year. If they wish to start earlier, the cost will be significantly reduced compared to before. As for the outer academy, they might as well forget about ever learning. Additionally, there are numerous other benefits. Even the elegantly dressed young men and women were left in awe upon hearing the privileges. Chu Qing, who had previously been unaware of any of this, felt little impact. Once the female martial master concluded her speech, the young men and women began to murmur excitedly, overwhelmed by the privileges that exceeded their imaginations. After a minute, the female martial master cleared her throat and continued, "Everyone, this is merely your basic privilege. Beyond these basics, there are additional rewards." The young men and women listened intently, as did Chu Qing. The female martial master then outlined numerous rules for earning points. The higher the points, the greater the benefits received, and points could be transferred. Under this system, the strong would remain strong, while the weak would only grow weaker. Chu Qing seemed lost in thought, as did the young boys and girls around him. At that moment, the female instructor continued, "Dear students, you are members of the Inner Academy, and most of you begin with 100 credits. Every day, the Martial Academy distributes specific resources, prioritizing those with higher credits or offering larger quantities. Please strive diligently to earn credits. The credit system is a significant aspect of this reform, but whether it will succeed remains uncertain." Both the Vice President and Inspector Li are waiting to see the performance of this cohort during their graduation assessments in 3 years. For whether the Martial Academy can endure until then. They too are filled with uncertainty. Finally, the female instructor handed each student a book, advising, "You of this Inner Academy will enjoy countless benefits." "Many will feel envious," a young girl suddenly asked. "So, will the instructor who distributes resources be envious of us?" The female instructor was taken aback, followed by a profound silence. The other instructors also fell silent, while Inspector Li let out a cold laugh. The vice president remarked, "Indeed." A hush fell over the group, and the vice president sighed inwardly. This year, there were only 10 students in the Inner Academy, yet the resources available exceeded those of over 100 students. Who would not feel envious? Who would not be greedy? Moreover, among this cohort, only Chu Qing was a local. The others hailed from the prefectural capital or even other regions. They had no solid foundation in Shiji County, and while they were fine within the academy, who could say what might happen once they left? You may use this room until evening. The next time you come, either come prepared for a challenge or return at graduation. With that, a group of students made their way outside. Suddenly, Chu Qing asked, "Are there any resources available today?" "None," came the curt reply. "Oh? Then what about our other companion?" Inspector Li snapped his head around, icily stating, "You really talk too much." Chu Qing smiled, remaining silent. The vice president laughed heartily, saying, "You took someone else's spot, so naturally, that person has left as well. Thus, your resources are slightly more than those of other martial academies." Chu Qing was puzzled. "I took someone's spot, but why did the other person leave too?" After the vice president and others departed, he surveyed the group of young boys and girls, only to find their expressions peculiar. Chu Qing observed them. 4 boys and 4 girls. The boys were handsome and refined, one even sporting white hair. The girls were either innocent, naturally alluring, or coldly beautiful. At this moment, he pondered, "Are you all here to cultivate relationships as well? The boys? The girls?" Chu Qing, Chapter 57. In the spring of 987, I trained in martial arts for 3 days, battling through wind and rain. With a rustle, Chu Qing flipped through the thick book given by the female instructor, filled with dense text outlining the rules for earning credits, acquiring resources, and even detailing the types and quantities of resources distributed daily. In summary, whatever Chu Qing desired to understand was meticulously documented within. The higher the living tier within the stone tower, the greater the daily credits and resources. Lower tier students could challenge higher tier ones, but higher tier students were forbidden from challenging those below them. Credits could be earned by completing tasks. Credits could be exchanged for secret teachings. Chu Qing was thoroughly engrossed. At that moment, a young boy surveyed the surroundings and said to a nearby girl, "Nangong, shall we head to the dormitory?" The girl hesitated but eventually nodded. The two disregarded the others and stood to leave. The remaining boys and girls exchanged glances, also wishing to depart. This place was empty, lacking anything of interest, and besides, they did not wish to linger with Chu Qing, who was barefoot and wearing tattered clothes. Though they were all members of the Inner Academy, they still looked down upon him. Chu Qing coughed to interject, "Everyone, please do not leave just yet." A young boy chuckled. "What, do you wish to serve us? Despite being from the Inner Academy, your background is insufficient. You lack the qualifications to serve us." The Nangong girl beside him nodded seriously, saying, "Indeed, your family background is ordinary, and there are many things you cannot accomplish. Chu Qing found himself speechless. This group of boys and girls seemed rather arrogant. I am not preventing your departure for my own sake, but for your benefit. The boys and girls. Chu Qing waved the book in his hand and continued. This martial academy clearly favors the strong and weakens the weak to as newcomers. If we do not understand the rules, we may be taken advantage of and lose resources. Losing even a single resource places us at a disadvantage. At this, he surveyed the young boys and girls with a smile. A single misstep leads to many. We must not only safeguard our current resources, but also find ways to seize resources from others. The young boys and girls appeared contemplative. The Nangong girl remarked, "We come from the prefectural capital. Do you think people from your small town would dare to rob us?" Chu Qing chuckled. Desolate mountains and harsh waters breed cunning folk. If you are deceived and leave the martial academy and meet with misfortune, tell me, if your family were to eliminate all enemies, would you still be able to return? A pair of twins, both boys and girls, clasped their fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." They flipped through the book, memorizing the rules. The other four, after hesitating, also clasped their fists in thanks. With a rustle, the 9 of them continued to read. The guards at the door stood silently, unyielding. Everyone was quite astute. Within 20 minutes, all had comprehended the rules, and a collective sigh of relief was released. The numerous regulations, overall, seemed designed to protect the students. However, certain rules appeared specifically tailored for stronger students to plunder weaker ones. Chu Qing smiled lightly, saying, "Everyone, we 9 are of the same cohort. Theoretically, our competition should be the fiercest among us." The young boys and girls nodded in agreement. However, upon closely examining the rules, I find that while there may be conflicts among us, they are not insurmountable. Our primary rivals are the students from the previous cohort, even the martial instructors. The twin girls chimed in unison. Are the martial instructors also a threat? The twin boys added. If the instructors are dangerous, what can we possibly learn? Chu Qing observed the 2 pairs of twins with curiosity. Their synchronized speech was truly remarkable. In contemplation, he laughed. One might wonder, with so many resources at our disposal, will the martial instructors not feel envious or greedy? The vice president had answered affirmatively. As you can see, the majority of resources distributed daily are brought in by the martial instructors themselves. If a certain instructor were to succumb to greed and withhold some of our resources, how should we respond? The young boys and girls looked bewildered. They came from distinguished backgrounds. While not the most exalted, their status was nonetheless high. Previously, their resources were prepared by servants, and who would dare to withhold them? However, after Chu Qing's comments, their hearts became unsettled. Chu Qing pointed out another rule, stating, the higher the tier within the stone tower, the greater the daily credits, resources, and privileges. Yet, the higher tiers are monopolized by older students. We can only cooperate to gain a foothold in those upper tiers. The young boys and girls nodded in agreement. Chu Qing articulated several more rules, noting that while they were not particularly friendly to newcomers, mutual support among new students could lead to a safe passage through these challenges. Chu Qing enthusiastically shared his insights. In conclusion, he declared, "Thus, we should unite." The young boys and girls nodded in agreement. Chu Qing smiled, saying, "Now, we need a leader." A girl chimed in, "Why can't it be a leading lady?" Chu Qing laughed. "Why not we discuss our abilities and see who is the strongest? Appointing the most capable as our leader." The group nodded in agreement. The twin boys cheerfully declared, "We are called Qingfeng, having refined 365 iron tendons and 72 copper tendons. We practice 5 or 6 martial techniques, each capable of unleashing at least 50 units of strength." Chu Qing was taken aback. He had thought his more than 200 iron tendons were impressive, yet these twins had reached the limit of their strength. The twin girls smiled sweetly and chimed in, "We are Mingyue, with 365 iron tendons and 200 copper tendons. We have 2 limit-breaking techniques." Chu Qing's lips twitched. These 2 girls were even more formidable. Were the 200 copper tendons their total, or were they withholding something? The Nangong girl, possessing an innate allure, sweetly stated, "I am Nangong Shui, with 220 copper tendons and 2 limit-breaking techniques." The boy accompanying Nangong coughed, boasting, "I am Shimin Feng. I have been childhood friends with Nangong, and my abilities are similar to hers." After speaking, he shot a provocative glare at Chu Qing. Chu Qing responded with a smile. The last pair of twins appeared cold, especially the boy with white hair, who exuded an icy demeanor. "I am Wang Yinyang, with full copper and iron tendons, and 10 silver tendons. The group collectively gasped, staring at him in astonishment. Wang Yinyang maintained an expressionless demeanor, his emotions unperturbed. The twin boys, Qing Feng, muttered in unison, 10 silver tendons? How are you so powerful? I support you as our leader. The twin girls, Ming Yue, chimed in, 10 silver tendons is nothing. With sufficient resources, I could achieve the same. Chu Qing coughed and turned his gaze toward the last woman. This lady, with a round face, stood at the same height as the men. She donned a golden red horse skirt, her long ponytail cascading down to her knees, adorned with jingling golden and silver bells, along with slender little shuttles. Chui Mo Yang possessed 50 silver tendons. Hiss! The pair of twins gasped in unison, exclaiming, how terrifying! This person must not be allowed to remain. The white-haired Wang Yinyang's eyes flashed with a peculiar hue at the mention of Chui Mo Yang. Finally, everyone turned their attention to Chu Qing, and the twins spoke in unison. Countryman, what about you? Chu Qing coughed and slowly stepped aside, turning his back to the crowd, and remarked with a sigh. In the spring of 987, I began my martial arts training point 3 days later. Amidst a violent storm, I killed the bloodthirsty Lu Hai. Days later, during another tempest, I struck down the renowned ghostly blade master, Lu Tang. Yet again, after several days, still amidst a storm, I dispatched the disciple He Qi of the Wu fort, exterminating his entire family of over 300 souls. Not long ago, when the rain ceased, I felt joyous. To celebrate, I set fire to the Forgetting Worries temple and cleaved the nameless monk's golden statue with a single sword strike. Silence! The young men and women wore serious expressions, filled with trepidation. Although they hailed from noble families and had witnessed bloodshed and even taken lives, they felt a stark contrast when compared to someone like Chu Qing, who could annihilate entire clans with ease. Chui Mo Yang questioned. February is spring. Today is the first day of March. You claim to have trained for a month and killed so many renowned masters? Chu Qing, without turning his head, replied nonchalantly. Take a stroll through the county town, and you will realize that my words are not mere fabrications. In truth, this is not something to boast about. I have no need to take credit for it. The others, the white-haired Wang Yinyang coldly fixed his gaze on Chu Qing, a battle intent radiating from him. Nangong Shui, with a delicate voice, said, so, after all that you've said, you still haven't mentioned the quantity and quality of your tendons. After all, being able to kill does not equate to possessing great strength. Chu Qing sighed, helplessly stating, I, Chu Qing, have 7 golden tendons. Chapter 58. A letter to Tang Wuming. Chu Qing, having achieved his aspiration of becoming the leader, found that his leadership role was somewhat inflated. After all, he had yet to cultivate even a single iron tendon. Meanwhile, the other 8 had successfully cultivated theirs. Figures like the white-haired Wang Yinyang and Chui Mo Yang had even attained 365 copper tendons. Excluding actual combat experience, their strength far surpassed that of Chu Qing. However, Chu Qing only claimed to have trained 7 golden tendons. The twins, simple-minded, patted their chests in agreement, while the remaining 4 acknowledged it yet remained skeptical. Chu Qing paid them no mind. After exchanging pleasantries and enhancing their mutual understanding, they proceeded to the first floor together. The Martial Academy had arranged for their 9 rooms to be adjacent to one another. At the entrance, there was a groove for placing identity tokens. After a rhythmic knock, the mechanism activated, and the stone door opened. Just before entering, Chu Qing addressed them. Remember, in the coming days, try not to leave the Martial Academy. They all nodded in agreement. Upon entering the room, the stone door closed behind them. He discovered that the room was not overly spacious, yet adequately accommodating, featuring various suites, a study, dining area, bedroom, bathing room, and living room. All well equipped, Chu Qing inspected each room. The books, bedding, and other furnishings were all of superior quality. In the bedroom, he noticed a wardrobe. Upon opening it, he found several sets of exquisite silk garments. A casual glance confirmed that they were suitable for him. After a brief tour, he ultimately made his way to the study. He wished to write a letter to Tang Wuming. Entering the Martial Academy and ascending to prominence as one of the 10 Inner Academy students was exhilarating. Even for someone who had lived 2 lives, he felt an urgent desire to share the news, and thus thought of Tang Wuming. The study contained a red cord, which he tugged. Shortly thereafter, 2 young and beautiful maidservants entered. They were youthful, charming, and adorned in elegant attire, exuding an air of nobility. akin to young ladies from affluent families. We have met the young master. Their sweet voices were utterly enchanting. Chu Qing instructed, prepare ink. Also, get hot water. I wish to bathe and change. Yes. One maidservant with a round face proceeded to the bathing room, while the other, with a slender face, rolled up her sleeves and began preparing the ink. Chu Qing picked up the brush and, with a flourish, wrote several pages, conveying, aside from superfluous details, a singular message. Tang Wuming, this time. With over 10,000 candidates, there are only 10 spots in the Inner Academy. Not a single scion of the Wu Fort S elite made it into the Inner Academy, except for me, Chu Qing, and my future is far more promising than yours. If you find yourself struggling, you may come work as a scribe under me. The slender-faced maidservant gently blew on the ink to dry it, placed the letter into a golden-threaded envelope, sealed it with wax, and then sweetly said, Young master, please present your seal. Chu Qing, I don't have a seal, the maidservant replied. Young master, the academy has prepared a seal for you. It should be in that box. At the corner of the table lay a small box. When Chu Qing opened it, he found an array of 7 or 8 seals of various sizes. He was taken aback. The maidservant pointed to a small seal and explained, This is for correspondence. Chu Qing casually tossed it to the maidservant, saying, You stamp it. The maidservant obliged, and soon, intricate patterns and the name Chu Qing appeared on the wax. Intrigued, Chu Qing inquired, Why are there so many seals? The maidservant explained, This one is for letters, this one for artworks, this one for leisure, this one for contracts, and this one. Young master, you must take good care of these seals. If all goes well, you'll need them when leaving the academy, perhaps even for a lifetime. Chu Qing played with the various seals, crafted from an unknown jade, warm and delicate to the touch. Good quality. The maidservant then presented a small fragrant pouch. Young master. Among these seals, the contract seal holds the utmost importance. After contemplating, Chu Qing instructed the maidservant to place the contract seal within the pouch for safekeeping. The pouch was fragrant, containing silk threads to secure the seals, ensuring they would not be lost. Chu Qing handed the letter to the maidservant, asking, Can this be delivered? The maidservant smiled and assured, Yes, it will reach its destination within 3 days at most. It's 1,000 miles to the capital, and it will arrive in 3 days? That's quite fast. By the way, please assist me in issuing a task. The maidservant replied, Issuing a task requires your seal. Soon, after acquiring Chu Qing's consent, the maidservant drafted a document according to his instructions, then requested him to stamp it with the contract seal at several key positions. She also explained the significance of the seal's patterns. Chu Qing felt enlightened. Young master, by tomorrow morning, this task will appear on the academy's task board. By noon at the latest, it will be dispatched to Shiji County and even the surrounding counties. Chu Qing was pleased, knowing this was a privilege of Inner Academy students, and he hoped to find the red snake soon. He expended 2 academic credits to acquire the red snake, intending to break the limit on the red snake's legs. At this moment, the round-faced maidservant approached. Young master, you may bathe at any time. During the bathing and changing process, Chu Qing hardly had to lift a finger, as the maidservants took care of everything. The bathing lasted a full hour. Throughout this time, the maidservants employed various fragrant liquids and peculiar ointments, ensuring he was thoroughly cleansed and fragrant. Every strand of hair was meticulously attended to. Finally, the maidservant selected a set of golden red embroidered garments for him and tied his hair into a high ponytail. Young master, you look even more handsome now. Chu Qing smiled up. By the way, do you prefer academic credits or silver? The 2 maidservants quickly replied, Young master, the academy pays us a salary. Chu Qing nodded and casually handed each of them 50 silver notes, saying, Perform your duties diligently, and if anyone inquires about me, feel free to share, but do let me know afterward. The 2 maidservants exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. By the way, is there food? I'm hungry. The maidservants replied, Yes. You may dine in the small cafeteria or here. In that case, let us eat here. Shortly after, the maidservants wheeled in a small cart filled with numerous food boxes. A few minutes later, Chu Qing gazed at the table laden with 18 dishes, somewhat astonished. Is this the standard for everyone? The slender-faced maidservant pointed to a soup pot and clarified, Except for this, everyone else has the same arrangement as you. Chu Qing was puzzled. Young master, among this year's students, you have the highest score, which grants you an additional medicinal dish. Chu Qing was satisfied and prepared to eat. However, the two maidservants clumsily fed him. Their actions somewhat awkward. Chu Qing was at a loss for words. This life is exceedingly indulgent. I came here to hone my martial skills and enhance my cultivation. Now, they are seducing me with sweet treats. What am I to do? After some time, the maidservants cleared away the leftover food. Chu Qing smacked his lips, still tasting the lingering sweetness of the cosmetics. Next time, I shall eat by myself. I must not be enticed by sweet temptations. After a brief respite in the latter half of the night, he rose and quietly departed from the stone tower. He yearned to return and personally share the joyous news with Madame Jean, and subsequently reclaim his twin swords and the specially crafted pearl. Chapter 59. Despite the absence of wind and rain, one must slay the enemy with the tips of his toes lightly touching the ground. Chu Qing vaulted over the walls of the Martial Academy, leaping across the rooftops like a dragonfly, making his way straight towards the Jean residence. Just as he was leaving the Martial Academy, a keen observer fixated on the stone tower caught sight of him. This individual swiftly released a carrier pigeon to relay the message. Soon enough, certain figures in Shurji County began to mobilize. There are so few spots in the inner courtyard. The noble scions of the capital have already taken their share, and we have endured that. But how dare a mere peasant claim a spot? This is outrageous. Arrange for someone to eliminate him. One individual, trembling with trepidation, interjected. But it seems that Madame sure holds Chu Qing in high regard. The man sneered. That matters not. He must be slain. A peasant ought to remain a peasant for life. What right does he have to soar to greatness? In the shadows, they commenced their plans. Minutes later, Chu Qing beheld the Jean residence. To his astonishment, despite the late hour, the house was ablaze with light. Whoosh! He silently landed upon the courtyard wall, observing the servants exhaling mist in the chilly air, and he also spotted the servants of Madame Sure. Is Madame Sure here as well? Pondering this, he leapt down and knocked on the door. Xiao Tao Hong opened the door, momentarily taken aback. Chu Qing smiled as Xiao Tao Hong scrutinized him, her face abruptly flushed crimson. Who is it outside? Came the languid and weary voice of Madame Jean from within. It is young Master Qing. What? Madame Jean gasped in astonishment. She glanced at the resting Madame Sure beside her, hurried to the door, and froze in place. Before her stood a youth of striking appearance, sporting a ponytail. He was clad in a splendid golden red robe, a fragrant pouch hanging at his waist, and deer-hide boots upon his feet. A truly dashing young gentleman. In an instant, Madame Jean was flustered. Supporting herself against the door frame, she extended her hand gently, her fingertips almost brushing against him, as the image of the barefoot boy in ragged clothes from her memories finally merged with the elegant young gentleman before her. Qing heir, my dear foster son, you have truly excelled. Madame Jin's heart swelled with emotion. Her own beloved foster child, unaided by anyone, had ventured into the Martial Academy alone and triumphed over all the scions of the powerful in Shurji County. Becoming a disciple of the inner courtyard, it was simply extraordinary. Tears of joy streamed down her face as Chu Qing wiped them away, continuously murmuring reassurances. Do not cry. Do not cry. Yet, Madame Jean embraced him tightly, her tears only flowing more abundantly. Chu Qing. After several minutes, Madame Jean finally managed to regain her composure. She tugged at Chu Qing, leading him inside. Madame Sure said you would undoubtedly return tonight. And you have indeed returned. Chu Qing glanced inside, where Madame Sure, dressed in theatrical attire, was resting with her eyes closed. On the table beside her lay his long sword and a wrapped parcel. Click! Xiao Tao Hong closed the door. Within the room, only the three of them remained. Madame Sure rose, her expression unreadable as she said, Husband, even if you have become a disciple of the inner courtyard, you will always be my husband. Chu Qing was at a loss for words, rolling his eyes. This Madame Sure, truly immersed in her role. Madame Sure lifted her chin, declaring, I shall now perform. Chu Qing pulled Madame Jean to sit beside him. Her small hand clung tightly to his, unwilling to let go, as if fearing he would vanish the moment she released him. Madame Sure cast a disdainful glance at Madame Jean and then began to sing. Initially, she sang of tears falling like rain from longing. Later, she sang of triumph upon passing the imperial examination. After performing 2 songs, Chu Qing intended to follow the usual protocol. However, Madame Sure insisted on continuing. Yet, as soon as she began, chaos erupted. Fires blazed and banners billowed. Chu Qing felt a surge within him. With a swift motion, he drew his twin swords, resting them across his knees. His fingers danced upon the blades, producing a resonant clang that echoed like the galloping of iron steeds. The final song lasted a full 5 minutes. Upon its conclusion, Chu Qing's face radiated joy, for he had fulfilled the first condition of the praying mantis sword. All conditions had been met. The praying mantis sword ascended successfully. Technique. Twin-handed praying mantis sword, honed through daily practice of 1,000 repetitions, culminating in mastery after 300 days. Ascension conditions. 1. Strike the sword 1,000,000 times. 2. Maintain the long sword 1,000 times. 3. Bathe the blade in blood 100 times. With the sword technique's advancement, Chu Qing could distinctly feel his familiarity with the long sword deepening. A plethora of secrets regarding the twin-handed praying mantis sword surfaced in his mind. At this moment, he felt that even a casual swing of his sword could summon a significant portion of iron essence to enhance his swordplay. No wonder the control over weapon techniques was so stringent. It turned out that weapon techniques were akin to secret transmissions, capable of channeling other martial arts iron essence. Thus, if the sword technique reached perfection or even surpassed limits, would it not be more formidable than secret transmissions? No. If weapon techniques were indeed superior to secret transmissions, then the difficulty of mastering weapon techniques would be even greater. Within the secret transmission methods, other mysteries lay concealed. Thoughts whirled in his mind, and when he regained clarity, he discovered Madame Sure leaning over the table, her icy gaze fixed upon him. Shameless husband. No matter how you whip me, I shall never submit to you. Chu Qing surveyed his surroundings, finding no whip in sight. Then, let us resort to slaps. At the very least, the sensation is quite agreeable. Applause erupted. 2 minutes later, Madame Sure exhaled a breath of warm air, her icy demeanor unfaltering. Despicable husband, if you fear for your life, then at dawn, drive my carriage to the Martial Academy. If you are unafraid, then leave now. Chu Qing felt a stirring in his heart and inquired, "What do you mean?" Madame Sure replied coldly, "All the nobles and scions of the strongholds have not entered the inner courtyard. They are unwilling to accept this. Moreover, this year's inner courtyard only has 9 spots. Yet the resources are meant for 100 individuals. Do you think they will be content? Within the Martial Academy, they dare not kill. Yet, outside, even a martial arts teacher may be slain." Chu Qing fell silent. He was reluctant to take risks and wished for Madame Sure to escort him back. However, he needed to drive the carriage himself to AT that moment. Even without a binding contract, he would be viewed as a mere husband. How would the Martial Academy perceive him? How would the noble ladies from the provinces regard him? Would he still hold the status of their leader? Thus, husband, remove your hand. Chu Qing's fingers twitched slightly, and he quickly raised his hand. Madame Sure stood, pulling her skirt from beneath her waist, and coldly declared, "I hope you can survive with that." She lifted her chin, striding away like a noble white swan. Chu Qing, Madame Jean rose, ignoring the scene from earlier, expressing her concern. "Why not wait until dawn to leave?" Chu Qing shook his head. "I shall depart now. If enemies obstruct me, then I shall slay them. Otherwise, how can I still be their leader? How can I survive in the Martial Academy?" Madame Jean produced 2 specially crafted pearls for him. Top quality, specially crafted pearls. Top quality, specially crafted pearls. Chu Qing's eyes brightened. These treasures could forge 6 strands of golden essence. At this moment, any increase in strength was immensely beneficial. Eagerly, Chu Qing swallowed them. But this time he chose the secret transmission of the toad technique instead of the praying mantis fist. 1 minute, 5 minutes, as the croaking ceased, 6 strands of golden essence materialized on his chest and back. "I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, feel free to write to me anytime. I will respond without delay." Madame Jean nodded. "I am in the inner courtyard and now serve as the leader. That group listens to me. Should any issues arise, call upon me. What may seem insurmountable to you may be as simple as a breeze to me." Madame Jean smiled, her eyes crinkling in delight. Though Chu Qing was set to leave, he still clung to Madame Jean's hand, conversing with her for a lengthy while it was not until the early hours. Around 4 o'clock, that Chu Qing finally prepared to depart. Before leaving, he gifted Madame Jean 2 more pearls. "These are specially crafted. You should take one. Madame Jean intended to refuse, but upon seeing Chu Qing's earnest and serious expression, she nodded firmly. Subsequently, Chu Qing requested a few small items from Madame Jean. An iron whistle, silver needles, and the like. Minutes later, Madame Jean, leaning against the door frame, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at Chu Qing's retreating figure. The youth in the splendid golden red robe, shouldering a parcel and wielding twin swords, stepped out of the illuminated Jean residence, one step at a time, into the inky darkness of the night. Chapter 60. What of ironclad evidence? Slay on thud, thud, thud. Chu Qing traversed the shadows. The streets eerily desolate, devoid of life. He sensed a weighty oppression in the atmosphere. Today was devoid of wind and rain, truly an unsuitable time for murder. Though aware of the impending ambush against him, he refrained from employing the agile techniques of a dragonfly skimming water, instead proceeding at a leisurely pace, akin to an ordinary person strolling. 1 minute, 5 minutes, half the journey completed. In the darkness, a cacophony of footfalls approached. Chu Qing smiled, tightening the bundle on his back, slowly unsheathing his twin swords. Clatter! He casually tossed the scabbard to the ground. Swish, swish! He gripped the sword in one hand, dragging the blade along the ground, leaving a shallow mark in its wake. Wail, wail, wail! A chilling shriek rang out as a barrage of spears descended from the heavens. In an instant, Chu Qing's feet moved with the swiftness of a mantis charging forward. Swish, swish! The blade's tip grazed the stone-paved road at an astonishing speed, igniting sparks that erupted like miniature stars. A cadre of knife-wielders emerged, silent and relentless in their assault. With a decisive swing of his dual-handed sword, the adept swordsman effortlessly commanded over 100 sinewy tendons to engage in the fray. Not even the likes of Zhao Wuji, the esteemed guild masters, could withstand the mere flick of his wrist. Crack! The swiftest among the knife-wielders was cleaved in twain by a single stroke, his agonized cries echoing in the air. Yet, more of them charged forth, undeterred by death. Slash, slash! Chu Qing advanced with each step, leaving severed corpses in his wake, blood splattered, staining his brocade attire and cascading through his long hair. Blood-soaked sword one, blood-soaked sword one. His profession tab flickered incessantly, igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. Within a mere minute, every knife-wielder on the long street had been cleaved in half. Exhilaration! Chu Qing bellowed, surveying his surroundings before leaping onto a rooftop, resembling a great dragonfly in flight. Crack! With each harrowing scream, the roof's spear-throwers were bisected. In just a minute, the rooftop was devoid of life. Chu Qing leaped into the shadowy alley below. Though darker, the secretive techniques allowed him to see clearly. Trembling knife-wielders were being urged by others to slay. With a smile, Chu Qing brandished his sword. 1, 5, 10, like a merciless automaton from a past life. He swung his double-handed sword, diving into one alley after another, dispatching foes with precision. Blood-soaked sword 1. You have fulfilled the third condition for the dual-handed mantis sword. The knife-wielders had long since collapsed in despair. They tossed aside their blades and fled in panic. Yet, Chu Qing refused to grant them mercy. Pursue, kill. 3 minutes later, his surroundings were devoid of any living soul. And only then did Chu Qing feel satisfaction. He grasped his sword, leaving a trail of crimson footprints as he strode towards the Martial Academy. 1 minute, 5 minutes. As he approached within 1,000 meters of the academy, he encountered a figure holding a lantern, blocking his path. Behind him was a throng of people, with 20 cavalrymen appearing ominously in the shadows. The lantern-bearer was Ichigo, clad in iron gauntlets, his visage radiating malice. I have heard of many who have slain young Master He, but I never anticipated you, Chu Qing. You have truly astonished me. Chu Qing halted, exuding an aura of lethal intent, and smiled. Soon, you shall no longer be surprised. Ichigo growled. You first killed Lu Hai, seized the secret techniques, then murdered Lu Xiaogo, and finally Lu Tangzhu. Ultimately, my young master He discovered your theft, and you brutally slaughtered him. You are a fiend of unimaginable proportions. Chu Qing shook his head, disappointment lacing his voice. You are mistaken. Ichigo, taken aback, retorted. How could I be wrong? I excel in tracking every thread of evidence. Though you concealed yourself well, the moment you participated in the preliminary examination and revealed your prowess, I connected all the clues. You are the murderer of young Master He. Even the neighboring black market killing incident is attributed to you. Chu Qing remained silent for a moment, then spoke leisurely. Do you have any evidence? Ichigo sneered. I possess evidence, irrefutable proof. Murder demands retribution. Even if you are an inner academy disciple, you shall perish today. Chu Qing sighed. If you wish to kill me, why not do so sooner? Look, the blood upon me has dried. Ichigo trembled with rage, bellowing, Iron cavalry. Charge! Thud! 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 20 warhorses whinnied and charged forward, their armored knights brandishing curved blades with malevolent grins. Chu Qing regarded them with disdain. Even if he had never witnessed grand battles, he understood that a cavalry charge required distance to unleash its full potency. These iron knights, while fierce, were too slow. He crouched slightly, and in the next moment, the blue stone beneath his feet shattered, like a dragonfly skimming water. He surged forward 10 meters, landing with another explosion as he leaped again, covering another dozen meters. Before the knights could close the distance, Chu Qing soared into the air, his dual-handed sword sweeping through the air. Heads rolled to the ground as he landed deftly upon a horse's head, eliciting a mournful whinny. Once more, he leapt to deliver another strike. 1, 10, 1 by 1, the Iron Knights fell, though they attempted to retaliate. Their weapons clanged harmlessly against Chu Qing's ironclad vest. With a thud, Chu Qing landed, and without allowing anyone a moment to react, he plunged back into the fray. Kill! The double-handed sword danced in the air. At that moment, he bore no reservations or inhibitions. The secretive frog technique surged within him, either enhancing his abilities or restoring his vitality. One by one, figures collapsed. Ichigo seethed with fury, thrusting the lantern into the ground. Rolling up his sleeves as his muscles rippled, bones cracking ominously. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot withstand my iron palms. In the next instant, he charged into the crowd, hands outstretched, ready to strike. Chu Qing disregarded Ichigo, his feet weaving like a great serpent amidst the throng. Wherever he passed, limbs flew and blood spattered. Ichigo growled in frustration, realizing that Chu Qing was clearing the minor foes first before confronting him. Arrogance. The more you kill, the greater your own depletion. You are doomed. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute. The lantern flickered. Suddenly, Chu Qing turned, swinging his sword downward. Ichigo felt a chill run down his spine. This strike was too swift, and he was unprepared. Block it! Ichigo roared in fury, his iron muscles convulsing as he unleashed his ultimate palm technique. Boom! Ichigo was sent sprawling, crashing heavily to the ground, astonished by Chu Qing's strength, far beyond his expectations. What magnitude of iron strength did you imbue into that strike? Crack, crack. Chu Qing pivoted, continuing to slash and slay the remaining foes. Meanwhile, Ichigo stood frozen in shock, unable to muster the courage to pursue. Crack, the last of the minor foes fell. Chu Qing, gripping his sword, advanced step by step towards Ichigo. How many iron tendons do you possess? What gives you the confidence to confront me head-on? Ichigo glared at him with venomous eyes. Chu Qing responded with a smile. By the way, when I said you were mistaken, it was not because young master he discovered my secret, but because his steward insulted me. Thus, I slaughtered him, and with him, the entirety of the He family estate. Ichigo was aghast. Merely an insult warranted the slaying of young Master He. He was a child of the fortified stronghold, one whom even the Empire dared not provoke. How could a mere commoner possess the audacity to slay a child of the stronghold? Is it that you are born a rebel, a natural traitor? You, madman! Ichigo shouted in terror. Chu Qing smiled and suddenly swung his sword with ferocious intent. The dual-handed sword whistled through the air, reminiscent of a thundering wheel. Ichigo exerted every effort to deploy his great hand technique. Forcing himself to block, clang, clang, steel clashed, sparks erupted. Drops of sweat cascaded from Ichigo's brow, and wounds appeared across his body. Strangely, the wounds were shallow, merely grazing flesh. The flesh tore, causing him to tremble in pain. Am I mad? What are you, to label me as such? Do you possess evidence of my slaying young Master He? Or irrefutable proof? So what? Today, I will slay you, slay hundreds, slay the fortified stronghold's iron cavalry. Who can stop me? Do you think I am still that flag-waving lackey? In the next moment, Chu Qing unleashed his true power. The dual-handed sword fell, cleaving down with a brilliance akin to the scythe of a mantis. Boom! The iron gauntlets shattered, and the battered Hichigo was cleaved in two. Thud. Chu Qing cast aside the dual-handed sword, stepping over Hichigo's corpse as he made his way towards the martial academy. At that moment, at the entrance of the martial academy, a gathering of inner academy students and martial instructors had assembled. They stood beneath the dim lights, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they beheld Chu Qing approaching with deliberate steps. Chapter 61. Who seeks my death? Who dares to kill me? Thud, thud, thud. Chu Qing, leaving a trail of bloodied footprints, reached the entrance of the martial academy. He beheld the twins, spotted Chui Moyang, the white-haired Wang Yinyang, along with several martial instructors and the vice dean, Li Xuanxia. All gazed at him with expressions of mixed emotions. As Chu Qing advanced, he surveyed the crowd. Despite the distance of several meters, his overwhelming, disdainful aura instilled a sense of trepidation. Some even retreated. Chu Qing halted, crossing his arms with a smile. Who else wishes to kill me? Silence, stillness. Among the inner academy students, some gritted their teeth, for they were children of the fortified stronghold. Kin of the He family. The martial instructors wore expressions of complexity, while the vice deans smiled. 1 second. 10 seconds. Chu Qing bellowed, who else wishes to kill me? Among the inner academy students, some retreated one after another. Fading into the darkness. 1 second. 10 seconds. Chu Qing turned to face the shadows, roaring, who dares to kill me? 1 second. 10 seconds. Silence reigned. Chu Qing sighed, stepping into the gates of the martial academy. As he crossed the threshold, the twins cheered. Our leader is indeed ferocious. The twins exclaimed cheerfully. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Leader, you are indeed ruthless. Chu Qing smiled as he glanced at the other inner courtyard disciples, remarking with a smirk, you bunch of Wubao brats think you can kill me. Unfortunately, you lack the courage and are nothing but cowards. Since you've all succumbed to cowardice, make sure to leave my sword and scabbard at my doorstep later. And remember, clean them thoroughly. Otherwise, it truly could lead to fatalities. After finishing his words, he stepped into the dawn's light, walking purposefully towards the stone tower. As his silhouette disappeared behind the multitude of buildings, one of the inner courtyard disciples scoffed. Who does he think he is? A mere newcomer without a single iron bone dares to threaten us. The twin sisters, Mingyue, chimed in unison. What's wrong with our leader threatening you? Who dares to defy? Step forward, and I shall end you. The twin brothers, Qingfeng, echoed. Who dares to defy? Step forward, and I shall end you. The two pairs of twins strode outside, glaring intently at the group of inner courtyard disciples. Their leader had slain so many, igniting their bloodlust and desire to kill. The vice dean coughed. Qingfeng, Mingyue, return. The twin pairs immediately went back to the martial arts academy. Disperse, class is about to start. The vice dean turned and left. Li Xuanxia sighed. How many cowards can there be at the bottom? It's truly tragic. This inspector is leaving, reporting back to the main academy. Li Xuanxia felt considerable disappointment. Initially, he had hoped to leverage the power of the Wubao aristocrats to suppress the vice dean's authority. Yet, this group couldn't even handle a single Chu Qing. They had hundreds of swordsmen and even 20 iron cavalry surrounding him. In the end, not a single one escaped. They were all slain. Even a herd of pigs wouldn't die so decisively. The Wubao had been arrogant for centuries, and this was all they amounted to. Li Xuanxia had completed the necessary paperwork yesterday. He would leave immediately, without hesitation. His disappointment in the Wubao aristocrats of Shiji County reached an all-time high. The martial arts masters exchanged glances and quietly departed. Some were pleased, praising Chu Qing's prowess, while others wore grim expressions. They retreated to a hidden corner, whispering among themselves, Chu Qing is too arrogant, his methods too ruthless. Should we still proceed with the next plan? One martial arts master hesitated for a long time before hoarsely stating, it must be carried out. The resources are too abundant. Abandoning this ripe opportunity is worse than killing me. All right, then we will continue with the plan. After all, you are the first to test the waters. As long as they show even the slightest sign of retreat, we can soar to great heights. The inner courtyard disciples stood rooted in place, silent for a long while. Eventually, a member of the He family from Wubao spoke. What shall we do? Everyone, A bright young lady flicked her long hair behind her ear, coldly stating, "Think of it this way. It's merely a few lackeys that have perished. We are not lacking in that regard, moreover. The matter of killing Chu Qing is orchestrated by the elders at home. It has nothing to do with us," the He family member hoarsely replied, "but he is too arrogant. He boasts that even with indisputable evidence, nothing can be done to him. He says killing Wu Bao disciples is of no consequence. This undermines Wu Bao's prestige." The bright young lady scoffed, "Fool! After we Wu Bao disciples kill others, what does it matter if there is irrefutable evidence? Who would dare to intervene? It's merely that when such things happen to oneself, it becomes intolerable. However, if you regard him as a Wu Bao disciple, wouldn't he that make it easier to accept?" A He family disciple mumbled, "But he is just a mud-legged peasant." The other disciples nodded in agreement. The bright young lady sighed inwardly, coldly declaring, "He is clad in splendid garments, killing as if mowing grass, with a heart of iron and a tongue like a blade. He is no longer just a mud-legged peasant." The crowd fell silent. The bright young lady shook her head inwardly and turned to leave. The He family disciple hastily asked, "Should I gather his sword and scabbard?" The bright young lady stumbled, nearly exasperated by such a foolish question. Without looking back, she waved her hand and hurried off. The He family disciples were left bewildered. "Quick, gather the bodies. First, collect the weapons." A throng of Wu Bao aristocratic servants frantically scoured the streets and alleys for corpses, hastily cleaning up the mess. Unfortunately, this was their first time undertaking such a task, and they were flustered. One servant muttered, "Previously, it was others who cleaned up after us." A steward lashed him with a whip. Growling, "Silence!" The servant winced in pain, hurriedly returning to work, while the steward felt a deep sense of despair. Indeed, it had always been the Wu Bao disciples recklessly killing, with the officials and gang members eagerly assisting in the cleanup. But this time, what had become of this world? The once high and mighty Wu Bao. How had they turned into victims? Clatter, clatter. Iron cavalry charged forward, searching for the double-handed sword's scabbard. The numerous servants immediately began their search. In the He family's conference hall, the head of the He family sat expressionless, deep in thought. A group of He family members engaged in heated debate. "Chu Qing is too arrogant. He killed our men with his long sword and even deliberately discarded the murder weapon, forcing us to deliver it ourselves. Is this not akin to defecating on our heads? Patriarch, you must issue an order. The next time he emerges, we will dispatch our strongest experts to eliminate him in one fell swoop." One voice timidly replied, 20 iron cavalry have already fallen, and He Chigo is dead. Even more of our servant swordsmen have perished. It is better to resolve enmities than to create them. Why invite adversaries?" The discussion continued heatedly. After a long while, the head of the He family coldly stated, "I have sent someone to retrieve the double-handed sword." Some breathed a sigh of relief, while others seethed with anger, thinking the patriarch intended to return the murder weapon to Chu Qing. The head of the He family continued, "I have written a letter to the rebels, requesting them to send a skilled swordsman here. Other Wu Bao will also send their sword experts." The crowd looked on in confusion. The head of the He family rose abruptly, his eyes snapping open, filled with murderous intent as he declared, "The weapon that killed the Wu Bao disciples must surely pierce the body of the murderer." Chapter 62. "Master, you surely do not wish for me to." At dawn, Shi Taiju rose to practice martial arts. Not long after, he overheard fellow disciples discussing the morning's massacre at the gate. When he heard the killer proclaim, even with irrefutable evidence, "What can you do to me?" his blood surged with excitement. When would he, too, be able to speak such words? Alas, that man was from the inner courtyard, while he was merely from the outer courtyard. However, with diligent training, surely one day he could utter such statements. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about the man's name. Unfortunately, they were all outer courtyard disciples, entering as servants, and knew not the name of Chu Qing. Just then, Zhao Hongxiu rushed over in a crimson outfit, exclaiming, "Taiju, I received a mission. It's worth 2 credits. New students in the outer courtyard start with 0 credits, which are incredibly important. With credits, one can obtain everything." Shi Taiju joyfully asked, "Senior sister, what is the mission?" Zhao Hongxiu smiled. "We need to catch 2 red snakes. They are rare, but I have a general idea of their location. If all goes well, we should be able to complete it by noon." Shi Taiju gleefully exclaimed. That's fantastic, but if we undertake this mission, we won't receive any training resources. Zhao Hongxiu's expression grew complex as she replied solemnly, today's resources were claimed by Sister Lan. We won't be able to collect them until tomorrow. Shi Tieju's mind involuntarily recalled Chu Qing's earlier words. When a dog grows strong, it can also bite its master. I do not wish to be a dog, nor do I wish for a master. He clenched his fists, splash, splash. A slender-faced maid stood at the steps, pouring water for Chu Qing. A round-faced maid washed away the bloodstains. She rinsed repeatedly, until the blood finally washed away. Splash! Chu Qing entered the bath, closed his eyes, and slowly sank down. His black hair floated on the water's surface like black silk, undulating. 1 minute. The maids exchanged worried glances. 5 minutes. The maids grew anxious, wanting to go in but hesitating. Just as 2 maids were on the verge of tears, the water surface erupted. Splash! Chu Qing emerged, and the 2 maids finally breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing their concern, Chu Qing comforted, I apologize. I just wanted some peace. Next time, I will inform you in advance. The 2 maids felt touched, saying, Young master, it's nothing. You don't need to mind us. Chu Qing smiled slightly but said nothing. Young master, will you wear the golden red brocade or this white one? Chu Qing stretched out his arms, closed his eyes, and replied, whichever. The 2 maids exchanged glances, selecting a set of black and red intertwined brocade garments for him. Upon wearing this attire, the 2 maids gasped in admiration. Yesterday's golden red made the young master appear regal. Today's black and red gives the young master an imposing aura. Chu Qing remained indifferent to the clothing. After all, he had previously worn only coarse garments. Soon after, the maids presented him with exquisite dishes. Chu Qing focused solely on the medicinal cuisine. According to the maids, this substantial serving of medicinal food was quite precious. I heard the head cook say this portion is worth 10 taels of silver. Long-term consumption will strengthen the bones and nourish the flesh. Chu Qing nodded. Half an hour later, he stepped outside with a few scattered items. But there was no double-handed sword, he sneered, realizing that the people of the fort were still unyielding. I have killed too few. My reputation is still insufficient. He discarded the scabbard and long sword, specifically instructing the disciples of the fort to retrieve them, merely to test their attitude after he had slain so many. The result was clear. The fort did not return the sword. I still need to establish my authority. Furthermore, with no double-handed sword, should I forge a new one? Or perhaps explore other weaponry first? Deep in thought, he made his way to the classroom. Along the way, the academy was scarcely populated. Those from the outer court did not recognize him, while those from the inner court, upon seeing him, changed their expressions and turned to leave. One spoke to him, and he did not mind. In the classroom, the 8 new students were seated, and a man in his 30s, a martial arts instructor, stood sternly behind a table. On the table rested a box. He scanned the crowd and, upon not spotting Chu Qing, felt a surge of delight. Students, although you hail from the capital, possessing broad horizons, abundant resources, and extensive knowledge, the Martial Academy holds many insights and resources unknown to you. Now, let us commence our first lesson. First and foremost, you must learn to respect your teachers and the teachings. The instructor rambled on, while the 2 pairs of twins listened drowsily. Nangong and Shimin sat in boredom, while Bai Mao Wangying and Chuemo Yang closed their eyes in self-cultivation, uninterested in his incessant chatter. Observing this, the instructor secretly sneered. Even if you come from the capital, here, a dragon must coil, and a tiger must lie low. 1 minute. 10 minutes. The instructor spoke until his throat was parched. Finally, he declared, now, we shall distribute resources. The self-cultivators opened their eyes, the dazed became alert, and the chatting ceased. Everyone stared intently at the instructor, for Chuemo Yang and the others had come to seize the cultivation resources. Nangong Shui received 3 foundational resources, 1 limit-breaking elixir, and 1 golden incense stick. A frown creased Nangong Shui's brow as she noticed the discrepancy in the resource quantity. According to the pamphlet, the limit-breaking elixirs should total 5 for the first day, and there should be 3 golden incense sticks. While the elixirs were not exceedingly precious to them, the golden incense was invaluable. It could accelerate muscle refinement and even double the efficiency when breaking through to the golden muscle stage. 3 sticks instead of 1. That was quite a shortfall. However, she remained silent, opting to observe the reactions of others. After all, My foundation is not rooted here. The instructor discreetly monitored Nangong Shui's expression, pleased to see her remain quiet. He continued to distribute resources. Wang Yinyang received 3 foundational resources and 1 golden incense stick. Placing the items on the table, Wang Yinyang suddenly remarked, "Instructor, we're still 2 sticks short of golden incense." The instructor replied with a smile, "Students, you must understand that we are at the most basic level of the martial academy. Although the main academy has allocated resources, they must pass through several layers of bureaucracy. The richer the meat, the more grease and blood it carries. How much more so with martial resources?" Wang Yinyang frowned, pondered for a moment, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Likewise, Cui Mo Yang and the others, hearing this explanation, did not press for more, as they had mentally prepared themselves. Besides, receiving 1 stick of golden incense daily would suffice. Back home, even with their distinguished lineage, they only received a stick every few days. Chu Qing did not arrive, but his resources remained here. If they were lost, he would not be responsible. "Well, I must take my leave," the instructor said, placing the equivalent share of resources at Chu Qing's seat before preparing to exit. The twins Mingyue said, "I'll take it back for him." "Thank you, but that's unnecessary." Creak. The door swung open, and Chu Qing, clad in a blood-red brocade robe, entered. Holding a blood-stained bundle, he nodded at Mingyue, who smiled so broadly her eyes became crescent moons. "Big brother, you look so handsome today." Qing Feng frowned. Chu Qing chuckled. "Wasn't I handsome yesterday?" Mingyue pouted. "Yesterday you wore plain clothes and went barefoot. It was utterly unappealing." Chu Qing smiled and nodded at everyone, then gently pushed past the instructor, saying, "Please do not block the way." "Thank you." The instructor piffed. The twins laughed, while Cui Mo Yang and the others nodded in agreement. Chu Qing examined the resources, then turned to the instructor, saying, "Instructor, the quantity of resources is incorrect." The instructor laughed heartily. "Chu Qing, I just mentioned that these resources have been siphoned off at various levels." "Instructor." Chu Qing smiled and interjected, "At dawn, I slew at least 100 foes. I carved my path from the street corner to the other end. Unsatisfied, I climbed rooftops and alleys to continue my slaughter. At that moment, I believed I had killed enough. Yet, later on, more enemies obstructed my way. Thus, I continued to slay until I reached the martial academy. By then, my hair was stained red with blood. And then, there was no one left to block my path." As he spoke, he strode towards the instructor, smiling. "Instructor, I trust you do not wish for me to continue my slaying now. Do you?" The instructor forced himself to remain composed. "This is the martial academy. How could you slay anyone here?" Chapter 63. "My heart is kind, unwilling to witness your pleas. Then, you cannot slay anyone within the martial academy. Those who violate this will face dire consequences." The instructor grew increasingly steadfast, even justifying himself. "This student, the resources have all been embezzled by those above. If you are dissatisfied, you may go to the branch in the capital or petition the main academy. It has nothing to do with me." Chu Qing sighed. "Instructor, I find you very disappointing." The instructor sneered coldly. Chu Qing continued, "Instructor, what I seek is not an explanation, but the resources." The instructor remained unperturbed, unyielding. Suddenly, Bai Mao Wang Yinyang declared, "I will keep a close watch on him. The moment he steps outside, I will slay him." The instructor's lips twitched, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Hee. I won't leave the martial academy for a year. Threatening me will only deplete more resources." Cui Mo Yang coldly stated, "I still have 10,000 taels in silver notes. We shall restrain him and find an outer court student to eliminate him." The instructor felt a chill run down his spine. Realizing that this cohort of inner court students was a band of killers, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yet, he remained obstinately defiant. According to the rules of the martial academy, those who hire assassins will meet the same fate. Silence fell over the group. The instructor smirked, "You cannot do anything to me." With a loud thud, Chu Qing tossed the blood-stained bundle onto the table, opening it to reveal a bloodied chain. "Instructor, I admire your tenacity. However, should the time come, I shall not hesitate to strike you down." The instructor appeared bewildered. Chu Qing asked, "Who will hold him down?" In the next instant, Bai Mao Wang Yinyang appeared behind the instructor, his icy demeanor sending shivers down the instructor's spine as he traced his finger along the instructor's spine. Crack, crack, with a series of sharp snaps. The instructor realized in terror that he had lost control over his limbs. Simultaneously, Chui Mo-young materialized before the instructor, her delicate hands sweeping through her hair, 3 slender hairpins plunging into his chest. The instructor felt as though he had lost all sensation in his body. "You all?" With a whoosh, the bloody chain was fastened around the instructor's neck like a leash. "Who will take him out of the martial academy?" Chu Qing inquired, looking at Qingfeng, Mingyue, Nangong, and Shimin. Qingfeng and Mingyue chirped, I will. I enjoy walking dogs." Nangong and Shimin exchanged glances, immediately grasping Chu Qing's intent to drag the instructor down with them. They could refuse, but they would inevitably face exclusion from the small group. Alternatively, they could participate, but would surely attract the ire of certain factions within the martial academy. Nangong playfully said, "Though I do not fancy dogs, I would not mind taking one for a walk." Shimin cast a deep glance at Chu Qing, casually seizing the iron chain and tugging it towards the exit. The instructor, in that moment, comprehended everything. "Please, do not take me outside. Although the resources had been withheld, I will surely make up for it." Chu Qing expressed his disappointment. "Instructor, I still appreciate the rebellious spirit you displayed earlier. Please maintain that attitude. If you would be so kind." Nangong, with a glint in her eye, suddenly removed her sock in front of everyone and stuffed it into the instructor's mouth. The instructor's eyes widened in shock, muffled cries escaping him. "The group?" Nangong beamed with pride. "If he does not submit, then let him be rebellious." With that, she wore an expression that seemed to say, "Look how clever I am. Praise me." The group. Mingyue, with a mischievous glint, swiftly bound the instructor's hands as well. Qingfeng even found a branch to prod the instructor, urging, "Hurry up." Muffled cries escaped the instructor as he whimpered, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. He never imagined that this group of newcomers would find a loophole in the rules. He blinked frantically, signaling Chu Qing for mercy. Yet, Chu Qing turned to Shimin and said, "I am kind-hearted, unable to bear the sight of the instructor's pleas. Quickly, take him outside." Upon uttering his words, he covered his face and exited, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. A few minutes later, within the vast martial arts academy, aside from the outer courtyard disciples, the inner gate students and the martial arts instructors who had learned of the news gathered. When they beheld Chu Qing and his companions, along with the disheveled state of the martial arts instructor, they were momentarily dumbstruck. Someone reported to the vice president, who, upon hearing the news, chuckled and remarked, "It seems that instructor has withheld their resources. Their actions serve merely to humiliate him." The reporting instructor gritted his teeth and retorted, "This is an affront to the martial arts academy." The vice president responded, "Did they violate any rules? No, remember, the academy's rules supersede all." The reporting instructor fell silent. 1 minute passed, then 5. More and more inner courtyard students followed Chu Qing. Some, filled with indignation, threatened Chu Qing, demanding he release the martial arts instructor. Yet, Chu Qing did not even cast a glance in their direction. The female instructor who had previously spoken of benefits to Chu Qing and his companions appeared and advised, by humiliating the instructor, "You are jeopardizing your future academic pursuits. After all, he is an instructor. Will any instructor be willing to teach you martial arts after such behavior?" Nangong Shui, with a tone of disdain, replied, "An instructor is no better than a student. What qualifications does he have to teach us?" The female instructor fell silent, inwardly cursing, "You lot are all arrogant scions from the capital. Of course, you surpass ordinary instructors." As the group reached the entrance of the martial arts academy, a sense of foreboding enveloped them. When Chu Qing stood first at the door, the martial arts instructor collapsed in terror. Killing was forbidden within the academy, but outside, it was a different tale. He desperately blinked at the surrounding instructors, pleading for salvation, but they remained silent. Chui Mo-young, Wang Yinyang, Nangong, Shimin, Qingfeng, Mingyu, all stood outside. Chu Qing delivered a swift kick, shattering the martial arts instructor's knee, forcing him to kneel. Grasping the instructor's hair, he bellowed, "Who dares to save him?" Inside the academy, whether instructors or inner courtyard students, all fell silent. Some were merely spectators, while others had vested interests in rescuing him, yet the presence of so many elite scions from the capital rendered them cowed. They could not compete. They simply could not. Chu Qing smiled and shouted again, "Who dares to save him?" Qingfeng and Mingyu suddenly cried out, "Who dares to save him?" Nangong and the others echoed, Who dares to save him? The dozens within the academy sat in stunned silence. At that moment, it felt as if they had returned to the dawn. Chu Qing, drenched in blood, stood before the academy, roaring, "Who dares to kill him?" A ruthless individual. Just one ruthless individual would suffice. Yet, the remaining few were equally ruthless. There had been many ruthless figures in the academy's history, but never had there been new students as merciless as Chu Qing and his companions. 1 second, 30 seconds, 1 minute. Chu Qing declared, "This instructor has withheld our resources. Let him be slain." Who opposes? Among the dozens of inner courtyard students and over 10 instructors, none dared to respond. Suddenly, Chu Qing leaped into the air. Landing on the shoulders of the martial arts instructor, he bent down, seized the instructor's head, and with a forceful yank, crack, a spray of fresh blood erupted, engulfing Chu Qing. Thud. The corpse fell, convulsing. Under the spring sun, Chu Qing raised the instructor's severed head high, the bloodied vertebrae dangling below. Chapter 64. I can be the rule. I had thought he would merely humiliate the instructor who withheld resources. I never anticipated he would boldly kill an instructor before so many witnesses. The vice president, sipping tea, appeared lost in thought. Xian, have I grown old? Or has this new inner courtyard transformed? The instructor named Xian, in his 40s, muscular with a bushy beard and disheveled hair, resembled a lion. Master, this new inner courtyard has indeed changed. They are neither scions of the fortress nor of the nobility. They are children of the esteemed families. Esteemed families differ from fortresses and nobility. There are families with a history spanning millennia, whereas fortresses and nobility lack such legacy. The impending cataclysm. The empire seeks to be reborn from the ashes. The nearly millennium-old fortresses and nobility aspire to leap forward, transforming into esteemed families. The foundation of esteemed families is formidable. Their new generation excels in physical training, knowledge, and temperament, far surpassing that of fortress disciples. The vice president suddenly chuckled at Xian. Do you believe a mere peasant can command those scions of esteemed families? The lion-like Xian fell silent. He only knew how to resolve issues through brute force. Devoid of contemplation, Chu Qing led the new inner courtyard students, dragging the instructor outside, bloodied and triumphant. This news rapidly spread throughout the entire martial arts academy and Stone Cliff County. By noon, Shi Taizhu and Zhao Hongxiu, having caught 2 red snakes and returned to the academy, learned of the news and fell into a prolonged silence. The one who had slaughtered hundreds at dawn was Chu Qing. The one who paraded the instructor like a dog in the morning, drenched in blood, was also Chu Qing. Yet, he once struggled to practice the praying mantis fist after only a few attempts. He had been so impoverished that he could only eat frogs raw. He could not afford secret medicines. He had not even signed a servant contract. Yet, he entered the inner courtyard. Shi Taizhu, bewildered, said, "Sister, if only I had." Zhao Hongxiu sighed inwardly. Though Shi Taizhu possessed decent talent and advanced rapidly, he was worlds apart from Chu Qing. Moreover, Shi Taizhu's temperament was average. Shi Taizhu, he is no longer one of us. Hence, do not compare yourself to him. We need only strive, and one day, we too shall reach his level. Shi Taizhu appeared lost in thought, as if returning to yesterday when he had told Chu Qing, "We are not from the same world." Indeed, they were not from the same world. It was just that he stood high above, while I remained lowly below. Zhao Hongxiu understood. No matter how hard she worked, she could never attain Chu Qing's height, at the very least. She had never considered opposing the fortress disciples, let alone daring to kill one or drag an instructor out to behead him. Chu Qing disregarded the nobility, bearing the mark of rebellion, a born insurrectionist. Zhao Hongxiu took a deep breath and smiled. All right, let us quickly complete our tasks, and then practice our skills. Shi Taizhu gazed at the 2 red snakes in the bamboo basket. Nodding vigorously, completing more tasks and diligently practicing is the true path. 7 or 8 instructors gathered in a secluded corner, silent for a long time. Eventually, one instructor gritted his teeth in resentment, saying, "They have so many resources. We have merely withheld a trivial amount. Why do they oppose us?" Another voiced his ire. "Tomorrow, let us continue to withhold resources. Let us see if they dare to kill. Tomorrow, it is my turn to deliver resources. If he kills me, will you assist me?" The instructors fell silent. If it were just Chu Qing, they would undoubtedly take action to kill him. However, the elite scions from the capital were also involved. They dared not openly kill the scions of esteemed families. Then shall we refrain from withholding resources tomorrow? One instructor barked, "Be quiet." The crowd fell silent. After a while, another instructor remarked, "I must teach soon. I shall bore them with nonsense and waste their time." Splash, splash, Chu Qing was bathing again, but this time, his room was filled with a group of people. Qing Feng, Mingyu, Nangong, Shimin, Wang Yinyang, and Chui Moyang. The four exchanged glances and spoke in hushed tones. They had known each other in the capital and quickly conversed. Shimin chuckled wryly. This time, we have truly become a cohesive unit. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Wang Yinyang replied coldly. A good thing, Chui Moyang asserted. The twins echoed, indeed, a good thing. Shimin conceded. All right, since you all deem it a good thing, then it is a good thing. Nangong remarked, regardless of whether it is good or bad. If we desire resources, we must be assertive. Without assertiveness, our resources will be snatched away. Chu Qing is right. A misstep leads to further missteps. We are already at a disadvantage compared to the capital. If we lose more resources, we shall never hope to catch up. I will kill to establish authority alongside him. I would rather perish in a remote place than return to the capital and be ridiculed. The group fell into contemplative silence. Half an hour later, Chu Qing emerged, adorned in a red and white embroidered outfit. Observing the unwavering determination and approval in their eyes, he smiled and declared, "Let us go see if our resources have been pilfered." The group chuckled. 7 or 8 minutes later, amidst the peculiar gazes of the inner courtyard students, they entered the classroom. Inside, an instructor occupied the space. Ignoring the newcomers, who likewise disregarded him, the resources remained on the table. Chu Qing lamented, "What a pity. No one has stolen anything." Qing Feng replied, "If it had been stolen, we would have no way of knowing who did it." Chu Qing chuckled, "Who did it is of little consequence. What truly matters is that we simply find someone to drag out and execute. Once the culprits are eliminated, naturally, there will be no one left to steal." Upon hearing this, even Wang Yinyang and Chui Moya felt a chill run down their spines. A martial arts teacher, who had been secretly observing them, twitched at the corners of his mouth, his heart racing. What a ruthless proposition! Chu Qing assessed the resources and discovered that the pilfered assets had yet to be recovered. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. After all, someone had already paid the price. That little bit of resources could be considered a purchase for a coffin made of precious golden silk Nanmu. As his strength grew, so too did Chu Qing's confidence. Moreover, with his mastery of secret techniques, he could unleash even greater power. Upon entering the martial arts academy, he realized the necessity of striving for progress. Without ambition, growth would be unattainable. At this moment, the newly appointed martial arts instructor cleared his throat and announced, "Now, I shall commence the lesson. First, we will delve into history." The new instructor intended to pass the time with a historical lecture. Yet as soon as he began, Chu Qing interjected with a smile, "Instructor, I recommend you refrain from discussing history. Whether it be the Empire or the Martial Arts Academy, it bears no relevance to me. You ought to impart knowledge of martial arts." The new instructor fell silent, yet inexplicably, a few words surfaced in his mind. Lawless and ungrateful. He glanced at the others, and Chui Moya coldly insisted, "Teach martial arts knowledge. We demand martial arts knowledge." A chorus of youthful voices echoed in agreement, prompting the instructor to awkwardly respond. "The Academy's rules dictate that this class is dedicated to history." Chu Qing retorted, "I can be the rule." The instructor trembled in anger, and after a lengthy pause, he swept out in indignation, declaring, "Lawless and ungrateful. Self-study time." Chapter 65. A great favor without the instructor. The group remained unconcerned. They all sat cross-legged in self-study. Chu Qing took a piece of the limit-breaking secret medicine and swallowed it whole. "You have completed the second condition for Iron Fist." Unfortunately, 4 portions of the limit-breaking secret medicine had been embezzled. Otherwise, he could have fulfilled the second condition for Iron Fist as well. However, he was unperturbed. After all, tomorrow was another day. At this moment, there were still 3 basic secret medicines remaining, which included 3 universal secret medicines and 1 nourishing ointment. The universal secret medicine was of great value, but Chu Qing did not require it for the time being. The nourishing ointment, when applied to the body, would seep through the pores into the flesh. bones, and internal organs, gradually enhancing one's foundation for future endeavors. 1 portion of the nourishing ointment could sustain its effects for 1 hour. Chui Moya remarked, "The more of this we have, the smoother our future paths will be. Unfortunately, I have reviewed the resource allocation for the next 3 years, and each day only 1 portion is available." Wang Yinyang and the others voiced their regrets as well. This substance was even more precious than golden incense. Chu Qing smiled and said, "I believe the rules state that as long as we occupy the 3rd level of the stone tower, we will receive 1 portion of nourishing ointment each day. By the end of the month, we can begin challenging the stone tower." The youthful group nodded in agreement. Lastly, there was the golden incense. This substance could accelerate the growth of large tendons. Most of my techniques have already fully developed my large tendons. To forge new large tendons, I require other techniques. Now, I shall use the golden incense to refine my copper tendons and observe the progress. With that thought, he lit the solitary stick of golden incense. As the incense burned, its smoke spiraled straight up, forming a cloud 3 feet high. Nangong gasped, "Are you using it now?" Chu Qing replied with a smile, "Good things should be utilized. Otherwise, if someone else seizes them, they become the enemy's possessions, and I would not be amused." The others. As the golden incense burned, Chu Qing activated the secret technique of the frog kung fu. Croak, croak. The sounds of frogs echoed, leaving Chui Moya and the others astonished. Followed by realization. The secret technique of frog kung fu, indeed. What Ichigo had said was correct. He had acquired the lost secret technique of the rebels. Chui Moya and the others felt envious. Though they were prodigies, their families had not granted them secret techniques, as they were exceedingly rare. Under the same conditions of tendons, the disparity between those with secret techniques and those without was vast. No wonder he killed as if mowing grass. The secret technique activated more tendons than usual at that moment. As the golden incense burned down to its end, Chu Qing's vitality reached its peak. He inhaled deeply, and the fragrant smoke snaked like a small serpent into his nostrils. He began to practice the limit-breaking mantis fist. Slap, slap, slap. Chu Qing twirled and leaped, executing his moves with the grace of a giant mantis. Copper Tendon 1. Copper Tendon 1. Chu Qing was ecstatic. The effects of the golden incense on copper tendons were even more astonishing than those of the secret medicine, with efficiency increased by at least tenfold. 1 minute, 5 minutes. Copper Tendon 1. You have forged a copper tendon. At that moment, the effects of the golden incense dissipated. 1 stick of golden incense could forge 1 copper tendon. That martial arts instructor had greedily taken 2 of his golden incense, resulting in the loss of 2 copper tendons. Damn it! Chu Qing cursed vehemently. The others were bewildered. Why had their leader suddenly become so irate? Chu Qing gritted his teeth and exclaimed, 1 stick of golden incense can forge 1 copper tendon. The others. Wang Yinyang suddenly asked, "You haven't fully developed your copper tendons yet? The 7 golden tendons you mentioned. Are they false?" Chu Qing coughed and admitted, "Not only have I not fully developed my copper tendons, but I have also yet to complete my iron tendons." The group was dumbfounded. Shimin gasped, "You haven't even fully developed your iron tendons, yet you claim to be our leader?" Chu Qing laughed, "I dare to slay. And I dare to lead you all in reclaiming the resources that are rightfully ours. Do you have the courage to do the same?" The group fell silent. They did not possess Chu Qing's ruthless determination. Chu Qing cleared his throat and stated, "Although my large tendons have yet to reach their limit, I have already forged 12 golden tendons." Chui Moya suddenly inquired, "What secret medicine are you consuming?" "I will pay you 1,000 taels of silver for this information." "I have 30,000 taels. I have 50,000 taels." The youth clamored, feverishly bidding, desperate to uncover Chu Qing's secret regarding the golden tendons. For yesterday, he had only possessed 7 golden tendons, yet today he had 12. Could it be possible to forge 5 golden tendons in a single day? This was an unprecedented feat they had never even dreamed of. If they could acquire this secret, they would surely soar to great heights. After all, iron tendons, copper tendons, and even silver tendons were relatively manageable to cultivate. Only golden tendons posed a challenge. The resources required to elevate from silver tendons to golden tendons were several times greater than those needed for all preceding stages combined. Such an exorbitant cost meant that even the noble families of the capital could only support 1 individual at a time. And they would often employ special methods to monitor progress. Should the progress fail to meet expectations, they would promptly abandon that individual and instead support another. They had been compelled to come to Shichi County due to their failure to secure resources for golden tendons. Little did they expect to find hope in this desolate place. It's this moment. Even the usually stoic Wang Yinyang's eyes turned crimson as he growled, "Tell me the secret, and I will assist you in eliminating 3 years' worth of adversaries." Chu Qing was speechless. He had not anticipated that this group would react so fervently. Should he divulge the information? They would compete with him for resources. Should he withhold it? They would inevitably learn the secret of the pearls sooner or later. And it would be better to clarify matters now rather than allow misunderstandings to fester. Moreover, he needed to enlist these prodigies to help him gather pearls. Chu Qing smiled and said, "We are all companions. There is no need for monetary transactions." With that, he revealed the secret of the pearls. After a lengthy pause, Wang Yinyang gritted his teeth. To think that pearls capable of forging golden tendons have been squandered by the fortresses. This is truly a grave sin. Cui Moya and the others nodded in agreement, their teeth gritted in frustration. Nangong clutched his chest, lamenting. How many pearls have they wasted over the past few centuries? A bunch of profligates. Chu Qing remarked, therefore, "Esteemed friends, I have devised a plan." The group fixed their gazes upon him in unison. Chu Qing, with hands clasped behind his back, articulated, "First, we must eradicate all fortresses and powerful families in Shichi County." Confiscating all pearls, the group stared at him in astonishment. They had only harbored resentment towards the fortresses for their wastefulness and sought ways to acquire pearls. Yet, Chu Qing's brutal proposal to annihilate all fortress authorities for his own gain was utterly insane and tyrannical. Such an idea was simply reckless, and they could not bear the consequences. The group voiced their opposition. Chu Qing, undeterred, continued, "Second, there are many refugees outside the city. We shall form a pearl mining team to extract pearls." The group nodded in agreement. This suggestion was sound. Though forming a mining team would inevitably lead to conflicts with the fortress authorities, it was a far less aggressive approach. Third, ordinary pearls can only forge 1 golden tendon. However, I possess an ancestral secret method that allows a single pearl to yield 2 or even 3 golden tendons. The group's eyes, once merely red with excitement, now glowed with an even deeper hue. In that moment, they yearned to torture Chu Qing to extract the grand secret that even their esteemed families had yet to uncover. Chu Qing continued, "Once we acquire pearls, we shall distribute them evenly. You may exchange 2 ordinary pearls for one of my specially formulated pearls. This special pearl guarantees at least 2 golden tendons, with a certain probability of yielding 3. The group fell silent. After a prolonged pause, Shiman bitterly chuckled, "In this arrangement, you stand to gain the most." Chu Qing laughed heartily. "Once I have forged all my golden tendons, I will no longer partake in the distribution." The group nodded in agreement. However, the very next moment, Chu Qing added, "But tell me, seeing as I am making such an investment, what will you offer in return?" A profound silence enveloped the gathering. If they could harness every golden thread through the cultivation of the pearl, then they would indeed be the paragons among paragons. Such immense favor, how could one repay it? Chapter 66. The Library. Chu Qing had given so much. Cui Moyang and the others pondered for a long time, yet could not discern a suitable means of repayment. Chu Qing smiled, having uncovered secrets from Tang Wu Ming and the Su family girl, effectively binding them to his chariot of war. This, in truth, was the greatest repayment he could receive. After all, he was merely a commoner, devoid of any foundation. Although the 8 illustrious families had fought alongside him, without shared interests, they would inevitably part ways. However, now that Chu Qing had revealed a secret that was not a secret, he could secure their loyalty. With this newfound interest, even if they were to go their separate ways in the future, they could still watch over one another. This was precisely what he desired. His ambitions extended far beyond the mere martial academy of Shichi County. He aspired to the grand cities of the prefecture and beyond, to an even broader realm. The youth contemplated deeply. Chu Qing rose and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall make a trip to the library. By the way, here are iron whistles. 1 for each of you. Should you find yourself alone and in trouble, simply blow the whistle. Those who hear it must come to your aid." He distributed the blood-stained whistles evenly among them. The young men and women were taken aback, then burst into laughter. Chu Qing proceeded to the library in search of martial arts techniques, while Cui Moyang and the others quietly deliberated on how to repay him. Some suggested offering gold and silver. How much can we muster? That paltry sum cannot possibly buy the secret of the 365 golden threads. Others proposed sending women. Nan Gong and Chue Mo Yang rolled their eyes. As long as one is powerful enough. What kind of woman could one not obtain? What kind of man? By noon, they still had not devised a single plan. Meanwhile, Chu Qing had already stepped into the library. The first floor was filled with an overwhelming array of ordinary martial arts techniques. Numbering in the thousands, mantis fist, iron hand, and the like. In the past, I toiled endlessly for a single technique. How little time has passed, and now I can peruse at will. While the lower-tier techniques were numerous, he found them beneath his notice, as they only stimulated a meager amount of iron threads. The second floor housed mid-level techniques, most capable of activating around 50 iron threads, yet he remained unsatisfied. The third floor contained advanced techniques, but only a scant few dozen, each capable of cultivating approximately 60 iron threads. Chu Qing picked and chose, but remained discontented, continuing his ascent. However, at the entrance to the fourth floor, he was halted by a martial arts master. This master, in his 40s or 50s, had lost his legs and sat in a wheelchair. Your identity token. Chu Qing presented it. The master examined it and, somewhat surprised, remarked, "You are from the New Inner Academy?" Ordinarily, someone would lecture you on the merits and knowledge of martial arts in the afternoon, and you would choose techniques later tonight or tomorrow. I did not expect you to be so eager. Chu Qing replied with a smile, "Master, our cohort has offended many masters. Thus, those masters are reluctant to impart their martial wisdom." The master, with a dismissive snort, retorted, "Did you not simply eliminate one master? It's not as if you killed their parents. Why harbor a grudge?" Chu Qing chuckled softly and remained silent. The master then requested a seal to sign and stamp. Chu Qing complied. The master continued, "The fourth floor contains weapon techniques. These are divided into ordinary and secret traditions. Only ordinary weapon techniques are found here. According to the rules, you may select one. Curious, Chu Qing inquired. And what of the fifth floor? The master chuckled. The fifth floor is the director's retreat, containing secret traditions for martial arts, weapons, skeletons, organs, flesh, skin, and fur. To access the fifth floor, one requires a significant amount of academic credits. Chu Qing clasped his hands in thanks. Seeing his politeness, the master cheerfully announced, "The master of the fourth floor is my mentor. I shall whisper to him shortly to overlook you. Choose as many techniques as you wish." Chu Qing was taken aback. The master continued with a flourish, "I have always despised rules." As Chu Qing ascended to the fourth floor, he was momentarily stunned. He had assumed that weapon techniques would be rare and precious. Yet he discovered shelves brimming with them, as plentiful as those on the first floor. At that moment, footsteps approached, and an elderly master with a white beard appeared. Though his arms were empty, his legs were unscathed. Upon seeing Chu Qing, he smiled. "My disciple mentioned that a ruthless individual who enjoys slaying masters has arrived. Allow me to discreetly ignore you." Chu Qing smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "There is no need for that. Master, let us proceed according to the rules. Moreover, I do not relish the thought of killing masters." The master laughed heartily. "In the 900 years since the establishment of the Martial Academy, you are the first in this vast empire daring enough to drag a master out of the academy and behead him." Chu Qing humbly replied, "The Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves. There will always be someone who surpasses me in the academy and takes down a master." The master chuckled. "Originally, I ought to heed my disciple's advice and let you learn weapon techniques freely." Chu Qing's heart stirred. If he could learn every weapon technique, that would be formidable. He had a profession column. As long as he glanced at a technique, it would be registered in due time. Mastering all 18 weapons would be an extraordinary accomplishment. However, the master continued, "Nevertheless, I suggest you specialize in one weapon. If you can reach the limit with a particular weapon technique, it would be far superior to mastering 7 or 8 techniques without attaining their extremes." Chu Qing pondered, "Is there a concept of breaking limits even for weapon techniques that do not cultivate muscles and bones?" The master explained, "Breaking the limits of weapon techniques offers a chance to forge a path to the heavens. If you can cultivate a path to the heavens before reaching the limit of your skin and fur, then your future achievements will be boundless." Chu Qing was bewildered. He did not comprehend what a path to the heavens entailed. The master, appreciating his audacity in slaying masters, elucidated, weapon techniques are divided into three categories: orthodox, heterodox, and esoteric. Blades, spears, swords, and halberds fall under orthodox. Axes, halberds, hammers, and shields are heterodox, while hooks, meteor hammers, and chain weapons belong to the esoteric. Collectively, these comprise three paths to the heavens. Chu Qing inquired curiously, "Has anyone in our martial academy ever forged a path to the heavens?" The master remained silent for a long while before replying. "Not even the director has achieved that, Chu Qing. Is it truly that difficult?" The master replied, "Out of 1,000 who cultivate to 365 golden threads, at most only one can forge a path to the heavens. Would you not agree that this is no trivial challenge?" Chu Qing felt this transcended mere difficulty. It seemed an unattainable achievement. The master, with a glint in his eye, said, "It is said that if one cultivates a secret weapon technique to its limit, there is a chance of around 10% to forge a path to the heavens. If you possess the means to procure some secret elixirs, the odds improve significantly." Chu Qing was speechless. "Can I ascend to the 5th floor to meet the director?" The master chuckled. "Do you wish to obtain secret weapon techniques from the director?" Chu Qing nodded. The master replied, 1,000 academic credits will grant you an audience with the director.as for secret weapon techniques. There are additional substantial costs involved. Chu Qing's mind raced, contemplating, "I aspire to acquire secret weapon techniques." The master laughed heartily. "You have ambition. In my day, I led 36 disciples to challenge secret weapon techniques, and as a result, 35 perished while I lost both arms, and the sole survivor lost both legs. Do you still dare to pursue secret weapon techniques?" Chu Qing smiled. "Master, I was once a mere flag-waving lackey. But since I began practicing martial arts, I vowed to myself, I, Chu Qing, shall never remain a lackey. If I am to practice, I shall practice the best." The master exclaimed, "What ambition! Were I still able to use my hands, I would surely give you a thumbs up, Chu Qing. The finest secret weapon technique in this academy is the Overlord Spear. Back in my time, the director advised, if you wish to learn the Overlord Spear, it is best to first practice the chain spear. Begin with the soft before the hard, the esoteric before the orthodox. With the secret traditions enhancement, the chance of forging a path to the heavens could rise to 20%. Chu Qing's heart stirred. Then, which type of chain spear should I choose? The master replied, the chain spear is the most difficult weapon to practice among the esoteric. The double-headed chain spear is even more challenging. Yet, the greater the difficulty, the more it aligns with the secret Overlord Spear. Coincidentally, the Academy possesses a technique for the double-headed chain spear. Chu Qing's heart raced as he asked, "Did you practice it back then?" The master, with a hint of melancholy, replied, "It was precisely for the prerequisite technique of the double-headed chain spear that I lost my arms. You think I practiced it?" Chu Qing, "Fortunately, I can acquire it for free." The Master, Chapter 67. Is a world without conflict still a world? The dragon and snake double-headed chain spear has not yet been mastered. Daily practice for 100 days, 1,000 days to enter. Promotion conditions. Due to the double-handed mantis sword, the promotion conditions have been optimized. Optimization successful. Promotion conditions. 1. Execute 1,000,000 shots with the chain gun. 2. Be entwined with the chain gun for 10 days. Chu Qing, my goodness, after optimization, these requirements are even more formidable than achieving the Grand Master level in the Mantis Sword. What if there were no optimization? He dared not imagine. After a brief moment, he bid farewell to the Master with a severed arm. The Master hesitated and said, "In my youth, I forged a chain gun in the armory. One day, if you manage to master the secret technique of the Overlord gun and assist me in eliminating a certain individual, you may take it." Chu Qing did not immediately agree but instead chuckled. "Master, did you not possess any gun techniques back then, yet you forged a double-headed chain gun?" The Master with a severed arm sighed. "I was overly confident at that time, believing I could succeed. I even prepared a celebration banquet in advance. As a result, it turned into a funeral feast. Fortunately, the guests still enjoyed the meal." Chu Qing, after parting ways with the Master, Chu Qing decided to first test the quality of the weapon before heading straight to the armory. This place was exclusively accessible to inner disciples. He registered with his identity token and pressed his seal to gain entry. Rows upon rows of shelves displayed boxes of varying sizes. A servant was designated to guide him. "Young master, this row contains swords, and that row has sabers." Chu Qing directly inquired, "Where are the chain guns?" The servant paused for a moment, then hurriedly pulled out a small notebook to search. Finally, he led him to a corner and pointed to a solitary shelf, saying, "Here are 10 chain guns." Chu Qing inspected them and discovered that each box bore a name. Soon, he located the double-headed chain gun left by the master with a severed arm. The name on the box read Dragon and Serpent Double-Headed Chain Gun. With a snap, the box opened, releasing a fragrant aroma of herbs and thick oil paper. The servant carefully dismantled it. A minute later, a dark green chain gun emerged. The item appeared quite ordinary. Chu Qing reached out and, utilizing the eagle claw technique, pinched one of the connecting rings. Over 60 iron links were manipulated. Though he could not turn iron to dust, he could leave marks upon metal. Yet, the iron ring remained completely unyielding. Activating the frog technique, he drew upon other powerful techniques in an instant. Over 200 powerful tendons empowered the eagle claw technique. If this strength were applied to his double-handed great sword that cost 1,000 taels, he could instantly crush iron to dust. However, the iron ring, no thicker than a chopstick, remained utterly immovable. What an exquisite weapon! What a fine dragon and serpent double-headed chain gun! Chu Qing was delighted. He casually pulled it out and found the chain gun remarkably long. A standard chain gun measures 3.5 meters in length, but this one stretched an impressive 7 meters. The tip alone measured a foot long, capable of serving as a short sword. Weighing approximately 20 pounds, this slender chain gun felt comparable to his double-handed great sword. Such a heavy soft weapon would indeed be difficult to control. No wonder even entry-level practitioners require 1,000 days of training. Fortunately, I possess a professional column. Chu Qing carried the weapon and hurried back to his dormitory. He eagerly stripped off his clothes and, following the techniques outlined in his martial arts, wrapped the dragon and serpent double-headed chain gun around his body. The chains intertwined, with the 2 gun tips finally resting against his arms. Chain gun entwined one. The professional column flickered. Chu Qing smiled, as long as the master with a severed arm remained silent. No one would know that I had trained with this peculiar weapon. This extraordinary weapon, once mastered, could easily take down some individuals. 18 noon. He penned a letter to Madame Jean, assuring her of his well-being and repeatedly urging her not to worry. He also mentioned, "Should anything arise, write to me immediately. I will receive it at the first opportunity. Anyone who dares to bully me shall face my wrath." Finally, he sealed the letter with wax and affixed his seal. The maid informed him that Madame Jean would receive it within an hour. Shortly thereafter, after delivering the letter, the maid returned with food and additionally brought a large box, saying, "Young master, the task has been completed. And this is your possession." Chu Qing, overwhelmed with joy, neglected his meal and immediately opened the box. Inside were 2 red snakes, ferociously thrusting their heads to bite. The maid gasped. Chu Qing burst into laughter. Effortlessly grasped a red snake, extracted its fangs, and directly bound it to his leg. Red snake leg entwined. With this weaponry law in hand, his red snake leg would soon break its limits. Next, he would focus on the iron fist and iron hand. The foundational resources for cultivation were abundant, and he possessed a portion of advanced resources as well, coupled with the impending breakthrough of his martial arts. His progress was visibly remarkable, yet he remained unsatisfied. For what he sought was not merely iron tendons, but golden tendons. An ultimate 365 golden tendons was the true path. To rapidly cultivate golden tendons, one must acquire pearls. In the evening, he discussed the matter of pearls with Cui Mo Yang and the others. In the afternoon, Chu Qing had skipped class. Instead, within his room, his fingers danced frantically, striking the gun tip. Clang, 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 the sounds of metal echoed incessantly. Fully devoted to accumulating repetitions, his efficiency soared. He aimed to reach the required number of repetitions within 3 days, thus breaking through the iron fist limit. The iron fist limit required striking iron blocks 100,000 times, while the iron hand necessitated 10 days of intense fire, which would consume too much time and would be reserved for last. Chu Qing meticulously arranged his schedule for the upcoming days. As dusk approached, someone knocked at the door. Chu Qing furrowed his brow. He paused his training, opened a peephole, and saw it was Cui Mo Yang and the others. He opened the door. Cui Mo Yang and the others surged in. Chu Qing smiled and said, "Just in time. I was about to seek you out." Qing Feng clasped his fists and said, "Brother leader, please give your instructions." "Chu Qing, I wish to inquire about your plans regarding the quarrying of stones." Qing Feng replied, We discussed it in the afternoon. We will provide the funds and hire people to quarry stones. You just need to arrange for a supervisor and await the pearls. Chu Qing nodded. Shimin suddenly interjected, however, we are newcomers and are unsure from which location to commence the quarrying. Chu Qing fell silent, and the others looked on in confusion. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You all have no inkling at all? The group shook their heads in unison. Chu Qing sighed. My friends, I have already eliminated the heads of the Martial Master-S faction. Do we still need to ponder where to quarry pearls? Hire people, and go where the crowd gathers to quarry. Along the way, gather the quarry workers. The group hesitated. Nangong Jiao, in a delicate tone, said, Brother Qing, the martial world is not solely about fighting and killing. There are also human sentiments and social intricacies. Our quarrying is for pearls, not to create enemies. Chu Qing chuckled. In Shiji County, every powerful figure in the fortresses already harbored deep-seated hatred towards him. Ever since he set foot in the inner courtyard, he had countless adversaries. Without fighting and killing, is that still the martial world? At Shiji Mountain, every mine, every location, has its master. If the owner disapproves, who dares to mine? The group furrowed their brows, well aware of the underlying truth. Thus, they hoped to resolve their troubles through human sentiments and social intricacies, seeking a breakthrough. Chu Qing continued, if you believe that human sentiments can solve the issue, then proceed with that approach. In 10 days, after 10 days, there will be at least 3,000 people quarrying pearls for us. In a month, at least 30,000 will be quarrying for us. If that cannot be achieved, you need not share the pearls with me, nor exchange for the secret-made pearls. You may simply enjoy yourselves. The group, Chapter 68, Rapid Advancement. The next day, Chu Qing attended class. The martial master delivered resources, and this time the quantity was quite substantial. Chu Qing expressed his satisfaction, praising, the master is a commendable individual. However, there remains one aspect that requires improvement. The martial master twitched at the corner of his mouth. What the hell? I have provided you with resources without any shortcomings, and yet you find fault. Do you wish to extort me? Remember to deliver the resources to my maid tomorrow. Having said that, he picked up the resources and turned to leave. Shimin caught up and said, Brother Qing, we plan to make contact. Chu Qing smiled. Just ensure you handle the matter well. I only care about the results. You have only 9 days left. With that, he left with his belongings. Shimin and the others fell into a prolonged silence. The martial master coughed and said, Fellow students, today, we will continue our discussion on the fundamentals of martial arts. Bang! Shimin kicked a table, his expression darkening as he said, Master, if you fail to provide any useful insights, I will not hesitate to drag you out and remove your head as well. Shimin, infuriated by Chu Qing's attitude, was not alone in his ire. Cui Moyang and the others felt similarly. Chu Qing's words before leaving had placed immense pressure upon them. If, after 9 days, they could not find 3,000 workers to commence work, even if they managed to acquire pearls, could they still produce them in secret? More importantly, they were not fools. All understood that this was a test. If they could not manage this matter, how would they collaborate with Chu Qing in the future? Cui Moyang, coldly, declared, Master, please prepare 9 copies of today's lesson. Tomorrow, along with the resources, send them to our maid. If you fail to do so, I will personally take your head. After saying this, she turned to her companions and said, Everyone, we must act swiftly. The group nodded in agreement. Everyone emulated Chu Qing, carrying the resources home immediately to utilize them for rapid advancement. In the vast classroom, only the martial master remained in disarray. After a long while, he sighed and sought counsel from the other masters. Upon hearing the news, these masters trembled with rage. Good heavens, are they truly plotting a rebellion? With mouths agape, they seize our heads. With silence, they cast us out to be executed. We are warriors, not mere lambs awaiting slaughter. They deserve death. Chu Qing, cursed be him, the teacher in class remarked. This group seems intent on accomplishing something within 9 days. That Chu Qing appears to have clashed with them, granting them only 9 days. One teacher suddenly expressed astonishment. The prodigies from the capital are actually obliged to fulfill the demands of these commoners? Surely you must have misheard? No, that Chu Qing is quite domineering. Quickly, report to the family head. Flapping, flapping. One by one, the carrier pigeons soared into the sky, heading towards various strongholds. The heads of the strongholds received the news. Their brows furrowed. Head he pondered for a long time before saying, Inform the rebels, urging their masters to arrive swiftly. As long as Chu Qing lives, I shall find no peace. Furthermore, send orders to the Blood River Gang, instructing them to bring the Golden Fatty and his wife to the stronghold. A servant respectfully replied, Yes. Clink, clink. Chu Qing frantically twanged the chain gun, constantly refreshing the count. The round-faced and oval-faced maidens stuffed their ears with cotton and silk to block out the noise, while simultaneously reading to him. 1 hour, 3 hours. His fingers ached, fatigue creeping in. He reclined in the bath to rest. After a brief while, he emerged. 1 maid continued reading, while another applied a nourishing ointment. This ointment, administered daily, had previously been a luxury afforded only to inner courtyard students who ascended the stone floors, receiving merely 3 to 5 portions each month. Yet, for Chu Qing and his companions, they received a portion every day. Was the Central Academy distributing such abundant resources to cultivate masters in anticipation of the millennia-old imperial catastrophe? Or was it merely a scheme to deplete the empire? Chu Qing pondered aimlessly. At this moment, in a secluded corner, a maid meticulously applied the ointment. Breathe. The pores opened wide. The medicinal effects penetrated the skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs. His entire being, from within to without, felt warm and exceedingly comfortable. This ointment could mend hidden injuries and enhance one's foundation. He shifted restlessly, igniting a stick of golden incense and inhaling its fragrant smoke. Then, he began to circulate the secret of Toad technique. Minutes later, he commenced his training. Initially, he should have upgraded his iron muscles to copper muscles. However, he wished to test whether he could cultivate golden muscles using the golden incense. Thus, he carefully controlled the medicinal effects, continuing to refine his singular copper muscles, silver muscles 0.5. The profession bar flickered. The rate of improvement remained rapid. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The effects of the golden incense waned. Silver muscle enhancement reached 10. After a brief pause, he lit another stick of golden incense. 2 minutes later, the silver muscle progress increased by another 10.at. This moment, the effects of the Toad technique faded. Chu Qing ignited a third stick of golden incense. To his dismay, this stick only increased the silver muscle progress by 5. Chu Qing, deep in thought. After a while, the third stick of golden incense also lost its potency. Chu Qing continued his training. This time, within the same duration, silver muscle enhancement amounted to 1. Continuing, silver muscle progress at 0.5. Before long, the nourishing ointment's effects expired. At this point, continuing to train yielded a mere 0.001 silver muscle increase. Without resources, without secret techniques, let alone golden muscles, he could scarcely even cultivate silver muscles. Chu Qing frowned. Nevertheless, both the golden incense and the nourishing ointment were precious commodities. To acquire additional resources necessitated a significant price. Without considering pearls, it was exceedingly difficult to cultivate golden muscles with the current resources available. As for refining 365 golden muscles, that was utterly impossible. After muscle training, one must also refine bones, blood, and flesh. Among other levels, each level aimed for the utmost limit required either monstrous aptitude or an abundance of resources. Resources remained too scant. Pearls, though excellent, had insufficient yields and had to be divided among 9 individuals. Moreover, the stronghold and the county's aristocrats were also extracting them. Clearly, the number of individuals obtaining pearls was excessive. It would be best to reduce the count. Ideally, only the 9 of us should partake. Just as Chu Qing contemplated how to secure resources, Cui Mo Yang and others arranged a meeting with the previous cohort of inner courtyard students, including Ximin and others, who had changed under Chu Qing's influence. They were all aware of Chu Qing's desire for pearls, and they too sought pearls. Thus, they altered their strategy, stating, "Friends, let us be frank. We desire pearls." The previous cohort of students paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. 1,000 taels of silver for each pearl. There are 10 quotas each year. You may divide them among yourselves. They had anticipated that Cui Mo Yang and others would learn of the pearl's efficacy, hence their preparedness. Ximin shook his head, saying, "Too little. We demand more." Scion of the He family, ranked 6th, known as He Lu Gongzi, sneered. "My He family possesses 10 pearl quotas each year. If you can expel Chu Qing from the inner courtyard, we shall grant all 10 quotas to you." Qing Feng chimed in unison. "Still too little. At least 1,000 pearls each year. He Lu Gongzi scoffed. 1,000 pearls? What a jest! In Shiji County, only about 10 pearls circulate each year. The rest are divided among the 36 strongholds, 12 aristocrats, and the chief constable, with each family receiving at most a mere handful. Even if we wish to sell to you, we lack such a surplus of pearls. Upon hearing this, Cui Mo Yang and others rejoiced in secret. If that were the case, Shiji County must yield at least 500 pearls annually. That translates to 500 golden muscles. Meanwhile, the stronghold youths merely regarded pearls as a means to accelerate muscle training, akin to secret medicinal substances, utterly oblivious to the fact that by consuming them using limit-breaking techniques, golden muscles could be cultivated. This was their opportunity. The two parties engaged in fervent discussion, ultimately agreeing to negotiate with several stronghold heads the day after tomorrow. Chapter 69. The Sword of the Stronghold Can Slay? And my sword is no less lethal. Red Serpent Leg 1. Gun Entanglement 1. Flicking Gun 1. You have fulfilled the second condition for the Red Serpent Leg. The profession bar pulsates. Vital. Yet another limit-breaking condition accomplished. Chu Qing felt a surge of joy, unable to contain himself, swallowing the final pearl. The Red Serpent Leg has forged 64 great muscles. The promotion conditions are maximized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Qing executed the Red Serpent Leg, his legs soaring, akin to a serpent in its undulating dance. The maidens nearby felt a chill run down their spines, in a daze. They imagined Chu Qing transforming into a being half man, half snake, gliding, leaping, striking. His speed escalated. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, whoosh. Chu Qing abruptly halted, exhaling a breath of stale air. The limit-breaking Red Serpent Leg had successfully cultivated 32 new iron muscles. At this moment, his total iron muscle count soared to an astonishing 294. Tantalizingly close to 365. Now, it was time to enhance the count of iron fists. Chu Qing instructed a maid to retrieve his token and seek out iron blocks. Once the blocks arrived, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang, bang. With each strike, imprints appeared on the iron block. The speed intensified. Within a mere second, he managed to throw 20 punches. He sustained this pace for at least 10 minutes, unleashing a tempestuous barrage. After 10 minutes, he had executed over 10,000 iron fist repetitions. By nightfall, the iron fists too would breach their limits. Chu Qing commenced twanging the chain Jiyuan. At this point, the first condition for the chain gun was on the verge of completion. He alternated between refreshing counts. Clink, clink, boom, boom, boom. The chain gun, iron fist counts, continually refreshed. Once fatigue set in, he would consume golden incense, apply the nourishing ointment, and activate the toad technique to continue refining golden muscles. The maidens, standing by, diligently read. They began with the teachings transcribed by the martial teachers, followed by various classical texts embodying the principles of governance and hierarchy. Training and acquiring knowledge. Neither endeavor was neglected. As dusk fell, the first condition for the Dragon Snake dual-headed chain gun was fulfilled. In this moment, Chu Qing exhaled deeply. For 3 consecutive days, he had slept merely an hour each night, dedicating every other moment to obsessively refreshing the chain gun's count. Now, he had finally achieved completion. With 7 days remaining, he would soon witness how the entry-level chain gun compared to the dual-handed mantis sword. During supper, the oval-faced maid presented the evening meal along with 2 letters. One was from Lady Jean, the other from Tang Wuming. Chu Qing opened Lady Jin's letter first. After reading, he closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before stating, "Go. Inform the messenger that I shall return tonight." Yes, Lady Jean encountered trouble. The He family of the stronghold insisted she and Golden Fatty pay a visit to their abode. Aware of the significant conflict between Chu Qing and the He family, she refused to comply. The stronghold youths desired to resort to violence. However, considering Sher Madam as their backing, they dared not proceed, resorting instead to relentless pressure at the Jean residence, which left Lady Jean distressed. She had instructed Golden Fatty to drive away the stronghold youths, yet he lacked the courage. In desperation, Lady Jean resorted to writing to Chu Qing. How intriguing! Chu Qing smirked. He feared not threats, yet he could not allow them to persist unchecked. At this juncture, he opened the second letter, a missive from Tang Wuming. This correspondence contained only a thin sheet of paper. "Brother, I have failed the exam. In the past, I relied on my position to intimidate others. Now, I have been wronged. Unjust, 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 esteemed friend. Where does my path lie? Moreover, congratulations on your entry into the inner court. However, I shall never seek refuge with you. At present, I yearn solely to contemplate the essence of life. After a period of reflection, Chu Qing realized that Tang Wuming was, in fact, rather lost. He did not require consolation. What he needed was a method to transcend his despondency. After a considerable time, he took up his pen to narrate the tale of a failed art student from a past life and to recount a story about a man named Huang Chao. Ultimately, he concluded, look at others. Although they may have faltered, they have persevered and toiled throughout their lives, ultimately rising to become prominent figures. Finally, I bestow upon you a poem. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom while the rest wither. The fragrant air permeates the imperial capital, while the city is adorned in golden armor. Additionally, treading upon the bones of nobles in the heavenly streets. The inner treasury reduced to splendid ash. Furthermore, the path lies beneath our feet. Spare me the insipid platitudes. In conclusion, Chu Qing instructed his maid to affix 7 or 8 seals at the end, sealing the letter with wax and imprinting the seals, and to swiftly deliver this letter along with 50 taels of silver to the messenger. The maid nodded and hurried off with the message. Outside the door, the man who had previously delivered a letter to Chu Qing was in low spirits. The young master he followed had failed, drowning his sorrows in drink each day. He felt hopeless about his future, and after delivering this letter, he planned to seek another master. Upon receiving a reply, he would return to the capital with utmost haste to meet Tang Wuming. Tang Wuming, with bleary eyes, was anxiously attended to by Su Qinger. Upon seeing the reply, she immediately began to read it aloud. Meanwhile, the man rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting the conclusion of the reading to bid farewell to Tang Wuming and seek another patron. Initially, Tang Wuming assumed that Chu Qing would mock and ridicule him, but after listening for a while, he broke out in a cold sweat, shouting, "Stop reading. I shall see it myself." After a moment of cold perspiration, he sobered up and personally examined the letter, reading slowly, word by word. After a considerable time, Tang Wuming's despondency lifted, and he laughed heartily. What a splendid tale of a failed art student! What a splendid line about flowers blooming while others wither! What a splendid line about treading upon the bones of nobles in the heavenly streets! With the inner treasury reduced to splendid ash, Tang Wuming, exhilarated, paced back and forth, brandishing the final sheet of paper, exclaiming, "Chu Qing, just days ago, you were clad in coarse garments and barefoot. Now, you write with brilliance, sealing it with 7 or 8 stamps. He is my true role model." Tang Wuming addressed the burly man. "Gather your belongings. We shall depart immediately." The man, somewhat dazed, asked, "Young master, where are we going?" Tang Wuming replied with a smile, "I have some friends among the rebel forces. They are in need of scholars. I shall deliver them a sense of purpose in their struggles." The burly man, Su Qinger, not comprehending the gravity of the situation, merely saw him abstaining from alcohol and appearing spirited, and she joyfully declared, "Young master, I shall accompany you." Tang Wuming remarked, "This journey may lead to our demise." Su Qinger laughed, "I shall die alongside you." The burly man, "I do not wish to go." Amidst the vibrant nightlife, at Xianyuan Tower, Cui Moyang and others convened with He and Lan, along with a dozen or so powerful figures from the strongholds. After several rounds of drinking and pleasantries, they got to the crux of the matter. The head of the He family stated solemnly, "If you wish to obtain our precious pearl, you must expel Chu Qing from the inner court, or even from the martial academy. We demand the vacant spot." Cui Moyang and the others frowned. "Don't ask us to betray our leader right off the bat. Is that truly wise?" Nangong sneered. "We have no means to drive someone out of the martial academy." The head of the He family glared menacingly. "You could lure him out and execute him." Wang Yinyang coldly retorted, "We desire the pearl. Dare you lay a hand on him, and you shall face death." The head of the He family paused momentarily, then, in a fit of rage, laughed. "Shurji County is our stronghold. Even if a dragon were to cross the river, they must adhere to our rules. We offer you respect because you are scions of noble families. Without our respect, you are nothing to in Shurji County. We are the law. Who dares to defy us? Do you think the swords of the stronghold's youth cannot kill?" As he spoke, The guards of the stronghold, brimming with murderous intent, surrounded Wang Yinyang and the others. The sound of clanging metal echoed as Cui Moyang rose, placing his hands behind his head, and with a swift motion, 2 swords, each over a foot long, fell into his hands. Coldly, he declared, "The swords of the stronghold can kill. Yet my sword is no less deadly." Chapter 70. Salutations to Master Qing. A few hours earlier, at dusk, after writing a letter to Tang Wuming, Chu Qing confidently strode out of the martial academy to seek out Madame Jian. After his departure, Cui Moyang and the others also headed to Xianyuan Tower for a meeting with the head of the He family. Wearing soft deerskin shoes, Chu Qing stepped upon the stone path. As pedestrians caught sight of him in his splendid attire, they displayed expressions of reverence, hastily stepping aside. Members of rival factions, upon seeing him, trembled in fear, discarding their knives and fleeing. The timid among them collapsed to the ground, terrified, pleading, "Do not kill me." Chu Qing smiled, disregarding these individuals, lightly touching the ground with his toes, resembling a great dragonfly. He swiftly approached the Jin residence. Outside the Jin residence, many stronghold servants and gang members wielding cleavers surrounded the premises, hurling insults. "Jin Fatty, come out. Your wife has taken a lover, yet you still protect her. It is said your wife only fancies robust men in tattered clothing as sons. What do you think of me? Once I become her son, I shall surely make her laugh with joy. Ha ha." Filthy words rang incessantly, with the tea vendor supplying refreshments to moisten their throats. Inside the courtyard, Madame Jian trembled with rage. She was not incensed by the foul language outside, but rather by Jin Fatty and Jin Irin. "Jin Irin, years of living in poverty have extinguished all your ambitions. You have disappointed me greatly." Jin Fatty's countenance darkened. Ever since he had fled from the provincial capital in disgrace to Shiji County, all his aspirations had been trampled upon now. He merely wished to return to the capital quietly. Thus, Madame Jean pressured him to confront the stronghold, putting him in a difficult position. "Madam, the stronghold is not to be trifled with. Even if I were to injure a single servant from the stronghold, they would not hesitate to dismember us. Moreover, the gang leader has stated that we should stay at the He family for a few days. It is no great concern." Madame Jian trembled with rage. Utterly despondent, Jin Fatty could not even dare to harm a servant from the opposing side, while Chu Qing had killed He Qigong and hundreds of stronghold servants without a care. How could the disparity between people be so vast? "I wonder if Qinger has received the letter. I wonder if he will come." Outside the Jin residence, with a swift motion, Chu Qing wielded the chain gun, starting with the tea vendor, plunging the weapon into their lower back. Targeting the kidneys, the gun's barrel, over a foot long, penetrated completely, almost piercing through them. The tea vendor screamed in agony. The crowd, panicked, turned to see Chu Qing. In that moment, whether stronghold servants or gang members, they fled with unprecedented speed. Chu Qing did not pursue but instead memorized each of their faces. He cleaned the gun barrel with the tea, then tucked it under his arm. Inside the Jin residence, a stronghold servant walked out. Upon seeing Chu Qing, they froze. Chu Qing smiled and said, "Exit towards the front." A servant, emboldened, stepped outside. Chu Qing did not kill him but remembered his appearance. The stronghold servants breathed a sigh of relief.